Chapter 53. What a coincidence. If the other party weren't relatives, Joe, he would have genuinely liked to say, "So what if you don't go to work?" Why do they always think that working is a good thing? Why do they assume that we are unhappy when we don't go to work? Oh, right, in this case, it should be referred to as working hard. Let's be real, ask everyone here who genuinely enjoys working if it isn't out of necessity. Staying home to play video games, watch videos, or read a novel, and casually drinking with a few friends while chatting about life, wouldn't that be better? Why must we endure the frustrations from this leader or that leader when we go to work? And let's not even get started on those who have multiple houses but still go to work. Those individuals aren't working, they're enjoying life because they can fire their boss whenever they wish. One cleaning lady was worried about her company going bankrupt and even offered her own money to help the firm. Now, that's what living truly means. Joe E. could believe that his cousin had heard something about him quitting his job to pursue a freelance career, but was wholly unaware that he had already bought a house. Furthermore, since relatives seldom interact, it's hard to tell if they are the type who finds joy in your struggles or are genuinely worried for you. It's not surprising some relatives, especially those who started off poor like you, feel miserable seeing you thrive, as if it's worse than their own enemies thriving. The human heart is quite peculiar. So, Joey simply smiled and replied, "The previous company had too much overtime. Freelancing is indeed unstable, but it offers freedom, especially when one is still young." Joey refrained from mentioning his house, as his parents had always advised him not to discuss his income in front of friends or relatives, deeming it unnecessary. Whether his life was good or not, he knew in his heart, talking about it might bring fleeting happiness, but it could also invite a myriad of troubles later on. Thus, Joey just continued to smile and obligingly respond, "Because you're young, you need to endure some hardship. Don't be afraid, it's all part of your life experience. Look at me, didn't even go to college and came out to struggle. See, I still managed to buy a house." His cousin began to boast. Though he was only a few years older than Joey, he had entered the workforce earlier. However, Joey had already discerned which cousin it was. This was the same cousin who would insist on giving him such advice every time he returned home for the holidays during their university days. A complex feeling often arose regarding university students. On the one hand, someone not attending university might view them as peers, but on the other hand, they often looked down on university students, thinking that no matter what, they had to teach these kids who knew nothing just because they went to university. This creates a peculiar mindset, you see. Going to university is just so-so, look at me. I didn't go to university, yet am still their mentor. This cousin likely harbored such thoughts, priding himself on having struggled for 2 more years in society than Joey. So he was certain he had lessons to impart. Especially upon hearing that Joey was currently unemployed, this cousin became even more animated. The discussion continued to heat up, making Joey feel increasingly overwhelmed. Thankfully, just then, his mother emerged from the kitchen, smiling warmly. "Hey, Shueching, you're here still chatting?" At that, his cousin hurried to rise, saying, "Annie, it's nothing. I was just talking to Xiaoyi about his resignation. You should advise him. Work is still very important." Joey's mother chuckled casually. "It's fine. Xiaoyi is an adult now and has his own considerations. Besides, freelance work can earn good money." After a pause, Joey's mother continued, "Xiaoyi has already bought a house in Jingzhou. Your uncle and I didn't help him at all." Well, Joey looked up to the skies. He hadn't intended to reveal it. Yet his mother accidentally spilled the beans. But it didn't matter. Parents would always want the best for their children. Thus, many parents often boast about their kids. Complimenting them is more rewarding than mere praise for themselves. Joey's achievement of buying a house with his own ability was something his mother was eager to share, wanting everyone to know that her son had purchased a house just a year after graduating. This was perfectly logical. His cousin paused with a teacup raised, stunned. "Annie, what did you say? Xiaoyi bought a house in Jingzhou?" Notably, he himself had just mentioned how he had struggled for years to finally buy a house. But a house in Jingzhou, compared to Lincheng, was an entirely different realm. Jingzhou is the core of Handong province, whereas Lincheng is its poorest corner. Yes, he even paid in full. "Oh, I and your uncle have worked our whole lives, and yet Xiaoyi has managed to accomplish this in just a year." Joey's mother sighed with a smile. Though she sounded wistful, Joey felt like he wanted to gaze at the ceiling for the umpteenth time. "Do you need to raise your head that high?" "Ah, paid in full, great. His cousin grinned awkwardly, continuing, "Is freelancing really that lucrative now?" "Impressive. All right, continue your discussion. I'll prepare dinner." With that, Zhou Yi's mother returned to the kitchen, leaving Zhou Yi and the others in an even more awkward conversation. His cousin continually sipped water to mask his embarrassment, while Zhou Yi was at a loss for words. Just then, a phone call came through, and Zhou Yi felt relieved, quickly getting up to answer. Seeing the caller ID, it was actually Lawyer Fong. "Hello, Zhou Yi. Your labor dispute case will go to trial soon. Mediation is starting now. What are your thoughts?" Lawyer Fong inquired over the phone. Labor dispute case. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. It had been quite a while, and he had almost forgotten about it. Of course, this might have been due to not having thrown any money into it, who knows? And given that they were just at the initial trial, if it went to appeal, it would be the second trial after that. Mandatory enforcement would be another hassle. Some cases could feel like a marathon, with the final ruling merely marking the first step of a long journey. This was a sentiment only those who had experienced a lawsuit up to the enforcement stage could understand. It's not as simple as applying for a freeze and then just a moment later reaching into someone else's account to instantly retrieve the funds. If it were truly that simple, the issue of enforcement wouldn't exist. I don't need to attend the mediation or the first hearing. Just tell them that they either comply with our demands for compensation or well continue the lawsuit. That's my stance. Zhou Yi replied. Got it. After exchanging a few casual words with Lawyer Fong, he hung up and was about to think of a way to navigate the awkwardness with his cousin when he suddenly heard a child crying. Zhou Yi hurried over and found his cousin's little one wailing near the piano. What happened? What's wrong? Xian? Zhou Yi's mother rushed out of the kitchen, her face filled with concern. Did you hit your head? Or did you hurt your hands? Both Zhou Yi's cousin and his wife were trying to comfort the child, and as Zhou Yi examined the piano, he was taken aback. There were water stains on it, and smelling it, the scent seemed familiar. It resembled a dairy drink. Did someone pour a drink into the piano? The adults in the house wouldn't act so foolishly, so it had to be the little one who had been playing around. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Yi spoke up. Cousin, it seems Xian poured the drink into the piano. His cousin's wife, who had been trying to soothe the child, looked over and said, no way. Xian is usually very well behaved. How could he pour a drink into the piano? As soon as she finished speaking, the child began to cry even louder, and she hurried to hug him. It's all right, Xian, mommy's here. Zhou Yi couldn't suppress his frustration. Cousin, Xian was just playing here while I was on the phone, and surely someone poured the drink. There's no way it just appeared on its own. It was really difficult to address such matters with relatives. Otherwise, Zhou Yi truly wanted to ask his cousin's wife, if it's not the child, then who else could it be? You two adults? Although Zhou Yi tried to tread lightly, it was clear his cousin's wife was displeased. Xiaoyi, don't you think that's a bit much? Where would Xian find a drink? It must have been there before. How can you just assume it's our Xian? The words were harsh, and meanwhile, his cousin tried to intervene but was brushed off. Don't pull me, can't you see Xian is being wrongly accused? Zhou Yi let out a helpless sigh. Cousin, come take a look. The drink stains were clearly just spilled recently. If it had been there for long, it would look different now. This piano was my mother's most cherished possession, and it was repaired after much difficulty by my dad. As they approached to inspect, Zhou Yi's cousin's wife saw they were indeed freshly spilled stains, just as Zhou Yi had said. And look in Xuanxuan's pocket. Isn't that a bottle of yogurt? Zhou Yi remarked. Hearing that, his cousin checked, and sure enough, there was a yogurt bottle tucked in his son's pocket. Zhou Yi shook his head. The way his cousin's wife held that little one just moments ago made it hard for her to miss spotting that bottle. Yet here she was arguing. Now, with the evidence laid bare, his cousin could only say, Annie, the milk spilled on the piano shouldn't be too much trouble, right? It doesn't seem like it spilled a lot. Though his mother felt for the situation, being relatives, she could only say it's really no big deal, just clean the inside when you're done. Then that's settled. Well then, if that's the case, Annie Xiaoyi will be heading out then. As the piano wasn't his, Zhou Yi didn't plan to argue further, but hearing that made it difficult to hold back. He didn't know if the system had influenced his temperament, but witnessing the child suddenly stop crying and start making faces after being picked up made him lose his patience. So Zhou Yi directly stated, Cousin, hold on a second, cleaning is fine, but Xian did wrong here and at least needs to apologize. He looked at the little boy and said, Xian, did you hear? Apologize to your aunt for messing up her piano. It was just a simple apology. Zhou Yi believed it was crucial. After all, children need proper education. They are like blank slates, and if you want to shape their morals right, they should at least know when they've made a mistake. That's better than assuming it's fine to make faces while doing something wrong. However, the little boy didn't respond, just stared at Joe E. and then began to cry again. Seeing the child cry, his cousin and wife once again rushed to comfort him. His cousin said, "Xiaoyi, maybe it's best to let it go. Xian is scared right now." Scared? Looking at the little boy who had been wailing but hadn't shed a single tear. Was that fear? Cousin, you can't just spoil him when they make mistakes. They need to be educated, or else in the future. As he finished speaking, his cousin's wife retorted, "Honestly, Xiaoyi, is that necessary? Xian is only a few years old. He's just a child. Can't we put off discussing the future for now? And Xian is usually very well behaved. He just made a mistake today. There's no need to blow it out of proportion." "All right, Xian, stop crying. It's okay. It was just a little spill." Zhou Yi took a slow breath, feeling his blood pressure rise again. Setting the child aside, his cousin's wife was reminiscent of a certain overly indulgent figure from his past. So Zhou Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Cousin's wife, how am I blowing things out of proportion? This piano is my mother's most beloved item, repaired with great difficulty by my father. Now it needs to be cleaned, and the cost will undoubtedly add up. It's not like I'm making a big deal out of it, asking Xian to apologize and recognize his mistake. What's wrong with that? You see, you just want to talk about the money, don't you? Why mention an apology? Zhou Yi, I'm holding back. They are relatives. I'm holding back." "Enough, be quiet," his cousin shouted at his wife, then turned to his mother, saying, "Annie, I sincerely apologize for this." His mother waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine, it's fine. Xiaoyi, don't say any more. We are all family." After this, his cousin and wife took their child and left. Zhou Yi approached, saying, "Mom, what can be done? He called me aunt. How can you argue with him? As an elder, I can't just fight back." "Never mind. Avoid trouble. You'll go find someone to clean it later." Zhou Yi nodded. There was no point in ruining family relations over this. After dinner, Zhou Yi had someone move the piano into the car, and they headed straight to the music equipment street in Linqing. This street specialized in musical instruments, and a friend of Zhou Yi's owned a shop here. Moreover, his friend was good at repairing instruments. After parking the car and unloading the piano, his friend, who had been informed beforehand, came out and greeted, "Hey, you made it. Let's head inside first." Zhou Yi nodded, just about to call for help to move the piano inside, when he suddenly heard a commotion ahead. "What's going on over there? Why is there shouting?" Zhou Yi asked with curiosity. "Oh, that? Well, this afternoon a family brought their kid here. The little one sneaked into the display area and spilled a bottle of Coke into one of the pianos there. That piano is a collectible instrument worth over 1 million. What?" Zhou Yi felt this situation sounded eerily familiar, so he urged his friend to continue his chores while he stepped forward to investigate. What a coincidence! He was none other than his cousin's family. Chapter 54. What sin have I committed? Zhou Yi recalled his childhood days spent perusing magazines filled with aphorisms, where he often encountered timeless phrases, such as the tendency of the Chinese to revel in spectacles. Attributing various behaviors to the inherent flaws of the nation that in his youth, Zhou Yi believed that foreign lands were akin to paradise, exuding an aura of unbridled freedom. However, as he matured and gained access to a broader spectrum of information, such as circumventing internet censorship to visit certain websites, he came to understand that foreign countries were not the utopias he once imagined. Indeed, the notion of foreign itself was fraught with complications, for America is foreign, as are nations embroiled in conflict. Furthermore, the assertion that Chinese people are particularly fond of spectacles should be reconsidered. In truth, people around the globe share this inclination. At present, a throng had gathered outside a certain establishment. Zhou Yi's cousin, Li Xueqing, was growing increasingly anxious, uncertain of the unfolding circumstances, as he and his wife were merely accompanying staff while observing a piano. Suddenly, a staff member announced that their son had spilled cola into a piano. Not just any piano, but a collector's piece valued at over 1 million yuan. The staff forbade them from leaving, demanding compensation. Naturally, Li Xueqing refused to accept this, questioning how such an expensive piano could be left unattended. An argument ensued, and amidst the commotion, the child began to cry, expressing a desire to leave, prompting Li Xueqing's wife to comfort him. "Xian, it's all right if you want to go. Mommy will take you home. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine." She attempted to carry the child away, only to be stopped by the staff. "Ma'am, please don't rush to leave. We have already contacted the police regarding this matter." As for the evidence mentioned by Li Xueqing, the staff assured him that there was surveillance footage, and once the police arrived, they could review it together. With the police already involved, Li Xueqing found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, upon checking, he discovered that his son was not in possession of a cola bottle to eye in this bustling area. A police station was nearby. And soon officers arrived to ascertain the situation before reviewing the footage that Li Xueqing, along with his wife and child, stood by, but as they watched, his expression darkened. The footage clearly revealed his son playing nearby when a customer discarded half a bottle of cola into a trash bin. His son then retrieved it, sneaking it into the piano, and proceeded to press various keys, which caught the staff's attention, leading to the discovery of the incident. Once the investigation concluded, the group exited the monitoring room. The police officer glanced at Li Xueqing and then at the staff. "All right, we have seen the evidence. How shall we proceed?" The staff stepped aside, and the piano shop owner, a slightly overweight middle-aged man, approached. "Officer, this piano is a collector's item, currently valued at 125,000 yuan. I won't make a fuss about this, but there are two options. Either they purchase the piano, and I can offer a discount, or they pay for a cleaning and compensation for depreciation. The piano was crafted from wood, and cola seeping into it would inevitably cause damage that was irreversible. Even a minor flaw in such a high-end piano could significantly affect its sound quality, and the depreciation costs would be substantial." Upon hearing the quoted amount, Li Xueqing's wife exploded with indignation. "What do you mean? Are you saying we must either buy it or pay you? My son Xianxian is just a child. He simply made a mistake." Zhou Yi, though uncertain about the specifics of the surveillance footage, could clearly see that the little rascal was indeed at fault. That in truth, the issue at hand was not solely about the child, but rather about the responsibilities of his parents, his cousin, and his wife. The child had already begun to exhibit troubling behavior, from spilling milk into the piano that morning to feigning tears and making faces. It was evident that he felt emboldened, believing there would be no repercussions for his actions. Zhou Yi could imagine that had such a mischief occurred during his own childhood, his parents would have taken him out for a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, or perhaps it would have been a more painful lesson involving a belt. The memory of such lessons lingered painfully in his mind. Now, the family faced the prospect of purchasing an exorbitantly priced piano, which even Zhou Yi had to admit was a clever maneuver on the part of the child. When he heard his cousin's wife exclaim those words, Zhou Yi was rendered speechless. The irony was unmistakable. Did she genuinely not grasp that the focus was on the adults, not the child? The role of guardians was to oversee and guide. If the child misbehaved, it was ultimately the responsibility of the guardians to ensure accountability. The police officer shook his head, stating, regardless of intent, "Your child has caused tangible damage, and thus you are indeed liable for compensation. But how could that piano possibly be so expensive? How can we be sure the price isn't inflated?" Li Xueqing's wife continued to argue. The piano shop owner replied, "I have the purchase invoice and past selling prices. There is no question of inflated pricing. If you do not compensate, I will have no choice but to pursue legal action." The shop owner expressed this calmly. Yet the implication was clear. Such a valuable piano would not be overlooked. Li Xueqing and his wife exchanged glances. There was no possibility of purchasing it, even at a discount. Assets and cash flow were two different matters, and they could never produce such a sum in one go. The prospect of cleaning and compensating would also be exorbitant. What began as a seemingly harmonious family outing had now spiraled into a potential financial disaster. Glancing back at their son, they found him still feigning tears, secretly observing his parents. This mischief could certainly be classified as such. Xianxian knew that his actions were questionable, yet he reveled in them. Moreover, with his parents shielding him from repercussions, he felt no fear of consequences. He believed that this time would be no different from the last. However, his mother abruptly seized the child, delivering a sharp smack to his backside while exclaiming, "Why would you pour that into someone else's piano? What were you thinking? What sin have I committed to deserve this?" The impact of her hand elicited genuine tears from the child, who wailed in confusion, unable to comprehend why his mother was punishing him. In the past, she had always reassured him that everything would be fine, no matter his actions. He cried out for her. This time his pleas fell on deaf ears, for she was intent on imparting a lesson. With tear-filled eyes, the child's world became a blur. The piano shop owner and police officers quickly intervened, urging her to refrain from hitting the child. Hey, please don't strike the child. He needs proper guidance. Indeed, this is not the way to teach him. He must understand his mistakes, the piano shop owner added. However, his words implied that such discipline should occur away from his establishment, lest it appear as though he condoned the punishment. In this tumultuous moment, Li Xueqing caught sight of Zhou Yi standing in the background and promptly lowered his head. Earlier that day, he had admonished Zhou Yi to educate the child, not to spoil him. At the time, he had dismissed it, believing that children would be children. Yet now, they faced the consequences of that very attitude. Zhou Yi shook his head and turned to leave for home. They were all adults. And the phrase maintaining superficial relationships applied universally, even among relatives that he had already expressed his opinions earlier that day. Upon returning home, he recounted the day's events to his parents, prompting Zhou's mother to express her dismay. Zhou's father, however, beamed with pride, declaring, "See, I told you that children need discipline, that if you don't correct them, they'll only become more unruly." Xiaoyi, let me tell you. Zhou Yi pondered this assertion, struggling to reconcile the idea that not spoiling a child equated to frequent punishment. After spending 3 days at home, Zhou Yi noticed that his progress on his tasks was slowly advancing, that it was evident that his neighbor, the elderly lady, had undergone some profound education during this time. While the notion of an eye for an eye was not widely endorsed, as Fang Dezhuang had noted, the law often lagged behind reality, in instances where the law could not adequately protect one's rights. The rudimentary principles of natural law could come into play on the 4th day. Zhou Yi received a call from Grandma Lu, informing him that Su Yufeng's daughter wished to speak with him. Chapter 55. A statement that made me feel nauseous. So, Grandma Lu, are you suggesting that the Su family can no longer hold on? Zhou Yi asked, his surprise palpable. Indeed, under such circumstances, I doubt many could withstand the pressure. Grandma Lu proceeded to recount the subsequent events. Although she was in Sanya, her long-standing rapport with the community meant that news traveled swiftly to her. Whenever something transpired, someone would relay the information to her. Thus, she was well informed about the situation, that Su Yufeng had sought out the property management again, attempting to coerce them into resolving issues through threats of jumping from the building, just as Zhou Yi had previously predicted. This woman, it seemed, preferred to throw a tantrum rather than apologize. After enduring several setbacks with the property management, the once-weak group finally ceased to indulge Su Yufeng. The staff plainly told her that if she wished to jump from the building, she was free to do so and nobody would stop her. Consequently, a confrontation ensued, and given that Su Yufeng was over 50, she found herself scratched by one of the property staff. So, the property management has decided not to intervene anymore. Zhou Yi inquired with a smile. Granny Lu replied, "Of course, they have no intention of getting involved. If it weren't for Su Yufeng's various underhanded tactics, they would have remained indifferent." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi expressed his curiosity. "Granny Lu, that doesn't seem right. I've taken action, and the property management should recognize that I'm not easily trifled with." This was a matter of great interest to him. If Su Yufeng was formidable, why should he, Zhou Yi, be considered easy prey? "You are different, Xiao Zhou. You contact the property and the community, and when they claim they can't assist you, you simply cease your efforts, and all your communication is via phone. As for your situation with Su Yufeng, that is not their concern. Her threat to jump is right under their noses." Granny Lu, being well informed, quickly clarified the situation. Throughout, Zhou Yi had never visited the property management office, while Su Yufeng had already spent considerable time there. Trying to manipulate them. What about these past few days? Has her family done nothing? Zhou Yi asked again. How could they do nothing? They are actively seeking to report you, but they are advised to pursue legal avenues. It seems they have exhausted all possible strategies, she responded. Now, they are likely at an impasse, hence their desire to negotiate with you. So they have realized the need for negotiation now? No rush, Granny Lu. I will return in a couple of days. She initiated this conflict, and when it concludes will be entirely at my discretion. Moreover, if she wishes to apologize, it should be done with sincerity. She ought to reach out to me directly rather than relying on you to convey her message. You, dear Granny, are in Sanya. Enjoy yourselves as you please. With that, Zhou Yi prepared to end the call, but Granny Lu added, Xiao Zhou, since you've called me Granny, I must inform you that our community's property management is not to be trusted, especially Manager Shui, who possesses a particularly small-minded disposition. You have embarrassed them this time. They will likely retaliate in the future." Zhou Yi chuckled. "You are quite in tune with the times, Granny. You even know the term retaliate. However, I am unconcerned by their potential antics. After all, I've only recently moved in, and I anticipate that the property management will have ample opportunities to become acquainted with me." Zhou Yi was not boasting. Disturbances in the community were not the only issues. Would the property management truly dare to stir up trouble? He was eager to see who would instigate conflict more readily in the future. After ending the call, Zhou Yi resumed his leisurely life. Meanwhile, in Jingzhou City, Su Yufeng's family found themselves in dire straits. Zhou Yi was not intent on inflicting harm upon them. His timing was quite cunning, setting off a noise intermittently at night, and it would cease at predetermined intervals rather than continuing throughout the night. While incessant noise could lead one to exhaustion, his method had ensured that Su Yufeng's family had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for several days. At that moment, in apartment 1702 on the 17th floor, Su Yufeng, sporting dark circles under her eyes, gazed at her returning daughter and asked, "What is the situation? What did Zhou Yi say?" Her daughter shook her head. "Mom, I just spoke to Granny Lu. She said she has informed Zhou Yi, but he has not mentioned when he will return. He is still in Lin City. Does he want my family to suffer? When he returns, I will confront him that if he won't let me live peacefully, then I shall." However, Su Yufeng trailed off as her daughter and son fell silent. Uttering threats such as "I will jump" or "I will risk my life" carries the greatest weight the first time it is said, for no one knows whether one will follow through. Yet, if one repeatedly declares such intentions, it soon loses its impact, and eventually, no one believes it. Noticing the silence, Su Yufeng continued, "And those community representatives, none of them take responsibility." She had indeed grown weary over the past few days, having traversed nearly every department she could find, only to be told that her issue fell under civil disputes and was best resolved through legal means. In the past, Su Yufeng would often declare that others should be the ones to file complaints. Fully aware of the challenges involved in pursuing a lawsuit, that it was not that she couldn't, but rather that it was exceedingly difficult. Who among the ordinary populace would waste their time litigating over trivial matters? As a result, during this recent period, she found herself utterly exasperated by the advice she received. Unfortunately, she had exhausted all avenues, and even her attempts to manipulate the situation had proven futile. Thus, Su Yufeng could only contemplate negotiating with her neighbor to see what could be done. After all, the other party rented numerous properties and had allowed the neighbors to enjoy outings, which undoubtedly incurred expenses. She believed the other side would prefer to settle the matter amicably. Yet, after a day of attempts to reach out, there was still no word, and now night had fallen. The thought of facing yet another round of torment made it impossible for Su Yufeng to sit still. "Daughter, is there still no call?" Her daughter, growing impatient, replied, "Mom, no, otherwise we would have contacted him directly. That is all we can do." "Then, let's contact him and see what he intends to do." Su Yufeng hesitated for a moment before finally voicing her thoughts. Her daughter nodded, retrieved her phone, and dialed the number Granny Lu had provided. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhou Yi from upstairs? I am from the apartment above you, in Lin City." Zhou Yi, lying on his bed, listened to the phone call and finally smiled. "Have your mother and I, along with the surrounding neighbors, offer sincere apologies and the family that moved out just before I arrived must also apologize. Additionally, make it clear that it is not about my worth. Rather, it is about her wrongdoing. She must acknowledge her mistakes. But you won't be back for 2 days? Can't you return sooner?" Zhou Yi replied, "I have matters to attend to with my parents in Lin City. It will take at least 2 days. Please wait." With that, Zhou Yi ended the call and checked the progress, which had reached 9-3. It was indeed no small feat to compel the upstairs neighbors to apologize. Unlike the individual who had sought restitution, who while sitting in regret, likely wept profusely, the recorded call could be edited into a video. And coupled with the subsequent apology footage, this episode could finally be completed. On the other side, Su Yufeng's daughter hung up and conveyed Zhou Yi's demands to her mother. "What? I must apologize in front of everyone. And also to the other neighbors? And to the family that moved away? Just as Su Yufeng was about to shout, she caught sight of her daughter's expression and swallowed her words. Sigh. I suppose I must comply with your wishes. Chapter 56. Thankfully, the system did not provide a vehicle. It is quite terrifying. At the Jingzhou City train station, Zhou Yi emerged and prepared to hail a taxi back to his community. Recently, his social media feed had been filled with lamentations. Many of his friends were venting about the skyrocketing fuel prices. The era where prices exceeded 9 yuan was imminent. Just last night, while aimlessly wandering in Lin City, Zhou Yi noticed that every gas station was packed with cars. Everyone was saying that after tonight, fuel prices would rise, and a full tank might cost an additional several dozen yuan, prompting them to fill up while they could. The terrifying scene left Zhou Yi astonished. Thankfully, he had never intended to purchase a car. Moreover, the rewards from the system were properties, not luxury vehicles like Lamborghinis or Maseratis. Otherwise, he would be unable to afford even the fuel. He had not signed any contracts with the small video platform, and the meager earnings from his videos were hardly sufficient to maintain a vehicle. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yi felt fortunate. The system truly cared for him. However, during his journey, he received a call from the postal service informing him of a package. He had not ordered anything, so he had no idea what it could be. Nonetheless, he decided to head home and check, as Su Yufeng was likely anxious that on the way, her daughter had been incessantly calling. But the elderly woman had remained silent. It seemed she was still somewhat resistant. Contemplating these matters, Zhou Yi took a taxi back to the community and, upon arriving, noticed that a previously empty walkway had suddenly been adorned with an iron gate, complete with a card reader. What is this? When was it installed? Zhou Yi asked, perplexed. I haven't been gone that long. Why the sudden changes? At that moment, an approaching aunt smiled and explained this was installed a few days ago after an incident. The property management sent out a notice in the group, stating that it was to prevent outsiders from entering the community, thus facilitating security. Zhou Yi nodded. Oh, I see that I haven't joined the community group. Where can I obtain this access card? The aunt replied while opening the gate. You can collect it from the property management office once it's ready. It will be quick. By the way, they are also planning to renovate the elevators soon, installing card access so that residents must swipe to select their floor. Zhou Yi frowned slightly at this news. Annie, is this truly for safety? The aunt confirmed. Yes. It is claimed to be for safety, and they will charge a card fee. As Zhou Yi followed the aunt into the community, he felt a twinge of skepticism, setting aside other concerns, while the gate seemed secure. The high volume of daily traffic into the community meant that ill-intentioned individuals could easily follow someone in. Moreover, if he were a criminal, he could have already entered the community without hindrance. Never mind, he decided to focus on obtaining the access card first. Directly heading to the property management office, I approached the service counter and, after providing my name and floor number, noticed the property staff lady gazing at me with an odd expression. Are you Mr. Zhou Yi? Inquired the staff member, Ma Lily. Yes, that's me. What is the matter? I replied. Oh, nothing much, that it's just that your neighbor from upstairs used to come by the property quite frequently and often mentioned you. Zhou Yi. I mused that she was likely not merely mentioning me, but rather my esteemed ancestors. Mr. Zhou, the access card requires a fee of 20 yuan, which will need to be renewed annually. Please rest assured, 20 yuan. I couldn't quite deem it expensive, so I readily paid the fee. Before long, the access card was ready, and Ma Lily continued to smile, saying, Mr. Zhou, if you're not busy at the moment, could you please wait a moment? Your upstairs neighbor, Su Yufeng, wishes to mediate with you, and she's at the property right now, so... Zhou Yi smiled and picked up the access card, saying, Oh, I see that I truly have no pressing matters, but I would like to return home first. Huh. Ma Lily was taken aback. With her pleasing appearance and eloquence, she generally held herself in high regard. Her statement, if you're not busy, was merely a polite expression. Many would feign busyness to avoid lingering. Yet this gentleman was direct, stating he had no engagements, but simply wished to go home. Zhou Yi ignored her and proceeded straight home, laden with a multitude of belongings. After all, I needed to drop everything off at home first. Having just returned from my hometown where my mother had sent me back with a plethora of food, from fruits and vegetables to various meats, that it's understandable. Mothers tend to worry their sons aren't eating well or dressing appropriately. So they always pack large bags. Though I informed her that the market was just downstairs, she remained unconvinced. Upon arriving home and setting down my belongings, I had barely tidied up when a knock sounded at the door. "Who is it?" "Mr. Zhou. I am Li Xiaoli, the community grid worker that I previously visited your home, and your upstairs neighbor, Aunt Sue, wishes to mediate with you. Would you be available to go now?" With a clatter, the door swung open as he stepped out to see a familiar young lady standing outside. She appeared to be the community worker who had come after my phone call that night, accompanying Director Tian from the neighborhood committee. The young lady seemed fresh out of school, lacking in makeup, though it could be that he was simply too straightforward to recognize what light makeup entailed. She had a graceful appearance, dressed simply in jeans and a white t-shirt, radiating youth and vitality. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoli regarded with curiosity, perceiving him as a truly extraordinary individual. Indeed, in many people's eyes these days, someone who is genuinely earnest and principled is considered extraordinary. "Now, very well. Let us proceed, but I must first retrieve a package. The courier mentioned he is waiting downstairs for me." Li Xiaoli nodded in agreement. Following closely behind upon descending, the postal courier, riding his beloved tricycle, awaited him. After confirming Zhou Yi's identity, he handed over a package. Zhou Yi casually opened it and, upon seeing its contents, burst into laughter. What were they thinking? Sending me a lawyer's letter? Don't they know that Feng Dazhuang is eager for a showdown? Behind him, Li Xiaoli had not intended to interject, but upon hearing the term lawyer's letter, she instinctively inquired, "Mr. Zhou, has someone sent you a lawyer's letter?" "Indeed. It is from my former company." Zhou Yi chuckled as he handed her the lawyer's letter. Li Xiaoli examined it and confirmed its authenticity, noting that it indeed demanded Zhou Yi accept the company's terms, or else they would pursue legal action. Thus, this Mr. Zhou was embroiled in a lawsuit with his previous employer. She recalled that he had previously taken legal action against Aunt Sue's family, and although the execution had not been fully resolved, such assertive behavior was truly commendable. To initiate a lawsuit without hesitation was remarkable. The two made their way to the community office, where Su Yufeng's family awaited them. Director Tian from the neighborhood committee greeted Zhou Yi warmly, urging him to enter. "All right, as you all are aware, I am here to mediate, and this is Manager Shui from the property management. Let us commence." Chapter 57. Manager Shui, may I inquire where you reside? Zhou Yi scrutinized the property manager, a slightly plump, middle-aged man whose face bore an exceedingly smooth demeanor. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I've heard your name mentioned daily over the past few days, yet today marks our first meeting," Manager Shui beamed, extending his hand. Adhering to the adage, one should not strike a smiling face, Zhou Yi, despite recognizing Manager Shui's duplicitous nature, secretly instigating other neighbors to return, responded amicably, "That is true. However, I have made quite a few calls to the property management before." Everyone present was familiar with the situation. Both Director Tian and Li Xiaoli knew that Zhou Yi's first call had been to the property management, which had advised him to contact the community. Without further regard for Manager Shui's expression, Zhou Yi took a seat beside him. Manager Shui intended to speak, but Director Tian interjected. "Mr. Zhou, our primary focus today is to resolve the conflict between you and Aunt Sue. As you can see, her family has been unable to sleep for several days. Perhaps due to Director Tian's position, many mediators adopt a neutral stance, asserting that both parties share blame, which is often the norm. This approach, while scientifically sound, can unsettle those who are particularly principled. It is akin to situations where individuals have been insulted or harmed. If they retaliate, it becomes a mutual assault. Overall, Zhou Yi felt somewhat uncomfortable, as he believed that had it not been for Su Yufeng's disruptive behavior and her exceedingly poor attitude, he would not have been compelled to act in this manner. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi nodded, acknowledging, "You raise valid points, and I have already conveyed my conditions to the other party. Now, it is merely a matter of their response. Your condition is for Aunt Sue to publicly apologize to you, the other neighbors, and the family that has already moved away, correct? Aunt Sue, what are your thoughts on this?" Director Tian directed her attention to Su Yufeng. Silent, Su Yufeng's daughter quickly interjected, "My mother agrees, she agrees. Additionally, Aunt Sue must publicly affirm that she will refrain from causing disturbances in the future, that in truth, I harbor doubts about her sincerity. Should she persist in disruptive behavior, What recourse will I have? Zhou Yi inquired of Director Tian. This essentially transferred the responsibility to her. I am willing to accept your mediation, but measures must be in place to effectively curtail any future disturbances. Director Tian furrowed her brow, yet before she could respond, Su Yufeng interjected. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I will cause disturbances again? You're making accusations before anything has even occurred. You need to clarify this today. Despite her daughter's attempts to pacify her, Su Yufeng was clearly agitated, and her daughter struggled to explain, saying, Mr. Zhou, please forgive us. My mother did not mean it that way. It's just that. You see, the conversation meandered, making it difficult for her to articulate. Manager Shui interjected. Mr. Zhou, please refrain from making assumptions about others. Aunt Su has genuinely recognized her errors and intends to apologize. Ah, here we go again. The sentiment seems to be that once an apology is offered, one must automatically forgive. Otherwise, one is perceived as petty. Zhou Yi chuckled at this and chose to ignore Su Yufeng, maintaining his focus on Director Tian and Manager Shui, particularly directing his gaze at Manager Shui, stating, Gentlemen, it's not a matter of trusting Aunt Su. Rather, she has a history. I recently won a lawsuit against her, and just days later, she resumed her noisy antics, seemingly with a vindictive intent. Given such circumstances, how can I trust her assurances? Manager Shui, if you were in my shoes, would you believe her? In the room, Aunt Su, who had been softly complaining to her daughter, suddenly fell silent. Manager Shui regarded Zhou Yi and replied with a smile. Mr. Zhou, I certainly believe what Aunt Su has said. She has made this statement, and we must give her a chance, right? Everyone makes mistakes. We all make mistakes that as long as one can amend their ways. There should be no issue. Moreover, as the saying goes, it is better to resolve grievances than to hold grudges. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. If you ever find yourself with an ailment, you will need your neighbors. Manager Shui's eloquence was marked by a rhythmic cadence, as he sat there appearing remarkably objective. His points were not without merit. Indeed, everyone makes mistakes, and it's only fair to allow for correction. Besides, she was already prepared to apologize. Li Xiaoli and Director Tian also regarded Zhou Yi, believing Manager Shui's arguments were sound. Surely, they could not persist in this stalemate. Otherwise, complications might arise. Zhou Yi observed Manager Shui, smiling. Yet his expression suddenly morphed into one of peculiar curiosity. Manager Shui, may I ask where you reside? Taken aback, Manager Shui responded absent-mindedly. I reside in this community as well. Why, does my answer to this question matter? Mr. Zhou? Oh, not at all. That I vaguely recall that the property prices in our community are around 35,000 per square meter. How large is your unit? It must be exquisitely furnished. Manager Shui, perplexed like a monk who cannot comprehend, remarked with a hint of curiosity, Mr. Zhou, might I inquire why you are posing these questions? They seem unrelated to today's mediation, do they not? However, if you wish to ask, I shall tell you that I reside in the villa up ahead. Is there an issue with that? At this point, Manager Shui felt a sense of pride. Acquiring a villa in the UFU community was no small feat, even for him as the property manager. It required considerable effort. No issue, certainly not. Manager Shui, you see, I also reside in this community. Although my dwelling is not a villa and pales in comparison to yours, I was wondering if we might consider swapping residences. What? Manager Shui was taken aback. Swap residences? Why would I exchange my perfectly fine villa for your mere apartment? What reason do I have to do so? Please do not misunderstand, Manager Shui. I am not targeting you. Rather, it is your trust in Aunt Su's assurances that I find hard to accept. Think about it. You are a person of high integrity, renowned for your benevolence. Therefore, why not simply move into my home while I take residence in yours? We could make a swap. Of course, your villa is undoubtedly worth more than my apartment, but that is of no concern. I can cover the difference, and I am willing to pay double the disparity. What do you think? Money is not an issue, Zhou Yi stated with an air of nonchalance, especially with the phrase money is not an issue, which suggested he viewed it as a trivial matter. Moreover, he promptly produced his bank card. I will take care of all the fees, taxes, and such. Manager Shui, all it takes is your word, and we can proceed immediately. Manager Shue stood there, utterly speechless. Externally, he could profess trust. But to become Aunt Sue's neighbor, that was a preposterous notion. He feared he might be driven to madness. Li Xiaoli looked on in amazement. This individual was indeed quite extraordinary. Everyone knew that Manager Shue of the property management could spin flattering words. But never before had anyone managed to put him at such a loss for words that as for Aunt Sue. She regarded Manager Shue with the same disdain one might reserve for an unsightly mess. Observing Manager Shue's sudden silence, Zhou Yi continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, even someone as kind-hearted as Manager Shue, who places his faith in Aunt Sue, is reluctant to live there. What am I to do? I must have some explanation." While words of flattery were easily spoken, there was a saying that went, "Those who enjoy the spectacle do not mind the chaos. Standing idly, they feel no pain." Director Tian massaged his forehead and turned to Su Yufeng, stating, "Aunt Sue, what do you propose we do?" Su Yufeng's daughter offered a wry smile. "Since Mr. Zhou does not trust us, we are at an impasse. How about this? My family is willing to provide some funds for Mr. Zhou as a security deposit. Should there be any disturbances in the future, we can deduct from that deposit. How does that sound? If there are no issues, we can return it at the end of the year. I trust that someone as affluent as Mr. Zhou would not be tempted by such a trivial sum." Upon hearing this, Su Yufeng could no longer contain herself. "What did you say? Pay money? Why should they?" Unfortunately, her defiant words faltered halfway, and recalling the phrase, "Quick, use the nunchaku," she fell silent. Director Tian sighed in relief. At least his family exhibited some semblance of rationality that Su Yufeng had offered assurances far too many times. And now those promises held no value. Only a security deposit was of any worth. "Mr. Zhou, what do you think of this arrangement?" Director Tian inquired. "Got a security deposit?" Zhou Yi hesitated momentarily before responding. "Director Tian, I must make a phone call before I decide." After saying this, Zhou Yi stepped aside to dial Fang Dazhuang's number. Before he could utter a word, complaints echoed from the other end. "Why are you calling?" "I'm busy," Zhou Yi, accustomed to such matters, replied casually. "I'm seeking paid consultation." "All right, Mr. Zhou. What would you like to consult about?" Fang Dazhuang's response was quite amusing. Zhou Yi silently scoffed. Judging by what he knew, the individual on the other end seemed to be operating at the level of a top-tier city. Compared to Jingzhou, they were still a notch below, and thus Fang Dazhuang was not particularly fond of money. Yet he had to maintain the facade of being money-hungry. "Here's the situation, Fang Dazhuang. My upstairs neighbor has proposed an idea." Zhou Yi briefly outlined his neighbor's suggestion and concluded with, "Do you think this is a viable approach?" After a moment's contemplation, Fang Dazhuang swiftly replied, "As for risks, there is indeed a concern. If the deposit is given directly to you, they might later accuse you of extortion." "What? Extortion?" Zhou Yi was taken aback. "Isn't this something they are offering voluntarily?" Laughter resonated from Fang Dazhuang's side. "Xiao Zhou, you are still too young. Right now, they are eager to hand it over. But when the time comes to create trouble, the narrative will shift. You must understand, your actions could also be construed as retaliatory. If pursued legally, it is equally a crime. Should they claim they were overwhelmed and thus paid you for peace? Though it is termed a security deposit, what will you do?" "Xiao Zhou, while you assert that there are witnesses from the community and property management, it is prudent to exercise caution. In society, one must be wary of appearances." Zhou Yi nodded, feeling a trickle of cold sweat. He had not envisioned this could be linked to extortion. However, due to personal reasons, he regarded money with utmost significance. And whether spending or receiving, he needed to tread carefully. Thus he sought counsel, never anticipating it would lead to this. "So, Fang Dazhuang, what should I do?" "I was merely outlining the worst-case scenario, according to your account. There is a greater than 90% chance they are not inclined to pursue that route. In fact, they may not even realize that they could. So, there is no need for haste. Just inform them that a security deposit is acceptable. However, it should not be given to you directly, but rather to the community. Then we can proceed to notarize it. Should there be any future disturbances, the money will be donated to the community. If not, it will be returned." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi instantly grasped the brilliance of Fang Dazhuang's advice, that as long as he did not accept the deposit. Whatever the other party attempted would not amount to extortion, and the notarization carried significant weight. Moreover, the community would not simply assist him without reason, thus stipulating that any disturbances would result in a donation to the community. No flaws in logic. Just as Fang Dezhuang was about to end the call, Zhou Yi hurriedly interjected. Wait, Fang Dezhuang, I have received another matter which appears to be a lawyer's letter. It was sent by the legal department of my previous company, stating that I am to participate in out-of-court mediation. Otherwise, they will sue me for the losses incurred during my tenure. What do you think about this? A lawyer's letter is mere scrap paper. Wait, what did you say? They will sue you if you do not mediate? Excellent. Zhou, he was momentarily taken aback. Was this really a good thing? You should tell them, just inform them, that whoever does not sue is a fool. Ha! Listening to the bursts of laughter emanating from the phone, Zhou felt an unsettling chill. But Fang Dezhuang, they are suing me. If they win, I would have to pay compensation, right? Fang Dezhuang dismissed the concern. What is there to fear? If they truly had evidence, they wouldn't merely send a lawyer's letter. Besides, I am well aware of your situation. You are merely a designer working tirelessly. What kind of losses could you possibly incur? Let them sue. This tactic of seeking resolution through countersuit seems familiar. Doesn't it? Do not worry. Just convey this to the other party. After careful consideration, Zhou Yi realized it indeed felt reminiscent. Though different from the gaming platform situation, the underlying principle was the same. These companies often resorted to threats, comply with our demands, or face dire consequences. Once the call ended and the transfer made, Zhou Yi returned to the group, relaying Fang Dazhuang's suggestion that he concluded, what do you all think? If this is acceptable, we can sign the security agreement and proceed with notarization. Su Yufeng's daughter appeared momentarily bewildered. She struggled to comprehend why Zhou Yi would take such a stance. Given that money was indeed a valuable asset, and the criteria for disturbances were rather subjective, should any minor noise in the future be deemed disruptive, they might never see that money again. She had even prepared herself to forfeit the deposit entirely. Nevertheless, she was indifferent as long as normalcy was restored. Seeing Su Yufeng's daughter acquiesce, Zhou Yi turned to Director Tian of the Community Committee. Director Tian hesitated briefly, but ultimately nodded in agreement. The matter of money was secondary. The primary focus was on resolving the conflict. With everyone in concord, Fang Dezhuang promptly sent over the template for the security agreement, which was printed and signed, with Manager Shui of the property management serving as a witness. The next steps involved notarization and payment. Zhou Yi even incorporated some of the contents into his own documentation. Only one final step remained. Having Su Yufeng publicly apologize to the neighbors above and below, Zhou Yi called the neighbors, informing them that his issues had been resolved, and as per their agreement, they were welcome to return if they wished or not, as they had initially agreed to a 1-month rental arrangement. However, what surprised Zhou Yi was that several neighbors expressed their intention to return shortly, including the young couple upstairs, who claimed they did not wish to take advantage of him. This made Zhou Yi ponder privately how swiftly the couple had changed. Of course, he remained unaware that upon hearing the news that this new neighbor had indeed compelled Su Yufeng to apologize, Xia Zian no longer dared to voice any complaints. This individual truly lived up to their word. They could afford to pay such a substantial sum for rent to invite others out for leisure. Similarly, they could wield that financial power to create trouble for them. Furthermore, after enduring several lessons from her husband, she finally realized that they had already gained a significant advantage and that one must learn to be content. Thus, that afternoon, several neighbors returned, with Granny Lu arriving even earlier, having flown back to Jingzhou the previous day. However, one household remained absent, that I in the vicinity of the UFO community. Within the Fully community, Han Wenxia had just finished preparing a meal for her child and was about to indulge in some mobile phone entertainment when her phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, it was the original neighbor, Granny Lu. Hello, Granny Lu. Is there something you need from me? On the other end, Granny Lu chuckled. Lil Han, are you busy this afternoon? Not busy. I'm free until 5 o'clock. I need to pick up my child then. What do you need? If you're free, come to our community's property office around 2 o'clock. I have something to tell you. Su Yufeng is going to apologize to you. What? Han Wenxiao was momentarily stunned. Su Yufeng apologizing? How could that possibly be? In Han Wenxiao's eyes, while she could believe that others might apologize, the notion of Su Yufeng doing so was utterly unfathomable. During that time, Han Wenxiao even considered Su Yufeng to be the most detestable and abhorrent person in the world. She could hardly fathom that such shameless individuals existed. The noise from upstairs was incessant, not merely the playful antics of children, but adults frequently contributing to the cacophony, and it became increasingly apparent that it was often deliberate. When attempting to confront them, there was no way to articulate her grievances without inciting Su Yufeng to lash out physically. Unfortunately, some people are simply like that. They cannot even engage in a proper argument without becoming frustrated. Every avenue for resolution had been exhausted, leaving her with no choice but to sell the house and relocate. Now, hearing that Su Yufeng was actually going to apologize was simply astounding. Granny Lu, what on earth has happened? Han Wenxia inquired curiously. Well, your house was purchased by a young man, and then Granny Lu recounted the general situation, leaving Han Wenxia in a state of disbelief. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a surge of satisfaction. Su Yufeng had bullied her family for so long, taking advantage of their timid nature. Now, it seemed she had encountered a formidable opponent. Moreover, the way she would threaten legal action without hesitation was particularly striking. Hearing that Zhou had spent money to take Granny Lu and the other neighbors out for entertainment, all to rent their house and exact revenge, left Han Wenxia utterly astonished. Someone as honest and straightforward as herself could never have imagined that the other party would resort to such measures. But wait, Granny Lu, even if Su Yufeng is apologizing, it shouldn't be directed at me. I've already moved away for quite some time. Han Wenxia queried, but on the phone, Granny Lu chuckled. This was suggested by young Zhou. If Su Yufeng is to apologize, she must do so to all the neighbors she has wronged, including you and us. Han Wenxiao fell silent, gazing out the window, contemplating the myriad of vexations she had encountered. If only there were more people like this. What a different world it might be. The news of Su Yufeng's impending apology, to be delivered at the property office in front of everyone, quickly spread throughout the community's owner group. Those with time planned to attend, while those who could not urged others to capture videos for them. Amidst this atmosphere, afternoon finally arrived at the property office. Su Yufeng stood before a crowd, her expression devoid of emotion. Her feelings were particularly complex, even at this moment. She believed that the person downstairs was excessively petty, creating such a situation over a trivial matter. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts any longer. Her daughter had already paid a hefty sum due to her issues. And if she did not apologize properly, not only would the money be irretrievable, but she would also have to endure those inexplicable songs upon returning. Moreover, Su Yufeng was already exhausted. She simply wished to conclude this dispute as soon as possible. This was a stark contrast to the past when she would continuously throw tantrums and seek trouble. At that moment, Zhou stood at the forefront, surrounded by neighbors, while the couple, Xia Zian and her husband, lingered at a distance. Finally, Su Yufeng addressed the crowd, saying, I apologize to everyone for this period. I was in the wrong. After speaking, Su Yufeng's face was flushed with embarrassment, as if apologizing felt akin to shedding flesh. She attempted to turn and leave, but Zhou obstructed her, stating, Aunt Su, you haven't finished your apology. You should at least assure everyone that you won't disturb them any longer. Yes, I absolutely will not disturb everyone's rest anymore. Then Aunt Su, does that mean I'm still precious? No, of course not. Having said this, Su Yufeng hurriedly departed, regardless of the others' feelings, as she believed her dignity had been utterly lost. Han Wenxiao watched Su Yufeng flee, then turned to Zhou, standing in front of her, finally breaking into a smile. Although her laughter might have seemed somewhat ungracious, she couldn't help but express her amusement that, as the saying goes, evil begets evil, and after Zhou, he asked a few questions. He no longer hindered her. Now, he had amassed sufficient material. All that remained was to return home and edit the video. After casually greeting the surrounding neighbors, Zhou hastened home. The second video had been pending for some time, and recently he had refrained from logging into his account. The backlash had been relentless, with everyone deriding him as a video dog, eager to unleash their fury. He quickly opened his computer to commence his work. The second piece, once the verdict was received, began to take shape, emphasizing that the upstairs neighbor's family still refused to comply, while he had explored every possible solution without success. Thus, after exhausting all avenues for redress, I resorted to my own method of resolution, renting out the 3 floors surrounding me, and subsequently placing some little gadgets within. He continuously adjusted his recording. The subsequent scenes depicted Su Yufeng and her family approaching the property management, particularly highlighting the double standards exhibited by the management, which even He found unsettling. Following this, the footage of Su Yufeng's family finally relenting, discussing how to resolve matters over the phone, and He confronting manager Shui of the property office in the office was showcased. Finally, the video concluded with Su Yufeng paying the deposit and apologizing to everyone. After editing, He watched it through once. Surprisingly, even he, as the person involved, found it gratifying. The contrast in attitude from the other party would evoke a sense of intrigue. Weren't they previously so formidable? Why had they now become so meek? Satisfied with the outcome, He promptly clicked upload, and while awaiting the review, he casually browsed the comment section. To his dismay, he quickly encountered some bewildering remarks. A user named Worldly Misery directly lambasted Yi's previous video. Worldly Misery. Is this it? Is this all it takes to file a lawsuit? I'm laughing. You call yourself a big shot. Let me be clear. In this day and age, winning a lawsuit is all about connections. Without any connections, good luck trying to win a case. Worldly Misery. If this lawsuit can be won, I'll be damned if I don't chop my head off for you. What? He was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern whether this individual was genuinely criticizing him or merely playing a role. The crux of the matter was that he hadn't even mentioned whether the upstairs neighbors had connections. He couldn't fathom how this person arrived at such conclusions. Numerous others had already chimed in below the comment, expressing hopes that this individual would stand firm and not delete their comment later. Some even engaged in disputes with this person, as they had deduced from the timing of the comments that the individual must be unemployed. Hesitated. He felt that as a person, one should not casually make such remarks over trivial matters, that he was merely an ordinary content creator, and there was truly no need for such hostility. However, he decided to treat it as an enemy without a dog emoji. He promptly pinned this comment and replied below, counting eyes, eagerly awaiting updates. As soon as his response appeared, he was inundated with attention. Sister Yuan. The audacious author dares to show up? When will you update? Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. What about the follow-up, author? You should know that this way, you might end up without your little JJ. Feng Qingwei. So did you win the lawsuit or not? We are dying to know. As he witnessed a flurry of comments flooding in within minutes, he was left astounded. Was this group of people living for drama? Glancing at the back end, after being reminded following his last video, he finally opened his private messages, only to see Sister Yuan's message at the top. Reply to my message. You can post videos but not reply. How did you deal with that old lady? The message was accompanied by a cute cat meme. Very soon. The video is under review. You'll know once it's released. Replied that it seemed as though he had been busy all this time, either engaged in legal battles or preparing for them, or perhaps arguing with someone. He felt as if it had been ages since he had watched any dance performances by the ladies that know. It seems that everyone has forgotten that he is still a man. Upon recalling Fang Dazhuang's somewhat formidable demeanor, Zhou Yi's heart began to race with trepidation. However, before he could peruse other private messages, he noticed that a certain individual named Worldly Suffering had actually replied, "Just waiting. What do I have to fear? Go ahead and send it. Nowadays, anyone can become a content creator. What on earth are they filming?" This? He was genuinely taken aback at this point. He felt that the other party was rather perplexing. It seemed there was no animosity among them, so why such hostility? Whether or not he was qualified to be a content creator was not for him to decide. If you find it unappealing, simply don't watch or critique constructively that he never anticipated that such a personal attack would come so abruptly. Chose not to engage further. Some individuals simply dwell in their own worlds, replacing the vastness of reality with their limited surroundings. Conspiracy theories abound, and in their rhetoric, the law had long since become mere scrap paper. The idiom to sit in a well and view the sky is remarkably apt today, as that well could represent a county, a city, or even a province. In the afternoon, he compelled Su Yufeng to apologize, and by nightfall, He was busy filming videos again. By this time, it was already quite late. And after completing his evening routine, Zhou collapsed in a bed. The absence of life's usual clamor was truly delightful. Awakening from slumber, it was already 7 o'clock the following morning. However, it is well known that in the world of youth, the time one wakes and the time one rises are never in sync, just as the time one goes to bed and the time one falls asleep are also disparate. Opening the small video platform to check his own content. Perhaps due to its non-criminal nature, the review process was significantly swifter than last time, passing the scrutiny shortly after 1 in the morning. Glancing at the comments below, it was evident that there were indeed many night owls. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. No need for further words. The lawsuit was won. So, what do you propose? Worldly suffering. Wind clear moon. Worldly suffering. Don't do anything. Just shave your head. Purple star shining moon. 1. Once Chow Amon cut his beard to save his head. Now brother suffering shaves his head in place of his own. It's quite a tale. Indeed, upon seeing the new video released, the first thing everyone did was to tag this brother. Yet, oddly yet typically, this brother appeared to have completely overlooked it. Usually residing on the platform, he would erupt at the slightest disturbance. But now it seemed as though he had uninstalled the app when Bodhisattva brother tagged him multiple times without a response. He casually typed. Another one, lasting a week, toss him out, waiting for the next. Without needing to elaborate. The tone alone revealed his seasoned cynicism that he then rewatched the video, still puzzled by the lack of results. What was the content creator planning to do? To his surprise, the content creator intended to resolve the issue by renting out all the surrounding properties. One must wonder how much this would cost, not to mention covering the exit expenses for these neighbors. Bodhisattva brother could only lament how fortunate one must be to possess such wealth. While retaliating with violence is indeed not advisable, the thrill is undeniably satisfying. Earlier, there were various shouts of just you being precious, just you being special. Yet now, the image of them unable to sleep, wanting to scream but refraining, was simply delightful, especially for Bodhisattva brother. He dreamt of witnessing his neighbor apologize, yet alas, that could only occur within the confines of the video. Another highlight was the property manager. Honestly, Bodhisattva brother had encountered many double-standard individuals. But this blatant hypocrisy rivaled that of certain foreign television stations and domestic content creators. I don't care how others behave, whether they are bruised and battered, I shall focus solely on you. Whatever you do will always be problematic. As for how to nitpick, who doesn't know how to find fault? Do you know why global warming occurs? Do you understand why the area of tropical rainforests is diminishing? It is due to your country's consumption of meat, eggs, and dairy products. It's all your fault. As for the property manager, Bodhisattva brother recalled that earlier, while watching a video, he had seen the content creator call the property management, and their response was decidedly blunt. This matter is not within our purview. We cannot manage it. Fine, since the content creator said nothing further. If it's not their responsibility, then so be it. He proceeded to report and file a lawsuit. Yet when he retaliated, the property management suddenly started to take action. It was clearly bullying the honest individuals. Thus, Bodhisattva brother began typing once more. Has anyone noticed that the property manager is unresponsive? So the property management ignores it unless there's a ruckus. I have a feeling, given the persona the content creator has presented, they must encounter the property management eventually. Constantly dealing with minor characters is rather dull. Don't you think? Once these words were spoken, the comments flooded in with replies of one. Property management issues have become a common topic of discussion. Many have experienced explosive frustrations with property management. So upon learning that this creator named E had transitioned into a serious zone content creator, everyone was eager to witness it. Some even directly suggested that Zhou should livestream while confronting others. Let us see their true colors live. That would be exhilarating. Zhou naturally observed these suggestions. But regrettably, he had no authority to decide. The triggering of tasks was entirely random. However, a livestream could indeed be arranged, though his current finances were rather limited. Otherwise, he could handle some minor matters himself. Yet, the more pressing concern was, the task needed to be completed. Long before Su Yufeng's apology, the task progress had already begun to rise. His aggressive demeanor was not intentional, for he had discovered that speaking in such a manner accelerated the task's progress. In fact, by the time he returned home to prepare for video release, the task progress had already soared to 97%. Now that the video was published, he initially thought the task would be completed. But upon viewing it, he was nearly infuriated to discover that a decimal had appeared in the task progress. Damn. 99.9%. Fortunately, he understood that since the video had only passed review in the dead of night, the view count had yet to rise to by around 10 o'clock. Finally, the task progress leapt to 100%. Done. Let us see what delightful reward the system will bestow this time. Yeah. Why is it this? Chapter 61. Did he usually display such courage? Gazing at the rewards displayed on the system interface, Joey did not find himself in tears like the protagonists of certain online novels, for that would be akin to gaining something for nothing. He was merely an ordinary young man who had unexpectedly acquired a system, and now it was offering rewards, surpassing the fortune of countless others. However, Joey felt a twinge of reluctance. Had this reward been presented to him a few days prior, he would have been overjoyed. Yet now he hesitated slightly. The reward displayed on the system interface was none other than a car. The kind with 4 rings, not the luxurious vehicles he had envisioned, nor the mere budget cars costing only a few thousand. It was simply a gas guzzler that, of course, the concern now was not whether the engine could consume oil, but whether he could afford the petrol. He found it curious why the system would offer such a precise reward this time. Was it perhaps because he had envied the director Wong from his former company for driving a similar car? Never mind. A car reward is better than none, and crucially, in addition to the vehicle, the system's reward included a parking space. Underground parking space B032 in UFU community. This would be his parking spot. System. Claim the reward. He said cheerfully. Even if he could no longer afford fuel in the future, selling the car would also be quite acceptable. System reward has been distributed. Accompanied by this announcement, Joey knew that the car was now parked in the designated spot, and the car keys appeared on his desk. Grasping the car keys, he felt a surge of excitement. One must admit. As a man, the things he cherished were simply these: beautiful women, luxury cars, and camaraderie among men. Just as he was about to head out to inspect his vehicle, he suddenly noticed a line of numbers appearing at the bottom of the system interface. Current task completion count. 2-5. Evaluation. Ordinary serious individual. Joey believed he had not previously seen this line of display, so it must have refreshed after he completed 2 tasks. This meant that upon completing 3 more tasks, his evaluation would change. As a seasoned gamer and narrative enthusiast, Joey was particularly attuned to such alterations. However, this system was as cryptic as a riddle. While other systems might offer a vague disclaimer, his system remained uncommunicative. Nevertheless, with no time for conjecture, Joey swiftly made his way to the underground parking garage, as the elevator in their residential building directly descended to the garage, though he had never ventured there before. Upon arriving in the garage, Joey's initial impression was that it felt somewhat eerie. Setting aside other considerations, being alone here at night was a tad unsettling. Following the directional signs, Joey quickly located his parking space and beheld the sleek black A6 with 4 rings that the system had assigned him. Its smooth, jet black body instantly captivated his attention. In that moment, regardless of his previous thoughts, at least at this juncture, Joey felt his heart racing with exhilaration. He was now a car owner, and that sensation was truly marvelous. Akin to the thrill he experienced upon first seeing his own home. He inspected the vehicle from left to right, settled inside to savor the experience. The feeling was simply exhilarating. Individuals who possess vehicles often share a common experience: the acquisition of their very first car, which initially holds immense value, prompting one to guard it jealously. In those early days, one might find oneself washing it frequently, driving with utmost caution, fearful of any potential harm that could befall it. However, as time progresses, such vigilance tends to wane. Washing the car becomes a rare occurrence, often dismissed with the thought, if it's not raining, why bother? Currently, Joey has yet to reach that level of nonchalance. After contemplating for quite some time, he resolves to take his new vehicle for a spin. Having obtained his driver's license ages ago, back in university when many of his peers banded together to enroll in driving schools, he has since seldom laid hands on a car. Fortunately, since returning to his hometown, he has frequently driven his father's Wuling Hong Wong, allowing him to retain some semblance of familiarity with driving. Yet, where to go? Yesterday he seemed to have received a lawyer's letter, so perhaps a visit to his former company would be in order today. As Fong, the lawyer, had remarked, one must inform them. Whoever does not sue is a fool. Indeed, he would proceed with that thought in mind. Zhou is certainly not one to flaunt his new vehicle. That is not his character to at that moment, within the confines of his former workplace. Chairman Zhao Yud was addressing his brother-in-law, saying, "So, at this point, you have yet to resolve this matter?" Wang Yuhang, the director, replied helplessly, "Brother-in-law, I cannot be blamed for this." It appears that the young man seems somewhat lacking in clarity. Once the arbitration concludes, we shall promptly initiate legal proceedings that I have already reached out to colleagues within the industry. It is highly probable that Zhou will struggle to secure interviews during this period. Originally, they had anticipated that he would contact them, but in the absence of such communication, they resorted to sending a lawyer's letter that if he refuses to agree to an out-of-court settlement, then they would certainly sue him. "We will sue him for the substantial losses he caused the company during his employment." Zhao Yud nodded. An employee's departure was a minor issue for him. Given the reputable standing of Jiaqing Design Company, limited within the industry, his interest was piqued mainly because such events had never occurred before. Previous employees had typically been intimidated into compliance. Those with grievances were simply dragged through the necessary procedures until their frustrations dissipated, after which some concessions could be made. Is he not seeking employment? A mere year post-graduation, I have heard his family situation is rather ordinary, and he is not even a local of Jingzhou, Zhao Yud remarked with curiosity. Wang Yuhang shook his head. "I do not know. In any case, I have not heard any news of him securing a job." "Well, let's resolve this swiftly. He must eventually seek employment, that today's youth seem unaware of the consequences. They resign from stable jobs at will. We need to hire someone quickly, and the new recruits must be properly trained," Wang Yuhang acknowledged, pushing open the door to exit. Upon reaching the designer's office area, he overheard a commotion. "Why aren't you all working diligently?" "Zoe." It was none other than Wang Yuhang who spotted Zhou amidst a gathering of former colleagues exchanging pleasantries. How serendipitous! Just moments ago, he had been discussing Zhou, assuming he would not dare show his face. Yet here he was. Wang Yuhang silently chuckled to himself. Indeed, youth is characterized by audacity. "Zhou, what brings you here? Do not forget that you have been dismissed from the company. You are no longer an employee here." Wang Yuhang approached Zhou, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a serious expression. The colleagues in the office fell silent, exchanging glances filled with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Zhou raised his head and smiled. "Ah, Director Wang, did you not invite me? You even had our legal counsel send me a lawyer's letter stating that if I refused to settle out of court, you would sue me, claiming I caused the company significant losses during my previous employment." "Director Wang, one must speak with integrity. I have worked diligently for a year, almost to the point of exhaustion, and now you allege that I caused the company immense losses. Where was this concern when I was working?" This unexpected turn of events piqued the interest of Zhou's former colleagues, who were aware of the legal battle brewing between him and the company. Realizing the sensitivity of the situation, Wang Yuhang cleared his throat. "Let us discuss this in my office." However, it seemed that the opposing party was genuinely apprehensive, which was understandable. Such matters could instill fear in anyone. Moreover, there were precedents for such situations. Yet Zhou stood his ground. "No need, Director Wang. Surely there is nothing improper between us. Let us speak here. Kindly elucidate how I caused the company significant losses, for I am completely unaware." "Very well, let us speak here. Previously, you caused losses to the company, but the company chose not to inform you, hoping to nurture your potential. Now that you have no intention of continuing your tenure, the company must naturally seek to recover those losses. Did I ask there an issue with that?" Upon hearing this, Zhou chuckled. Wang Yuhang was indeed adept at rhetoric, delivering his arguments with a veneer of righteousness, imbued with a tone of regret, as if Zhou had wronged the company. "If that is the case, then there is no problem, Director Wang, that I shall take my leave now." "Ha! You are leaving?" Wang Yuhang was taken aback. "Indeed, I do not consent to an out-of-court settlement, hence there is nothing more to discuss. You may proceed with the lawsuit." "Oh, And Director Wong, allow me to emphasize, whoever does not sue is a fool. With that, Zhou Yi turned on his heel and departed, leaving a bewildered Wang Yuhang in his wake. This individual, Zhou Yi, had he always been this bold? Chapter 62. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Within the office area, Wang Yuhang found himself momentarily stunned. The audacity to directly engage in arbitration with the company and to refuse mediation prior to it was clearly a pursuit for monetary gain, especially since no contract had been signed. Such individuals were not unheard of. If he could not find work locally, he would inevitably return to negotiate with the company. After all, Jingzhou is not a first-tier city. It may appear substantial. But once one enters a specific circle, it is evident that it is not as expansive as one might think. After a period of silence, Wang Yuhang could no longer contain himself and decided to employ a lawyer's letter as leverage. However, this intimidation tactic backfired, as Zhou Yi had the audacity to confront them, declaring that anyone who refrained from suing was a fool. Frankly, Wang Yuhang had never encountered such a person in his life. This predicament left him genuinely flustered. While threats were one thing, the probability of winning a lawsuit was slim, as court proceedings necessitate concrete evidence. Yet to refrain from suing in front of so many witnesses would severely undermine his authority. As Wang Yuhang wrestled with his thoughts, Zhou Yi's former colleagues began to murmur amongst themselves. Hey, did you know I just want to pick up some takeout? And on my way back, I happened to see Zhou Yi. Do you know what car he is driving now? An Audi. Really, sister fan? Who would have thought Zhou Yi could afford a new car, especially after resigning? Well, I can't say for sure. He must have some money. I think this time, Director Wang won't find it easy to intimidate him, that today's youth are not easily swayed. Their whispers grew louder, catching Wang Yuhang's attention, prompting him to shoot them a glare before retreating to his office. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi was already en route home, that he had come to see through individuals like Wang Yuhang, who, upon acquiring a modicum of power, forget their humility, that he was curious to see whether they would actually proceed with a lawsuit. After stopping to refuel, Zhou Yi was struck by a singular thought. What was the point of driving such a car? When factoring in parking and fuel expenses, it was far more economical to take a taxi. Time had flown by, and Zhou Yi felt the need to return home to strategize his future. Most importantly, figuring out how to activate his tasks. From the information he had gathered, it appeared that only he could trigger these tasks. But whether he could assist others remained contingent upon the system's parameters. Perhaps once the progress bar filled, there would be new developments. As he pondered these matters, Zhou Yi arrived at the entrance of his residential community. Having completed the necessary paperwork for his parking space, he proceeded into the complex. Upon entering, he noticed a crowd gathered at the property management's office, seemingly waiting for something. Today was still a workday. Yet it was only noon. He decided to ignore it for the moment and focus on parking his car. With each step he took, he felt as though his wallet was lamenting the expenses. Although the saying goes that for Audi owners, as long as oil prices remain stable, they have nothing to worry about, Zhou Yi could not afford such luxuries. Following the directional signs, he navigated into the underground parking, meandering until he located his designated spot. Glancing through the windshield, he saw a vehicle parked in his space, an unfamiliar Japanese model. Surprised, Zhou Yi wondered if he had mistakenly parked in the wrong spot. After all, this parking garage was vast, and he had only visited once before. Misjudgment was entirely plausible. Thus, he exited his vehicle to investigate further. The B-zone seemed correct. There should not be another B-zone. The parking number, 032, matched as well. Rationally speaking, it was improbable for another 032 to exist in this expansive garage. Therefore, the only conclusion was that his designated space had been occupied. Observing the vehicle before him, he pondered whether this was merely a temporary situation. After all, the UFO community is situated in a prime location, with parking spaces in high demand. The underground parking is often shared among residents. With the arrival of foreign vehicles, many of them were parked in the underground garage. Consequently, Zhou Yi decided to check if there were any contact numbers left on the cars. That he meticulously scanned the surroundings for quite some time, but found no numbers. Despite having seen such chaotic parking without contact details in various short videos before, he felt his temper rising at that moment, especially when he took out his phone to call the owner, only to discover that the wretched underground garage had no signal. Never mind, it was just a trivial matter. Zhou Yi got into his car, exited the garage, found a spot that wouldn't obstruct other vehicles, and promptly began calling to inquire about the owner's contact information. After providing the license plate number, the owner's phone number was promptly sent to him, and the kind customer service representative even informed Joe that there was a one-click relocation feature in a traffic management app. Surprised by such a useful feature, Joe quickly downloaded the app, then registered his driver's license and other necessary details as instructed, and began the one-click relocation process. I still need to take a picture. Joey drove back down to the garage to take the required photos, then returned upstairs to click on the application for relocation. 10 minutes passed, without any response. Joey clicked to remind the system. Yet still, there was no movement. Never mind, he would just contact the owner directly. Referring to the number he had previously obtained, Joey called the owner, and this time, the call connected rather swiftly. Hello, is this the owner of the vehicle with license plate Han, a 28G76? However, before Joey could finish his sentence, the other party abruptly hung up without a hint of hesitation. Joey was taken aback. What was going on? Did the person misunderstand? Or did they think he was a scammer? He called again, and thankfully, this time there were no unexpected interruptions. The call connected quickly. Yet as soon as the line was established, the other party began to yell. Damn telemarketer, stop bothering me, will you? What's wrong with you? They actually thought he was a salesperson? Joey hurriedly replied, I'm not a salesperson. Your car is occupying my parking space. What do you mean my car is occupying your parking space? Who are you? I have a parking space. Are you out of your mind? After this declaration, the call was hung up again. Joey stared at his phone, beginning to question humanity. Were people really this irritable these days? Could they not just listen to him finish his explanation? Moreover, what did they mean by having their own parking space? Why was it that he saw their car parked in his designated spot? Was it his eyesight that was failing? No, he needed to approach the property management to clarify the situation. Previously, he had refrained from entering the property management office due to the crowd, but now it was unavoidable. He wrote his phone number on a piece of paper and placed it behind the windshield wiper, as that was the only option left. Understanding his own frustration at being unable to contact the owner, he was determined not to let that happen. After carefully checking the surroundings to ensure he wouldn't impede the flow of traffic, Joey nodded in satisfaction and proceeded towards the property management office. Upon arrival, he realized that the crowd was not as large as he had initially thought. It merely appeared overwhelming due to the disorder. He approached a man and inquired, Hey brother, what is going on? Why is everyone at the property management office? The man sized up Joey before responding. Are you a resident of this community? The property management informed the residents that they are starting to register for elevator cards today. Joey suddenly understood. It was related to that he had heard an attendant mention it a few days prior, but hadn't he anticipated the property management would begin registration so swiftly. But there usually no rush for registration. Logically speaking, they should accommodate anyone at any time. Why is everyone crammed in here? The man sighed. Well, it's because the property management announced that there's only a 3-day concentrated registration period. And those who register within these 3 days will receive their elevator cards for free. Previously, there had been news that the elevator card fees would be high, and now that they're free, everyone is eager to come. So that was the reason. Joey eyed the property management office with skepticism. Could they really be so generous? During his time living here, he had spoken with Granny Lou and others about the property management, which had a notorious reputation for being indifferent and charging for everything. Now, they were offering free elevator card registration. He distinctly remembered that they had charged him 20 yuan for the access card previously. Never mind, he would not dwell on that for now. He was here to address the issue regarding the parking space. It seemed he couldn't even squeeze into the office, so he took out his phone and began to call. Hello. If you wish to register for an elevator card, please come to the property management office. Just as the person on the line was about to hang up, Joey hurriedly interjected. Wait, don't hang up. I'm not here to register for an elevator card. I want to ask what to do about my parking space being occupied. The caller hesitated, finally responding with curiosity. Your parking space is occupied? Where is it? Did you rent it or purchase it? It's in the underground level B, parking space 032, which I purchased, and it's currently being occupied by a vehicle. The property management staff on the other end replied directly, then you can contact the owner and ask them to move the car. I did contact them, but the owner insisted that it was their parking space, which is why I'm reaching out to you for assistance. This is a dispute between you two. The property management cannot intervene. You still need to, maintaining a calm demeanor, interjected. You should clarify that you cannot intervene, right? I my parking space, one that I purchased from your property management. Don't I have to pay an annual management fee for it? Now that my parking space is occupied, you saying you can't assist? What is this? When it comes to charging fees, you never mentioned that you can't intervene, right? So what are you collecting money for? Last time, when Su Yufeng caused disturbances, you claimed you couldn't intervene and suggested taking legal action. Now, to hear you say you can't help again is quite frustrating. If you can't assist, then don't charge fees. Right? The property management staff on the other end was already growing impatient. When I say we can't intervene, it means we can't intervene. What is your problem? Why are you being so unreasonable? Unfortunately, the next words from the property management staff were abruptly silenced. The person on the other end spoke up. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Yi, and I live in Building 2. Unit 1602. If you have something to say, please say it quickly. I'm in a hurry. Indeed, he was in a hurry. The previous spot was a designated parking space. While it didn't obstruct anything, Zhou Yi's personality wouldn't allow him to park there long term, that if his new car were scratched by passing vehicles, he would be heartbroken. Zhou Yi, the staff was struck by a sense of familiarity with the name. And suddenly it dawned on them. Wait, Zhou Yi, wasn't he the one who had clashed with Su Yufeng, forcing her to apologize? How could it be him? The tone of the staff immediately shifted. Oh, Mr. Zhou, so it's you. You mentioned your parking space is occupied, correct? Where are you now? I'll send someone to check it out. I'm right outside the property management office. The entrance is blocked. So just have someone come down to the garage to find me. After informing the staff of the garage number, Zhou Yi drove down. Meanwhile, in the property management office, the young staff member who had just taken the call hurriedly shouted, Sister Ma. Sister Ma, Zhou Yi just called to say his parking space is occupied and that we need to check it out. Not far away, Ma Lily turned her head. She had initially planned to say they couldn't intervene regarding the occupied parking space. But upon hearing that name, she suddenly felt apprehensive. All right, have old Xie go check it out, and if he can move the car, let him do so. Zhou Yi waited for about 10 minutes when a security guard in his 50s approached. Old Xie, whose full name was Xie Jun, had worked various jobs in his youth, but was now aging and could only work as a security guard here. You are Zhou Yi, right? You mentioned your parking space is occupied? Old Xie approached Zhou Yi and inquired. Zhou Yi nodded and pointed to the driveway ahead. Look, this is the spot. I purchased this parking space, but now it's occupied by that person's vehicle. When I called, they claimed it was their space. He says it's his. And you say it's yours? Old Xie looked perplexed. Zhou Yi produced the purchase contract for the parking space he had diligently prepared, saying, See, I bought this parking space from the property management, and I pay the annual management fee. Look at this number. This is mine. By the way, the adjacent one is also mine. It turned out that Zhou Yi hadn't examined closely before. But now, upon presenting the contract, he discovered that the system had indeed assigned him 2 parking spaces, though he was unsure why only one was mentioned in the rewards. Old Xie took the contract and scrutinized it for a while before saying, It seems to be yours. Why do you have 2 parking spaces for just one car? I wanted to buy 2 spaces because one isn't enough for my car to fit. Is that okay? Zhou Yi replied. That's fine. But why does he claim it's his? Old Xie asked. Zhou Yi shrugged. That's why I called you here. You should park your car here for now. After all, both spaces belong to you. I'll have my colleague check his vehicle. We have contact information for all residents. No need, I already have his number. Just call this one that I believe he has blocked me. Old Xie nodded, looked at the phone number, and began dialing. Hello, this is the property management of our community that we received a complaint from a resident stating that your vehicle is occupying his parking space. When we called you, you claimed that it was your space, that we would like to inquire about the situation. A voice came through the phone. Property management. Inquire. What do you mean my car is occupying someone else's space? That space is mine. Lao Xie replied, puzzled, but the resident has presented a contract for the sale of the parking space, which can verify that it indeed belongs to him. What do you have to say about that? What is there to say? It's been over a year, and I park there every day. How can it suddenly belong to someone else? That's it, I've got things to do. With that, the call ended, leaving Lao Xie stunned, while Zhou Yi appeared somewhat dazed as well. After all, Lao Xie had been on speakerphone.so. The other party had been parking there for over a year. Chapter 64. Could you please move your car? It is quite common for individuals to develop a subconscious belief that something they have possessed for an extended period is inherently theirs. This phenomenon can be observed in various instances throughout life. Beginning from childhood, it is a peculiar affliction, one not exclusive to humanity. For instance, consider a study room or a library seat by the window, a prime spot. One individual occupies that seat daily, and over time, others become reluctant to dispute this unspoken claim, tacitly accepting that the seat belongs to him. Then one day, a newcomer arrives, oblivious to the established norm, and takes the coveted spot. The original occupant is incensed, exclaiming, "I've been sitting here for a year. This seat is mine. How dare you sit in my place?" Zhou Yi felt that his situation mirrored this scenario, with only a slight distinction. For example, this parking space is indeed his. Regardless of the circumstances, the system clearly indicates that he purchased the space over a year ago. Zhou Yi wisely refrained from overanalyzing the underlying principles of this matter. After all, the system's existence alone should suffice to validate his ownership. Yet, the other party maintained an attitude of "I've parked here for a year. It is mine," indicating a lack of intent to engage in reasoned discourse. To speak candidly, Zhou Yi believed that the plethora of disputes in life arises from people's unwillingness to engage in rational dialogue, that if everyone were to adhere to reason, would there be so many conflicts among neighbors? Thus, his predicament differed somewhat from the issue of occupying a space. Nonetheless, it mattered little. The system had not yet triggered any tasks, suggesting that the moment had not yet arrived. Now you see, that space is mine, yet someone else is occupying it, and they refuse to move their car. What do you suggest we do? Zhou Yi addressed Lao Xie. Lao Xie's brow furrowed into a frown as he hesitated. But you still have another parking space. Right. Why not park there temporarily while the property management contacts him to have him move his car? Considering the security guard before him, Zhou Yi nodded. That could work, but you should inform your manager. I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Since I have paid for it, your property management must address the issue of my parking space being occupied. This is not a matter that can simply be dismissed. By noon tomorrow at the latest. I need a resolution. If the other party is to move their car, they must contact me. Otherwise, your manager will know the consequences. This was not to say that workers should not complicate matters for one another. Rather, Zhou Yi was attempting to activate a task. According to his earlier assumptions, to activate a task, one must first exhaust all avenues of remedy. So, he decided to observe how the situation would unfold. After parking in the adjacent space, Zhou Yi took the elevator home. As soon as he arrived, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was Manager Shui, who surprisingly called back rather promptly. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhou? I need to clarify this matter with you. Regarding the parking space, we were only aware that it had been sold, but we did not know to whom it was sold, and you have not raised any concerns until now." As expected, Manager Shui spoke courteously. As Zhou Yi had previously perceived, this individual was quite diplomatic and was not one to escalate matters to argument. However, despite his seemingly extensive dialogue, the core issue remained unresolved. A common grievance among people today is that politeness does not resolve problems. Various online customer service representatives are exceptionally cordial, using terms of endearment. Yet when it comes to resolving issues, has anything truly changed? Thus, Zhou Yi's tone remained unwavering. Manager Shui was polite, but that did not alter the situation. "Manager Shui, I will refrain from further elaboration. The matter is as follows. You are property management, and since my parking space is occupied, it is your responsibility to resolve this issue. I do not care how you handle it. In any case, that space is mine, and I need to park my car there tomorrow." "But Mr. Zhou, you have 2 parking spaces. You could..." Zhou Yi hung up, uninterested in further conversation. The fact that he had 2 parking spaces was not the reason someone else was occupying a space. If one had 2 houses and I were homeless, could I simply move into one of those houses because they had an abundance of space? In essence, many individuals do not regard parking spaces with the same gravity as housing. Illegally occupying someone else's home carries numerous legal ramifications, while asserting one's rights over a parking space is fraught with challenges. Not to mention the myriad classifications of parking spaces: those owned by individuals, those with planning rights, spaces without ownership but controlled by developers, and those shared among all residents, etc., coupled with the developers and property management's careless handling, selling or renting at will, has led to utter chaos surrounding parking issues. Due to the suddenness of the situation, he had only activated his recording device, fortunately capturing the phone call from the space occupier. This would provide ample material for his upcoming video. Those individuals on that small platform who lamented their lack of content creation now had something to work with. He opened his computer to draft a script, meticulously planning his video. After working diligently for some time, his phone rang again. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. To answer or not to answer. What the heck, I'll pick up soon. The call connected, and a voice emerged. Hello? Are you the owner of the vehicle with license plate HON 52453? It was a young woman, her voice sounding quite youthful. Checking the time, it was around 7 o'clock, just after work hours. Yes, I'm the owner of that vehicle. May I ask what this is regarding? He replied casually, taking a sip of tea beside him. Oh, your car is parked in my space. Please come down and move it. The pleasant voice responded. He nearly choked on his tea. What did you say? My car is parked in your space. And you want me to move it? Yes, that's right. This is your car, isn't it? The number is right in front of you. Hurry up. How can you be so inconsiderate? You can't just occupy a parking space indiscriminately. You need to come down immediately. I'm calling you. With that, she abruptly hung up the phone, leaving in a state of disbelief. My 2 parking spaces were occupied by others all along. Move my car? Huh, fine. Grabbed the contract and prepared his action camera. In this day and age, one must have evidence when venturing out. Chapter 65. I've been walking on this planet for over 20 years. In front of the parking space, Sulina was on the phone. Wait a moment. Mom, I don't know who has occupied my parking space. Yes, I just called them to move their car. People are becoming increasingly inconsiderate these days. Hold on, Mom. I'm hanging up. IT seems like he is coming over. After ending the call, Sulina looked at the man approaching her. Are you the owner of that car? Please move it promptly. I'm quite busy. For Sulina, life was best when it proceeded without unexpected interruptions. Whether going to or returning from work, she cherished the orderly feeling of her routine. Incidents like her parking space being occupied drove her to frustration. Though seemingly trivial, such unexpected events were not to her liking. Thus, she was eager to have the other party move his vehicle. Glanced at the fashionable young woman before him, noting her appealing appearance and the stylish little Mercedes parked beside her. What are you staring at? Hurry up and move your car. I'm genuinely in a rush, Sulina urged. Finally, he spoke. You claim this is your parking space? Yes, this is my parking space. Do I really need to prove that to you? Of course. You need to provide proof. He pointed to the action camera on his chest. You can't just assert ownership without evidence. These days, one must speak with substantiation. Sulina was taken aback. I've parked here for a year. All the neighbors know. Parking here for a year makes it yours? I've been treading this earth for nearly 20 years and haven't dared to claim it as mine. Sir, you're being unreasonable. Who is being unreasonable? Just take a look. I purchased this parking space previously. I simply haven't parked here until you took it. Now you expect me to move my car? No. Sir, according to your argument, you can't just declare this space as yours without proof, right? You need to provide evidence. Sulina countered. You can't just say whatever you like when I claim it as mine. You demand proof, and when you claim it's yours, I must provide evidence as well. You want evidence? No problem. After saying this, under Sulina's bewildered gaze, took out the sales contract from his pocket. To be honest, by conventional standards, a parking space with ownership rights should come with a title deed. However, lacking that, he had to carry this sales contract everywhere. Sulina was stunned. This man actually carried the sales contract with him. She hurriedly took the contract and examined it closely. B District 031, indeed, it was this parking space that's so. After parking here for a year, it turned out to belong to someone else. Moreover, 032, the other party, had actually purchased 2 parking spaces. Do you still want me to move my car? Miss, I haven't even asked you for a year's parking fee, and yet you claim I'm being unreasonable? Zhou Yi looked at Su Lina in front of him. The poor girl had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events, and thus she quickly replied, Big brother, please don't label me unfairly. I didn't just park here casually. I rented this space from the property management. What? You rented it from the property management? Do you have any proof? I bought this parking space from the property, so it stands to reason they wouldn't rent out a space that has already been sold. Is it possible for such a situation to occur? Yes, and there have even been instances where certain property managements rented out owners' unoccupied houses. Zhou Yi had only discovered that the house and parking space assigned to him by the system had been purchased over a year ago. This was corroborated by Grandma Lu, who mentioned that the family living downstairs had moved out over a year ago, and the house had been renovated after their departure. Thus, it was not strange that the place had remained unoccupied. After all, newly renovated houses need time to air out, so. Although he had only activated the system last month, it seemed the arrangements had been made long before. Such thoughts sent a chill down his spine. However, it was fortunate that since acquiring the system, his life had become considerably more joyful, and it felt as though he was not merely breaking even, but truly profiting. This reminded Zhou Yi of a line from a certain film by Stephen Chow, spoken by the late Ing Man Tat. Damn, I'm the master of the system. Su Lin had already taken out her phone, scrolling through it incessantly until she finally said, Found it? Look, big brother, this is my chat record with a staff member from the property. Xiao Su. At that time, I had just bought a car and was preparing to rent a parking space from the property when Xiao Su informed me that a space had just been rented out. But the other party backed out. If I wanted to rent it, I could have it at a cheaper rate, but I couldn't sign a contract. I thought, since it's all within the community, the property management wouldn't run off. So, we agreed on it. Look, this is the transfer record. Zhou Yi took the phone, scrutinizing the monthly transfer records, which were quite clear. Returning the phone, he shook his head and remarked, You must have been scammed. In this day and age, having any form of record is better than having none. Renting a parking space without a contract, and they didn't even issue you a receipt? Were you that reckless? I just don't know if the property management is aware of this situation. But even if Manager Shui is oblivious, if their employee deceives someone in the name of the company, they must bear some responsibility. Based on Manager Shui's previous phone call, it seemed the other party was unaware that the parking space had been rented out privately. Su Lina now only looked up to the sky in despair. Then, big brother, your car is parked here too. How about I park outside for now? That's a good idea. Su Lina exclaimed. Oh, but we still need to consult the property management. You see, big brother, I really have something to do. Shall we go tomorrow instead? Su Lina hurriedly suggested. That's fine. Coincidentally, the property manager needs to contact me tomorrow. You see the parking space next to it. That is also mine, and it's being occupied as well. Haha, big brother, you are really wealthy. The girl rushed off in a flurry, leaving Zhou Yi staring at the 2 parking spaces before him. He hadn't expected that this situation had arisen from the property management renting out spaces. This matter was becoming increasingly surreal. Furthermore, the person who had occupied his parking space for a year only needed to move his car. But judging by the other party's attitude, it was time to consult Lawyer Fong. After making a call, half an hour later, they sat across from each other in a familiar CAF. Speak, Zhou Yi. What is the matter this time? Lawyer Fong took a sip of his enhanced coffee and chuckled. Back when I was in the Magic City, no one cared for my business this much. It was indeed excessive care. There were consultations and lawsuits every few days, all over trivial matters, leading Fong to regard Zhou Yi as not merely a friend, but a confidant. This time it involves parking spaces. Here is the gist of it. Zhou Yi outlined the situation regarding the 2 parking spaces once more, then fell silent, knowing that Fong would grasp his intent. Fong sipped his coffee and began to ponder, soon stating, This matter is simple. Your parking space was occupied for just over a year, so let us consider it a year. Have and compensate you according to your community's rental fees. Additionally, you can sue the property management. They collected management fees for the parking space, so they are responsible. They watched your space being occupied and did nothing. Thus, you can demand a refund of the management fees. The same applies to the second parking space. Request the previous rental fees from the property management. Along with compensation, your evidence is quite solid, so rest assured. Finally, Fong seemed somewhat regretful, saying, "What a pity, it's unfortunate your car wasn't purchased during that time." Zhou, he remained speechless. Why did it seem as though Fong was uninterested in merely compensating a sum of money? As if he were contemplating how to put the other party behind bars. Meanwhile, in the property management office, Manager Shui was on the phone. "Xiaofei, come move the car tomorrow. Trust me, that guy is particularly stubborn. You know, previously, to get the tenant upstairs, Su Yufeng, to feel appeased, he even rented the adjacent house." He recounted Zhou Yi's achievements, concluding with, "Just come and move it. I'll find you another parking space afterward. Be a little accommodating. Don't be too aggressive, all right? All right, brother. I'll come over tomorrow, that I'm doing this for your sake. Otherwise, I'd just park there for 10 days or half a month. Can he drag my car out? If you don't speak, what tow truck could possibly enter? If he dares to play tricks, it's not like there aren't cameras there. I'll call the police and have him arrested." Chapter 66. This is a personal act of the other party. Originally, a beautiful day began with a bowl of old jar pickled beef noodles and a shuanghui sausage. However, after watching the news, Zhou decisively threw away all the noodles and sausages in his house. He casually boiled some noodles, finished eating, and then watched lively yet chaotic dance performances by young ladies on Bilibili, feeling time fly by. Before long, it was almost 11 o'clock. Hadn't he told Manager Shui to reach out before noon yesterday? Still no news. Just as he contemplated whether to make a phone call to inquire, his phone rang. Upon answering, it was Su Lina, the girl who had rented the parking space. "Hello, Miss Su. What is the matter?" On the other end, Su Lina sounded quite helpless. "Big brother, didn't you say you would ask the property management about the situation today? It's almost noon now. I was indeed planning to ask. I haven't received any calls either. But I'll head over now. Where are you?" "Oh, I'm right at the property management entrance." "Zhou, then why don't you go in and ask? Why wait for me to arrive? I'm a bit scared to go in alone." Zhou gathered his things, fully equipped, and made his way to the property management office, where the young lady Su was already waiting. He waved casually and headed straight inside, leaving the young lady in awe of his commanding presence. "Excuse me, is your manager in?" Upon entering, Zhou directly called out to the staff at the front desk. "Who are you? Can't you knock before entering?" The manager asked. It's Mr. Zhou." Ma Lily's expression changed swiftly upon recognizing Zhou. She quickly swallowed her words regarding the manager's absence. The young lady Su looked on in astonishment. This brother seemed incredibly impressive. Was this really the property management of their community? She knew well that this property management was notoriously unhelpful. People often left feeling ignored. Now she wondered if she had misremembered. "It's me, the manager isn't here. I had a scheduled time with him yesterday." Zhou looked at Ma Lily. She quickly replied, "He is here. The manager is in the office and should be waiting for you. Come, I'll take you in. And this lady is..." "Oh, she's with me. She has matters to discuss with the manager." Ma Lily nodded, not asking further questions, as her job was merely to escort them in. What the manager did was his business. "Knock, knock, knock." "Manager Shui, Mr. Zhou is here to see you. He said he had an appointment with you yesterday." Inside the office, Manager Shui abruptly looked up, a hint of astonishment flashing across his face, as if surprised that Ma Lily had actually brought someone in. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "Mr. Zhou, welcome. Please make yourself comfortable. I was just about to call you." Regarding such remarks, Zhou expressed that they hardly register with him. These individuals are like that. If you do not seek them out, they can postpone matters until next year. However, the moment you approach them, they will utter phrases like, "Oh, I was just about to call you," or "I was just looking for you when you happened to arrive," and other such nonsense. "The young lady is..." She's involved with my other parking space. Let us not discuss her. Let us talk about my situation." Manager Shui, where is the person? Wasn't he had agreed that the car would be moved? Zhou lifted his gaze and fixed his stare on Manager Shui. Manager Shui hesitated for a moment before responding. "Mr. Zhou, please do not rush. Allow me to explain. The other party's vehicle owner encountered a last-minute issue, which may cause a delay. Would you mind waiting here for a bit?" "A last-minute issue at such a time?" Zhou regarded Manager Shui with a skeptical expression. How about you give them a call right now? Noticing manager Shue's displeasure, Joey clarified, we should ascertain how long this delay is expected to last. We cannot afford to waste our time due to such matters. So his issues are important, but ours are not. Manager Shue forced a smile and replied, if that is the case, I will inquire further. Just as he took out his phone, Joey interjected, oh, right, remember to put it on speaker. The forced smile on Manager Shue's face vanished. Meanwhile, outside the community, a slightly overweight man was engrossed in an intense game of mahjong at a nearby parlor. Whiteboard! You dare call a whiteboard at this moment? UVE1, Lao Song. You've shot yourself in the foot again. The slightly portly Song Xiaofei, with red eyes, retorted, it's just 3 consecutive rounds. What is the big deal? Just a little money. Let us keep going, but if you win, don't think you can escape. At that moment, his phone rang, and upon glancing at it, his expression turned impatient. Hello, bro. What is going on now? Can't they wait? I am in the middle of a game. In the manager's office, Zhou exchanged glances with Miss Xiao Su, and then looked back at Manager Shui. Bro, in the middle of a game? What is going on? On the other end, Song Xiaofei, preoccupied with the game, remarked, Bro, who is speaking? It's fine. I'll hang up for now and call back once I'm done. Manager Shue's face visibly darkened. Who is your bro? What are you babbling about? I'll give you 20 minutes to return. Otherwise, I'll have your vehicle towed. After saying this, he hung up without waiting for a response. Zhou Yi and Miss Xiao Su exchanged doubtful glances with Manager Shui, who once again forced a smile. Mr. Zhou, I assure you that he will arrive within 20 minutes. Oh, by the way, does this young lady have any issues? Zhou Yi scoffed, noting how abruptly the topic shifted. More jarring than a poorly written scene by a hack. Her situation is such that I initially purchased 2 parking spaces, but since my house has been under renovation for a year without occupancy and I have not bought a car, my parking space was inexplicably rented out to her by the property management. Manager Shui, how you explain this? Manager Shue's expression turned into a mask of disbelief. What? Your other parking space was rented to her? That is impossible. The property management does not rent out sold spaces. Mr. Zhou, we are a legitimate property management company. It is impossible to rent out spaces that have already been sold. You must believe us. Zhou, he shook his head. I believe you, but the evidence does not. Your staff indeed rented the space out and collected payment. Nearby, Miss Xiao Su cooperatively retrieved her phone, showing Manager Shui the chat and transaction records. Suzikian? Manager Shui fell silent for a moment, then looked at Miss Xiao Su. Miss, I am not entirely certain about this matter, but I can call Manager Su, who is responsible for property security. However, this matter should not involve the property management because, you see, the payment was made directly to him personally, without any receipt from the property management or a contract. Thus, it constitutes a personal transaction. Ah. Miss Xiao Su was momentarily taken aback. She genuinely lacked knowledge in this area and felt that Manager Shue's explanation made a certain degree of sense. Zhou, he shook his head. Manager Shui, that is not quite right. After all, that Manager Su is your staff member and rented out the space in the name of the property management. Now you say it has nothing to do with the property management. That seems rather inappropriate. Manager Shui shook his head. Mr. Zhou, that is merely your perspective, that I maintain that the property management is not involved in this matter, as I was unaware of it from the outset. Ridiculous. He certainly could not acknowledge this. If he did, how would the property management's business proceed in the future? Zhou Yi smiled wryly. If you refuse to acknowledge it and insist it's not an issue, then what need is there for the law? Or for a lawyer like Fangda? Thus, Manager Shui, perhaps you should summon Manager Su to clarify this issue. We must resolve this matter clearly and see if it was his personal decision or if the property management instructed him to do so. Manager Shui hesitated. He was not privy to the details. Yet he understood the implications. They often operated in this manner with parking spaces that had been sold but not utilized for a long time, that if the owners discovered this, they would laugh it off, dragging it out, and only when absolutely cornered would they consider compensation. During this drawn-out process, many owners would abandon the pursuit due to various reasons. After all, the past is the past, and they felt they had not truly lost anything. However, there was no choice. After making the call, Manager Su soon arrived. Chapter 67. File any complaint you wish. Do not hold back. Manager Su. This owner claims you rented out Mr. Zhou as parking space to her, and the payment was made directly to you. What is happening here? Why are you renting out spaces that have already been sold? Manager Shue's expression was grave. Manager Su, slightly younger, had yet to respond when Miss Xiao Su displayed the chat and transaction records, prompting him to panic. Manager Shue, didn't you instruct me to do this? You said those spaces were just sitting there, and it would be better to rent them out for the benefit of our other owners. I instructed you to do this. Manager Su exclaimed. You cannot make baseless accusations. When did I ever tell you to do this? This is illegal. Do you understand? As the two began to argue, Zhou Yi finally interjected. Gentlemen, I do not care who made the decision. I simply want to know who will compensate for this money. Mr. Zhou, this matter has nothing to do with the property management. It is purely a result of his individual actions. Manager Shui reiterated his stance. Mr. Zhou, I must inform you that the money has already been turned over to the property management. This matter does not concern me. A familiar scene unfolded, leaving Zhou Yi speechless. It was merely a game of passing the buck. Did I ask for the money? Who knows where it is? Manager Su, if you maintain this stance, I will have no choice but to file a lawsuit. Eventually, it will be determined who received this money. It amounts to only 6 or 7,000 yuan. Surely, you two do not need to go this route. Upon hearing this, Manager Su responded indifferently. Do as you please. It has nothing to do with me. I have other matters to attend to. Manager Su left without another word, and Manager Shui was left at a loss for words as an awkward silence enveloped the office. Fortunately, at that moment, Manager Shui's phone rang. This time, he wisely did not put it on speaker. He answered with a few murmurs before saying, Mr. Zhou, the other vehicle owner has returned. Let us proceed to the parking garage. Zhou Yi nodded, and the three descended to the parking garage, soon spotting a rather stout individual standing in front of a vehicle, clad in a black tank top that in his 30s. He bore visible tattoos on his arms and some excess flesh on his face, presenting an intimidating aura. Are you the one who purchased this parking space? What else with the hurry? Are you rushing me to move the car? From a distance, Song Xiaofei began to shout, just after having won 3 consecutive rounds and feeling particularly irate. He was now compelled to return to move the car. Miss Xiao Su instinctively stepped back. Ordinarily, she would never engage with such individuals. However, Zhou Yi merely glanced at the action camera, which was already recording, and remarked, It's me. What's the issue? It seems you've occupied my parking space for a year, and now that I ask you to move your car, it feels as though I owe you something. What's wrong? Who permitted you to park? You think you can dictate where I stop? Your wife. Never mind. I am a civilized person. That if your family has an extra unit, could I perhaps move in? Pausing, Zhou Yi turned to Manager Shui and inquired, Manager Shui, what is the situation here? Are we here to argue or to move the car? If it's to argue, I'll report this to the authorities. If it's to move the car, let us expedite the process. For some reason, despite having a system in place, the entire situation felt chaotic, reminiscent of dealing with an obstinate individual. Just a few exchanges and Zhou Yi regretted it. Conversing with such a person felt like a blunder. Regardless, this was a property management issue. What are you saying? Try saying that again. You think you can intimidate me? Go ahead and report it. It's truly laughable. Manager Shui's face darkened as he shouted, Enough! We neighbors. What is the point in quarreling? Move the car quickly. Song Xiaofei pointed at Zhou Yi and declared, I'm telling you, this matter is far from over. Generally speaking, this statement is often uttered by many self-proclaimed socialites, who are, in reality, mere ruffians. However, Song Xiaofei was taken aback when Zhou Yi spoke up. Oh right, this matter is far from resolved. I almost forgot. You parked in my space for over a year, that I am a person who values principles. So let us round it off to a year. You owe me at least 1 year's rent. With no objections, Feng Dazhuang affirmed this, as he possessed recordings and videos as evidence, along with the property management surveillance footage and corroboration from neighbors. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaofei erupted that he was not a ruffian by nature. He had previously owned a barbershop, sold melons, and driven cars. The tattoos on his arms were merely a product of youthful curiosity. Nowadays, he worked under his brother, manager Shui, in property management. However, he was known for his fiery temper, often losing control when angered. Hearing Zhou Yi's words, Song Xiaofei retorted, "What? You still want money from me? Have you gone mad from poverty? You had no car before. What is wrong with me parking here? Let me tell you, you are wasting public resources." Zhou Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity, wondering where this character had gleaned such rhetoric. Yet he replied, "It's not for you to decide whether I waste resources. That is for the law to determine." Along with manager Shui, that if I recall correctly, this parking space incurs an annual property management fee. For the year my space was occupied without my consent, shouldn't you be refunding me the management fees? Upon finishing his statement, Song Xiaofei grabbed manager Shui and exclaimed, "Did you see this, brother? This person is trying to extort us, and you still want me to move my car immediately. Let me tell you, if you demand money from me, I refuse to budge. Besides, you have 2 parking spaces. What is wrong with me using one for 2 days? I have matters to attend to, and once I'm done, I'll move it. As for how long that will take, who knows?" Zhou Yi laughed at this. "If you refuse to move, that is perfectly fine. By the way, manager Shui, the property management isn't considering compensating me, so I may have no choice but to pursue legal action." The mere mention of legal action made Song Xiaofei burst into laughter. "Pursue legal action? Go ahead, feel free to sue as you wish. Don't hold back. In this day and age, who is still afraid of being intimidated?" "Fine, no problem," Zhou Yi replied, turning to leave, while the anxious Miss Su hurriedly followed. "Brother, why are you leaving? Hasn't he moved his car? And what about the rent issue?" Miss Su expressed her concern. "No worries," Zhou Yi replied calmly. "He already stated we could sue however we like." "Really going to sue? Just over this trivial matter? That seems excessive." Miss Su began to object, but Zhou Yi had already walked far away. The question of whether it was excessive was no longer for them to decide. Before him lay 3 choices. Choice 1. Since we are neighbors, simply ask him to move his car. After all, you have suffered no actual loss. Choice 2. This is intolerable. Confront him and show him your strength. Choice 3. Sue him entirely and, in accordance with his wishes, seal the parking space. Let him park there indefinitely. There was no need to hesitate. He would blindly choose the third option. Manager Shui, who had walked away, expressed his helplessness. "Xiaofei, don't let him provoke you. This person may genuinely consider suing." "Enough, brother. I truly don't believe anyone would sue over such a matter. Haven't there always been people in the neighborhood threatening to sue? Yet none have followed through. The court isn't his family as property." Manager Shui sighed, feeling that Zhou Yi might indeed go through with a lawsuit. However, seeking a refund from property management was out of the question. As the saying goes, special circumstances require special handling. We cannot set a precedent, which is why many companies prefer litigation over directly compensating individuals. Let us gamble a bit. He probably won Sue, as there is nothing for him to gain, and this situation is different from disturbing the peace. The other party still has another space to park. Chapter 68. I have never encountered such a demand in my life. Incident title. Parking space occupied, property management indifferent. The other party refuses to move their car while hurling insults. Incident demands. In the scenario where the parking space is occupied, property management is unresponsive, and the other party resorts to verbal abuse. The objective is to educate numerous parking space occupiers by sealing the space. Current incident progress. 0. It goes without saying, upon seeing the vehicle occupying the parking space, Zhou Yi was already aware of the situation. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and captured all necessary video footage. However, while suing was straightforward, the method of sealing the parking space required further inquiry. The previous video, which addressed the issue with force, had drawn criticism online, with many claiming such actions were illegal. Of course, Zhou Yi paid no heed to these comments. After all, while others could violate the law and disturb the peace, they could not. They must operate strictly within the confines of the law. Otherwise, it would feel as though they had lost their ground. Thus, this time Zhou Yi learned from experience and decided to consult Feng Dazhuang beforehand. He instructed Miss Sue to return home, assuring her he would notify her once there were results. And then Zhou dialed Fong Dezhuang's number. Unfortunately, the latter was busy and could only meet in the afternoon. With it already being noon, Zhou headed straight for a pig trotter rice dish, and after finishing, he returned home to prepare for the new video. After editing the pre-prepared footage, Zhou began his recording. Hello, esteemed viewers, I am your old friend. Yes, everyone knows the issue of parking space occupation is a long-standing topic. I once mocked those individuals, believing that if someone occupied a parking space, one could simply ask them to move. Yet now that my space is occupied, I have discovered how genuinely challenging this matter is. You see, when I first called, they wouldn't even come, claiming they had parked there for a year, as I hadn't owned a vehicle prior, leading them to believe the space was theirs. Then I sought out the property management, and after persistent prodding, along with my reputation in the community, the other party finally arrived. Everyone observed this live footage. As seen, the individual does not believe he has done anything wrong by occupying my space, and when I mentioned he should reimburse me for the previous year's rent, he outright refused and declared he would not budge. This has made me acutely aware of why many disputes leave people feeling powerless. The reason is simple. The cost of defending one's rights is exceedingly high. Yet I am not like that. I am a person who stands firm. My car must be moved, and the money owed must be paid. What is rightfully mine shall not be diminished by a single cent, and what is not mine shall not be taken at all. Since they wish for me to sue, then let the lawsuit commence. However, before taking such steps, I must adhere to the customary practice of consulting our legal advisor. Previously, Zhou had captured footage of Fong Dezhuang for videos, though it had been infrequent. Most of the content was self-expressive. This time, he could inquire whether Fong Dezhuang would be willing to appear on camera. Perhaps even just masking his identity, he busied himself. Time flew by, and Fong Dezhuang called, suggesting they meet at their usual spot, a half hour later, in a CAF, while sipping a specially blended coffee. Fong Dezhuang smiled at Zhou, saying, Xiao Zhou, although we share a good relationship, there is no need to go to such lengths. Zhou shook his head. Fong Dezhuang, honestly, I don't wish to indulge you, but some people are like moths to a flame, and I must accommodate them. All necessary considerations must be made. Ah, indeed, everything must be accounted for. Did I ask this still about the parking space issue? Did they say again, sue us if you dare? Precisely. Zhou sighed. Why do some individuals always believe others are too intimidated to sue? By the way, Fong Dezhuang, I mentioned before that I am now a freelancer, creating videos. The initial few episodes received a positive response online. This time, I want to ask if you would be willing to appear in a video, which would also serve as a legal education for everyone. What do you think? Appear on camera? Provide legal education? Without a moment's hesitation, Fong Dezhuang replied, That is out of the question. Zhou expressed his surprise. Fong Dezhuang, if you don't want to show your face, I can blur it or use a cartoon avatar like mine. Indeed, Zhou himself had never shown his face. The individuals featured in his videos often had their identities obscured by cartoon avatars or pixelation. Fong Dezhuang shook his head. Zhou, I am here as your legal consultant. You have compensated me for this service, so that is perfectly acceptable, as it is my job. However, you see, if you wanted to appear on camera, it infringes upon my right of publicity, and you wish for me to provide legal education in the video. The nature of this is akin to providing non-specific legal advice to a group of individuals. So it is, as Fong Dezhuang began to roll out a series of legal terminologies, Zhou quickly interjected. Hold on. How can we arrange things so that you would agree? You'll need to increase the payment. Zhou responded, as he saw Fong Dezhuang preparing to outline specific fees. Zhou quickly added, Whatever amount you mention will be accepted. Fine. I'm currently consulting you. I suspect you're just wasting my time. After some light-hearted banter, Zhou set up the camera and began, essentially. Here is the situation, Fong Dezhuang. The other party has stated they refuse to move their car and intend to remain there indefinitely. To be frank, I have never encountered such a request in my entire life. Therefore, I have a plan. Could you please assess its legality for me? Specifically, I intend to surround the entire parking space with materials such as concrete and rebar, effectively trapping the individual's vehicle and preventing it from leaving. Do you think this is illegal? Fong Dezhuang replied with a look of incredulity. How could this possibly be illegal? It is my own parking space, and if I wish to safeguard it with concrete and rebar walls, what issue could arise from that? As for why other vehicles might be found within, who can say? Regardless, the parking space is mine, and there is no problem whatsoever. After a brief pause, Fong Dezhuang added, however, your idea of using concrete and rebar is not particularly wise. Not wise? Before Zhou Yi could voice his thoughts, Fong Dezhuang continued, these materials are prone to damage, and you cannot possibly guard them 24 hours a day. I recommend installing those newly developed parking bollards. You know, the intelligent parking bollards with charging capabilities. That way, you need not fear any vandalism. Ah, but why? If someone is determined to leave, wouldn't they still damage them? Fong Dezhuang took a sip of coffee, his expression brimming with excitement as he stated, those are expensive. If you install a camera, should they dare to vandalize the parking bollards, you can easily charge them with the crime of willful destruction of property. Let me tell you, those parking bollards have been available for 2 years now, yet their adoption rate remains low primarily due to their cost. Typically, 1 bollard per parking space suffices, but in your case, you would likely need multiple. Moreover, using parking bollards is not necessarily superior to concrete and rebar. You claim it is to prevent others from occupying your space, correct? The concrete can be reported to the construction department for violations, and that would lead to complications. However, parking bollards are different. Who says a parking space can only have 1 bollard? As long as they are installed within the space, there should be no issue. Hiss. Zhou Yi believed he was correct in his guess. Fong Dezhuang indeed had intentions of putting someone behind bars, yet it felt rather exhilarating, for it was not illegal that if the other party attempted to vandalize his property, it could potentially lead to their incarceration. Zhou Yi nodded and chuckled. Fong Dezhuang, what a brilliant idea! Why did it suddenly feel as though Fong Dezhuang was on par with the system? After laughing for a moment, Zhou Yi suddenly recalled something. Oh, right, Fong Dezhuang. If we sue the other vehicle owner for rental compensation, wouldn't that require them to move their car? If they are ordered to do so, and we win, wouldn't that be akin to shooting ourselves in the foot? Fong Dezhuang scoffed. You should read more. Our lawsuit only needs to focus on monetary compensation. There is no stipulation for moving the vehicle in our demands. Would the court really take the time to rule on that? At worst, it might be mentioned during mediation, but in the judgment, the purpose of our lawsuit will be clear, and the ruling will reflect that. Without any extraneous content. Just relax. I see. Zhou Yi nodded, feeling reassured. Next came the customary exchange of evidence, primarily concerning Zhou Yi's recordings and videos, wherein the other party acknowledged having parked there for a year. And this was not merely a one-time admission. This was crucial evidence. Otherwise, as Fong Dezhuang mentioned, it would ultimately depend on the court's ruling, for one must demonstrate the exact days the other party occupied the space to claim rental fees. Over the course of a year, how many days can you prove? Even with property surveillance, at most you might get a month's worth. Thus, it is essential to compile all evidence thoroughly, for otherwise, a situation might arise where you sue for a year's worth of rent, only for the court to determine you can only substantiate 5 days. Then, it would be reasonable for them to award you for 10 days, which at $50 a day amounts to a mere $500. Suing is truly not a simple matter. After exchanging evidence, Zhou Yi, following Fong Dezhuang's suggestion, decided to purchase the parking bollards first. Chapter 69. What constitutes a true tough person? Zhou Yi drove directly to the northern part of Jingzhou City, as per Fong Dezhuang's information. There was a sales point for such high-end parking bollards here. Fortunately, Fong Dezhuang had the contact number for this place. Zhou Yi had already reached out to them beforehand. Initially, the sales personnel were quite skeptical, as these parking bollards are typically procured by companies in bulk, with private purchases being rare. Moreover, business was not thriving. For compared to other bollards, the effectiveness of this product was not particularly impressive, yet the price was considerably higher. Nonetheless, business is business, and they could not refuse a customer. Upon arriving, a saleswoman greeted Zhou Yi and led him to an office. Promptly inquiring, Mr. Zhou, since you are interested in our product, let me quote you a price. No need. The price is of little consequence. I am already aware of that I merely wish to inquire whether these parking bollards can be installed densely. The saleswoman appeared taken aback. Densely. Install. These four words seemed misplaced regarding parking bollards. Why would one want to install them densely? Is he concerned about someone stealing his parking space? Yes, densely installed. Can it be done? The saleswoman hesitated. As long as there is space. It should be possible. Do you have specific requirements? Joey promptly produced the photographs he had taken earlier, showcasing a vehicle that could be moved with one click. Take a look at this. The saleswoman took the phone, on which was an image of a parking space occupied by a car. I intend to install your parking bollards around the space entirely, using them to encircle the vehicle inside. Can you manage that? The saleswoman's expression grew increasingly bewildered, and she instinctively replied, but to prevent others from occupying the space, one should suffice. Just tell me if it can be done. The saleswoman could no longer contain herself, rising to say, please wait here. I will consult with the manager. Shortly thereafter, the manager approached with a beaming smile, stating, Sir, I understand you plan to encircle your parking space with our new intelligent charging bollards, correct? I just had a brief look, and technically, it should be feasible. However, precise measurements are required before we can confirm. Joey nodded in satisfaction. That is acceptable, and since we cannot connect it to power at this moment, the charging and lifting functionalities need not be activated. Is that an issue? No. No problem. Excellent. Then what is the cost? Where can I swipe my card? Let's finalize the contract. 10 minutes later, watching Zhou Yi's retreating figure, the saleswoman could no longer restrain herself, exclaiming, Manager, is this person a bit out of touch? The manager cast a glance at her, responding, What business is it of yours? Even if the customer wishes to use our parking bollards to create a heart shape for a proposal, that is their prerogative. Our duty is simply to install them. As salespeople, we should focus on meeting the client's needs. Who says a parking space can only have one bollard? We must broaden our perspectives. After imparting this lesson, the manager returned to his office. Feeling invigorated and recognizing that he too needed to expand his horizons, with the parking bollard situation resolved, Joey proceeded to purchase a camera, which he had installed directly above his parking space. Once everything was in place, Joey returned home to await the company's arrival for the installation of the parking bollards. Perhaps due to a genuine need to clear inventory, he waited just over an hour before the workers called to inform him they were on their way. Vehicles were permitted to enter the community, albeit with a fee, as previously mentioned. Shortly, a truckload of parking bollards arrived in the basement, and the installation crew appeared somewhat daunted by the task, having never encountered such an installation before. Gentlemen, here, have a smoke that I need to confirm that apart from your installation personnel, no one else can remove these parking bollards, correct? This was crucial. Although he had previously inquired with the manager, it was essential to verify with the frontline workers. Otherwise, if someone could simply unscrew them, the installation would be meaningless. The oldest worker chuckled. Rest assured, our product is the latest on the market, and it is semi-permanent, quite sturdy. No one can easily take it apart. After a brief pause, the elder continued, As you can see, we need to excavate a portion of the concrete surface during installation. If you ever wish to remove it in the future, the entire section would need to be dug up. That was reassuring. He instructed the workers to proceed with the installation, as he had no intentions of removing them later. The lines were prepped to allow for future electrical connection, enabling them to be raised and lowered freely without obstructing parking, especially since he still had another parking space available. The installation took considerable time, with 4 workers and 3 apprentices laboring until evening before they finally completed the task. Care was especially taken during the installation due to the presence of another vehicle, ensuring it was not scratched. Once everything was in order, the workers departed with a sense of having encountered something novel. They had installed ground locks and parking bollards for years, yet this was the first time they had seen someone approach it this way. The total cost of these parking bollards could have purchased another vehicle. As Zhou Yi surveyed the scene before him, he felt invigorated. After confirming that the camera was connected to his phone, he returned home that if the other party wished to park, that was not his concern. Knowledge brings longevity, while ignorance brings brevity. That on the other side, after meticulously organizing the evidence, Fang Dezhuang made his way directly to the Guangming District Court. It was the same familiar window, the same familiar faces. In fact, Many of the receptionists here recognized the seasoned lawyer, Fong. His face was indeed too recognizable. "Mr. Fong, you're back again. What kind of case are you dealing with this time?" a curious receptionist inquired, gazing at Fong Shujing. The last time, regarding the nuisance case, had already become a classic example, though the execution faltered slightly afterward. This time, it's 3 cases. Take a look. A parking space being occupied. You also want to sue the property management for the return of the parking fee. Oh, Mr. Fong, that's not quite right, is it? Why does it seem like there are only monetary claims here, with no request to cease the infringement? The receptionist was puzzled once again. Previously, there had been instances of lawsuits regarding occupied parking spaces. But typically, the demands were singular: to halt the infringement and issue a public apology. Claims for damages were rare, as it often ended with a lengthy legal battle only to result in a judgment for a meager compensation of a few dozen yuan. It was a classic case of gains not outweighing losses. Yet here was Fong Shujing's case, which sought only financial compensation, without any demand to stop the infringement. My client is a bit special. He simply wants the other party to compensate him. Thus, please review it, and if the documents are in order, let us proceed with the case. It was already evening. After a long day, the diligent Xiao Su drove back to her community, effortlessly arriving at Zhou Yi's parking space, only to suddenly remember that there was no longer a place for her there. The imposing figure she had seen during the day had ultimately not resolved the issue. Just as she was about to leave, a glance revealed something unusual next to the other parking space occupied by that man, encircled by an unknown object. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Su alighted from her vehicle, only to be utterly stunned, for there, surrounding the parking space, was a formidable row of large iron stakes, completely sealing off the area. It was so tightly enclosed that escaping would likely require a tow truck. Yet, this was a basement parking lot. What does it mean to be ruthless? Xiao Su felt she was witnessing it firsthand. Chapter 70. This is called professionalism. At home, Zhou Yi had begun editing his footage once more, this time intending to include the iron stake array. All right, we've finished communicating with our designated lawyer, Fong Dazhuang, and confirmed that these actions are not illegal. Thus, regarding our neighbor's behavior and attitude, we must teach him a lesson. He claims he won't pay and intends to park as he pleases. That's fine. I'm a man of my word. He wants to park for as long as he wishes. I will let him. The lawsuit will be handled by Fong Dazhuang. For now, let's go purchase the parking stakes. The subsequent video showcased the installation process of the parking stakes, which was accelerated in editing. The parking stakes have been installed, and the camera facing the parking space is also set up. Now we await the outcome. The audio was recorded, integrated into the video, and after a quick review, everything seemed satisfactory that he clicked upload and went to sleep. Thanks to the success of previous episodes, Zhou Yi's follower count was steadily increasing. However, his casual approach to updates had, otherwise, likely garnered even more attention. Nonetheless, upon discovering Zhou Yi's new upload, many were eager to watch. They were curious to see the path this creator, focused on seriousness, would take. For instance, at that moment, Sister Yuan was live streaming, engaging in casual conversation with her audience. Suddenly, the barrage of comments intensified, and as she glanced at them, she exclaimed joyfully, "Did you say how he has updated his video? Come on, let's check it out and see what the district bully has stirred up this time." The term district bully, as it suggests, refers to a local tyrant within the community. As of now, it still paled in comparison to another village bully. This so-called district bully was a title conjured by Sister Yuan's followers. I found it. Let me see the title. Parking space occupied for a year, no move and no payment, even threatening to park as he wishes. Arrange it. Oh, this time it's about an occupied parking space. I find it intriguing. My parking space often gets taken too, that it's not a major issue, but it can be quite annoying. Sister Yuan's remarks prompted the viewers in the live chat to share their grievances. Logically speaking, as Sister Yuan pointed out, having one's parking space occupied is a relatively trivial matter. A simple phone call could prompt the other party to move their vehicle. However, there are always such individuals in life who occupy parking spaces without leaving a contact number, disregarding the one-click request to move their car. Or after finally getting through on the phone, they promise to come down in 10 or 20 minutes. Only for an hour to pass without any sign of them. In frustration, You call again to urge them, only to be met with complaints about your insistence in the late hours. Yet, if they do eventually come to move their car, it would be acceptable. What is most vexing are those who move their car today, only to park in the same spot again tomorrow. When questioned, they simply say they forgot, but can one truly forget such a thing daily? They are clearly taking advantage of the convenience of parking here. Nowadays, as life improves, the number of car owners has surged, leading to an increase in disputes over parking issues. Thus, as Sister Yuan's words settled, the onlookers in the live chat were equally invested. They too wished to know how someone like A.E., a stickler for principles, would handle the situation of an occupied parking space. Would it be akin to the online advice to avoid using steel wool in exhaust pipes or pouring 502 glue on windshields? Driven by curiosity, everyone began watching the video. As the footage revealed the other party's failure to leave a contact number, some viewers were already feeling their blood pressure rise. All those who park haphazardly, without leaving a number, should face dire consequences. Whether or not the other party deserved such a fate was debatable, from both legal and moral perspectives. Occupying a parking space was hardly a grave offense. Yet from a personal standpoint, having paid for a parking space only to face competition from others daily could indeed be infuriating, that wouldn't it provoke anger? It became evident that some individuals were getting worked up a bit too soon. Upon hearing that the parking space in question had been occupied for over a year, and then observing the host, i.e., in a daze as he re-examined the contract, many struggled to suppress their laughter. However, that was only the beginning. As the host approached the property management, the staff's demeanor prompted the audience to once again flood the screen with comments about the district bully. See, this is the face of a district bully. It was proven that calling the property management did not yield immediate results, and some were surprised to discover that he had purchased 2 parking spaces. The scene then shifted to the evening, where someone called to request moving their vehicle, leaving bewildered once more as he pulled out the contract to review. This time, viewers could no longer contain their amusement. Oh my gosh! This is hilarious! The host must be wondering if this contract is even real. So, the host has actually owned the parking space for over a year, but since he didn't have a car, he neglected it, allowing the other party to park there for a year, leading them to believe it was theirs. I can't take it anymore. I need to pop a blood pressure pill. The subsequent footage from the basement parking lot left viewers in disbelief. The property management was actually re-letting the spaces they had sold. Yet what truly raised everyone's blood pressure again was the communication segment the following day, particularly when Song Xiaofei remarked that Zhou Yi's empty parking space was better utilized by allowing someone to park there. Instantly, someone chimed in, "Let me add to what the host didn't finish saying. If your wife is empty, can I also?" This comment was just absurd. Nevertheless, the audience remained most concerned with how the host would resolve this matter. While they were not worried about the lawsuit, given that the host had a designated lawyer, the pressing question was whether the other party would move their vehicle. An answer to this question soon emerged. After hearing Feng Dazhuang's explanation in the video, the comments exploded with enthusiasm. Oh wow, what does it mean to be professional? This is professionalism. Utterly professional. I have no rebuttal. Others questioned whether this approach was somewhat excessive, considering the individual merely occupied a parking space, and that the host seemed intent on imprisoning them. However, the moment such sentiments were expressed, they were promptly countered. Some pointedly remarked that one should not readily forgive others, as one cannot truly grasp another's feelings unless they are in their shoes. Following Zhou Yi's purchase and installation of the parking stakes, some had already done their research. Such parking stakes, we in the industry deem them utterly useless. The costs are exorbitant, and much of the design is merely decorative, prone to damage. They possess only one characteristic: they are expensive. Yet who would have thought they could actually be effective? As the video reached its conclusion, the anticipation for what lay ahead was palpable. From Sister Yuan to the viewers in the live chat, everyone was eager to comment, voicing a singular demand: hurry up with the follow-up. Zhou Yi, of course, had no idea what would follow, as it required time, yet he was taken aback by how swiftly events would unfold. The clock had now struck the afternoon of the next day, and as Song Xiaofei exited the mahjong parlor, he prepared to drive off with a few friends. "Hey, Songgu, you left early yesterday. You mentioned someone wanted to settle a score with you. What happened with that?" one friend inquired. Xiao Fei casually remarked. What else could be done? That fellow bought a parking space without a car. For over a year, I've been parking there. Now he calls me to move my car. And to my surprise, he even demands the previous rent. Isn't he just going insane with poverty? The parking space is empty regardless so I told him outright that I wouldn't move my car. I'll park there for a good 10 days or so and see how he handles it. My brother is the property manager of this community. He won't even be able to tow my car out. But I need to use my car now. How's he dead? Don't you have a simple ground lock? Let's go install it. People like him need to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he won't know what reality is and he still wants money. Being a group of close friends, they quickly retrieved the ground lock and swaggered into the basement. However, as they approached, Xiao Fei was left speechless. Chapter 71. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Fei rubbed his eyes vigorously, finding it hard to believe. Before him, his car was completely surrounded by a ring of imposing metallic posts that exuded a technological aura. It was truly a tight fit. Not only could he not drive out, but even entering the vehicle was impossible. The posts were almost touching the car, leaving no space to open the door. Xiao Fei was not the only one in shock. His friends looked equally bewildered and remarked, Brother Song, it seems you can't get your car out. Of course, the car wouldn't magically fly away. Xiao Fei quickly recalled that guy from yesterday, that he had made a bold statement, and the other party had left without a word, leading him to believe he had intimidated him. Little did he expect such a stunt. Wait a moment. I'll make a call to inquire. He took out his phone, vaguely remembering that the other party had called him before, after which he had blocked him. Searching through the blacklist, he swiftly found the contact based on the time. After unblocking, he began dialing. After 2 rings, the call connected. Hello, what are you doing? Did you intend to surround my car? I told you I'd move it in a few days. Are you out of your mind? On the other end, Zhou Yi's innocent voice responded. Huh, what do you mean your car? I'm just installing parking posts in my parking space that I asked for why your car is parked there. That's a question for you. I have no idea. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei exploded in anger. Damn it, you did this on purpose, didn't you? I'm telling you, this is illegal. Do you understand? Before he could finish, the other party interrupted, saying he had other matters to attend to, and promptly hung up. Xiao Fei hurriedly called back, only to find that he was already blocked. The entire situation mirrored his previous attempts to contact Zhou Yi. His friends looked at Xiao Fei, and one spoke up, Brother Song, what should we do now? You all head back. I will find my brother. He is the property manager here. If he wants to compete with me, let's see how long he can keep it up. At home, Zhou Yi expertly blocked the other party's number and tossed his phone aside. Since he was so articulate, he might as well let him keep talking. It seemed these individuals believed the law was only for their benefit. They disregarded their own violations while readily casting accusations at others. In the property office, Manager Shuel looked at the photographs before him, puzzled. So, Zhou Yi actually installed parking posts all around? Is he out of his mind? Who knows, brother? He installed these without your consent. You need to call someone to have them removed? I was planning to go out this afternoon. But now I can't use my car. Manager Shuel pondered for a moment and said, let me make a call to inquire. The call was quickly connected, and Manager Shuel donned a friendly demeanor. Hello, is this Mr. Zhou? I would like to discuss the parking situation. The other car owner was just a bit anxious yesterday, so he spoke hastily. Why did you block his car? Manager Shuel, that can't be said so simply. If he can refuse to move his car out of anxiety, can I not feel anxious and install a post in my parking space? Manager Shuel chuckled and replied, Mr. Zhou, any modifications to a parking space must first be approved by the property management. Not to mention that blocking someone else's car like that is illegal. Wait a moment, Manager Shuel. That doesn't seem right. The parking space is mine. Do I need your permission to install a post? Should I also seek your consent to buy a cabinet for my home? The property management exists to serve the homeowners, not to manage them, right? So, I need your approval just to install a post in my own parking space. Hearing this, Manager Shuel quickly responded. Of course, the property management serves the homeowners, but Mr. Zhou, you didn't just install a parking post. You installed at least 20 or 30. Zhou Yi's voice held a hint of surprise. Manager Shuel. Which law states that only one ground lock can be installed per parking space? I don't recall any such regulation. As long as it's not prohibited by law, Mr. Zhou, as the property manager, you surely know that. Mr. Zhou, Your argument is becoming unreasonable. Zhou, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh in frustration. Manager Shui, the fact that I can still call you means I'm being quite reasonable. He is the one occupying the parking space and refusing to move. I merely installed a post for my own space. What is his problem with that? Moreover, Manager Shui, this situation falls under your jurisdiction. Did he move his car yesterday? What did you say when he refused? Manager Shui was becoming agitated. Mr. Zhou, I'm trying to have a reasonable conversation with you. If you maintain this attitude, I believe we cannot continue. With a snap, the call ended, and Zhou indicated his intention to cease the discussion. Brother, I told you to just go and take it down. There is no need for all this talk. Manager Shui glared at him and said, What nonsense are you talking? We can only take action when it's absolutely necessary. Listen, I'll give you a number. You can contact this person. He's a social media influencer in Jingzhou. Just pay him a bit, and he'll come. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei suddenly became enthusiastic. Hey, that's a good idea. If we can get the media involved, they'll definitely speak on our behalf. Enough of that. Just hurry and contact him. That influencer charges quite a bit, and he has many clients. Xiao Fei rushed out to make the connection. Just as Manager Shui had mentioned, the influencer, known as Sister Ling, was quite popular and renowned for her outspoken nature. She was known for her enthusiastic assistance, always helping those in need. Meanwhile, in a shop in Guangming District, the well-known influencer was filming a store review video. Dear little treasures, look at this soup. I must tell you, lamb should always be paired with soup. Just look at this broth. It's so white. Nothing else can compare. This restaurant is authentic. We locals in Jingzhou appreciate this flavor. After finishing her lines to the camera, someone quickly approached to turn off the recording. The previously pretentious Sister Ling relaxed and disposed of the soup in her bowl. She was in her 30s, possessing a modicum of beauty, and had risen to fame through various stage videos, primarily due to her eloquence. She could make even the most mundane sound intriguing. She had visited this restaurant once before, and on that occasion, the owner had refused to pay her. Consequently, Sister Ling had lambasted the place, declaring their lamb soup worthless. Her followers then flooded the restaurant with negative reviews, forcing the owner to pay her to return for another feature. Tell the owner I'm done here. And yes, what is the next interesting thing? Sister Ling inquired. Her assistant approached, saying, Sister Ling, we just received a call from someone saying that at UFU community, his car is unjustly trapped by large metal posts and he seeks our assistance. Upon hearing this, Sister Ling's interest was piqued. As an influencer, she thrived on sensational stories. Chapter 72. Does it contradict our values? Life is filled with minor inconveniences, and when faced with problems, many individuals only consider solutions. In this regard, media coverage can serve as an effective resolution channel. Many people, when in front of the camera, tend to display a facade of kindness. Thus, issues that seem insurmountable can often be resolved swiftly once the media gets involved. Hence, when disputes arise, some individuals instinctively turn to the media. However, attracting attention from official media outlets can be quite a challenge, especially in today's digital age, where various self-media platforms have emerged. Sister Ling was well aware of this, which is why she was willing to invest significantly in hardware. Cameras, microphones, and even specialized audio equipment gave her a professional appearance. After all, there is a stark difference between filming with a camera and recording with a phone. Coupled with a dubious press card and Sister Ling's vague statements, many even believed she was a legitimate journalist. Consequently, issues she reported on were often resolved quickly. Of course, Sister Ling is always intent on collecting her fees. Regardless of the circumstances, initially, there may have been some concern over which side embodies justice and which represents injustice. But as time passes, it all depends on the situation. Ultimately, what matters is exposure and traffic. Naturally, one must attract attention in whatever way possible. In recent days, Zhou has been living quite freely. Yet, curiously, the young lady who once occupied his parking space, Xiao Su, has been incessantly calling him, inquiring about the developments regarding the parking issue. The way she approaches it makes it seem as though she considers herself the protagonist of an unfolding saga. Unfortunately, Zhou finds himself disinclined to engage, pondering whether it is the performances of the young ladies that are lackluster or the games that fail to entertain. Since the last incident, the company has remained silent. And now, the day of the first trial is upon him. leaving Zhou Yi in a quandary about whether to attend this moment. Outside the property management office, Sister Ling has already commenced her live broadcast with professional equipment. Such events typically warrant a live stream, often resulting in a surge of gift donations. Nowadays, disputes arising from parking spots frequently occur in residential areas, and today, someone has informed Sister Ling that a conflict has emerged within this community. However, this particular dispute is rather peculiar. The car owner claims that his vehicle has been completely immobilized, and the other party refuses to accept mediation. Now, let us follow my lens to uncover the truth of the matter. For the residents of the UFO community, such occurrences are indeed lively, as it appears quite professional, akin to a television station, drawing in curious onlookers. Meanwhile, the live stream chat is flooded with various comments. Go, Sister Ling, the world needs individuals like you. Those who disregard rules in life must be exposed. Hurry up! Hurry up! Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Sister Ling addresses the camera once more. We have arrived, and as everyone can see, wow, it is indeed completely surrounded. This vehicle is entirely trapped by these iron posts and cannot move at all. Sister Ling is also curious about the depth of resentment that would lead someone to act in such a manner. Let us now hear the car owner's perspective. Hello, car owner, could you please explain what happened? Song Xiaofei steps forward, wearing an innocent expression. Hello, actually I'm not quite sure why this happened. This parking spot had been empty for quite some time, and I thought to park here for a few days. To my surprise, someone suddenly appeared claiming the spot was theirs and demanded that I move my car, that I was a bit delayed due to some matters, and when I returned, it had escalated to this. I have to go to work every day, but my car is trapped here, making it impossible to move, and I have to take taxis, which leaves my child exposed to the rain that I truly don't know what to do. He has even blocked my number. Sister Ling ponders thoughtfully. So, to clarify, it appears this parking spot can indeed be confirmed as belonging to the other party. Let us inquire with the property management. Hello, I would like to ask if you know to whom this parking space belongs. Is it the person who locked the car? The property staff responds, Hello, we can confirm that the parking spot indeed belongs to the other party. It just happens that after purchasing the spot, they temporarily had no vehicle, so it remained vacant that we too are unsure how this situation escalated. Do you know who the owner of this parking space is? The property staff ponders momentarily before responding. Yes, this individual is also a resident of our community. With the surname Zhou, Sister Ling turns to face the camera. It is now essentially confirmed that the other party acted out of resentment towards this car owner for occupying their parking space. While occupying a parking spot is certainly not ideal, Sister Ling believes that since they are neighbors, there is no need for such drastic measures, that if they simply communicated, there would be no issue, given that the other party has already blocked this car owner's number. Sister Ling now intends to contact the owner of the parking space. Producing her phone, Sister Ling dials the number based on Song Xiaofei's account and switches to speaker mode. Hello, is this Mr. Zhou? In his room, Zhou Yi, still groggy from sleep, responds, Yes, who is this? Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am Ling, the host of the Urban Life program, that I would like to discuss the parking dispute between you and your neighbor. You have a moment? By the way, we are currently live streaming Urban Life. Is there even such a television program in Jingzhou? Zhou Yi is completely unaware. He wouldn't watch anything from the Jingzhou station even if a dog were to do so. However, since they called him, Zhou Yi can only reluctantly say, What do you want to ask? Mr. Zhou, here is the situation. We are aware that you purchased the parking spot, but you previously had no vehicle. Correct? Sister Ling smiles at the camera. Yes, I didn't have a car before, but unfortunately his butt is interrupted. So, Mr. Zhou, since you had no vehicle, your neighbor parked in your spot for a few days, that I don't think that constitutes a significant issue. Right, moreover, he agreed to move his car soon. However, due to some important matters, he was delayed, resulting in you blocking his vehicle. I would like to know why you chose to do this. Doesn't such behavior seem contrary to our values? As Sister Ling speaks, the comments in the live stream begin to flood in. The central sentiment is clear. This action indeed seems excessive. Even if he occupied your parking space, you shouldn't have trapped his car. What? Zhou Yi on the other end of the phone is left utterly astounded. I blocked his car, and you're asking me why I did that, while simultaneously labeling my actions as contrary to values. Excuse me? Host, are you not aware of the situation? The parking space is mine. He didn't park there for just a few days. It was over a year. Over a year, do you understand? And it wasn't some trivial matter that delayed him. He simply refused to move his car and even told me that whoever moved their car would be the loser. Perhaps Zhou Yi's voice was a bit too loud, prompting Sister Ling to interject again. Mr. Zhou, please calm down. Let me finish speaking, all right? Since we are all neighbors, there is an old saying, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Another saying goes, if you can spare someone, then do so. There is no need to truly sever ties over this. Even if he was in the wrong, he merely occupied your parking space for a brief time, and you hadn't purchased your car then. Correct? For you, this matter doesn't entail any loss. Please consider my words carefully. I assent that the essence of the situation. Zhou Yi takes a deep breath, attempting to quell his rising blood pressure, and finally states, Host, I believe you seem to have completely misunderstood the situation. He occupied my parking space, and he himself refused to move his car. Mr. Zhou, please calm down. While occupying a parking space is indeed wrong, your actions seem somewhat retaliatory. Now, take a moment to collect yourself, and then we can continue our conversation. The call ends, and Zhou Yi stares at his phone in disbelief for 3 seconds, baffled by the emergence of such media. She stands on her moral high ground, proclaiming about sparing others. Spare others, my foot. Retaliatory. If I am retaliating, then what of it? No, I absolutely cannot tolerate this, as if she alone has the right to broadcast. Zhou Yi promptly opens Bilibili and posts a single statement in his updates, going live shortly. Chapter 73. Why won't you let me finish my sentence? Zhou Yi has always believed that certain professions deserve respect due to their significant contributions. For instance, the media, journalists, and many issues are initially exposed by fearless undercover reporters, which subsequently generates substantial public discourse and compels action. However, it is also true that every profession has its share of bad apples, individuals who exploit their identity to swindle others. Zhou Yi is currently astonished by the host from Jingzhou's Urban Life program, wondering if she has a hearing problem, as she seems unable to comprehend his words. Nevertheless, it's merely a live stream. In this day and age, who can't host a live broadcast? He sets up his phone, connects it to a power bank, grabs a selfie stick, and dons a mask. Everything is in order. He is now a qualified internet celebrity. Simultaneously, with Zhou Yi's brief announcement, many followers eagerly awaiting updates on his account erupt in excitement. Followers are indeed best measured by their active engagement. In other words, when an uploader releases a video, how many viewers will promptly tune in, rather than merely following and occasionally checking in? Zhou Yi's audience comprises the former. They initially fell into the trap due to Zhou Yi's extravagant display of wealth. But as several videos passed, they have become captivated by his reasonable and logical approach. Indeed, reasonable and logical does not imply that all nuances of his reasoning are lawful. After all, the law represents the lowest moral standard in society. Adhering to the law is merely a reflection of meeting the baseline. Yet Zhou Yi is not merely about that. His subsequent actions and videos where he disturbs the peace may not be strictly legal, but many are inclined to watch. While responding to violence with violence is frowned upon and contradicts moral values, it allows individuals to vent their frustrations. Ultimately, it boils down to this. Why should we, as virtuous individuals, refrain from taking action? Thus, when Zhou Yi announced on his social media that he would be going live, a multitude of people quickly prepared to tune in to AS for Sister Yuan. She directly rallied her audience in her own live stream, proclaiming that a certain petite content creator was about to start broadcasting. Here they come. Hurry up and start. I just want to know what happened with that parking space. 1. I'm particularly eager to see that individual who occupied the space face their misfortune. Hurry up. There's no way the live stream can be shorter than this. In this atmosphere, Zhou Yi prepared to take the elevator downstairs, but just as he was about to descend, he remembered that his phone was in the basement, seemingly without signal. It was like realizing one was unarmed just before a battle. He pondered the people he knew. Even Grandma Lu's phone was inferior to his. It seemed he didn't have particularly deep connections with others. But there was that one person. Hello. Sulina. I need you to do me a favor. Oh, it's nothing serious. Just want to borrow your phone. What? Borrow my phone? Young Soo was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, feeling a bit like a fan, she quickly brought her phone to the basement. By this time, Zhou was already waiting below. He spotted the crowd, but did not approach them directly. Here you go, but may I ask why you need to borrow my phone? Young Soo inquired with curiosity. Well, look over there. Do you see that host, Sister Ling? She claims to be the presenter of some urban lifestyle program. Who knows where she popped up from, immediately telling me about forgiveness and harmony while she was live. I need to get that person's car out. But you were there before, too. Right. You know her attitude. If she had just spoken to me nicely, would I have gone to such lengths? Oh, I get it, moral coercion, right? Many people love it these days. Young Soo chuckled at this. But that is a tricky situation for us. She is a host. Even if I've never heard of her show. Wait, big brother. I found something. Young Soo looked at her phone with disdain. Sister Ling. What a joke, she is not a host at all. She is just an internet celebrity. Somewhat famous in our capital city. Known for her warm-heartedness and willingness to help others. Some say she is a journalist, but I haven't seen any actual evidence. Needless to say, she is definitely a moral hypocrite. Ah! Zhou turned to Young Soo, remarking that her take was even harsher than his. No worries. Doesn't she love streaming? We can stream too. Zhou found Billy on Young Soo's phone. Oh. This girl's username was lonely as water. He logged into his account. Big brother, you're streaming too? But you're just... After a moment's hesitation, Young Soo couldn't finish her thought. I'm just an ordinary person. Right. It's fine. You have to understand, only magic can counter magic. With that, Zhou ensured his mask was securely in place before opening the live stream, fastening the phone to the selfie stick. Thus, in the astonished gaze of Young Soo, Zhou Yi's live stream was suddenly flooded with viewers, and the comments began to scroll at an astonishing rate. This big brother, he is also an internet celebrity? But that doesn't seem right. Looking at the comments below, phrases like, "Are you brave enough to show your face? Up master?" and "The up master has no bottom," were all criticisms directed at him. Zhou, however, appeared completely at ease, having grown accustomed to such remarks after being criticized numerous times. Greetings to all esteemed viewers. I am your old friend, that I have never streamed before, and today feels like I've been thrust into the limelight. Primarily, there is something we need to address. You all must have seen the video regarding the parking space, right? Well, it seems there has been a complication involving a certain internet celebrity named Sister Ling. This internet celebrity claims to be the host of an urban lifestyle program. Today, she came to my community and started lecturing me about forgiveness and harmony. I thought, why not start a live stream myself, since it's only fair to discuss this matter face-to-face. The number of viewers in the live stream had already swelled, with some seasoned streamers quickly locating Sister Ling's live stream. Holy cow, turns out that Sister Ling is connected to the district tyrant. I thought it was too coincidental. As someone shared a link to another live stream, many quickly flocked to watch it. The other side is interviewing the property management, asking if they can dismantle it. This is outrageous. Let us go, brothers. Normally, such a rush could be considered a bit excessive. You know how certain factions swoop in uninvited. But today was different. There were videos documenting the previous events, and everyone understood exactly what had transpired. The fact that the other side was attempting to advocate for harmony was nothing short of disgusting, prompting many to call their friends and prepare to charge in. Not for any other reason, but because it was uncomfortable to watch, while we felt powerless in reality online. Let us be frank. Our combat effectiveness depends on how fast we can type. Meanwhile, Sister Yuan had already begun calling other streamer friends. Nearby, Sister Ling was wearing a professional smile as she interviewed the property management, primarily questioning how they intended to handle such behaviors. We all know that many people claim property management does nothing, but in reality, they face their own challenges. For instance, right now, the owner of that parking space is making it difficult for us to manage. Manager Shui of the property management lamented before the camera. As for whether this aligns with property regulations, I can only say that the other party did not notify us prior to construction, so we are within our rights to dismantle it. However, since property management serves the owners, we prefer to first seek resolution through communication. Sister Ling nodded, saying, "Indeed, service work is exceedingly challenging these days. It's tough to please everyone, did I also suggest. However, before Sister Ling could finish her sentence, someone suddenly interjected. Suggest what? Should the property management tear these down? I find it quite perplexing why you wouldn't let me finish my statement over the phone. Chapter 74. What a coincidence. The sudden voice caused everyone to turn their heads in unison. Manager Shui felt an uncanny familiarity. Upon looking closer, it was indeed that Zhou Yi again. However, at this moment, Song Xiaofei felt a sense of triumph, not expecting the other party to have the audacity to show up. He thought to himself, "Let us see how you'll speak in front of the camera." Facing the lens, Sister Ling merely expressed her confusion. "Excuse me, sir. Do we know each other?" Zhou Yi, holding the selfie stick, stepped forward saying, "Didn't we just speak on the phone? You told me about forgiveness and harmony and neighborly peace. Have you forgotten already?" Upon hearing this, Sister Ling realized, "Oh, you must be Mr. Zhou. My apologies, I didn't recognize you at first. You mentioned why I didn't let you finish your statement." "No, you've already said everything. Haven't you?" Zhou Yi, holding the selfie stick, moved to the parking space and asserted, "Did I finish? You told me to calm down and then hung up. Did you ever allow me to speak?" Just as Sister Ling was about to respond, Zhou Yi raised his voice. "I thought this was an urban lifestyle program group. Turns out it's just a sham. Self-media is self-media, and internet celebrities are internet celebrities. Stop trying to cling to the prestige of being a state media host. How does it feel to be at a loss for words? I bet it feels quite pleasant." The onlookers could see that as Zhou Yi made his remark about the other party's pretentiousness, the young woman influencer's face turned ashen, despite her heavy makeup. "Mr. Zhou, your manner of speaking and attitude does not indicate a willingness to resolve issues. Are you here to argue? Whether I'm a host or not has no bearing on today's matter." Sister Ling attempted to explain, albeit awkwardly. Zhou Yi shook his head with a smile. "Enough with the talk, Sister Ling, right? You see, you're the one who came to live stream. These days, it seems anyone holding a camera feels superior." This statement held truth. Many streamers, by merely holding a camera, often felt entitled to free meals and drinks. They dine at establishments without any discussion, only to later proclaim, "I'll give you publicity," intending to pay nothing. This behavior has led to them being dubbed modern-day freeloaders. Moreover, many streams shock the audience with whatever they broadcast, often saying, "I'm live," as if their stream somehow absolves them of accountability. Thus, Zhou Yi directly addressed those present. "So, Sister Ling, today's situation is indeed quite coincidental. As if scripted. I'm also a streamer. Isn't that a coincidence?" As he spoke, Zhou Yi laughed. "Isn't it just too coincidental? Come on, everyone, say hello." With that, Zhou Yi turned the phone's screen towards the crowd. And young Sue's phone was large enough for everyone nearby to see the rapid-fire comments. Sister Ling's complexion turned a shade of liver, as she, being a professional in this industry, knew better than anyone what the live audience's numbers represented. To put it bluntly, the number of active viewers in her stream was significantly overshadowed by Zhou Yi's. However, how could this possibly be? What a remarkable coincidence. If it had been a private matter, it would have erupted long ago. Yet in front of the camera, Sister Ling could only force a smile and say, "Indeed, what a coincidence, Mr. Zhou. Are you live streaming on Bilibili? Since you are here today, I shall refrain from broadcasting." As she spoke, Sister Ling unconsciously glanced at her live stream, only to see her expression darken further. Various comments were flooding her chat. "Is this the Sister Ling? The one who spouts nonsense all day? That's her. Standing on a moral high ground without understanding the situation. Preaching kindness while disregarding the truth. I'm genuinely curious. Does anyone actually watch such streamers? Surely not." It seemed the fans of the opposing streamer had invaded her space. However, Zhou Yi would not allow her to end the stream. "Sister Ling, let us not rush. Since we are both streamers, we must understand that clarity is essential. You came today intending to resolve this issue. Yet you plan to leave before it has been addressed, which is rather inappropriate." At that moment, Song Xiaofei was utterly bewildered, glancing at Manager Shui, unsure of what to say. How had the opponent also turned out to be a streamer? Had he known this was the case, he would never have invited a streamer. Now, not only had they failed to engage, but the hired streamer was also planning to flee. Sister Ling maintained her strained smile and asked, "So, What does Mr. Zhou intend to do? What to do? Zhou pointed the camera at the parking space and said, I have already created a video detailing the background of this matter, but it seems you are unaware. Let me clarify. This person initially refused to move his car. Did you know? He explicitly told me he would park here for 10 days or so without moving. Thus, I blocked off my parking space, fulfilling his wishes. Is that wrong? It's my space. I installed some parking bollards. Can anyone else dictate what I do? The property management told me I needed their permission. I just want to know what the property management actually oversees. Our community is in such poor condition, yet they come to manage my own parking space. Isn't that ridiculous? Throughout, Zhou focused solely on Sister Ling, or the parking space, deliberately excluding Manager Shui and others from the livestream. Perhaps after spending so much time with Feng Dizhuang, he had become increasingly cautious in his actions. The reason he wouldn't move his car was that I was charging him for parking. Sister Ling, even if I had no car, could he just park in my space? If you have a vacant house, can I just move in? You have to show kindness, but can you really turn a blind eye? Zhou was now being quite confrontational, leaving Sister Ling at a loss for words. Her eloquence, usually sharp, was rendered nearly powerless under the onslaught that it was as relentless as the waters of the Yellow River. Song Xiaofei leaned in, scratching his head and murmuring, Bro, regarding this situation, I think we shouldn't endure it any longer. Let's just have these bollards removed. What can he do about it? Manager Shui glanced at the bollards in front of him. Truthfully, if he really wanted to, he could remove them under the name of property management. That as for the ensuing disputes, they had never backed down from anyone. Seeing Manager Shui silent, Song Xiaofei seized his phone and began dialing. Yes. I have some parking bollards here. Can you send over some workers to remove them? Take some photos, right? Sure, I've never seen these bollards before. Following his friend's request, Song Xiaofei carefully took pictures and sent them over. Then inquired, So, can they be removed? His friend took a while to respond, only to ask, What is this? How is it installed? Did you do this? Are you out of your mind? These parking bollards cost over 1,000 each. Are you encircling your car with them? Just this circle alone would cost at least 200,000. Did you do this? Old Song. His friend was no fool. Upon seeing the situation, he sensed something was off. Although he had never seen such bollards, he certainly recognized their value. They were quite expensive in the market. Nearly no one used them. And now, Old Song's car was surrounded by these things, and Old Song was planning to have them removed. This indicated that he hadn't installed them. And since he hadn't, he needed to clarify the situation. In this day and age, it was easy for craftsmen like them to land in trouble if they weren't careful. Song Xiaofei was also a bit bewildered. How much had his car cost? At most 12 or 13,000, yet it was now encircled by 20,000 worth of bollards. Was this car lucky? Or was it overvalued? Just as Sister Ling was about to leave, she noticed Song Xiaofei's strange expression. She had just heard that he was preparing to forcibly remove them. That moment, Sister Ling's phone buzzed with a message from a friend watching her live stream, which contained a price quote. Look, isn't this the kind of parking bollard you showed during your stream this year? Curiously, Sister Ling examined it closely. One cost around 7 or 8,000, identical to the one in the pictures. How much would this entire circle cost? Was it just to block this car? If someone intends to remove this, can they actually do it? Remove this? Are you joking? These things are semi-permanent. Unless you're a technician from the company, no one can remove them. Forcibly removing them will only cause damage, or you'll need to dig a pit. You'd better run. If this thing gets damaged, it's worth tens of thousands, and you could end up in jail, Don't waste time. Sister Ling was once again dumbfounded and hurriedly packed her things, not lingering for a moment. This left Song Xiaofei in a daze. He hadn't even paid the final amount yet, but it was fine, he would save some money. After a moment of thought, he spoke into the phone. Inside is my car. But the outside isn't mine. That as someone else's parking space that I was asked to move my car. And when I took too long, they surrounded me with this. Be quick about it. Can it be removed? I really need my car. Remove your mother. Do you think I want to go to jail? These expensive smart parking bollards. Do you think I would remove them? If I damage them, are you responsible? His friend was now getting desperate. I'll take responsibility. But why are you so cowardly? I'll pay. Is this about money? If I damage them, I'll have to serve time. Are you responsible? You can't shift this responsibility even if you sell yourself. If you want to find someone to blame, go ahead, but I refuse to take apart anything. With a sharp click, his friend's call was abruptly ended, leaving Song Xiaofei utterly bewildered at this moment. However, a flicker of fear crossed his face as he recalled his initial impulse to cut down those parking posts. Reflecting on it now, had he followed through, he might have found himself behind bars. Though his friend's words were rather blunt, Song Xiaofei grasped the underlying message. This situation was far too costly. Was it really necessary to spend such an extravagant sum merely for revenge? Did he not have his own parking space to worry about? Manager Shui, observing Song Xiaofei's endless phone calls, was about to inquire further when someone nearby called out, "Is Mr. Song Xiaofei present?" Upon turning, Song Xiaofei was met with the sight of a young man clad in police uniform, instinctively responding, "Yes, that is me. Do you need something?" "Oh, Mr. Song? I'm a court officer from the Guangming District Court. You reside at Building 10, Unit 1302, correct? Your phone ends with 5991, that due to your occupation of Mr. Zhou's parking space and refusal to compensate for damages or move your vehicle, Mr. Zhou has filed a lawsuit against you in the Guangming District People's Court. This is a copy of your complaint. Please sign the receipt here." "What?" Song Xiaofei stood in stunned silence as he accepted the lawsuit. Not only had Zhou blocked his car, but he had also truly taken legal action against him. Was he seriously suing over such a trivial matter? Yet, it could not be dismissed so lightly. Zhou was willing to spend over 200,000 to secure his own car, and he intended to send Song Xiaofei to jail. At this moment, the entire situation felt surreal to Song Xiaofei. Throughout his life, he had argued with others on numerous occasions and had even engaged in debts that went unpaid. Many had threatened to sue, but none had ever followed through. When Manager Shui had previously recounted the other party's grievances, Song Xiaofei had dismissed them as mere nuisances. After all, it was just a parking space, and Zhou, he had two of them. Suddenly, Song Xiaofei glanced at his car, now sealed off by those costly posts, and exclaimed, "Officer, wait! Just look, it's not that I refuse to move my car. I genuinely want— Please, tell him to withdraw the lawsuit. I will move the car. I truly will." The young court officer, who had been preparing to retrieve additional documents, turned at this remark and could not suppress a chuckle. "So, this was done by Mr. Zhou? Mr. Song, please hold on a moment. Oh, I misspoke earlier. Mr. Zhou is only suing for compensation. He hasn't demanded you to move your vehicle. Thus, the court will not rule you to do so." Song Xiaofei was left speechless in his 30-plus years. He had never experienced such humiliation. His car was locked down, immobilized by those exorbitant posts, and while he was merely being sued for damages, he was not required to move it. This felt akin to falling into a spider's web. This was what they called a trap. This was the masterclass of legal maneuvering, and now Song Xiaofei truly understood. Although he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the legal system, as a man who only knew how to vent his frustrations, encountering such a trap for the first time was suffocating. Seeing Song Xiaofei's despondent demeanor, the young officer felt a twinge of sympathy and quickly added, "Mr. Song, if you are willing to compensate, you may pursue mediation. The mediation agreement need not follow the lawsuit precisely." What a pitiable situation. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaofei felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, hurriedly responding, "Really, yes, mediation. I accept everything. I will pay." "Will mediation occur at the court?" "Mr. Song, there will be pre-trial mediation. Rest assured. The court will notify you." Song Xiaofei nodded vigorously, feeling as though that unassuming young man was indeed formidable. In truth, Fong, the lawyer, was indeed impressive, and Zhou Yi was well aware of this. Yet Fong's prowess was built upon Zhou Yi's capabilities. If Zhou Yi could not swiftly surround the car without those posts, he would never have reached this juncture. Execution, or the funds involved, was of paramount importance. After explaining, the young officer turned to the side, addressing Manager Shui. "So, you must be Shui Naichao, the property manager of the UFU community. You also have a lawsuit here." With that, the officer handed over 2 copies of the complaint. There are 2 cases, both filed by Mr. Zhou. The first case pertains to the property management's failure to act while Mr. Zhou's parking space was occupied for a year, requesting a refund of the annual parking fees. And the second case involves the management's unauthorized rental of sold parking spaces. Seeking compensation for the rental income, Manager Shui was left speechless. 2 lawsuits. Zhou Yi and the young lady had already prepared to head home. However, as they exited the underground parking lot, they suddenly realized that taking the elevator would be much quicker. The young lady now looked at Zhou Yi with admiration. "Big brother, you were so impressive just now. I didn't realize you were live streaming as well." "What do you mean? Can't I live stream?" "No. No. I want to watch your next live stream." As they chatted casually, Zhou Yi logged into his Bilibili account. Upon logging in, he discovered an explosion of private messages. The recent live stream had garnered considerable attention, far overshadowing the modest fame of Ling Jie and Jingzhou. Moreover, he still needed to file a lawsuit against the other party. Fong was correct in saying he had been overly accommodating to Zhou Yi's business. He decided to check the messages to see what had been sent. Zhou Yi selectively viewed the private messages, mainly focusing on familiar faces that frequently commented. Suddenly, he spotted a message from Sister Yuan, who seemed to have sent a lengthy note. Curiosity piqued, he opened it to find a link accompanied by a note. "Haha, I never expected AE to become a foreign guy. You should check this out. Your video has been reposted by various marketing accounts. Claiming you are a foreign dude, Chapter 76. Is this how video shooting works nowadays? A foreign dude?" Zhou Yi felt perplexed that he understood what marketing accounts were. They would clip and narrate others' videos as their own for views. But what on earth did they mean by foreign dude? Intrigued, Zhou Yi clicked on the link that led to a short video platform, and upon opening it, he noticed it was a video that was not nearly as long as his original. Yet the title read, "Some foreign dude recharges 1 million after his game account is recovered." However, to Zhou Yi's astonishment, the thumbnail of the short video clearly indicated it was his own video titled "Recharged 1 million in Anger." So, he had inadvertently become known as a foreign dude. With a mix of curiosity and disbelief, Zhou Yi played the video. The familiar marketing account flavor wafted through the air, so thick it was almost overwhelming. Recently, a certain foreign dude, while gaming, became furious after his original account was recovered, leading him to recharge 1 million just to send the recoverer to jail. What the hell? Even though Zhou Yi had prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but be astonished by the absurdity of it all. Not to mention, they had even cut out the word police, as if to make sure no one knew they were spreading such nonsense. He was utterly speechless. Looking back at the private messages, Sister Yuan had sent a barrage of subsequent notes. The gist was simple. Since Zhou Yi only uploaded videos to Bilibili, his content had been pirated across various platforms. The online world is vastly different from reality, and while Zhou Yi was preoccupied with lawsuits, he had neglected to notice that his videos were now all over the internet. However, the only platform generating revenue was Bilibili. Hastily, he clicked on the other links Sister Yuan had sent, finding his videos on platforms like Douyin, Kuaishou, and others. Almost every conceivable video platform featured his content. Some uploaders even brazenly claimed to be the original creators in the comments. According to Sister Yuan, Bilibili had also faced such issues. But Zhou Yi's audience had bombarded the account with complaints until it was deleted. In reality, the potential for a video to go viral was often evident to those who made them. Much like a book's potential for success, if a video showed promise, many would simply copy it. That if you wanted to fight for your rights, it was a tiresome endeavor. Meanwhile, those on other platforms were directly lifting his videos for upload. Upon checking Kuaishou and Douyin, Zhou Yi felt overwhelmed. The views on those platforms were rapidly catching up to 2/3 of his Bilibili views. Furrowing his brows, Zhou Yi realized that while reposting videos wasn't inherently wrong in today's internet landscape, it was crucial to follow proper protocols, attribution, and source acknowledgement. For instance, reposting on Bilibili yielded no revenue. However, these individuals were being excessively brazen. Resolutely, Zhou Yi decided he would first reach out to the various platforms and these imposters to discuss the situation as the original creator. The young lady behind him, Xiao Su, continued to inquire incessantly. Zhou Yi turned around and said, Miss Su, I must express my gratitude for your assistance today. I shall take my leave now." Upon hearing this, Xiao Su blinked her eyes and suddenly remarked, "I helped you, and a mere thank you suffices? If gratitude were sufficient, then what need would there be for gifts?" "What?" Zhou he was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Her words sounded strangely familiar. After a few awkward exchanges, he mentioned that a gift might be forthcoming before promptly turning to leave, believing that women were akin to tigers, best kept at a distance. While they might not excel in legal matters, when it came to counterarguments, they were undoubtedly experts. As he sprinted home, collapsing onto the sofa, Zhou finally felt a semblance of safety. Habitually, he opened the task panel to check. Noting that the task regarding parking space encroachment had reached 85%, it seemed his actions that afternoon had yielded commendable results. Yet he pondered whether the other party would accept mediation or persist in pursuing litigation. As for that internet celebrity, Ling Jie, Zhou currently lacked evidence, but he was certain that her motivations were far from altruistic. Anyone who has achieved success online should at least grasp the fundamental principle that one must not rely solely on one side's narrative to determine right from wrong. Today, the manner in which she had attempted to silence him was blatantly evident. She sought to use the live stream to overpower him, by positioning herself on the moral high ground. She could garner sympathy and profit from it. What a lucrative venture! Reflecting on this, Zhou, with time on his hands, began searching for video pirates across various platforms, leaving comments and engaging with customer service. Commenting was straightforward, but reporting these violations required access to his uploader backend, which was also manageable. Eventually, after receiving confirmation that there would be a review process, he thought nothing of it. Such was the nature of the system. This tedious affair consumed a significant amount of time, and before he realized it, 2 hours had passed. Once finished, Zhou decided to check out Ling Jie's videos that he believed that as a self-media influencer. One could earn a living, but one must have principles. At the very least, he could never bring himself to lie with his eyes wide open. Upon locating her platform, he prepared to watch a video, only to discover she was live streaming once again. Curiosity piqued, he entered the stream and was immediately taken aback. Ling Jie was lamenting, "I do not understand why he treated me this way, that I merely heard that someone had blocked his car. And he refused to move it or accept mediation, so I went to assist. But I too am a victim. I knew nothing at all." She wept openly before the camera, a sight truly pitiful. Normally, after realizing Zhou was not to be trifled with, she would have refrained from further comments. However, as an internet celebrity, traffic equated to money. The incident that afternoon had caused her to lose many followers. Hence, she hastily turned to live streaming that evening to portray herself as a victim and recoup her losses. Zhou was momentarily stunned. Now she was the victim. During her earlier moralizing, she had not presented herself in this light. After watching a few moments, he found the stream unbearable, filled with numerous sycophants defending her, claiming Zhou had gone too far. It was evident this was not a genuine broadcast. When he streamed, his audience would berate him mercilessly that he decided to revisit her previous videos. Upon viewing, he sensed something amiss. A recently released video bore a striking resemblance to one from over 10 days prior, seemingly from the same establishment. However, the content was starkly different than in the earlier video. She had entered the shop, criticizing the lamb soup for lacking the characteristic whiteness of true Beijing lamb, declaring it neither fresh nor palatable, and remarking that the pancakes were inedible, remaining hard even after soaking in the soup. The portion sizes were scant, leaving her unsatisfied after just one bowl. Then, in a moment of incredulity, Zhou witnessed Ling Jie engaging in an audacious act. She openly retrieved a box of dried lamb she had brought, tore it apart, and mixed it into the lamb soup, proclaiming, "Look, while this is dried lamb, after soaking in the broth, it becomes the most authentic flavor. This is precisely the taste we Beijing natives adore." After watching this video, Zhou felt as though his teeth might shatter from disbelief. Her promotional tactics were alarmingly overt. What was more, she had clearly been holding the dried lamb before even entering the establishment, indicating her intention to disparage the food had been premeditated. However, today's newly released video was even more audacious. Still featuring the same establishment, she claimed the lamb was fresh, the soup was succulent, and the pancakes were authentic, with generous portions. Is this how people create videos nowadays? Perhaps because this matter did not stem from him, the system had not issued a task. Nevertheless, Zhou felt compelled to take action. Reflecting on it, he swiftly extracted the key portions from both videos, edited them into one, and included a caption. "Is this the legendary skill of changing faces?" initially intending to file a casual lawsuit for some compensation. If the other party was willing to mediate, he would accept. Yet it seemed they had yet to grasp their wrongdoing. With a click, he published the video. There was no rush to consult lawyer Fong, as a hearing regarding his labor dispute was scheduled for the following day, and Joe intended to observe the proceedings. Chapter 77. I have been cyberbullied. Once again, he found himself at the familiar entrance of the People's Court in Guangming District. However, in contrast to his initial visit, Joey now felt utterly at ease that he had discovered that with the serious system at his disposal, visiting the court felt akin to returning home. He frequented it more often than he did his own abode. Beside him, Lawyer Fong was munching on a hot soy milk and a large oil stick, speaking with a mouthful. So, you wish to sue that internet celebrity? I must inform you that defamation cases can be quite complex. Spare me the details. I'll pay more. Lawyer Fong chuckled at this. I was merely jesting. It's not just a matter of money. While these cases may seem trivial, they can indeed become quite intricate. You mentioned that the influencer intentionally silenced you during the live stream, correct? And that she portrayed the incident as your fault. Well, there must have been viewers present during the stream, right? More than just a few. Zhou Yi replied. That Ling Jie is quite the performer. Moreover, I noticed she was live streaming yesterday. Once again playing the victim, claiming I was bullying her due to my status as a prominent streamer, asserting that she knew nothing and simply wanted to help. However, I suspect she was compensated for her actions. We must inquire with Song Xiaofei. Lawyer Fong nodded. If the other party could maintain objectivity during the live stream, without delving into notions of fairness, it would indicate her motives. Should she be objective, it would suggest she sought fame, or in simpler terms, traffic. This was entirely understandable. Influencers thrive on traffic, relying on it for their livelihood, and can assist in resolving issues, a win-win scenario. However, if she were not objective, it was clear she had accepted payment. Otherwise, what would possess her to assist unilaterally without seeking anything in return? Was she enamored with Song Xiaofei's physique? Or was it his looks that attracted her? Yet, Song Xiaofei might not disclose the truth. This matter was somewhat. Just as Zhou Yi was about to elaborate, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Manager Shui. After a moment of hesitation, he answered, Hello, Manager Shui. Is there something you need? I believe it would be best if I blocked you. As the saying goes, there is no point in prolonging a conversation that leads nowhere. And given the relationship between Manager Shui and Song Xiaofei, he sensed something was amiss. Manager Shui's words still dripped with cunning as he chuckled over the phone. Mr. Zhou, I believe there has been a misunderstanding between us, truly. Enough with the pleasantries. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait, Mr. Zhou. Recently, the property management has been issuing elevator cards. According to regulations, only those who register within 3 days can obtain their cards for free. After that, a fee is required. And starting today, the elevator system has been fully upgraded. One must swipe a card to access their designated floor that I just checked, and it appears you haven't registered or obtained a card. So I took the liberty of arranging one for you. When can you come by to collect it? He had almost forgotten about that matter. When he had gone to park, there had been a throng of people at the property management office bustling about with registrations. He had been curious at the time, wondering if the management had turned over a new leaf by offering free cards. However, Manager Shui was indeed a crafty individual. By saying this, Zhou found it difficult to simply hang up. No matter, since he had already prepared the card, he might as well accept it. After all, someone once said, sugar-coated bullets. Consume the sugar, then return the bullets. I'm at the courthouse today. I'll pick it up when I return. Thank you, Manager Shui. Not at all. It's a minor matter to be by the way. Mr. Zhou, Song Xiaofei asked me to convey a message. He is willing to compensate you and accept mediation, provided you allow him to retrieve his vehicle. Zhou Yi chuckled upon hearing this. It seemed this tattooed giant was rather quick to relent. How fortuitous! Just when he wondered how to compel the other party to present evidence, the opportunity had arisen. Compensation, you say? Then let it be. Mediation is also acceptable. However, I spent quite a bit on those parking posts. If it weren't for the exorbitant cost of your parking post, how could this situation have arisen? Manager Shui was utterly astounded upon learning the price of that parking post yesterday. His sole desire now is to distance himself as much as possible from the individual surnamed Zhou. Do not worry, I did not require him to cover that expense. that didn't you seek out a social media influencer yesterday, regardless of whether or not you were the ones who found her? I require some evidence of your engagement with her, such as chat logs or phone recordings. Bank transfer records would be even more beneficial. At this point, Joey was baffled by their thought process. They would rather spend money on an influencer than compensate him. It was sheer folly. Ah, that's feasible, Mr. Joe. Absolutely no problem. While I doubt we have a phone recording, we certainly possess chat logs and transfer records, and I will prepare them immediately. All right, I will retrieve them right away. It's settled. With that, Joe, he hung up. How curious that the property management had suddenly improved, at least for the time being. He had secured the evidence. Soon, the court opened its doors, and he found the appropriate civil division to commence the first hearing. The opposing party only sent a litigation representative. No one else appeared. To be frank, this was the norm. Unlike the last labor arbitration where Director Wong personally attended, this was more typical. Zhou Yi, though not a professional, could still discern the high caliber of lawyer Fong. His evidence was also quite substantial. Whether it was attendance records or salary transfer details, they clearly demonstrated that his former company had not signed a labor contract. Yet a labor relationship undeniably existed. That I end casual conversation. Lawyer Fong was affable, often sharing anecdotes even during consultations. But once court debates commenced, he transformed entirely. Unsurprisingly, with ample evidence backing him and Lawyer Fong's stellar performance. The court rendered a verdict just 20 minutes later. Zhou Yi emerged victorious. His former employer was not only obligated to pay severance compensation, but also to reimburse him for his previous double salary. Naturally, as anticipated, the opposing party expressed their intention to appeal. However, as Zhou Yi exited the courthouse with the verdict in hand, he was halted. Mr. Zhou, right? Just in time. Here is a copy of the lawsuit. Ah, this scenario seems familiar. Zhou Yi took the document and glanced at it. Indeed, it appeared his former employer had actually filed a lawsuit against him. Furthermore, the compensation amount was quite substantial, alleging that he had caused significant losses to the company during his employment. Lawyer Fong, observing this, was equally astonished. They really did file a lawsuit against you. Truly, the shallow waters harbor many turtles. However, they likely aim to pressure you into a settlement. It matters not. If they have filed, I shall respond accordingly. Exactly. What is there to fear? I am here for you. Yet, Lawyer Fong, I feel this labor lawsuit cannot significantly impact my former employer. Fong shrugged. That is undoubtedly the case. After all, you are but one individual, having only just completed 1 year of employment. They can easily hire someone else, and the financial compensation is negligible. It simply feels disconcerting. Should employees be subjected to the whims of their employers? Am I powerless to confront them? Legally, of course. Fong chuckled heartily. There is indeed a way. If you can orchestrate a simultaneous resignation of your former colleagues or, at the very least, those within your department, the impact on the company would far exceed any repercussions from your lawsuit. This idea seemed utterly implausible. They were all doing their jobs well. What influence could Zhou Yi possibly have to compel them to resign? Unless he possessed some extraordinary ability, he prepared to drive home while clutching the lawsuit. He checked his phone and noticed his followers had sent him private messages again. Pigeon Spirit, you posted that video today. And we plan to confront Sister Ling, but she also released a video that I end short. You should take a look. It's quite exasperating. Another video? Zhou Yi hastily opened a certain short video platform and, indeed, saw that Sister Ling had updated her content. The title read, I'm just a single mother. Yesterday, I was cyberbullied. Upon seeing this title, Zhou Yi sensed a certain depth to the situation that if this weren't on a short video platform, he might have thought he was browsing Bilibili. Nowadays, the internet frequently showcases sudden viral events, such as a beautiful girl doing something, which just happens to be captured on camera, leading to an unexpected surge in popularity. The following day or two, a video titled, I am so-and-so from the so-and-so incident. I have joined Bilibili would emerge. This is often followed by bizarre challenges like Don't Laugh Challenge, Read the Comments, and the most classic, I was cyberbullied. Zhou Yi did not wish to comment on the marketing phenomena themselves. Everyone is just trying to make a living, which is perfectly fine. However, if you start spouting nonsense, then there's an issue. Lawyer Fong. Hold on a moment. I have something intriguing for you to see. The equally poised lawyer Fong halted upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, taking the phone from his hand and chuckling upon reading the title. What is this influencer thinking? Is she willing to disregard everything for the sake of views? They opened the video, both curious. It began with Sister Ling wiping away tears, stating, I was merely a housewife. After a divorce due to an unhappy marriage, I found myself disconnected from society. In desperation, I began my journey as a web broadcaster to earn a living for my son. I just wanted to make a stable income. However, yesterday, I was invited to discuss the parking space incident. The car owner claimed their vehicle was trapped. So I offered to inquire and assist in resolving the issue. Little did I know, the owner of that parking space was also a broadcaster with a massive following. Since that live stream, I have been relentlessly berated. Everyone has been attacking me, and I couldn't sleep a wink last night. My son comforted me, saying, Mom, why don't you get some sleep? I had to tell him, I cannot sleep. I don't understand what I did wrong to deserve such vitriol from so many people. By this morning, I hoped for some rest, only to find the criticisms had intensified, that I feel like I'm slipping into depression. I just want to provide my son with a warm home, allowing him to grow up happily. I'm just an ordinary single mother. Lawyer Fong struggled to suppress his laughter, while Zhou Yi felt an overwhelming urge to throw his phone. All right, Zhou Yi, you work in media as well. You know that in both the entertainment and streaming industries, there exists a saying, any publicity is good publicity. Some individuals are simply meant to be criticized. The more you disparage them, the happier they become. A great mentor once said, when profits reach 300%, they would even sell the rope that would hang them. She is merely an influencer relying on traffic. There is no need to be upset. Moreover, there is likely a company backing her. Zhou Yi nodded. That seems plausible. I even mentioned to her yesterday that defamation and slander reaching 500 shares could lead to criminal charges. She appeared rather intimidated. However, many of my followers have flocked to her for entertainment, which likely boosted her traffic that I posted another video yesterday, and I suspect it contributed to her newfound heat, leading her to act without regard. Yet, Lawyer Fong, this is infuriating. Her implication is quite clear. As if I am the one who incited the cyberbullying against her. Look at the comment section. Is this even bearable? The comment section was filled with denunciations, with even keyboard warriors among Zhou Yi's followers. Like Brother Pusa, engaging in a one-on-one battle with her fans. With accounts at the center and the comment section as the radius, the area was devoid of life. Just as Zhou Yi was about to continue his rant, he suddenly noticed 3 lines of text reappearing before him. Goodness, has the system awakened? Can I commence this new task while the previous one is still ongoing? Though it seems reasonable, since the other party agreed to mediation regarding the parking dispute. It stands to reason that upon completing the mediation video, I could directly claim a reward. Option 1. After all, she's a single mother. One should show mercy where possible. Option 2. Since she is willing to confront, let us engage and rally the fans to retaliate. Option 3. In a harmonious society, let us avoid discord, amplifying the heat, not for any reason other than to witness her genuine tears. Zhou Yi felt the system was playing tricks on him. That phrase, show mercy where possible, raised his blood pressure. However, the third option's intent was somewhat ambiguous, differing from the notion of casually recharging 100,000. While Zhou Yi was lost in thought, Lawyer Fong chuckled again. Zhou Yi, I merely wish to prevent you from becoming upset, that if being angry were effective, why would we need the law? I have always believed that meaningless anger is futile. As for defamation, aside from the 500 shares, there is also a requirement for 5,000 views. This video is gaining quite the traction. In such a short time, it has already amassed tens of thousands of views. Perfect timing. We are right outside the courthouse. Let us give her a surprise. You gather evidence, and I will file a lawsuit. Some individuals, unless they experience it firsthand, will never understand fear. What? Upon hearing the phrase, if being angry were effective, why would we need the law? Zhou Yi felt a strange sense of deja vu. It seemed he had encountered this saying quite often lately, especially when it is nonchalantly uttered from Fong Dazhuang's lips. His refrain is, if XX is useful, then what is the need for the law? Regardless, it will certainly follow with legal consequences. Yet there is an unsettling discord in his words. Fong Dazhuang, who claims to be a civil litigation lawyer. Proficient in contract law and marital law, incessantly speaks of incarcerating individuals. Zhou Yi, though not well-read, can certainly distinguish between civil law and criminal law. Wait a moment, Fang Dazhuang. For defamation, if we wish to imprison the offender, shouldn't we report it to the police? Why pursue a lawsuit in court? Isn't that about preserving one's reputation? Fang Dazhuang turned to Zhou Yi and said, "Let me enlighten you. Defamation falls under private prosecution. You see, it is termed a complaint must be processed, which means if you wish for her to serve time, you must personally file a lawsuit in court." Zhou Yi suddenly comprehended there exists such a nuance indeed. His lack of education is evident. However, Fang Dazhuang, there lies the issue. Your familiarity with criminal procedure is a tad excessive. Nevertheless, I would advise against suing at this moment. You see, it has barely been an hour since she released the video. Perhaps you should wait and let the situation simmer a bit. Pausing for a moment, a rather amusing expression crossed Fang Dazhuang's face. Moreover, I suggest you indulge in some melancholy. Isn't it said, only magic can combat magic? Zhou Yi was utterly taken aback, now grasping the meaning behind the third choice. When considering it, Fang Dazhuang seems more suited to be the master of the system. What do you think? After all, I am merely a lawyer, and I am only offering you my advice. Fang Dazhuang resumed his gentle demeanor. Were it not for their familiarity, Zhou Yi would wish to distance himself slightly, that he felt that wherever this man went, even stray dogs by the roadside would be destined for incarceration. Fang Dazhuang, your reasoning is sound. Let us allow things to brew for a while that I shall take this opportunity to gather evidence that I ask for indulging in melancholy. I truly find that beyond my reach. Chapter 79. Let us start with 3 packages. Is online violence illegal? Yes, it is, and severe instances of online violence may even constitute a crime. But what of depression? Initially, this ailment was not recognized by many, with some believing it to be inconsequential. Some might say, how could a person who appears well develop depression? It is merely a product of indulgence. Such statements are indeed misguided. Depression is a legitimate illness. Yet, at the very least, Zhou Yi knows one thing. Those who now seek to ride the wave of attention, portraying themselves as a vulnerable group and uttering phrases like, "I feel I am depressed," can be easily identified as untroubled by scrutiny. Furthermore, Zhou Yi has always detested online violence. His unwavering principle has been that clarity can only be achieved through discourse. It is simple. Determine who is at fault and who must apologize. Many are aware that in the realm of social interactions, one must take responsibility for their missteps. However, some keyboard warriors are too cowardly to even acknowledge their faults online, not to mention individuals like Sister Ling, who, upon encountering issues, immediately adopts the guise of a vulnerable group. What sort of vulnerable group are you? The property management and the banks are the true vulnerable ones. Choose 3. Event name. Defamed by an internet celebrity. Amplifying the heat. Event requirements. After being defamed by an internet celebrity, utilize increased exposure to enhance the opposing party's viewership, thereby educating the celebrity. Current event progress. 0. A virtual account has received 1 million. Whether it is a coincidence or a fate with the system, every time funds are allocated, it is precisely 1 million that once it is nearly depleted, another million follows. However, since the system advocates for increased intensity, let us indeed amplify the heat, which likely means allowing the opposing party's video to gain traction. This is quite straightforward. In this era, traffic equates to money, and conversely, money can be exchanged for traffic. Yet, the authenticity of the traffic garnered through monetary means remains uncertain. Nonetheless, the data will appear remarkably impressive. Hasn't it been said that certain films enjoy full midnight showings due to shadowy figures borrowing the path? Regardless of whether they are shadowy figures, the data undeniably reflects well. Thus, let us provide Sister Ling with a few packages. As a nascent content creator, Zhou Yi is acquainted with a few friends in this arena. Only that when these friends initially approached him to purchase traffic, Zhou Yi found himself powerless. This requires gradual negotiation. Thus, Zhou Yi decided to return home first. Upon driving back to the community, he parked in the basement, taking pleasure in the abundant parking spaces nearby, feeling quite satisfied, and then proceeded directly to the property management office. Is Manager Shui available? It was still Ma Lily, who glanced up upon hearing his voice and smiled. Mr. Zhou, Manager Shue's been waiting for you. He said he would take you in as soon as you returned. No need. I can go by myself. Zhou, you walked straight to the back, arriving at the manager's office door, casually knocking before entering. Mr. Zhou, you've arrived. Please have a seat. Have a seat. Oh, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Manager Shue's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhou Yi enter, and he hurriedly approached. Here is your elevator card, all prepared. Additionally, these are the records. Do you need them transferred to your phone? Zhou Yi nodded. These were indeed necessary. Glancing beside him, he noticed Song Xiaofei standing there, wearing an expression that seemed somewhat obsequious. Mr. Zhou, it was my error earlier. I took your parking space, and I should compensate you. Although he had anticipated this man would seek reconciliation, he did not expect him to capitulate so swiftly. Such a shame for that tattoo. As Song Xiaofei spoke, his gaze scrutinized Zhou Yi, uncertain of his thoughts, but ever since he began speaking, Zhou Yi had shown little reaction. Well, here is the compensation, Mr. Zhou. Please just sign here. Song Xiaofei had already produced the money, which was quite rare, as he was holding cash. Wait a moment. Zhou Yi suddenly interjected. What? Song Xiaofei quickly glanced at Manager Shui, bewildered by Zhou Yi's sudden shift. Was he about to make unreasonable demands? Little did he expect, Zhou Yi pulled out an action camera from his bag, activated it, and then stated, By the way, please repeat what you just said and did. Oh, right. I'll be sure to blur your face. I trust you won't mind appearing in my video. Song Xiaofei. Do you have any idea how long I've rehearsed those words? I'd already delivered my lines, and now you want me to do it again? Emotions are what they are. I don't mind. Of course not. After re-recording, Zhou Yi finally produced the settlement agreement he had printed earlier, in duplicate, for the other party to sign. This was something Feng Dezhuang had prepared during their prior court visit, regardless of the situation. One must leave a paper trail. Signatures and fingerprints are essential. This has been a good habit Zhou Yi has cultivated since the beginning of his career. Moreover, as Feng Dezhuang later noted, mediation in court yields a mediation document with nearly the same authority as a judgment. Thus, there is no cause for concern. However, private mediations must involve signing certain documents. This is not a hassle, but a precaution against future complications. For instance, if someone is unwilling to provide a loan receipt and questions whether you are truly friends, how would you respond? You can only tell them, if you are unwilling to provide a loan receipt. Are you even my friend? After receiving the money, Song Xiaofei headed towards the property management office, where it appeared that Manager Su and Manager Shui were preparing to cover the costs. Likewise, all mediation documents were signed, with the property management also affixing their seal. After capturing images of these documents, Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction. He could also edit portions of the previous livestream video to clarify matters for those who might be unaware. Zhou Yi felt no particular distress over not pursuing a lawsuit. In fact, many who believe they have been wronged in everyday life often experience similar situations. Those who are arrogant before filing a lawsuit typically accept mediation afterward. It is rare to find someone like Su Yufeng, who hires a lawyer to confront matters head-on, especially when she has employed a novice. As Zhou Yi finalized the payment, Song Xiaofei once again smiled apologetically. Well then, Mr. Zhou, we have reached an agreement, and I have given you the money. Regarding my car, no worries. Today the property management will connect the circuit for those parking posts, and they can be lowered automatically. With this assurance, Song Xiaofei finally felt at ease, realizing that remaining steady was the best course of action. Otherwise, encountering someone like Zhou Yi could truly spell disaster. Zhou Yi took the elevator key and proceeded with the property staff to the basement to connect the circuit. Indeed, there is a reason for the expense. The switch is linked to a mobile application and can be lowered with a mere press of a button. After expressing endless gratitude, Song Xiaofei drove away. And Zhou Yi turned back home to prepare for the next steps that he found a certain friend from a group he had previously joined, using a different account to add them. Brother, I have a task. Can you handle it? What kind of task? Please specify. It involves purchasing traffic for a certain internet celebrity, Sister Ling from a certain platform. Let us see what the costs are. The friend on the other end immediately perked up. Simple. Are you looking to buy just views, or a package that includes views and comments? A package deal. Let us go for the highest tier, starting with 3 packages. Money is no object. Understood, my friend. You are planning to give this streamer quite the boost. I'll need a deposit first, and we can get started shortly. Everyone in the circle knows my credibility. Having settled the matter, Joey rose and gazed out the window, reflecting on the beauty of life. Money can be earned, yet one must never indulge in the blood-stained buns of deceit, although he faced malicious slander from others. Joey was not particularly enraged. His true fans understood him well, while only the uninformed would cast aspersions. Nevertheless, with his loyal audience also voicing their discontent, he felt unperturbed. The crux of the matter lay in a comment he had seen, where someone claiming to be the owner of a mutton soup restaurant stated that the woman, Ling Jie, did not merely accept payment for positive reviews. She would issue negative ones if no payment was made. It was no wonder that the initial exploration video had left many speechless. Acquiring traffic and reviews requires time to ferment, and evidence must be gradually collected, along with video editing. Feeling too lethargic to act, Joey decided to investigate the platforms he had previously communicated with about the video thieves. Upon logging into his account and reviewing his history, he found the video still present. Had it not yet been reviewed? Clicking on it, he discovered that his comments had vanished. Furthermore, he had been added to the opponent's blacklist. What the hell? It must be said, this was rather excessive. Chapter 80. This step was indeed the right one. Fortunately, after contacting customer service, they informed him that the suspected video thieves had their traffic restricted, and once confirmed, the videos would be taken down. That was a relief. Otherwise, he would have felt his blood pressure rising uncontrollably. Checking other platforms yielded similar results. There was still no movement, that he had grown accustomed to this kind of situation. Many contemporary internet platforms operated at a glacial pace. Thus, he resolved to focus on editing videos for the time being. At the very least, to claim the reward for the parking task. Hello everyone, I am your old friend AE. I suspect some of you have seen my previous livestream. So you're aware that the opposing party has invited a well-known internet celebrity to try and force my submission. But clearly, I am AE, known as the buzz-cut guy of the community. The notion of my submission is utterly impossible. To accommodate those who missed the live stream, I have included a portion of the recorded stream for you all to see. At this moment, the internet celebrity suddenly called me. Honestly, if she had allowed me to finish my thoughts, it would have been one thing, but I endeavored to articulate my points, only to be met with various interruptions from her, eventually leading her to urge me to calm down. I was genuinely astonished. I was quite calm. My reasoning was sound. It was she who sought to silence me, which compelled me to start a live stream. As he recounted the story, the video began to showcase Zhou Yi's live stream, where he and the female host engaged in a verbal spar. Of course, it was more of a one-sided confrontation from Zhou Yi. Following that was a scene from after the live stream, where he encountered a law enforcement officer. And Zhou Yi had even inscribed a large character for coincidence within the video. Honestly, I'm not sure what transpired, but today, while I was at the courthouse with lawyer Fong, the property management called me, stating that the other party was willing to compensate, merely requesting that I allow them to move their car and withdraw the lawsuit. Just look at how people are nowadays. They initially claimed they needed to park for 10 days or so, and after I had painstakingly set up numerous parking barriers, they suddenly decided they no longer wished to park. However, what could I do? My kind heart compelled me to accept the mediation. The recording was complete, uploaded, and done. He glanced over the previous video comments regarding that Ling Jie, and the comment section was utterly unbearable that a multitude of onlookers was indulging in various memes. Hey, we in Jingzhou don't call it food. We call it authenticity. We don't walk. We stroll with purpose. Bringing mutton jerky to the mutton soup restaurant is quite the absurdity. So, am I the only one aware that the uploader is from Jingzhou? Next time they dare to go silent, I'll just head over. However, once these comments were posted, they were drowned out, as everyone exclaimed, "You dare to provoke the district tyrant as a district tyrant," with lawyer Fong's assistance. Not only you, but even your dog would end up behind bars. It must be said, Zhou Yi had not anticipated this. It seemed everyone was particularly fascinated with lawyer Fong that I end that brief conversation of less than 3 minutes. Fong had uttered send him in no less than 5 times. These individuals truly had no idea of the fearsome nature of Fong. In that short span, he could negotiate 3 different fees from me, each one quite reasonable. Perhaps due to the rising popularity, the review process proceeded surprisingly swiftly. In under 20 minutes, it was already approved that AS Zhou. He entered the comment section. Chaos had erupted. The focus of attention was on Song Xiaofei, who was nervously articulating an apology. Additionally, there was Zhou Yi encountering the law enforcement officer as he exited the garage. Wow, confirmed. This is the district tyrant, a textbook case of one. Shocking. A tattooed brute in the room, actually. I watched yesterday's live stream. That female host was utterly ridiculous. However, the uploader's reputation as a local tyrant is undeniable. He seems to encounter someone serving him a lawsuit wherever he goes. As he continued watching, he noticed a user named Worldly Suffering re-emerging. It hasn't been long, and already he has filed so many lawsuits, winning each one. Can't you all see? The uploader clearly has connections in the courthouse. Otherwise, how could he win them all? You all foolishly believe that winning a lawsuit is simply about the law. Wake up. After a few statements, no matter how others responded, he was ignored, as if he had vanished from sight. Zhou Yi couldn't help but feel exasperated. Over such trivial lawsuits, most of which ended in mediation, was it really necessary to find connections? Forget it. It wasn't worth getting worked up over such individuals. If anger were effective, why bother having authority? Zhou Yi swiftly added the person to his blacklist. As the time drew near, he checked the system task list. No issues there. The parking task had reached 100%. Eagerly, he went to view the reward, and upon seeing the name, Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. That it wasn't that the reward was insignificant. Rather, it was exceedingly generous. In fact, if he maintained this momentum, the reward could very well be the best he could attain. The reward section boldly stated, Task reward, 100,000 RMB. Note, the task reward is at the host's discretion. This reward arrived at precisely the right moment. God knows he was feeling a bit financially strained at this juncture. The task had virtual funds from the system, while the earnings from the videos were minuscule, being just at their inception. Moreover, to truly grow and earn, he would need to secure advertisements. Yet it seemed that no matter what, Zhou Yi's current videos were ill-suited for monetization. If he were to get serious, even the sponsors could find themselves at odds with him. Now, with this influx of cash, while it may not rival the virtual funds, at least he could fill up on gas and entrust lawyer Fong with the countersuit from his previous company. No issue there. I declare the system to be my closest ally. Zhou Yi was enveloped in euphoric delight, while on the other side, Ling Jie gazed at the data before her, struggling to comprehend. Ling Jie, did you see? Popularity is an opportunity. You must seize it decisively and swiftly, or else in a few days, when the hype fades, you won't be able to capitalize on it again. Her assistant chimed in, behind her. Ling Jie nodded, a flicker of excitement crossing her face. Indeed, I never anticipated the data would be this promising. Her recognition wasn't particularly high. Thanks to the people nearby feature, she had gained a slight following in Jingzhou. Typically, her videos garnered views in the tens of thousands, with 20,000 being the pinnacle. Yet unexpectedly, after releasing this video, by the afternoon, the views began to surge. In less than a day, the view count had already soared to 500,000. Furthermore, with the increase in views came a deluge of comments and messages. She had truly become a sensation. Let us prepare. We need to film another video. Title, please, do not disturb others. The content would be simple. Ling Jie would sell a sob story while assuring everyone that her depression was not severe, merely requiring some rest. She would also request her dear fans to refrain from bothering others, asking them to simply stay in her live stream and support her. Yes, always, although she never explicitly named anyone. It was clear who she was referring to. The upload had gained traction, so she intended to ride that wave and soar to new heights. As for Zhou Yi's previous threats of lawsuits, those had long been cast aside. This was an era where traffic reigned supreme. Views equated to money and everything else as long as she could ascend to the ranks of a major internet celebrity. What could the opposing party do? Chapter 81. The district tyrant strikes again. Days flew by in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yi could swear he had only purchased 3 packages, yet unexpectedly, the other parties seemed to be catching some sparks of success. To address this, Zhou Yi had purposefully sought out his friend for counsel, who praised him for his marketing tactics. claiming they were a prime example of achieving great results with minimal effort. Zhou could only express his helplessness. The female host truly knew how to capitalize on trends. Every step she took was flawlessly timed, and it must be said. Those who could become famous were certainly not simpletons. Pulling out his phone, Zhou dialed Lawyer Fang's number. "Stop rushing me. Zhou, I've already sent out the legal notice. You need not worry about procedural matters. The evidence is nearly ready. And if the other party doesn't respond today, I can file the lawsuit. Rest assured. And by the way, have you thought about the matter regarding your previous company suing you for damages? Let me handle it. You can rest assured with me around. Just prepare the money." Click. Zhou hung up the phone. Zhou remained the same Zhou of old. While Fang Dezhuang had clearly changed, he opened his phone to check the chat history. His private messages had once again exploded over the past few days. The reason was simple. That troublemaking Ling Jie had been creatively updating videos and live streams, all centered around Zhou. Moreover, the previous store visit video had been deleted. Logically, Zhou had only gained a slight following on Bilibili. The video that truly broke through was still the first one. However, one could hardly blame him, as the title was simply too captivating. Nevertheless, the quality of Zhou Yi's videos was undeniable. They could not be produced on a whim. That required a fortuitous encounter with such events, coupled with the skill to capture and edit them perfectly. Take, for instance, the issue of noisy neighbors. Many have experienced similar situations, but how many can genuinely sue and guide a multitude of netizens through the legal process? Very few indeed. Thus, amidst the frenzied marketing and opportunism from the other side, it was quite absurd that Zhou Yi's videos were still garnering views. However, a significant number of people had begun to hurl insults at him, accusing him, as a serious streamer, of bullying a single mother, inciting his fans to engage in online harassment, which led to the woman's depression. This left Zhou both amused and exasperated. Were they truly his fans? They were merely his esteemed audience. Now, his esteemed audience was incessantly asking him why he hadn't released a video to counter the accusations. The other party not only continued to ride the wave of publicity, but also insinuated that she had suffered from online harassment and depression due to the previous incident, claiming to urge everyone not to disturb others, which sounded remarkably polite. In stark contrast, since Zhou had released his new video, there had been no further updates from him, not even a simple post. This lack of communication would not go unnoticed by familiar viewers, but those unfamiliar with him might instinctively believe that this uploader had nothing to say. You really ought to respond in today's internet. If you don't speak up, people will genuinely think that all there is to you. I believe it would be better for you to post an update or video, advised Yuan Jie. After the last live stream, she and Zhou had conversed quite a bit, and one could say they had become friends. Yuan Jie was the type who, despite her sharp tongue, was quite observant. So she would often send Zhou private messages to remind him of issues. Since everyone was urging him to respond, he decided to take action. Zhou quickly crafted a few sentences. "Everyone wants me to respond. To write something or film a rebuttal. I cannot allow the other party to speak unchallenged. What I wish to convey is simply this. Do not say I did not warn you." He attached a picture from the article originally signed Zhong Sheng, which bore the same phrase. "Do not say I did not warn you." Hitting send, he thought, what defines one as cultured is not just Zhou's boast. Those who understand, understand. The reason Su Yufeng needed to clarify later was precisely because she failed to grasp this statement. Meanwhile, in Ling Jie's live stream, the atmosphere was lively. After several days of build-up, her popularity had doubled. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Jie began live streaming to sell products. This marketing strategy, which maximizes the traffic of internet streamers, had quietly transformed the landscape of the streaming industry. As some would say, the live streams that incessantly urged viewers to send gifts and shower praise belonged to a bygone era, when capital flowed freely, creating a flourishing live streaming scene. Now, the trend was live streaming sales. One could hardly fathom how much money those selling products online were making. Consequently, many stars had also jumped on the bandwagon, awkwardly attempting to sell items with clumsy marketing rhetoric, often failing to sell a single piece. They frequently conjured up bewildering phrases that left viewers astonished. Now, looking at Ling Jie, energetically promoting her products, one could hardly detect any signs of depression. She appeared positively radiant. "Darlings, this item, This very item's price is a result of tireless negotiations between your Ling Jie and the manufacturer that I can assure you won't find it at this price anywhere else. On the other side, Ling Jie's assistant was diligently monitoring the live stream status. They had certainly received the lawyer's letter, but in the midst of such fervor, apologizing for the previous incident and withdrawing from the streaming world. What a joke! With so much money on the line, why would they back down? The lawyer's letter was promptly cast aside that in fact, Ling Jie was already prepared for a lawsuit. Reputation? It was merely a matter of paying a fine. But securing money in hand was what truly mattered. Hey, Wang Jie, look, that uploader just posted an update. A young girl informed Ling Jie's assistant that Ling Jie gradually transformed into a major streamer. Her assistant was also rising in status, becoming a prominent figure herself. Update! Assistant Wang Wei took the phone and glanced at it. Do not say, I did not warn you. Understandable. What does that even mean? The girl beside her shook her head, indicating she didn't know either. Forget it. Let's focus on our own work, Wang Wei replied. By the way, make sure to block those who keep spamming authentic in the comment section. We can't let them disrupt the purchasing experience for new viewers. It was evident that, in the face of money, everything else was secondary. Naturally, Zhou received no response from the other party. Conversely, in his comment section, many were already aware of the underlying meaning. Wow, the neighborhood bully has spoken again. Yes. It seems he included this line in the notification letter to the neighbor upstairs last time. Everyone knows how that turned out. This phrase is truly understood by those in the know. I'm curious to see how that female streamer will respond. As the afternoon rolled in, Fang Dezhuang leisurely drove to the courthouse. Fortunately, all parties were located in Jingzhou City, so jurisdictional issues were straightforward. Over this period, he had gathered a plethora of evidence, taking considerable time to organize it all. After all, extracting useful information and linking it into a cohesive chain of evidence was no small feat nonetheless. Fang Dezhuang was quite thrilled. He was finally able to engage in his professional calling once more. Chapter 82. Do you know what defamation is? Ah, Teacher Fang is here again. Teacher Fang, I heard you have quite a few cases lately. Teacher Fang, I have a case here. I wonder if you are interested. Upon entering the case registration hall, many greeted Fang Dezhuang, and he nodded in acknowledgement to each. The legal profession is particularly intricate. Novice lawyers like Zhou Xinran may have the ability to practice independently, but often they are more concerned about sourcing cases than litigating. The absence of cases is the real issue that in this world. Only individuals like Su Dama would seek the assistance of a pure novice. Age discrimination is a common reality in many fields. Many believe that older individuals are more reliable and composed. Of course, if they happen to be balding, that would be even better. By the time one reaches Fang Dezhuang's level, cases seek him out. Zhou understood that Fang Dezhuang's frequent talk of money was merely jest. If he truly wanted to make money, he wouldn't have returned to Handong province. He could earn far more in Shanghai. Fang Dezhuang casually greeted acquaintances and approached the registration window, systematically presenting his evidence and materials. Teacher Fang, is this a criminal private prosecution? The young woman in charge of registration was nearly dumbfounded. Criminal private prosecutions were exceedingly rare. The reasons were clear. As previously stated, fixed evidence is required, along with a complete chain of evidence, which is quite challenging. After all, during the prosecution stage of a criminal private prosecution, one must collect all the evidence independently. The public security and prosecutorial authorities do not get involved here. Moreover, while criminal private prosecutions do not necessitate police investigations due to the unique nature of the case, they are still criminal cases and the scrutiny of evidence is extremely stringent. Fortunately, Fang Dezhuang was not just anyone. He was truly a unique individual. His expertise was unquestionable, and crucially, he had a genuine interest in such smaller cases. Fueled by his passion, Fang Dezhuang dedicated 200% of his effort to collecting and organizing evidence, a task that should have fallen to Zhou. Once all the materials were submitted, the review process began. While the scrutiny was rigorous, the procedural requirements were relatively standard, that if the case is straightforward and the evidence is sufficient, they can directly decide to accept it that if additional modifications are necessary. They must provide a comprehensive list of what needs to be supplemented, that if the case does not meet the criteria for criminal private prosecution, the materials will be returned and the case will not be accepted. However, Fang Dezhuang had no need to worry about his case being rejected. The preparation during these past few days was not merely superficial. He had been diligently gathering and organizing evidence. Specifically, he found it regrettable that Zhou Yi was unwilling to disclose his depression. Yet, it was precisely because the other party was reluctant to speak that Fang Dezhuang felt a deep kinship. After lengthy scrutiny, the registration clerk finally said, "Such cases are uncommon." "Well then, teacher Fang." Fang Dezhuang tidied up his belongings and leisurely departed from the courthouse, invigorated by a sense of determination that coursed through him. As for whether there would be any apprehension of the opposing party, that was contingent upon the court's verdict. Should the court deem it necessary to proceed with an arrest, it would naturally ensue. Conversely, if it concluded that such action was unwarranted, then it would not occur. This was a decision beyond the purview of a single attorney. With the case filed, Fang Dezhuang promptly sent photographs of the complaint and the notice of filing to Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, upon receiving these documents, Zhou Yi swiftly immersed himself in work, though this time there was no need to edit any videos. All the pertinent information was readily available online, and the other party had evidently not contemplated whether their actions constituted defamation. In fact, it could be said that in contemporary society, few can clearly delineate the boundaries between defamation and civil torts. The term defamation inherently suggests fabrication. When one claims, "You are defaming me," it implies an unfounded accusation. If I am falsely accused of an incident that never transpired, yet you concoct falsehoods to tarnish my character and reputation, that indeed qualifies as defamation. However, if you are disseminating objective facts, meaning the individual in question did engage in the conduct, albeit of a private nature, which you then exposed, the situation becomes more nuanced. The most illustrative example lies in the revelation of another's privacy. The deeper the intrusion, the more severe the potential infringement. Yet it may not necessarily amount to defamation. Consequently, many online keyboard warriors often find themselves served with cease and desist letters from various celebrities' legal teams, or even face litigation for circulating so-called rumors. However, due to the peculiar dynamics of the online realm, once the fervor subsides, even if the celebrity attempts to refute the claims, the audience's attention has typically waned. Thus, the adage rings true. Rumors spread like wildfire, whereas retractions require a marathon. What remains etched in memory is merely the original act, whether committed or not. Yet upon closer examination, it becomes evident that some lawsuits allege defamation while others solely pertain to reputational infringement. Why, then, do some judgments result in mere reputational damages? Ponder that deeply. As for Lin Jie, the internet celebrity, it cannot be said she lacks education. Yet she is naturally oblivious to certain subtleties that to her, defamation and reputational infringement are indistinguishable. They are all simply violations of reputation, and she remains unconcerned once wealth is amassed. Zhou Yi has already uploaded the photographs, obscuring sensitive areas with mosaics. Yet it is evident to viewers that this pertains to a criminal private prosecution, alongside the notice of filing. This morning, numerous friends urged me to retaliate, to release a video, to rally everyone together. That I thought to myself, as civilized individuals, a preliminary warning seemed prudent. Hence I posted, lest one claim I did not forewarn. Now, after a full 8 hours have elapsed, the other party has yet to provide any response. And to be candid, I had previously sent her a cease and desist letter. Regrettably, there has been no reply. Thus, there is no need for further discourse that we reside in a society governed by law, and we shall adhere strictly to legal provisions. Accompanied by several images. Zhou Yi clicked send. Swiftly, Zhou Yi's status was updated. Ever since that inexplicable Lin Jie began subtly confronting others online, Zhou Yi's audience has been closely monitoring his updates, despite the vastness of the internet. It is surprisingly small, although not on the same platform. It seems that even the faintest whisper is heard by all. Consequently, everyone is acutely aware that the opposing party's actions have indeed crossed the line. Thus, as Zhou Yi's status was refreshed, it was quickly noticed that in Guangshi, Yuan Jie was sipping on cool tea. No need to inquire. People in Guangshi are either drinking tea or en route to do so. Especially during summer. She and Zhou Yi could be considered friends, albeit without having exchanged WeChat or knowing what each other looks like. Yet they still maintain a friendship. Yuan Jie was quite concerned about Zhou Yi's situation. So upon noticing the new update, she glanced over, only to find herself nearly spitting out her tea in astonishment. After finally swallowing that mouthful, Yuan Jie stared at the update, her expression one of utter disbelief. While she may not understand the law, she could certainly recognize the term criminal. Goodness, are people truly this serious? Is this really heading towards a criminal private prosecution? After 3 seconds of incredulity, Yuan Jie swiftly shared the news, exclaiming loudly, "Extra, extra! He intends to have the other party incarcerated." With Yuan Jie's announcement, Zhou Yi's audience flocked in droves. Upon witnessing the update, they were collectively astonished. What can one say? It is no wonder that Zhou Yi, the so-called Billy's foremost buzzcut brother and local neighborhood tyrant, would respond in such a manner. It had been evident that his retaliation would not be simple, akin to the plight of that unfortunate soul recovering their account. However, the prospect of directly seeking incarceration for the opposing party was rather a sharp turn of events. Is this truly about to result in incarceration? Surely not. Well done, truly well done. That internet celebrity is no good. If one examines her previous videos closely, the bias in her approach is glaringly apparent. This is precisely how it should be. Some individuals must be made to feel the consequences. Yet, perhaps due to the absence of a video to lay the groundwork or the orchestrated rhythm from the opposing side, an inordinate number of perplexed individuals emerged to counter Zhou Yi's post. Ordinary individual : is it truly possible to go directly to jail for this? I find myself bewildered by the thoughts of this up-and-comer and these commenters. What heinous act could the other party have committed to warrant such a consequence? Ordinary individual : if this is the case, then why even bother with a trial? Simply imprison everyone for their mistakes. Why is there such animosity among people today? Such remarks proliferated within the comments, quickly drawing the attention of many. Where did this self-righteous individual come from? Did the Notre Dame de Paris catch fire again? I suspect this person is entirely unaware of the situation, yet feels compelled to preach kindness. However, ordinary individual, well-versed in keyboard debates, swiftly began to respond. I apologize, but I have been following the situation from the start. The female streamer on the opposing side is indeed in the wrong, yet it hardly reaches the level of imprisonment. For the up-and-comer to initiate a criminal private prosecution is simply malicious. Is it truly permissible for a person like this to have their videos approved? Moreover, setting aside the facts, does the up-and-comer bear no fault? Puffed. As Yuan Jie observed the heated exchange, she couldn't help but chuckle. As a woman, she found the rhetoric all too familiar, the tone reminiscent of her own youth. Rubbing her hands together, it had been ages since she had engaged in a keyboard battle following the cessation of her own online activities. Now, dear woman, you have successfully captured my attention. Meanwhile, on the other side, Assistant Wang Weiwei finally noticed the update, thanks to others' reminders. Criminal private prosecution? Chapter 83. We need to consult a professional lawyer. As Lin Jie's assistant, Wang Weiwei did not possess a particularly high level of education. Her ability to perform this job stemmed from her social acumen. This skill could be characterized by emotional intelligence, a quality once highly esteemed. It seemed that possessing emotional intelligence rendered all other attributes irrelevant at this moment. As Wang Weiwei scrutinized the update, she found herself unable to comprehend. She understood crime, after all, was something she often heard about in tales of lawless renegades like Zhang San. Yet, private prosecution seemed to suggest one was suing oneself. That made no sense, although her education was limited. She knew that criminal matters should involve the police, not self-initiated lawsuits. No misunderstanding. She genuinely struggled to grasp this concept. Observing the notice of filing, she recognized it as a legitimate case filed. This she understood. Lin Jie had indeed been sued, and the case had been filed, which aligned with her earlier expectations. Rising to glance at Lin Jie, who was currently live streaming, Wang Weiwei hesitated before refraining from interrupting. It was a live broadcast. If she were to barge in unannounced, a torrent of abuse would surely follow. Better to wait, she thought, as Lin Jie had already anticipated this. In the end, it would merely result in a monetary penalty. Using this time, she decided to investigate what a criminal private prosecution entailed, so she would be prepared when Lin Jie inevitably inquired, for she was a professional assistant. Darling, this essence, do you know its origin? It hails from France, and let me show you the scanning price. 880 a bottle. Do you see? The scanning price is exactly this. However, today in my live stream, the price is just 88 a bottle, and I'm throwing in an extra one for you. Did you catch that? That amounts to 88 for 2 bottles, and it's a 2-minute window. Hurry up, you know those agents are also getting this price. Right? Lin Jie never deceive. In the live stream, Lin Jie was now flushed with excitement, her face glowing. She was gaining traction. Although it was merely a modest rise, she had identified a lucrative opportunity in selling these products. This was incredibly profitable. The timer on her phone continued to count down, and the atmosphere in the live stream was electric, with viewers fervently flooding the chat, as if countless individuals were eager to purchase this essence. Of course, the precise number of purchases remained unknown. After all, the wealthy would receive full refunds, while the common folk would see a 3-to-7 split. Nonetheless, it was still more lucrative than her previous endeavors making promotional videos, where she relied on funds from restaurant owners. That as the 2 minutes elapsed, Sister Ling promptly removed the essence, stating, "All right, just 2 minutes. I assure you it will not exceed a second. That I apologize to those who missed out. There's no alternative. What was promised is what must be delivered. I have to be accountable to the other treasures. For those who missed out this time, there will be another opportunity." Sister Ling was enjoying herself, observing the audience continuously placing orders, envisioning the money flowing in abundantly, when suddenly an exclamation was heard from the side. "Sister Ling, the other party actually wants to have you imprisoned." Taken aback, Sister Ling turned her gaze, her eyes betraying a sense of bewilderment. The implication was clear. "I am currently live streaming. What are you shouting about? How can the other party wish for my imprisonment? Isn't that the realm of the police and the courts? Do they possess that authority?" Glancing back at the live stream, her assistant Wang Weiwei had raised her voice significantly, prompting inquiries from some viewers about what was meant by "the other party wants you imprisoned." After all, regardless of the context, the term imprisonment is undeniably captivating. Realizing the gravity of her words, Wang Weiwei felt a pang of regret, yet found herself in too deep to retract. Thus she pointed to the phone, indicating to Sister Ling that the situation was urgent. Sister Ling's immediate thought was that her assistant had failed her. Nevertheless, she addressed the audience in the stream, saying, "Darlings, my assistant just informed me of an urgent matter. I must step away briefly to handle it. I apologize for the delay. I will return shortly to conduct a giveaway." With that, Sister Ling muted her microphone and stepped aside, her expression turning serious. "Do you realize I am live streaming? What are you shouting about? Couldn't this wait until I finish?" Wang Weiwei quickly handed over the phone, saying, "Sister Ling, this is not something I wanted to shout about. Please take a look. That it seems genuinely quite troublesome." Hesitating, she refrained from uttering the word imprisonment. Sister Ling took the phone and examined the updates. The messages from Zhou he selectively ignored, focusing instead on the images. One was a lawsuit, the other a case filing decision. Criminal private prosecution defamation. Upon seeing these terms, a flicker of confusion crossed Sister Ling's eyes. She had certainly heard of defamation. It was the very threat used against her by that individual surnamed Zhou. Yet, as previously mentioned, Sister Ling only had a superficial understanding of defamation, much like many ordinary individuals, believing it merely meant speaking ill of someone. Had she defamed the other party? Furthermore, why was it a criminal private prosecution? Can one really initiate a criminal case on their own? Bewilderment enveloped her, glancing at the comments below. Zhou Yi's followers were flooding the chat, claiming he intended to have her imprisoned. The thought sent shivers down her spine. She was acutely aware of the video she had filmed, and although it did not name anyone specifically, even those lacking common sense could deduce that it was directed at the prominent content creator known as E. She accused him of leveraging his status as a major content creator and his substantial follower base to suppress her and instigate online harassment, which had led her to develop depression. Thus, she understood that if he truly pursued this matter, a lawsuit could ensue, potentially resulting in an apology and compensation. However, she remained unfazed. She had already made her earnings, and the hype had been generated. When the time came, she could adopt a pitiful demeanor, claiming to be a single mother facing hardship, employing some hired hands to craft a narrative if the other party refused to accept her apology. That would be their dilemma. This was the consequence of a lack of education. She could assert that Zhou Yi had shouted at her, accusing him of riding the coattails of the host's popularity, which in essence bore no fault. Regardless of how much he said, it would not constitute defamation, as, apart from the facts, Zhou Yi indeed claimed she was capitalizing on the host's fame, and he had indeed raised his voice. Thus, her assertions held merit. If Zhou Yi were to pursue legal action, it would likely only amount to a claim of infringement on her reputation, with minimal compensation to be expected. The room for maneuvering was vast. She could portray herself as a victim, establishing a persona as a single mother that asks for the whereabouts of her child. That was a matter not to be disclosed, merely stating that a minor preferred not to be known. Anyone questioning her would be engaging in online harassment. Meanwhile, she could continue her live streaming sales, accumulating wealth that asks for her luxurious residence. That was merely a fade, rented by the company. In reality, she had no money, simply wishing to secure some benefits for her family. Wanting everyone to acquire quality goods at low prices that in the realm of live stream sales, manufacturers claimed they were losing money for the sake of promotion, while the hosts insisted they were not in it for profit, merely negotiating lower prices for their families. And the audience seemed to be spending less than they would elsewhere, creating the illusion that live streaming sales were purely a sacrifice made by the manufacturers and hosts for the public's benefit. It was only when the tide receded that the reality of who was truly exposed became apparent. However, Sister Ling had never anticipated that this situation could lead to imprisonment. The prospect was utterly unexpected, especially since it was a criminal private prosecution. To be fair, had she not encountered this situation, she would have remained oblivious to the very concept of a criminal private prosecution. Financial penalties were trivial, but imprisonment was a grave matter. With the increasing strictness of online regulation, hosts with dubious backgrounds were typically blacklisted, regardless of their previous prominence. That if she were to be banned, where would she find such lucrative opportunities again? How would she earn a living? Sister Ling was now in a state of panic, forcing herself to regain composure, saying, Wei, let us not rush. I think we should consult a lawyer first, don't you think? Wang Wei nodded, replying, Yes, Sister Ling, we must urgently seek advice, or else we will remain in the dark. Perhaps the other party is merely trying to intimidate us, seeking to extract more money. That is a possibility. Hurry and find a lawyer. Wang Wei nodded and rushed out. At this moment, only these professionals could be trusted. Meanwhile, having learned of the situation, Sister Ling had already lost her desire to continue the live stream. Sitting before the camera, tears streaming down her face. Dear family, I truly do not know where I went wrong, that I only wish to benefit everyone, but now it seems that is no longer feasible. Why? I simply want to do something to contribute to everyone. Why must there always be someone trying to stop me? Setting aside everything else, she began to weep, at the very least solidifying her position. Many viewers in the live stream had already become aware of the situation, with some expressing their support, stating that as a single mother, her plight was indeed challenging, and the other party was being excessively ruthless. Let me say this, everyone knows what kind of person Sister Ling is. She started as a small streamer, tirelessly creating content, even enduring the sweltering heat of summer to assist others in safeguarding their rights, neglecting her own appearance in the process. Over the years, she has put in tremendous effort, all for the sake of providing a better viewing experience for everyone. Perhaps there were some shortcomings this time, but does that warrant imprisonment? Sister Ling has worked so hard to reach this point. Is it really necessary for her to suffer such a fate? That esteemed host. This was a moderator in Sister Ling's live stream, who took it upon themselves to speak up, silencing others in the process. Sister Ling nodded along, feeling as if her sentiments were being articulated. Indeed, perhaps she had not done well, but that was not the point. Her intentions were to assist others. She merely faltered along the way. In the meantime, Zhou Yi's followers had also entered the live stream, having learned from various sources that Sister Ling was now aware of the situation, and thus they intended to observe her reaction. The result was a direct and painful confrontation, leaving them at a loss for words, unable to counter, forced to adopt the stance of apparent victimhood. Meanwhile, in Zhou Yi's comment section, Sister Yuan had already commenced a verbal battle with the ordinary. Sister Yuan, I am amused. My hook was straightforward. I did not cast a net, nor baited the line. I never intended to fish. Yet unexpectedly, a catch came my way. When I mentioned A.E. wanting to have the other party imprisoned, did you genuinely believe E possessed such capability? He can't just send anyone to jail at will. I truly did not foresee you taking my words so literally. Must you be so dramatic? A lack of education is no reason for mockery. But showing off your ignorance is unacceptable, understand? Whether a person is guilty or imprisoned, and for how long, is determined by the law, ruled by the courts that A.E. Merely a video creator has no qualifications to influence judicial decisions. Do not tell me you subscribe to that relationship theory, for that would be laughable. Do you understand what a case filing decision is? Oh, right. You are ignorant of the law, so it's no surprise. Furthermore, setting facts aside, the content creator is not at fault. Rather, it is your sister Ling who should take her time in there to reflect on life. Sister Yuan had not engaged in keyboard battles for years, yet upon her return, her speed was overwhelming. Before you could utter a single word, I had already unleashed a torrent of 10. The ordinary attempted to counter, but their rebuttals were quickly scattered by Sister Yuan's rapid-fire responses. At this moment, another individual stepped forward. Hello, everyone. I am the owner of a mutton soup restaurant. My establishment is... I am not here to advertise, but Sister Ling has filmed a video in my restaurant. It is not an easy task for me to earn some money by running a shop. Yet others come to me demanding payment, claiming to promote my business, that I insisted that it was unnecessary, as my establishment relies solely on the quality of its flavors, without the need for any advertisements. Nevertheless, she proceeded to film a video, asserting that my lamb was unappetizing, the portions were scant, and the broth lacked clarity. Consequently, I found myself mercilessly vilified across major food delivery platforms, inundated with negative reviews. In desperation, I relinquished a substantial sum as a marketing fee, which prompted her to produce another video praising my offerings. Today, I stumbled upon that comparison video, and I can only express that if that Sister Ling were truly a good person, then there would be no bad people left in this world. The words of the lamb soup shop owner struck a decisive blow, as the evidence was overwhelmingly damning. However, Zhou merely posted online and then abandoned the issue. If a mere online post could affect change, what need was there for further proof? Meanwhile, Ling Jie's assistant, Wang Weiwei, had already reached out to a lawyer that don't ask how. Simply put, upon opening a web browser and searching for legal consultations, a plethora of information appeared, prominently labeled as advertisements. Furthermore, local law firms in Jingzhou boasted impressive credentials, comprising elite teams with advanced degrees, high success rates, and extensive experience, alongside the convenience of 24-hour legal support. Specializing in comprehensive services, after a brief conversation, they deemed the lawyer reliable and promptly scheduled a meeting. Hello, Sister Ling. I've already spoken with the lawyer. Let us proceed to their firm, as they are quite professional. Chapter 84. Jingzhou is a small place. It is often joked that one can diagnose illnesses through Baidu, with cancer being the starting point. A jest indeed. However, it must be said that regardless of how well-promoted a service may be, a modicum of common sense would reveal that one cannot find top-tier attorneys through a search engine. This applies not only to lawyers but also to hospitals. One ought to examine which institutions appear with promotional content. Prestigious establishments like Xiehe and Tiandan do not require advertisements. Not to mention, renowned attorneys such as Fang Dazhuang are inundated with cases purely through referrals among friends, let alone needing to advertise on Baidu, popping up with self-introductions. Such tactics seem rather unrefined. Nevertheless, at the very least, they are professionals. Presently, Ling Jie found herself in this law firm, appreciating the pleasant ambience. Indeed, the office decor was quite impressive, exuding a sense of sophistication. Welcome. Both of you, please take a seat that I shall fetch some water. Zhou Xinran, clad in a tailored women's suit, radiated an air of confidence. Her commendable appearance and warm demeanor immediately endeared her to Ling Jie. However, it is worth noting that a lawyer is not a magician. In legal matters, appearance is often secondary to substance. And sometimes, one's hairstyle may be of greater significance. After serving 2 glasses of water, Zhou Xinran, wearing a professional smile, announced, I am Zhou Xinran, the practicing attorney at this firm. You may now elaborate on your situation. But I must clarify beforehand that consultations incur a fee. Additionally, should you choose to formally engage my services for litigation, The consultation fee will be waived. It is indeed a challenging endeavor. For Zhou Xinran, her inaugural battle as an independent practitioner had led her to encounter Feng Shujing, an extraordinary stroke of luck. When she shared this with her colleagues and mentors at the firm, they were astonished, remarking that such fortune warranted a lottery ticket purchase. Consequently, Zhou Xinran diligently continued to hone her skills under her mentor's guidance. Recently, she felt ready to venture into independent practice. After all, as a lawyer, one must eventually embrace autonomy. However, as a novice, she lacked a steady stream of cases, compelling her to beseech her mentor for assistance in featuring her profile on the firm's advertisement page. It is essential to note that no one genuinely believes that the individual engaging in conversation on the advertisement page is the very person whose name is displayed. Right? Surely not. While the firm has staff can be found online, in times of busyness, who has the time to respond to messages? Thus, it often falls upon designated personnel to handle inquiries, with one singular aim: to entice individuals to the firm. Regardless of whether the matter pertains to litigation or non-litigation, the objective remains the same: simply to attract clients. Furthermore, prior to their visit, Wang Weiwei had only engaged in casual conversation, without delving into the specifics of the case, leaving Zhou Xinran unaware of the particulars. Ling Jie's expression remained anxious, and upon hearing this, she promptly interjected, "The fees are not an issue, but could you clarify, Attorney Zhou, what exactly does a criminal private prosecution entail?" "Oh, a criminal private prosecution?" Zhou Xinran exclaimed, her face reflecting surprise. "Wait a moment. Are you certain? Such cases are rather uncommon." Initially, she had assumed it was a civil matter, only to discover it was, in fact, a criminal private prosecution, a type of case she had seldom encountered, as they are exceedingly rare. Many may not realize that there exist situations where criminal matters go unaddressed unless initiated by the victim. Ideally, as a practicing attorney, one can handle both civil and criminal cases. However, every lawyer has their areas of specialization. Zhou Xinran, for instance, was more adept in civil matters such as contractual disputes. Nonetheless, accomplished attorneys can afford to be selective, and she, being in such a position, was fortunate enough to have a case at all. Moreover, she now possessed the confidence that no matter how challenging the situation, it could hardly be worse than her first independent practice experience. Following that incident, she had developed an aversion to encountering elderly women, having been left with psychological scars. She nearly contemplated leaving the profession altogether. Yet through relentless effort, she persevered. Thus, Zhou Xinran now felt emboldened to confront any challenge. Gathering her thoughts, Zhou Xinran began. In essence, a criminal private prosecution, as the name implies, refers to criminal cases that can only be accepted upon the victim's complaint. Such cases arise only under specific circumstances. Specifically, this means that the public security agency does not actively investigate. Only when the victim themselves files a lawsuit with the court will it be entertained. By the way, what prompted the opposing party to file a complaint against you? Defamation, Ling Jie replied hastily. They claim we have defamed them, causing significant negative repercussions. Defamation, you say? Please elaborate on the specifics. It is imperative that you provide detailed information, Zhou Xinran requested. Simultaneously, she activated her recording device, prepared to document the information. After all, she was not an old hand. Should any details be unclear, she would need to meticulously address them later. During her time as a paralegal, she had made it a point to transcribe her mentor's audio notes. The seasoned attorney she assisted would speak directly into the recording device. And once finished, the remaining tasks would fall to her. At least it was preferable to burning CDs. The situation is approximately as follows. I'm a live streamer by the name of Lee. And about a week ago, someone contacted me, stating that their vehicle had been blocked in a parking space and requested my assistance. Ling Jie began recounting the events, but Zhou Xinran interrupted after a short while. Hold on. Miss Lee, before you continue, I must remind you that I am your consulting attorney, that if you wish to receive accurate advice, you must disclose the truth to me. Do not worry. I am bound by confidentiality obligations as an attorney, and I assure you that your privacy will remain protected. However, if you cannot provide the full account of the situation, the counsel I provide will be inherently flawed. Having learned from her experience with the case of Su Yufeng, Zhou Xinran understood the importance of this lesson. This was a common challenge encountered during legal practice. In truth, it often reflects human instinct. Many individuals, when recounting their experiences, tend to gloss over significant details, only sharing the positive aspects while omitting the negative in everyday interactions. This may merely constitute a form of deception. However, when engaging with a lawyer, such tactics are inadmissible to effectively navigate a legal dispute. One must present all pertinent information, allowing the attorney to fully consider the case rather than only highlighting favorable points. After all, if you were so innocent, why would someone take the time to sue you? And in this instance, a criminal private prosecution. After reflecting on her past experience, Zhou Xinran came to realize that there is no animosity without cause. After a moment of contemplation, she stated, "Miss Li, if what you have shared encompasses the entirety of the matter, then it hardly qualifies as defamation, nor does it even amount to reputational infringement." But I haven't done anything. Zhou Xinran interjected once more. "Miss Li, while I cannot ascertain what you may have done unbeknownst to me, I do know that since the opposing party has initiated the case, it indicates that proceedings have commenced. Moreover, regarding criminal private prosecutions, if the court deems it necessary, it may impose criminal coercive measures upon you at any time. In a few days, you may receive a copy of the indictment, a notice for the court hearing, and a subpoena. Therefore, if you wish to resolve this matter, you must disclose the truth to me. Criminal private prosecutions can be subject to mediation. If mediation is possible, that would be the best course of action." Zhou Xinran's words altered Ling Jie's demeanor, as she had always portrayed herself as the weaker party, both online and in her daily life. Regardless of the situation, she would invariably express uncertainty about her own culpability. Over time, she had seemingly brainwashed herself into believing that she had done nothing wrong. However, Zhou Xinran's words cut through her facade like a knife, exposing the underlying truth. The crux of the matter was that she needed to articulate it herself. "Miss Li, my advice is to remain unemotional. Simply recount the events as they transpired in an objective manner. Following that, respond to my inquiries with the same objectivity, and that will suffice." Ling Jie hesitated and grappled with her thoughts, ultimately realizing that Zhou Xinran was correct that if she wished to seek counsel or resolve this issue, she would have to reveal the truth. As she began to speak, Zhou Xinran let out a sigh of relief. Her role as a lawyer had now extended to that of a psychological counselor, which proved to be quite challenging. However, as she listened, her brow furrowed once more. Finally, once Sister Ling had finished speaking, Zhou Xinran inquired, "What is the view count on your video titled I Was Cyberbullied, along with the subsequent one about not disturbing others?" The former has garnered approximately 4 million views, while the latter is slightly less. Zhou Xinran shook her head, saying, "Enough is enough. 5,000 views would suffice, and you have far exceeded that." The crux of the matter lies in these two videos. Although you did not name anyone explicitly, it is evident from the earlier video that you have indirectly indicated that it is that person named I who is cyberbullying you. But I was indeed insulted. They even accused me of extorting others. Surely that qualifies as cyberbullying, Sister Ling countered. The distinction between whether you extorted someone, whether you were insulted, and whether you were indeed cyberbullied is a completely different concept from the fact that you were being cyberbullied by the other party. Do you understand? If you had not directly implied that the other party orchestrated the cyberbullying, it might not be an issue. However, since you have made such a claim without evidence to substantiate that it was indeed them, things become complicated. What should I do, Lawyer Zhou? Zhou Xinran began to ponder. The case, in essence, was not overly complex. The primary issue was that she had posted it online, and with both videos going viral, even deleting them would be futile. First, let us search for any evidence that demonstrates the other party's involvement in the incident where you were insulted, that if there is any, then we can discuss it further. If not, then we would have to resort to seeking compensation and an apology to mediate. All right, thank you, Lawyer Zhou, that I will entrust this to you. The other party truly exhibited professionalism. Meanwhile, the online feud continued, but Zhou chose to ignore it, as he was being sued by his former company, a matter that needed resolution. However, he was genuinely unaware of the extent of the damages he had caused, diligently working without yielding to the pressures of colorful critiques or bland complaints. both of which had received praise from clients that he could not identify where the problems lay, making it difficult to gather evidence. As Fang Dezhuang put it, he could only respond to challenges as they arose. Moreover, the other party was likely pursuing an out-of-court settlement through such means that it could only be said that among the myriad companies in Jingzhou, he had chosen a particularly peculiar one that as days passed. A notice for pre-trial mediation arrived. Sister Ling was now investigating everywhere, hoping to uncover evidence of the other party's cyberbullying against her. The outcome was evident. During those 2 days, Zhou posted a video that juxtaposed Sister Ling's previous and subsequent videos. Beyond that, there was no further news. However, today, Sister Ling was quite exhilarated, having discovered something unusual. I have looked into the evidence, and right now, it is quite unfavorable for us. What have you uncovered? Zhou Xinran asked Sister Ling. Indeed. Through several friends, I found out that someone had previously purchased engagement for my video. The head of that water army said he would contact me today. Sister Ling exclaimed with excitement. That is excellent. If they can provide chat logs and transaction records, that would be ideal. As her phone rang, Sister Ling hurriedly answered and activated the speakerphone. Hello, yes, it's me, Sister Ling. You mentioned that someone purchased 3 packages for me. Was it that uploader, i.e.? The head of the water army, Zhou Yi's friend, replied, I do not know who the other party is. We merely met in a group. However, I did indeed buy you 3 packages. Wonderful. Just let me know how much it costs and send me the transaction and chat records. Does it involve any attacks against me? This time, it was the head of the water army who was taken aback, Sister Ling. How could that be? Isn't this your company's marketing? Huh. Sister Ling's excitement abruptly halted. Our company's marketing. What are you talking about? I had no idea. The 3 packages I purchased were for boosting views and positive reviews. All praising you. Sister Ling was left dumbfounded. Why was it like this? She felt as though she had fallen into a trap. Lawyer Zhou, what should we do about this? Contact the other party and prepare for mediation. However, we can still have a discussion with them. Rest assured, I am here to assist you. The following day, in a CAF at the usual spot, Zhou was already seated with Fang Dezhuang. Their primary topic of discussion revolved around Zhou Yi's former company. I have come to understand that your supervisor, the director surnamed Wang, wishes to challenge you. The chairman of the company is her brother-in-law, and she likely feels that if she does not suppress you, she cannot fulfill her role as a leader effectively. Otherwise, she would not have countersued you. Waiting for the second trial to settle for damages would suffice. Previously, she aimed to hinder your job search by sending a lawyer's letter to intimidate you. However, upon realizing that you appear to have financial backing, she was no longer able to intimidate you and opted to sue directly, pressuring you to mediate. Therefore, if I can manage to have my colleagues in the design department resign collectively, will Director Wang, Zhou Yi, do not entertain such thoughts that if you could indeed achieve that, Director Wang would be rendered powerless. Her sister's influence cannot be likened to a mere breeze. Ha ha ha. Just as Fang Dezhuang started joking at the prospect of serious matters, Zhou Yi could only cover his face in exasperation. At that moment, Zhou Xinran entered with Sister Ling today was not set for court pre-trial mediation, but rather, Zhou Xinran was accepting the commission, hoping to explore the possibility of an out-of-court settlement to persuade the other party to withdraw their lawsuit. Upon seeing the 2 individuals seated across from her, Zhou Xinran was momentarily taken aback for 3 seconds before she curiously pulled out her phone. Indeed, today was July 28th. While it was not a particularly significant date, the situation felt uncannily familiar. The plaintiff and the client were indeed the same individuals as before. Chapter 85. I can never withdraw from the internet. Sitting on the stool, Zhou Xinran felt as though she might just buy a lottery ticket. Gazing at Fang Dezhuang's bald head, a symbol of strength, she felt utterly dismayed. The first time was one thing, but to encounter him again, Zhou Yi could no longer contain his amusement upon seeing Zhou Xinran. Fang Dezhuang. Isn't this the rookie from last time? What a coincidence. Do not laugh. This is a criminal self-sue. How can you find humor in such a solemn affair? Haha, why is it still her? Clearing her throat. Zhou Xinran spoke. Mr. Zhou, since we are already here, let us commence promptly. In actuality, my client has not caused you significant distress. It was proven that one should never adopt a debating posture in front of Fang Dezhuang. Upon hearing this, he immediately fired back. No, I believe you are mistaken. The other party has disseminated fabricated facts online, asserting that my client has cyberbullied them, resulting in my client being subjected to insults from their fans, thereby destabilizing my client's mental state. Moreover, it has significantly reduced the number of followers on my client's account, creating a notably adverse impact. Sister Ling sat there in silence, as the anticipated verbal sparring had not materialized. It was a unilateral onslaught. This was not merely a matter of skill, but rather, the facts were inherently in their favor. Fang Dezhuang only needed to present the facts and reason, while Zhou Xinran was left to find openings for rebuttal. The latter's role should have been performed by a lawyer of Fang Dezhuang's caliber, leaving Zhou Xinran's input feeling inadequate. This realization shattered Sister Ling's perception of the professionals in her mind. Therefore, if we wish to mediate, it is quite simple. First, compensation of 50,000 yuan. Second, a public apology across the internet along with an explanation. Third, a permanent withdrawal from the internet. The compensation amount was not excessively high. In fact, such compensation was already considerable in judicial practice. This was still considering the factors of Zhou Yi's loss of followers and the derogatory comments. The public apology and explanation were crucial. One cannot lament for an extended period while remaining oblivious to the consequences of their actions. After defaming someone for so long, one must clarify the truth. Most importantly, the demand for a permanent withdrawal from the internet. In Zhou Yi's view, the existence of a social media influencer like Sister Ling was a detriment to the online environment. As soon as Fang Dezhuang finished speaking, Sister Ling immediately protested. No, absolutely not. I am in no way willing to withdraw from the internet. She stood up, exclaiming, having finally achieved her current level of traffic and status. With money flowing in abundantly, how could she possibly agree to withdraw, especially on a permanent basis? If that were to happen, all her previous efforts would turn to naught. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but returning to frugality from extravagance is a daunting challenge. Having grown accustomed to the lucrative lifestyle of an internet celebrity, would you have her return to working a regular job? That would be no joke. Seeing her reaction, Zhou Yi nodded. All right, then we have no further issues. With that, he stood up and left with Fang Dezhuang before Sister Ling could even react. Zhou Xinran couldn't even call out to them. It was as if they were eager to mediate. Since they were unwilling, then so be it. Miss Li, what are you doing? We are currently at a disadvantage regarding the evidence and must accept the other party's conditions, Zhou Xinran advised. Are you my lawyer or theirs? Why do you not advocate for me at all? Whatever they say goes. If they demand that I permanently withdraw from the internet today, I must comply, and if tomorrow they say I should die, must I then perish? Another one of those clients. I am not angry. I am merely composed. Zhou Xinran continually hinted at her own resolve, earnestly stating, Miss Li, I am your attorney, and I have been tirelessly mediating on your behalf. As you can see, without your consent, they are utterly unwilling to cooperate. I do not care. You have already been compensated, and you must ensure a successful mediation. Regardless, I will not retract my online presence. With that, Sister Ling stormed out of the CAF, leaving Zhou Xinran standing there with a perplexed expression that if she was unwilling to mediate, preparations for court must commence, as pre-trial mediation would undoubtedly follow suit. The circumstances of the case were exceedingly clear, and with lawyer Fang involved, Zhou Yi need not concern himself. Noticing the hour was late, he promptly drove to the vicinity of the company that he called upon a few colleagues, with whom he had maintained a reasonable rapport, to join him for a meal, hoping to glean some insights from them that if there were indeed any oversights prior, these colleagues would surely be privy to them. Fortunately, they had been incentivized with bonuses. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to drive again, for what was merely a refueling was akin to drinking oil. His colleagues graciously agreed to join him for dinner. Unaware that the rumors circulating within the company suggested Zhou Yi had become quite affluent. After all, who would wish to meet with a former employee embroiled in a lawsuit against the company? Though he had kept a low profile during his tenure, the mere fact that he had confronted the company upon his departure indicated a certain level of confidence. Such assurance was intangible, yet palpable, when confronted with adversity. Indeed, the children of wealthy families often possess ample confidence. With a bit of discretionary income, he selected a venue of respectable caliber, ordered a variety of dishes, and awaited their arrival. Before long, several colleagues had arrived. And upon meeting, they engaged in superficial pleasantries. After all, it is always advantageous to forge friendships with those of means, and as they settled down to eat and converse, the discussion soon turned to matters concerning the company. So, in reality, the company hasn't suffered any significant losses, one remarked. Nonsense. There are indeed substantial losses. Do you think Wang Papai would let you off the hook? Would he allow you to remain in the company for so long? A colleague jested. Wang Papai was their colloquial designation for Director Wang, a name that hinted more at the individual's unkind nature than any official title. Indeed, the company's claims of nurturing talent were nothing short of laughable. Yet Joey felt compelled to verify these concerns for himself, that he abstained from alcohol while driving. But his colleagues, having consumed a few drinks, began to lose their inhibitions. Alas, times are truly difficult. I've heard the company is planning to hire new recruits soon, gradually phasing out its older employees. Just think, I've dedicated so many years to this firm, and this is how it ends, one colleague lamented. Zhou Yi's interest was piqued, yet he responded, "What do you mean? Brother Han, aren't you all performing well? Why would they lay you off? Surely, compensation for such dismissals would be considerable. These employees have been around for quite some time, far longer than Zhou Yi's brief tenure." Xiao Zhou, do you still believe the company will operate normally? They've been making various moves to encourage us to leave voluntarily. The company's tactics are numerous. They reassign roles, pushing me into administrative tasks, compelling me to perform menial work that I refuse to accept it, claiming I do not comply with company regulations. And then there's the overtime, endless assignments that are impossible to complete, leading to the worst performance evaluations. Tell me, Xiao Zhou, what can we do? But Brother Han, Brother Wang, you both possess rich work experience, that wouldn't it be reckless to hire a bunch of newcomers? Zhou Yi inquired once more. They may lack experience, but they can work overtime and pull late nights, that if we train them for a while, they can take our places. If we refuse to train them, we will be the ones out of a job even sooner. Isn't reassignment and coercion illegal? Is the company not afraid of legal repercussions? After battling this lawsuit for so long, do you think they are concerned? It's a costly and laborious endeavor, and in the end, no one emerges unscathed. The trials of middle age are daunting. What began as a pleasant meal devolved into a lamentation session. After dining, Zhou Yi saw each colleague home, feeling a sense of helplessness that I end this rapidly evolving era. The previously held belief that 35 was a critical juncture had shifted. Many industries had now reached a point of intense competition, even by 30, that simply put, the potential for replacement was exceedingly high, if a younger candidate could fulfill the role. Who would choose middle-aged individuals? As he drove home, fatigue overcame him, and he fell asleep, only to be awakened the next morning by Sister Yuan's phone call. "Hello. What is the matter, Sister Yuan? Do you think there is a time difference between Guang City and Jingzhou? What time is it that you're calling me? Even the donkeys in the production team don't take such long breaks." On the other end, Sister Yuan's voice boomed louder. "Can a production team donkey rest for an entire day? Get up and get moving. By the way, I called to inform you that since you filed a lawsuit, Sister Ling has released another video, claiming you're coercing her to retract her online presence, essentially pushing her to her demise." Zhou, he was taken aback. "Another video? Is it now forbidden to speak?" The internet was rife with personal narratives. "Sister Yuan, hold on a moment. Let me check." He quickly located the account in question and clicked on it. Indeed, a new video had just surfaced, titled, "I just want to live a good life. Am I wrong?" Zhou, he pressed his finger to his lips. The title's implications were alarmingly pronounced upon viewing. He found an array of laments, detailing how she had been driven to a dead end, claiming that others wanted her to permanently withdraw from the internet, leaving her with young children to care for as a single mother. She now suffered from depression, a narrative that seemed to suggest she was being driven to despair. "This society is far too indifferent," she lamented. Nevertheless, one must admit, such appeals were indeed effective. In the comments section, many voiced their opinions, suggesting that her treatment had been excessive. Acknowledging one's mistakes is one thing, but why should her right to engage online be stripped away? Zhou, he was left bewildered. He could not discern whether she was genuinely suffering or merely feigning victimhood. Who had barred her from the internet? Being forced to retire from streaming did not equate to being forbidden from online presence altogether. Others argued that one should not be condemned for a single error. At the very least, an opportunity for redemption should be afforded. Indeed, Sister Ling had ceased to assert her absolute innocence, instead merely expressing her desire to live peacefully. Pressure seemed to mount upon Zhou Yi, yet in reality, he remained unfazed. After all, they were merely minor participants in this drama. True celebrities, with the power to bring an entire platform to its knees with a single tweet, had the clout to effect significant change. However, Sister Ling's video did indeed create a ripple effect, intertwined with Zhou Yi's previous statements. Many viewers concluded that there was no need for such an approach. The original poster appeared to be fishing for legal consequences, devoid of any goodwill. The so-called insistence on justice was merely pettiness. That I end the context of this situation. It was Zhou Yi who relentlessly pursued a single mother, despite her pleas to simply live her life. While he fixated solely on ensuring her incarceration, that on one side stood a single mother, and on the other, an ostensibly wealthy, anonymous figure capable of making substantial donations. What kind of scenario could possibly arise from such a juxtaposition? Zhou Yi's account had become inundated with vitriol. Some even accused him of being cold-hearted, questioning why, with such wealth, he would target a single mother. Others suggested that he should donate to underprivileged children in mountainous regions instead. Indeed, wealthy individuals are often heartless. It's one thing to refrain from charity, but to fixate on such matters is unconscionable. Karma is real. Ultimately, all actions must be repaid. This was pure invective, transformed into coded language. Zhou Yi's audience had devolved into chaos in the comment section. Yet throughout it all, Zhou Yi refrained from uttering a single word, offered no rebuttal, nor rallied support. He merely continued to quietly compile evidence in the form of screenshots and recordings, which he forwarded to Lawyer Fong. After 3 hours of careful contemplation, he finally acknowledged that he was indeed experiencing symptoms of depression. "What is the matter, Lawyer Fong? I must tell you, I am feeling quite depressed. I cannot even open my phone without being bombarded with notifications. And I certainly cannot log into my account." Zhou Yi chuckled to himself as he spoke into his phone that he maintained a positive outlook, adhering to a singular principle. Either one should not engage, or one should go all in. It was clear that a simple conversation could resolve matters, yet they chose confrontation, leaving him with no recourse. Your mindset is commendable. This situation undoubtedly qualifies as online harassment. However, fear not. If we consider the timeline, the court's arrest order should be forthcoming. So soon? Zhou Yi was taken aback. Are they truly going to make arrests? I recall it being stated that arrests would only occur if a sentence of 3 years or less was probable, or if there were concerns about flight risk. She likely has no idea how much chaos she has ignited. Her fans seem to believe that if their sister doesn't serve time, they want to be satisfied. Lawyer Fong shrugged. Oh, and there's one more small matter to discuss. Sister Ling felt rather pleased with herself, as her pleas for sympathy seemed to have borne fruit. Zhou Yi had become noticeably absent. And while the situation had not escalated into a full-blown scandal as of yet, at the very least, the interest was palpable. Whether or not it would influence the outcome of the case remained uncertain. Furthermore, she had taken a disliking to Zhou Xinran, and upon reflection, it appeared that Zhou Xinran was familiar with the opposing lawyer. She had acted too hastily and would need to enlist a new attorney. Certainly, these are heartfelt words. Yet, before the live camera, Sister Ling still appeared quite melancholic. That moment, a knock resounded at the door. "Someone's knocking, darling. Let me see. It must be the takeout." Rising, she approached the door to open it, only to find several police officers stepping inside. "You are Li Xiuling, correct? We are from the Criminal Investigation Team of Guangming District, Chapter 86. Do you believe us now?" Sister Ling stood frozen at the door, as did the others in the room. Streamers like Sister Ling typically operate within a team, comprising assistants, managers, and stage controllers. There have been reports of beautiful female streamers dancing gracefully on screen, evoking feelings of infatuation that compel viewers to shower them with monetary gifts. Eventually, the streamer may reciprocate by adding the viewer on WeChat, leading to daily conversations that stir the viewer's imagination about the person behind the screen. However, in reality, that individual could very well be a rough man with legs hairier than the viewer's own. Sister Ling, while not quite at that extreme, was certainly passable in appearance, but her rise to fame relied on her eloquence and a stroke of luck. Nonetheless, the support of her team was indispensable. The police officers who had entered quickly commanded, "Everyone, stay still." Their target was solely Sister Ling, and although the situation seemed unlikely to escalate, the officers were cautious and preferred to prevent any unforeseen incidents by asking others to remain stationary. It was only then that Sister Ling snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "It's me. What is this all about?" "Li Xiuling, you are being taken in for suspicion of defamation," they stated, revealing their identification and a court-issued order before preparing to escort her away. In a flurry, Sister Ling protested, "No, comrades, look at me. How could this be? What crime have I committed?" The lead officer turned around and replied, "Whether you have committed a crime will be determined by the People's Court. For now, you are merely a suspect, so we need to take you back." With that, he gestured for them to proceed. Sister Ling was reluctant to leave, but as she contemplated resisting, she quickly realized that acquiescing might afford her an opportunity. While defiance could close all doors. Although she was not well-versed in the law, she had once donned a host's guise during a show and interviewed some police officers who had advised her that when confronted by law enforcement, one must never resist, for assaulting an officer is no trivial matter. Thus, she promptly ceased her movements and obediently followed them out. Yet, her heart sank, and she signaled her team to think of a solution quickly. The team within the room was left in shock. It was indeed a rare occurrence for a streamer to be apprehended live on air. However, as Sister Ling was a contracted streamer with considerable popularity, it wasn't too long before someone began contacting her agency. Wait, it seemed the cameras were still rolling. Oh no! Assistant Wang Weiwei hurriedly rushed to check the live stream, and sure enough, the entire broadcast had erupted in chaos. What? Is this for real? The streamer is being taken away live? Wow, I love this. Is there more? Hurry up. Is there a follow-up? I can't wait. A total newbie. First time online? I heard there is a legal program streaming here. Instances of streamers being taken away during a broadcast are exceedingly rare. A simple online search would yield only a handful of such names, each a classic in its own right. Most importantly, just before the door swung open, Sister Ling had been lamenting her plight. The video she had posted earlier detailed her struggles, narrating how she had journeyed from being an ordinary streamer to her current status. Braving the scorching summer sun and the biting winter cold, she had just expressed how she had faced online harassment and succumbed to depression. In short, she had articulated that she had merely made a minor mistake, one that many streamers commit. Yet she never anticipated that she would be compelled to withdraw from the platform permanently. Just moments ago, she had insisted that she would never quit streaming and would strive with the support of her fans, only to be taken away in an instant. The world is not devoid of intelligence. Indeed, there are a few genuine fools, but aside from those few, the rest merely feign ignorance. How could a mere content creator possess the capability to warrant such drastic actions? What an absurd joke. However, the streaming platform likely recognized the unfolding situation, and the live room was swiftly suspended. Regardless of any other circumstances, a streamer being apprehended during a live broadcast certainly suggests that something is amiss. There is a saying that, in other contexts, might raise eyebrows, but here it fits perfectly. Why did the police only apprehend her and not anyone else? Indeed, you are suspected of a crime. Should they not arrest you rather than someone who is innocent? The live room was shut down, and those who had come to witness the spectacle, including Sister Ling's devoted fans, had to shift their focus elsewhere. Nonetheless, it must be said that this incident had a profound impact on those who had been closely following the events. At that moment, in the comment section of Zhou Yi's updates, Yuan Yin had already traversed various fronts, and the individual dubbed the Ordinary One had been mercilessly vilified. Come on, is there anyone else? I ask again, is there anyone else? The person has been taken away. What else do you have to say? Shouldn't they be arrested? Is it IES influence that led to this? I had no idea he possessed such power. However, it wasn't long before the operations team from Sister Ling's channel stepped forward. Yes, Sister Ling has been apprehended. She has indeed made a mistake, but what about your content creators? Do they bear no fault at all? She is a single mother. I ask you, what will happen to her child now that the mother has been taken away? Why can't there be a little less hostility and a little more compassion? In the city of Guang, Yuan Yin set down her bowl of herbal jelly and chuckled. Is this the best you can do? trying to play the moral high ground. I've been through that for years. First, let me clarify. IE is not our content creator. He is merely a donkey in our production team. As for the single mother you mentioned, since the law has come into play, let us adhere to it. Moreover, doesn't the child have a father? If the mother is arrested, the father can take care of the child. If there is no father, what about grandparents? If none exist, I see this gentleman or lady is quite kind, so why not lend a hand? However, I have been following Sister Ling's videos and streams closely. That so-called son of hers has only ever been mentioned by her. Lastly, let me echo your sentiments. Do you have any idea how hard IE works? He pushes through high fevers to create videos for us. Even when his hands are injured, he continues to edit. Never mind, I can't keep this up. Dear author, please update. Yuan Yin's remarks were a masterclass in countering criticism, leaving the accusers speechless. Nevertheless, thanks to Yuan Yin's words, the comment section calmed down considerably. Meanwhile, at his residence in the UFO community, Zhou stared at the phone in bewilderment. Really, this is still a minor incident. By the way, how did you come by such news? The voice on the other end, Lawyer Fong, chuckled, how small can Jingzhou City be? If I can't even find this out, I might as well quit. Zhou readily agreed. After all, Lawyer Fong had been in the legal field for many years, and his connections and resources surpassed Zhou's wildest imaginations. If one sought to uncover the truth behind a web celebrity, it was quite feasible to the average viewer. Online streamers seemed like enigmatic figures, visible only in the guise they chose to present. However, within the industry, especially at slightly elevated levels, nothing remained concealed. For instance, Lawyer Fong had just revealed that Sister Ling had indeed been married, but had no children. Yes, she had persistently proclaimed herself a single mother. Yet she had never born a child. She had married young, but had no offspring, subsequently divorcing due to an unhappy relationship and moving to Jingzhou City to develop her career. Although her educational background was modest, she was articulate and gradually gained fame. After some packaging, her demeanor began to resemble that of a seasoned host, making it difficult to discern that she had only completed junior high school. Zhou had not anticipated this. All the marketing efforts had been built on fabrications. He even pondered that if it were living a lie for so long, he might eventually convince himself of having a child. One could only say that the risks of creating a persona are immense. Should it collapse, it could obliterate one's very existence. Now that she had been apprehended, various shocking headlines appeared online, such as certain internet celebrity arrested during live stream, all clamoring for attention. Tomorrow was already set for the court hearing, a date established beforehand, and today's arrest likely stemmed from this. The court would likely reach a significant ruling. Zhou had not intended to follow these affairs closely, but he gradually discovered a few articles. The opening lines read, "Why would a single mother raising a child face such misfortune?" This, he surmised, required starting from the parking space incident. After glancing at a few lines, he felt dizzy. Did these writers ever consider anything else? Were they merely seeking to capture attention? It seemed as though his own experiences with online harassment were merely a game. Why should the other party garner sympathy while his legitimate actions to defend himself were condemned? Was he not entitled to retaliate against the attacks directed at him? Upon hearing the words of these individuals, one might ponder, who truly requires kindness and must learn the virtue of tolerance? Goodness gracious! Yet he could only seethe with anger. There was no alternative for him. Even if he were to assert that Sister Ling had no children, who would believe him? The world had already decided that he was merely bullying a single mother. Thus, no matter what he said, they would simply cover their ears and refuse to listen, only to unleash their vitriol once he finished speaking. However, the thought that Sister Ling would ultimately have to serve a few days in detention brought a modicum of solace to Zhou. At that moment, Sister Yuan's call came through again. "What are you doing? I'm telling you, I don't want to update anything right now. It's quite vexing. Open your phone, find Ping and Jingzhou, and take a look at the content they've posted." Ping and Jingzhou? With curiosity piqued, Zhou clicked on it, discovering it to be the official account of the Jingzhou Public Security Bureau. As he read further, he found a message that proclaimed, "Recently, we have noticed a surge in comments regarding the arrest of a certain internet celebrity. After investigation, we would like to clarify that although internet celebrity Sister Ling is divorced, she does not have any children." Ah, what a surprise! The official media has actually stepped in to refute the rumors. Zhou burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What is going on, Sister Yuan? Normally, such trivial matters wouldn't catch the attention of the official media." Indeed, it was rather insignificant. After all, both Sister Ling and he were of little consequence, hardly capable of causing a stir. The search volume was lamentably low, so the back-and-forth exchanges were merely between this group of people. On the other end of the line, Sister Yuan chuckled. "Who knows what these fans are thinking? Not only did they attack you, but they also flocked to the official media to question why the individual was arrested and what would happen to the supposed child. What would occur if something happened to the child? And so forth. Well, they certainly asked for it." The response was direct. "There are no children. Thank you." Sometimes I wonder, do fans actually wish for those streamers and content creators to face such consequences? Especially those who stop updating and discontinue their videos. Upon hearing this, Zhou cleared his throat. "Ahem, let's not get bogged down in details that I suspect it might be akin to walking a tightrope. So all of this is part of an American conspiracy. There is no denying it." As he set down his phone, Zhou laughed heartily, feeling rather joyous today. "If you don't believe my words, then do you believe this announcement on a blue background? This incident has truly been a roller coaster." Glancing at the system interface, his task completion rate had already reached 90%. He hadn't even filmed a video. Yet the promotional impact was greater than that of any video. Presumably, from this point on, those internet celebrities would exercise caution when disparaging others in their videos. According to Fang Dazhuang's words, it was merely that the restaurant's compensation was paltry. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly qualified as extortion. Yet he thought it prudent to create a video summarizing the various challenges he, Zhou, had encountered throughout this ordeal. To be fair, it was only due to his fortitude that he maintained a positive mindset. Otherwise, the previous wave of online harassment alone could have been enough to drive someone to despair. Thus, it was often said that one should refrain from online bullying, as it is indeed a double-edged sword. The online spectators can sometimes incite someone to take their own life based on just a few words. Such behavior, in any regard, is problematic. Therefore, Zhou felt compelled to articulate this properly. The law is the law. This announcement, naturally, faced no scrutiny. Soon his comment section, once a haven for lurkers, was now inundated with various comments targeting the ordinary folk. "Did you see? I've told you before not to easily believe in personas. Just because she claims it to be true, does that make it so? Hurry, hurry. Time to face the music. Whoever that person is, they need to get moving. I can't stop laughing. A single mother for years, and yet no children. Now that's a stable persona." As the evening descended upon the bustling streets, inside a safe, Fang Dazhuang meticulously crafted his specialty coffee when he suddenly sensed a palpable tension in the air. Raising his gaze, he found Zhou Xinran, clad in professional attire, her expression serious at that moment. The novice lawyer regarded Fang Dazhuang and inquired, "Teacher Fang, do we harbor any animosity between us?" Fang Dazhuang was momentarily taken aback, but replied, "If I were to say this is mere coincidence, would you believe me? Life is indeed filled with uncertainties." Zhou, not wishing to create any videos at present, decided to take a stroll downstairs. Miss Su had just messaged him, inquiring whether he would still be renting the parking space. And Zhou intended to discuss it with her. Money, after all, was necessary, and leaving the parking space vacant served no purpose. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted Grandma Lu descending the stairs, one careful step at a time. Chapter 87 was swiftly sealed away. Although Grandma Lu was certainly advanced in years, she still possessed a robust physique and agile legs. Her amiable disposition lent her an air of vitality. Zhou hurriedly approached to assist her. Smiling, "What brings you here, ma'am? Are you specifically taking the stairs for exercise?" "That hardly seems necessary. A stroll on flat ground would suffice for exercise." Despite her age, she was quite easy to converse with, able to share a jest without taking offense. After catching her breath, Grandma Lu glanced at the elevator before turning to Zhou, saying, "I wouldn't normally take the stairs, but dear Zhou, our property management team is truly a nuisance." "A nuisance?" Zhou chuckled. "Isn't it common knowledge that our property management is troublesome? You were the one who told me when I first moved in." "Oh, did something else happen? Why did it feel as though he was utterly oblivious to everything?" Had he truly been too engrossed in the online world these past few days? Grandma Lou shook her head. You don't know? The property management has already announced in the group that starting today, the elevator system has been upgraded, and without an elevator card, you cannot access your floor. It upgraded so quickly, Zhou Yi instinctively remarked. But upon reflection, it seemed that a fair amount of time had indeed passed. He had been preoccupied with his online exchanges with Sister Ling, and time had flown. Wait a moment. Zhou Yi suddenly realized something and hastily asked, Grandma Lu, didn't the property management say that those who registered within 3 days would receive complimentary elevator cards? 3 days should have been ample time for registration, right? Did you not register during that period? Grandma Lu sighed. I certainly registered. I made a point to wake up early that day to do so. And they provided me with an elevator card. However, dear Zhou, each household is entitled to only one complimentary elevator card. In my household, it's just my husband and me. Logically, one elevator card should suffice. But we rarely go out together, and now we desperately need this elevator card. Without it, we can't even call the elevator. If it's this difficult for just the two of us, what about larger families? One elevator card simply isn't enough for them, especially for those living on higher floors. But I distinctly remember the property's announcement that within 3 days of registration, they would issue complimentary elevator cards. Zhou Yi was increasingly perplexed. It seemed illogical for them to contradict their own announcement. Dear Zhou, do you know what kind of people they are? Some attempted to reason with them. And do you know what the property management said? They claimed that while they would provide a complimentary elevator card if you registered within 3 days, they never specified how many would be issued. It has implicitly understood that it's one card per household. What can we do? Grandma Lu shook her head. So, that implies a second elevator card for a household incurs a fee. Zhou Yi inquired. But charging seems reasonable. Isn't the access card 20 as well? Charging is certainly necessary. There is a cost associated with the elevator card. However, in that announcement, they stated that should you require another card, it would cost 200. Moreover, it must be upgraded annually, and each upgrade also incurs a fee of 200 that if you refuse to pay. When the system upgrades, you simply will not be able to use the elevator. Grandma Lu continued, 200 for an elevator card? Isn't that highway robbery? Dear Zhou, if they charged a reasonable fee, we wouldn't be complaining, but this price is pure extortion, and they require an annual fee. Without payment, you cannot use the elevator. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi finally understood that the property's notification contained such hidden implications. While offering one complimentary card per household wasn't a significant issue, the exorbitant charges were indeed problematic. Have the homeowners in our community not confronted the property management about this? Zhou Yi asked again. They have. Indeed, many have approached the property management, but to no avail. They maintained that their charges were justified and urged those who hadn't registered to do so promptly. At the time, everyone thought that with so many people confronting them, they wouldn't upgrade the system so swiftly. Yet here we are, the upgrade has already occurred. Simply confronting them wouldn't yield results. Having dealt with Manager Shui of the property management for some time, he understood that for trivial matters, as long as you were bold enough to raise a fuss, Manager Shui would relent. Even minor payments, such as his parking management fee or compensation claims, were quickly settled. After all, it was only a few thousand yuan, which hardly amounted to much. However, when it came to significant issues, after all, it involved an entire community. This wasn't simply about access cards. While one could afford to wait without an access card, people frequently entered and exited. And you could just follow along. The elevator card was different. For residents on higher floors, without it, you simply could not return home. It was a necessity for daily life. Furthermore, the annual upgrades meant they could rake in substantial profits. Such a lucrative opportunity was not something the property management would readily relinquish. As for the justification, it was even simpler: safety. That rationale could easily overshadow all else. Our property management established this system primarily for safety, and the annual upgrades are also intended to ensure the security of all homeowners. Are you aware that our property management has been operating at a loss for several consecutive years? It's a challenging situation, as state-owned enterprises inevitably bear various responsibilities that in the event of an emergency, they are truly required to step in. However, What about the property management? Year after year, they struggle to generate profit. Even facing losses, yet they remain steadfast in their commitment to serve the residents of the community. Honestly, it is quite moving, as Zhou Yi feels. Surely, access to the first floor is possible. There's no reason why the elevator shouldn't function for that level. Zhou Yi remarqued. Glancing at Grandma Lu, she nodded in agreement. Of course, access to the first floor is available, but I have no intention of going there. I need to visit the 14th floor to discuss some matters. All right, let's go. I'll assist you down, though this doesn't seem like a viable solution. Alas, this is how our community operates, Xiao Zhou. Let me add you to the homeowners group. Otherwise, you'll remain uninformed. After accompanying Grandma Lu down to the 14th floor, he was promptly added to the homeowners group, after which Zhou Yi proceeded to descend further. As for property management matters, they hardly concern him at present, given that he is alone and possesses the necessary access cards for the elevator and entrance. Nevertheless, reflecting on the state of property management, the cleanliness of the community is often lacking, with litter accumulating in various corners despite numerous complaints that seem to fall on deaf ears. Not to mention the audacity of renting the same parking space to two different tenants. Betting that the homeowners wouldn't notice. Upon reaching the ground floor, Zhou Yi exchanged a few words with Miss Xiaosu before waiting by the entrance, with nothing else to occupy his time. He decided to check the homeowners group. The number of participants was substantial, and it appeared that many were engaged in a particular discussion. Curiosity piqued, Zhou Yi took a glance and found himself intrigued. Which homeowner in our community would be so uncouth as to park in such a manner? Anger, indeed. How can one vehicle occupy two parking spaces? What kind of manners is that? Whoever did this should confess quickly, lest they be outed by the rest of us that it's utterly disgraceful. It seemed everyone was lamenting about someone's poor parking skills, prompting other homeowners to report the issue in the group. Idly observing, Zhou Yi decided to indulge in the drama, posting a meme before ascending the building again, eager to identify the ill-mannered homeowner. As he viewed the offending photo, he suddenly froze. Wait, that vehicle, with its 4 rings and the lowered parking bollard, occupying 2 spaces at an angle. Is that my car? Rubbing his eyes and checking the license plate. He confirmed it. Indeed, that was his vehicle. So it turns out he has unwittingly found himself at the center of this scandal. There's a saying that when misfortune befalls others, it's amusing. However, when it happens to oneself, it becomes a source of embarrassment for others. Zhou Yi was taken aback. He had parked his car rather haphazardly upon returning that day, given that the parking bollard was lowered, allowing 1 car to occupy 2 spaces. Yet, he had taken precautions to prevent such incidents by placing a conspicuous sign indicating that both spaces were his. Having experienced the frustration of having his parking space occupied previously, Zhou Yi was acutely aware of the moralist mindset. Yet, here he was exposed in the photo. After scrutinizing the image for a while, he noted the angle was quite curious. It captured only the car and the parking space, while the sign was completely out of view. Did the photographer overlook it? Impossible. Zhou Yi could swear that his sign was exceedingly prominent. Anyone passing by would undoubtedly notice it. Thus, was it a deliberate act of ignorance? He looked at the person who had posted the photo, whose name was Xia Shuqin. After contemplating, Zhou Yi composed a response. I apologize. I only just joined the homeowners group today. The car in the photo is mine. However, both parking spaces are also mine. Thank you. Upon reviewing his message, he found it devoid of any issues, with wording that was quite appropriate, and thus clicked send. Hey, Zhou, you must be anxious. Miss Xiaosu rushed over, slightly breathless. I took a shower, which is why I'm late. Oh. She took a shower? Zhou Yi felt indifferent, merely replying, no worries. That didn't you mention wanted to rent a parking space? The rental fee remains the same. Immediately, Xiaosu beamed. Zhou, considering our good rapport, can't you lower the rent a little for me? If paying money would solve the problem, then what need is there for the law? Zhou Yi retorted triumphantly. Ever since Xiaosu had previously commented on him, he had been eager to reclaim his dignity, and now he finally had the chance. What a satisfying moment. Xiaosu was momentarily speechless. Zhou is indeed Zhou. The parking space would certainly be rented, but not at this moment, as Xiaosu had already secured another space for a month. After all, cars cannot be parked haphazardly. They agreed that once her current lease expired, she would come to rent Zhou Yi's parking space. By the way, Zhou Degu, are you aware of the situation regarding the elevator card from the property management? Zhou Yi nodded. I just learned about it. It seems a bit outrageous, doesn't it? I moved in not long ago. Isn't there anything we can do about this property management? Isn't there a homeowners committee? Xiao Su laughed. Zhou Degu, what homeowners committee? Since the handover, the property management has had complete control. No homeowners committee? Although, upon reflection, it does seem rather typical. While regulations state that communities can establish homeowners committees through meetings, the practical implementation of such a process often highlights just how challenging it can be. Consequently, many older communities lack any homeowners committee, only recently seeing some established due to an increasing emphasis on the rule of law. Xiao Su continued to ramble. It's not that no one has attempted to form a homeowners committee in the past. However, Zhou Degu, many residents distrust the property management and equally distrust the homeowners initiating the preparations. Furthermore, at that time, the property management was actively obstructing efforts, and the local community office was reluctant to get involved. Fearing instability, as a result, despite prolonged efforts, nothing materialized. Since then, the property management has engaged in all sorts of mischief, neglecting cleanliness, and the security personnel all have foul tempers. It's just a myriad of troubles. Zhou Yi began to understand. It seemed that there had been efforts, but those efforts bore no fruit. The community was vast, home to a diverse array of residents. For instance, Su Yufeng, or that Xia Shuqin who had been speaking in the group. Not paying property management fees doesn't always indicate dissatisfaction with the management. Some residents might simply be habitual defaulters, unwilling to pay fees regardless of the community. In short, it was all quite absurd. They say that when hearts unite, great obstacles can be overcome, yet the complexity of human emotions often leads to disunity. As Zhou Yi wandered about the community, he encountered several piles of dog feces along the way. It was clear that dog owners had neglected to clean up after their pets, and the property management had failed to address the issue as well. Never mind, perhaps it was best to return home and edit the video. Once back, Zhou Yi commenced editing the footage regarding Sister Ling, detailing the entire sequence of events that he had nearly all the necessary materials, including numerous recordings of Sister Ling's livestream. Hello everyone, by now many of you may have heard that Sister Ling was apprehended due to my lawsuit. However, I suspect that many of those criticizing me are unaware of the events leading up to this. Alright, today I will guide you through the details while also demonstrating that sometimes those influencers you think are resolving issues are, in fact, already profiting immensely. The story begins with the parking spaces. Our Sister Ling claims she was invited to resolve a problem. Yet she failed to mention that she was compensated for her involvement. Doesn't that seem outrageous? I have evidence provided by the vehicle owner from that day's live stream, including chat logs and transfer records. And if necessary, he can serve as a witness. Then came the live stream itself that I did raise my voice at her, I admit. However, anyone who watched the live stream would understand the context. The video is right here. Subsequently, I noticed the inconsistency in the video captured outside the mutton soup shop, so I compiled and compared the footage before sharing it. Throughout, I remained silent. Yet in her narrative, it transformed into me inciting my fans to cyberbully her. Then, it appeared she became addicted to the spotlight that I warned her, sent a cease and desist letter, and posted updates. Yet she ignored all of it and became increasingly brazen. Every statement I made is supported by video and audio evidence. Completing the editing, Zhou Yi reviewed the content meticulously before clicking upload. Meanwhile, on the other side, Assistant Wang Weiwei was tirelessly contacting the companies and platforms associated with Sister Ling. Zhang Jie. Sister Ling was merely confused for a moment. Now, many are criticizing her online. Zhang Jie, could the company please issue a statement? Also, Sister Ling's livestream has been suspended. However, a defamation case shouldn't result in a lengthy sentence, right? Once Sister Ling is released, she can continue live streaming. Zhang Jie, hello. The call abruptly ended, leaving Wang Weiwei at a loss. It seemed she was the only one genuinely concerned for Sister Ling, especially as the latter had treated her well, paying her a generous salary. Now that Sister Ling was detained, her own income was jeopardized. Before being taken away, Sister Ling had gestured for her to contact the company, as over the years, Sister Ling had generated considerable revenue for them. Yet Wang Weiwei was unsure of what to do now, as the company had previously mentioned launching a public relations campaign to assist her. But now, regardless of her inquiries, she received no response. Just then, Wang Weiwei received a message, opening it to find a link sent by a friend. Upon opening the announcement, it revealed that the company and platform had made a statement regarding their streamer, Ling Jie, permanently banning her live streaming room. This decision was executed with remarkable swiftness, almost instantly. Chapter 88. Congratulations to this individual. Ling Jie's streaming room has been permanently banned. The announcement was hastily issued by the platform overnight. The content seemingly rushed, as if they feared that any delay might lead to complications. Remarkably, even some of Ling Jie's diehard fans had not yet processed the news that it is not surprising. After all, as the old adage goes, in a large forest there are all kinds of birds. It is quite normal for a prominent streamer from a provincial capital to have a few devoted followers. Furthermore, one should refrain from attempting to comprehend the mindset of these so-called diehard fans, as it is fundamentally incomprehensible. For such individuals, the best course of action is simply to ignore them. Clearly, after Ling Jie was taken away and her streaming room was banned, these devoted fans flocked to various official media outlets to voice their opinions, much of which consisted of meaningless vitriol. It is also quite possible that some of them were merely pretending to oppose her. This situation is reminiscent of the notorious story involving a certain rapper and two individuals operating a restaurant and selling green rice balls. Upon encountering this for the first time, one might wonder, am I insane? Or is the world mad? Ultimately, the realization dawns. Oh, it's not me. It's just a segment of the populace that has lost their sanity. They are filled with indignation, believing that their Ling Jie should not have been banned, even if she committed a crime. Moreover, they argue that the conditions for mediation proposed by the opposing party were utterly outrageous, questioning who granted them the authority to impose such terms. As the situation unfolded, the platform hastily released the announcement declaring Ling Jie's streaming room permanently banned. Consequently, silence ensued. Further discussions seemed futile. The permanent ban on the streaming room was tantamount to an announcement of her departure from the online world. Even if she were to return, what would she do? Would she seek refuge on another platform? It would be meaningless, as whether other platforms would accept her is uncertain, and her reputation has already been tarnished. Simultaneously, Zhou Yi's video received official approval. This time, his detailed account elucidated the entire matter from start to finish, silencing those who prided themselves on being kind-hearted. This included the ordinary individuals and those previously involved in managing Ling Jie's affairs. Now, there was truly no room for rebuttal, as Yuan Jie had begun to summarize the events. According to her, he had, at the very least, afforded the other party 3 opportunities. He is a compassionate person, and he possesses considerable grace. 3 chances are indeed quite generous. The first time, had Ling Jie apologized after He sent the lawyer's letter, I believe that even He, being so meticulous, would have found it difficult to refuse her apology. The second time, when He advised her to take the matter seriously and apologize sincerely, there was no issue, provided there was genuine intent to apologize. I believe He would have withdrawn the lawsuit. By the third opportunity, however, the situation had escalated to an absurd level, with even He facing online harassment. Accepting mediation could have spared her from prison. Yet, she failed to seize any of the 3 chances. Should one attribute this to a lack of clarity or to being intoxicated by the wealth she amassed? I truly do not know. I only hope she gains clarity within the confines of a prison cell. Money is a wonderful thing. The methods of earning it are outlined within the penal code. But one must not focus solely on the gains without considering the subsequent penalties. Upon reviewing this summary, Zhou Yi could only message Yuan Jie, acknowledging her astuteness and strength. One must commend Yuan Jie. He had not anticipated such insight. With the court hearing set for tomorrow, Zhou Yi retired to bed early. Upon opening his phone, he discovered a flurry of messages in the homeowners group chat. What was going on? Upon investigating, he found that an owner named Xia Shuqin had been incessantly messaging, initially with text, which soon transitioned into lengthy voice notes. In a certain sense, Zhou Yi harbored a strong aversion to voice notes, not due to any particular reason, but simply because they were bothersome. One could simply speak directly into the phone, yet he was left to listen for an eternity. While voice messages could be transcribed, Encountering someone with a heavy accent could be infuriating. What's the issue with 2 parking spaces? Just because you have 2 spaces, you think you can park like this. You are wasting public resources. How can there be such uncouth individuals? With parking being so scarce in our community and your vehicle's unable to find space, you still occupy 2 spots, and you have the audacity to complain? As he scrolled further, Zhou realized that many individuals shared this sentiment. However, as he continued, he noticed individuals like Grandma Lu and some onlookers from that day beginning to speak out on his behalf. Many in the community who knew Zhou were aware that he was an individual of great principle. If one truly incurred his ire, they would be compelled to engage in a thorough discussion. However, to Zhou Yi's surprise, a homeowner named Song Xiaofei launched a direct counterattack. Homeowner Song Xiaofei exclaimed, "What is wrong with that? What is the big deal about someone having 2 parking spots? Those spaces were purchased with their own money. If you can't find parking, you can't blame them. If tomorrow you find yourselves without housing, will you blame those who possess 10 or 8 properties? Oh, right. You wouldn't dare to confront them. You only dare to pick on those with 2 parking spaces." This, Zhou, he was momentarily taken aback. What was this tattooed man up to? He recalled that their relationship had never been particularly favorable, that it was as though his inner thoughts were being articulated aloud. As the conversation escalated, it devolved into a full-blown argument. Many individuals in the group attempted to mediate, while others maintained a neutral stance, asserting that it was indeed inappropriate for one person to occupy 2 parking spaces. This was somewhat exasperating for Zhou, who found it difficult to sleep, and thus he grabbed his phone and descended to the parking garage, photographing all the signs above his spaces before returning home to send messages. "Madam, I am uncertain why you would choose to share such photos. I had already hung the signs. Both parking spaces are mine. Why did you intentionally avoid capturing the signs? If your vehicle has nowhere to park, you should consult the property management, rather than seeking to trouble me. If you find the property management unapproachable, does that mean I am easy to deal with?" After sending these messages, Xia Shuqin finally fell silent. Conversely, many homeowners who had previously remained silent began to voice their support, asserting that if someone possesses 2 parking spaces, that is their prerogative, that if there is no parking available, one should approach the property management instead of deliberately taking distasteful photographs. Zhou disregarded the ongoing disputes and attempted to sleep. Time passed, and at 10 in the morning, at the Guangming District People's Court, Criminal Division 2, the trial was about to commence. Zhou sat behind the plaintiff's table, alongside his litigation representative, Attorney Fong. Although only a day had elapsed, the demeanor of the internet celebrity Ling Jie had already transformed drastically. However, this was to be expected. Anyone who sits in the regret chair inevitably reflects on their choices, regardless of how boastful they may have been prior. Certainly, for certain individuals who are notoriously outspoken online, they may have begun to regret their actions even before taking a seat, simply upon the arrival of law enforcement with a pair of silver bracelets. Zhou cast a glance at the opposing litigation representative, whom he had not taken note of upon entry. The fighting spirit of Ling Jie rivaled that of Aunt Sue. The rookie lawyer must have been thoroughly overwhelmed by the exchange. He was uncertain who Ling Jie's litigation representative was, or if they were court-appointed due to a lack of a designated attorney. As he scanned the room, Zhou was taken aback to see that the representative seated across the table was, in fact, the slender and professionally attired Zhou Xinran, albeit now sporting dark circles under her eyes, which did not significantly detract from her beauty. "Goodness, Fong, this rookie has quite the audacity to challenge you," Zhou exclaimed. Astonished, Fong shrugged. "I am not sure. She approached me yesterday while I was having coffee, inquiring whether I held a grudge against her." "Oh," Zhou instantly sensed the intrigue brewing, that he chuckled. "What did you say?" "Zoe." "What could I have said? This is your case. It's merely a coincidence that I termed it a coincidence, yet she refused to believe me, convinced that I was targeting her." Zhou laughed, fully aware that despite Fong's occasional levity and penchant for peculiar jokes, he was a fundamentally principled individual. Thus, Zhou refrained from speculating about any potential relationships between Fong and Zhou Xinran, that he simply smiled. "She doesn't believe you. Did you offer any explanation?" Fong shook his head. "Of course," I explained. Yet she remained unconvinced and left me with a parting remark. She said, "Teacher Fong, You can never win against me for a lifetime. Ah, Zhou Yi was momentarily stunned. Should one commend her audacity or her ignorance regarding Fong? Did she truly believe that a mere statement would soften Fong's resolve? No, Fong would undoubtedly employ every ounce of his ability to ensure her defeat. From Zhou Yi's recent observations, Fong was the type of individual whose competitive spirit was unparalleled. "Let us have an exhilarating showdown," was a mantra he often espoused. A man who would diligently research for 10 hours to debate with a random internet user, one who frequently invoked phrases like criminal incarceration, would one not feel a sense of trepidation? Thus, Zhou Yi heard Fong's cheerful voice. "I've spent considerable time in the Magic City. Yet there are few lawyers with such a competitive spirit. Therefore, to show leniency would signify a lack of respect for her." Sighing, Zhou Yi could only resign himself to fate. Indeed, this young lady is quite commendable. She exhibits a strong sense of responsibility and seriousness, qualities that are exceptionally valuable in a lawyer. However, she lacks a bit in experience, Fonda remarked thoughtfully. Zhou Yi, catching a hint of the conversation, instinctively inquired, "Are you considering mentoring her?" "That would depend on the circumstances." With a gavel's echo, the trial officially commenced. The indictment and the response were read aloud, and Zhou Xinran demonstrated a modicum of capability. Yet, when it came time for presenting and challenging evidence, she began to falter. This was not entirely due to her skill level. After all, defamation is hardly a novel concept. The crux lies in the evidence. Take, for instance, the video posted by Sister Ling, titled, "I have been cyberbullied," coupled with "Do not disturb the other party," which garnered a staggering number of views, leaving one in despair. This is not a matter one can simply argue their way out of. According to the data, Sister Ling's videos, "I have been cyberbullied," and "Do not disturb the other party," amassed over 3 million views, with subsequent live streams showing audience numbers exceeding 10,000. Moreover, her later video, "I just want to live well. Am I in the wrong?" surpassed 5 million views, and several of her videos and live streams fabricated the notion that our client had bullied her online. Consequently, our client has been subjected to online harassment, resulting in mild depression. Fonda had thoroughly prepared for this, ensuring no issues remained before resting the previous night. Now, as he articulated the evidence, it was as if he were crafting a work of art. From the elements constituting defamation to the detailed judicial interpretations, he seamlessly connected each piece of evidence, elucidating everything with clarity and precision. Even Zhou Yi, who was not well versed in law, grasped that this evidence corresponded to the necessary elements of the offense. While that piece illustrated the severity of the defamation, when pieced together, it became apparent that failing to convict the opposing party would be quite unreasonable. This was the hallmark of a top-tier lawyer. Although we, as attorneys, may not wield such immense power, we can still persuade the judge within the confines of our defense. Indeed, the ultimate discretion lies with the judge, and the defender's role is to persuade the judge based on facts and the law. Faced with such an adversary, Zhou Xinran, despite her diligent efforts, could not bridge the gap, for effort alone does not guarantee success. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. Sister Ling appeared to be growing increasingly disheartened, as if her lawyer was indeed lacking. She had contemplated changing lawyers, but upon meeting Zhou Xinran, she realized that once a contract is signed, it cannot simply be nullified without consequence. That if one could sign a contract today and then whimsically decide not to fulfill it tomorrow without repercussions, what meaning would there be in contracts? At the very least, if she wished to forego Zhou Xinran's defense, she would incur a penalty for breach of contract. In the final statement phase, Sister Ling regained her composure and began to weep profusely. Though this display of sorrow appeared far more genuine than her previous theatrical cries captured on video. "I'm truly sorry. I made a mistake that I thought I could just ride the wave of attention. I never intended to cyberbully him. No, I only wanted to earn a little money." It sounded tragically lamentable, a narrative that would surely resonate as a poignant tale online. Unfortunately, many may not realize that the remorse expressed in the final statements of some murderers, their heartfelt sobs, often far surpass her own. However, as the saying goes, if shedding tears here were sufficient, if regret were enough, then what need would there be for law or the courts? One must face consequences for their transgressions. This is the most fundamental and core principle of law. Zhou Xinran persevered until the end, ultimately securing Sister Ling an 8-month sentence. After all, in truth, it did not significantly impact Zhou. Observing Sister Ling finally realizing her misstep, Zhou felt satisfied, as did the system's offspring. Event completion rate 100 to Zhou began to rub his hands together, believing he had executed this incident flawlessly. Surely, one must reward him with a cash bonus of 1 million. Chapter 89. Who has treated my car this way? After previously receiving a reward of 100,000, Zhou was already fantasizing about the prospect of 1 million. Humans are, after all, dreamers. One must have aspirations, especially since the system had already indicated that houses and cars were not for sale. Of course, selling was possible, but should complications arise post-sale, the system made it clear it would bear no responsibility. Thus, Zhou could only hope for a windfall, aspiring to become wealthy. Alas, the system seemingly deemed it prudent for one to possess less wealth. As this time the reward remained at 100,000, however, one notable detail caught Zhou's eye. At the bottom of that exceedingly rudimentary interface, progress had reached 4-5. This meant that upon completing one more event, the criteria would be satisfied. Zhou was a seasoned gamer, well acquainted with such scenarios. At the very least, the reward for achieving 5-5 would undoubtedly be substantial, as he reveled in dreams of affluence. Sister Ling did not express an intention to appeal in court. Regardless, even if she did, the system would cover the legal fees, rendering it inconsequential. Fangda, let us go, Zhou called out as he prepared to leave, only to spot Zhou Xinran approaching, prompting him to retract his foot. Unfortunately, they were positioned too far apart, and their exchange remained inaudible, so he thought it best to disregard it and head home. Upon returning, he parked his car correctly this time, but inadvertently raised the parking posts in the adjacent space, thinking, I am a person of quality, yet you cannot park haphazardly. After securing his vehicle, he had no immediate plans to rush upstairs, opting instead for a leisurely stroll around the community. While meandering and perusing his phone, he noticed an increasing number of complaints about property management fees in the owner group compared to yesterday. This price is outrageous. We are a family of 6. And even if we receive one for free, paying for 5 cards would still amount to $1,000, and they charge annually. Sigh. What should we do? The property fees are due this year, and I genuinely do not wish to pay them, considering the filth and dog excrement everywhere. And those security guards at the entrance, they act as if we owe them money. Everyone was venting frustrations, yet no one could propose a solution. The owner group had seemingly devolved into a venting ground for negative emotions. Zhou began to contemplate whether he should simply mute this group when he unexpectedly ran into Xiao Su. Now familiar with her, Zhou inquired, Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Upon seeing Zhou, Xiao Su exclaimed, Big brother, what a coincidence. No, look over there, something's wrong. Perhaps due to her urgency. Her words lacked coherence, but Zhou followed her gaze and spotted smoke billowing from a window on the upper floors of Building 6. Is that a fire? Zhou exclaimed. Yes, big brother, there's a fire. That is my neighbor's place. I don't know how it caught fire, and I'm unsure if anyone is inside. A fire is no trivial matter. Modern society places significant emphasis on fire safety due to its potential dangers. Many believe that if a fire occurs, they can simply escape into the corridor and be safe. Yet fires can scorch the walls too. While that statement holds some truth, what is often overlooked during a fire is the smoke. Modern residences contain numerous flammable materials, and once ignited, the thick smoke can be suffocating, causing individuals to lose consciousness. Present, it was uncertain what was transpiring inside. Calling the fire department was the best course of action. Just as Zhou was about to make the call, Xiao Su interjected, I've already alerted the authorities, big brother. The fire truck is on the way. Let us wait by the entrance. Accepting her words, Zhou set aside his phone and made his way to the community entrance. However, upon arrival, he found a crowd gathered with voices raised in heated argument. Yet, Zhou quickly spotted the reassuring sight of a red fire truck. Has it already arrived? Why aren't they rushing in but lingering at the entrance? Zhou approached, with Xiao Su trailing closely behind. Hurry and open the door. Do you know what is happening inside? There is a fire. This is a fire truck, someone shouted. Firefighters were urging action, yet a somewhat unfamiliar security guard at the entrance retorted, What is your rush? Our property management has regulations. External vehicles must be reported to the leadership. What on earth? Joey was taken aback, astonished at this absurdity. In a situation so dire, how could he be discussing protocol? He could no longer contain himself and shouted, "What are you doing? Open the door now. This is an emergency. People need to be rescued inside. Who cares about reporting to some leader? That can wait." Yet the security guard continued to hesitate, prompting Joey to lose his patience. "Are you out of your mind? Not opening the door could have severe consequences. Do you understand? We have already called the police. Obstructing firefighting efforts could lead to your arrest. Do you understand? Your leaders will bear responsibility when the time comes. Try cursing at me again. Say it once more. I have no concern for your matters. Regardless, the leadership has mandated that I must report this, and I am currently attempting to make a call, but it is not going through. You will have to wait. Moreover, I do not possess the key. Only the central control can lift the barrier." Due to Zhou Yi's loud voice and commanding presence, many people turned to look at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yi strode to the barrier and forcefully attempted to lift it. He realized he should not waste time arguing. Instead, he should have simply lifted the barrier. Crack! The barrier was decisively broken by Zhou Yi and raised upright. "What are you doing? Stop right there!" Not only the security guard, but also the onlookers were astonished, for the sign at the entrance clearly stated, "Compensation of 3,000 yuan for damaging the barrier." 3,000 yuan is not a trifling sum for an ordinary person. And given that a fire was raging inside, everyone hesitated. Seeing Zhou Yi succeed in raising the barrier, several men hurried to assist him, and together they managed to clear the way. The security guard rushed forward to grab Zhou Yi and shout. But Zhou Yi swiftly shook him off. "Don't touch me. I see you're new and don't know me. I'm not in the mood to waste words with you, so step aside." As he spoke, he beckoned to the fire truck. "Comrades, hurry inside. We don't know what the situation is." As the fire truck entered the community, Joey pushed past the security guard and stepped inside. The fire truck was large, and parking space within the community was indeed limited, with many vehicles occupying the roadway. Even before the fire truck arrived, some individuals had already begun making calls, urging the vehicle owners to move their cars. Those within the community hurried to relocate their vehicles, but some owners could not arrive in time, and a few even shouted defiantly, demanding that no one touch their cars. "What should we do?" someone cried out. As the black smoke from the windows thickened, Zhou Yi remained undeterred, shouting, "A few of you, come help me move these cars. Don't worry about any minor damages. If anyone causes trouble, I will take responsibility." He understood that in such a crisis, it was imperative for someone to take charge. After all, they were directly overturning cars to clear a path for the fire truck, which certainly raised concerns about potential damages and the possibility of irate car owners seeking retribution. Zhou Yi's shout prompted several individuals to step forward to assist. They overturned a few cars, but as they approached the last stretch, the space became too narrow for further movement. Finally, the firefighters pushed their way through, disregarding any obstacles in their path. Watching the fire truck finally enter and commence firefighting, Zhou Yi felt a slight sense of relief, panting heavily. Behind him, Xiaosu hurriedly said, "Big brother, take a moment to rest. The fire truck is inside now. There shouldn't be any major issues. And their family members are likely not present. As long as no one was hurt, everything else would be manageable." Zhou Yi nodded, accepting a bottle of water from her and taking a few gulps. The series of actions he had just taken felt instinctive. Zhou Yi was acutely aware that he had no fear of trouble. Why is it that people, despite feeling justified, still dread complications? It is primarily because some individuals refuse to reason. Once they latch onto you, it will invariably cost you time and energy. But Zhou Yi was unafraid. He had wealth and ample leisure time, the kind of boredom that seemed endless. At that moment, a voice rang out behind him. "Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? I'm telling you, you must compensate for the broken barrier." "Huh?" Zhou Yi turned to see the security guard who had previously obstructed him, now looking utterly furious and shouting incessantly. "What did you say? I need to compensate? No problem. Feel free to call your superior and see if I should compensate for blocking the fire truck's access. You truly are a remarkable individual." He was disinclined to engage in conversation with this man. As he could hardly fathom the guard's thought process, the TO claim he bore no responsibility would be an understatement. Yet to say he was responsible seemed absurd, as he clearly lacked understanding. Just because he wasn't allowing vehicles to enter did not mean he could obstruct emergency vehicles. Fire trucks, ambulances, and other such vehicles must always be prioritized in emergencies, and they could go anywhere. Joey suspected that the property management had hired security guards who were accustomed to wielding their power unjustly, mistakenly believing they could halt all vehicles simply because they appeared to control the entrance to AT that moment. A commotion erupted behind him. Who did this? Who is responsible for my car's condition? Chapter 90. I'm calling the police. To be fair, Joey did not harbor any strong feelings toward the obstructive security guard. He was merely a worker, perhaps foolish or lacking in common sense. However, to accuse him of intentionally blocking the fire truck was an unfair claim. Having worked at a previous company, Joey understood that the security guard's actions stemmed from two possible reasons. Point one was a prior incident where vehicles were allowed to enter, causing trouble, and the other was witnessing a colleague encounter issues when letting cars in. Regardless of the reason, it indicated that if the guard permitted another vehicle inside, he might find himself in trouble with his superiors. In the most straightforward terms, if the property management had a rule stating that guards would face financial penalties for allowing vehicles through, the guard would be left with no options. Doesn't it seem fantastical? Some individuals genuinely appear to have a screw loose, but reality tells us that indeed, some people do have such issues. Who can fathom their thought processes? The security guard fell silent, presumably contacting his superior. Joey was genuinely curious to see what Manager Shue would have to say. However, under normal circumstances, the direct supervisor would be Manager Su, who was responsible for security in the community. Interestingly, the last time this individual rented out parking spaces without permission, it was the property management that ended up footing the bill, which seemed quite absurd, indicating that Manager Su might have connections higher up. However, just because the guard had stopped talking did not mean the situation was resolved. The sharp voice continued to pierce through the air. Who did this? Who is responsible? No one wants to admit it, right? My perfectly fine car, which I just purchased days ago, has been reduced to this. No one is claiming responsibility. Fine, I'll tell you, there are cameras here. Once I review the footage and identify the culprit, you can all expect consequences. Xia Shuqin's face was flushed with anger. Nearby, an elderly gentleman, unable to hold his tongue, interjected, "You parked inappropriately. You blocked the fire truck's access. Moreover, if the car merely sustained a minor scratch, it can simply be repaired." This remark seemed to ignite a fire within Xia Shuqin, who, previously somewhat subdued, exploded with indignation. "I parked here inappropriately. Many cars park here daily. Are you saying I'm the only one at fault? What is wrong with parking here? If I don't park here, where should I? You find me a parking space, can you? If you can't, then be quiet. Everyone can talk. The basement has cars taking up 2 spaces, and you say nothing. I had no choice but to park here, and now my car is ruined. Yet you still blame me? Do you know how much I paid for this car? Just repair it? This is a brand new vehicle. How do you calculate the depreciation? I can't use the car while it's being repaired, so how do I account for commuting costs? Repairing the car sounds easy for you, but it's not your vehicle that has been overturned, and no one is admitting guilt. Fine, I'll call the police and request the property management to review the footage." The elderly gentleman, clearly a patient man, trembled with anger, but found himself at a loss for words as one ages. The desire to rebuke often remains, but the energy to do so may not. Unless one belongs to that category of individuals who are irredeemably troublesome, the elderly tend to engage in reasoned discourse, while others may simply resign themselves to silence. No one else in the vicinity spoke up. Xia Shuqin had indeed made a valid point. Her car appeared quite luxurious, and her attire was equally distinctive. People noted that she was attractive and exuded an air of sophistication. Yet her language had become increasingly vulgar. Why now? A barrage of insults had erupted from her mouth. One might mistake her for a shrew scolding in the streets. Having finished her tirade and seeing that no one responded, she took out her phone, preparing to call the police. This matter would not end here. She was determined to find the responsible party. However, at that moment, a voice cut through the tension. "Hold on. Don't rush to blame others. It was I who moved your car. What do you intend to do about it?" The crowd parted, revealing Joey, who approached with an air of nonchalance. He had his ever-present camera and voice recorder activated. He was uncertain if the property management had installed cameras, but he was aware of one fact: the efficacy of cameras, much like the enigmatic manager Shui, could only be assessed when one attempted to review the footage that in any community. There exists certain unpredictable variables, one of which was the previously mentioned Schrodinger's manager. And now there was a second unpredictable element: Schrodinger's camera. This variable could be found throughout the property management's domain, while one could see them in reality. Their true usefulness remained uncertain until one attempted to review the footage. In numerous instances, one may discover that a particular matter is remarkably simple. One merely needs to adjust the surveillance to unveil the truth. Yet, it is peculiarly coincidental, almost as if scripted, that the crucial camera, one that could decisively illuminate the veracity of the situation, just happens to malfunction at the most opportune moment. Oh, how fortuitous! Thus, from the experiences gleaned by Zhou Yi from Fondajouan, the importance of preserving evidence becomes paramount, particularly regarding pivotal matters. One must invariably remember to retain evidence. Furthermore, this evidence must be exceedingly precise, capable of vividly reflecting the truth of the event. Otherwise, one will come to understand the essence of dispute and the art of evasion. Casting a glance at the surrounding crowd, Zhou Yi smiled at the elderly gentleman and said, "Did you not witness it yourself? Just say it was I who caused this. I have already stated that I shall take responsibility for this matter." The expressions of the onlookers shifted towards Zhou Yi. In modern society, it is indeed rare to encounter someone who can boldly declare, "This matter is my responsibility." You may directly say, "I was at fault," especially in light of the fact that the woman had just been vociferously cursing, clearly indicating a significant trouble at hand. The elderly man's lips moved slightly, yet he maintained, "Young man, it is clearly her fault. You were merely rendering assistance. How could I betray you? I may be old, but I can discern right from wrong." Zhou Yi quickly replied, "Please do not overthink it. It is indeed my doing, and I am a person who values reason above all else. Moreover, I believe that individuals in this world possess a sense of reason." Turning to Xia Shuqin, Zhou Yi asserted, "I have stated that it was I who caused this. What do you intend to do?" The young lady, Xiao Su, behind Zhou Yi, gazed at him with starry eyes. Indeed, the elder brother exuded a commanding presence. The elderly gentleman contemplated expressing that one cannot reason with such a person, but ultimately refrained. Xia Shuqin, startled by Zhou Yi's sudden interjection, quickly retorted, "You damaged my car. What do you expect me to do? What should be done?" "Compensation, of course," Zhou Yi replied, shaking his head and gesturing towards the window where the flames had been largely quelled. "Before we discuss compensation, take a look above and over there. Do you not notice the contraption known as a fire truck? Now, look here. Yes, raise your eyes. Do you not see the words that read fire lane? No parking? Surely, you cannot be mistaken. A fire broke out above, a matter of utmost urgency, and your vehicle obstructed the fire lane, hindering the fire truck's access. Are you truly oblivious to your fault? What? Are you about to argue that I was wrong to park here? So many vehicles are stationed here. Am I the only one at fault? There are no other spots in the community. Where else am I to park?" Xia Shuqin exclaimed, pointing at Zhou Yi. "Wait a moment. May I inquire your name, madam?" Zhou Yi asked suddenly. "Xia Shuqin, what of it? Do not think that flattery will absolve you from compensation. Today I shall inform you that you must pay." Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. That name seemed vaguely familiar. Was she not the one in the group chat who vehemently criticized others for their inconsiderate parking? It appeared she had been rebuffed by Song Xiaofei and had fallen silent thereafter. Who would have thought he would encounter her here? It seemed that when parking was unavailable in the basement, she opted for the fire lane above, recalling her incessant complaints about the lack of decorum among people. Zhou Yi could not help but shake his head. It appeared she was guilty of the very behavior she condemned. Thus, Zhou Yi stated directly, "So, Miss Xia, let me clarify. Any vehicle parked in the fire lane, I'm referring to all vehicles, is at fault, not solely yours that I ask for the lack of parking spaces in the community. That is your issue. Alternatively, you could approach the property management to inquire why there is no parking for your vehicle, but that does not justify your choice to park in the fire lane. It is common knowledge that fire lanes are not to be occupied. Surely, Miss Xia, you are not unaware of this." The surrounding residents remained silent. Indeed, the prohibition against occupying fire lanes is a well-known fact. However, it is evident that in daily life, many individuals disregard this rule. The rationale is simple. They believe, what are the odds of a fire occurring while I am parked here? Humans are often swayed by a sense of luck, conveniently forgetting that incidents such as fires are termed accidents. An accident signifies uncertainty regarding when it may occur. It could happen today or tomorrow. Thus, in the face of the unforeseen, all one can do is take preventive measures rather than attempt to predict. There were numerous vehicles obstructing the fire lane, and several car owners had now arrived. Ultimately, only 3 vehicles had been overturned, with Xia Shuqin's vehicle suffering the most damage. Merely being overturned would not clear the path, given the fire truck's considerable size. It had to force its way through, scraping the paint off the nearby cars. Zhou Yi's words carried significant weight, and Xia Shuqin could no longer contain herself. What do you mean by that? Why are you rambling on about irrelevant matters? I ask you how you intend to handle this. I purchased my car less than a month ago for over 500,000, and now it has been reduced to this. How shall we calculate the depreciation? If I go to repair the car now, I will have no means of transport. What about my commuting expenses? I shall inform you if you do not compensate me today, I will call the police. Zhou Yi interrupted decisively. Please call the police, Miss Xia. That is my sincere recommendation. Given the state of your vehicle, if I do not offer compensation, what are you waiting for to report this? What? Xia Shuqin was momentarily at a loss. The MY car has been damaged, and you expect me to report it without compensation? Fine. I shall report it. Who dares stop me? You refuse to compensate, then await the consequences. Xia Shuqin hastily retrieved her phone to call the police. But before she could utter a word, a police car had already arrived. The door swung open, and Officer Li, alongside another officer and their apprentice, emerged from the vehicle. Ah, there is no need for you to report it. I recall someone had already done so, Zhou Yi remarked with a sudden grin. Officer Li approached with a stern expression. They had received a report that the security personnel had prevented the fire truck from entering, prompting their swift response. Upon arrival, they discovered that the access barrier had been broken. Upon observing that the fire truck had made it inside, with firefighters actively extinguishing the flames, they felt at ease that as long as the fire was under control, everything else could be addressed through established procedures, including fines and detentions. Thus, Officer Li and Officer Zhou exchanged glances, both relieved when they noticed a crowd gathered. 3 vehicles had been overturned, abandoned by the roadside. What transpired? Who called the police? What is going on here? Zhou Yi. Officer Li's expression darkened further. Officer Zhou next to him looked equally perplexed. How had Zhou Yi found himself in this situation? He distinctly remembered the last time Zhou Yi had come to report an incident, claiming his account had been restored, which contained a deposit of 1 million. This case had nearly been treated as a typical example of misconduct. What is going on here? Officer Li inquired, directing his gaze at Zhou Yi. The sensation was peculiar, reminiscent of a mischievous child in class. Whenever a disturbance arose, the teacher would invariably question him first. And Zhou Yi embodied that very archetype. Comrades, observe. My car was parked here, and it has been unjustly damaged in this manner. I demand compensation. This is a new vehicle, and they outright refuse to pay. Xia Shuqin exclaimed. Officer Li examined the surroundings before asking, Is this your vehicle? Was it parked here previously? Indeed. Right here. Are you aware that this is a fire lane? Parking in a fire lane is prohibited, you understand? Xia Shuqin quickly retorted. Comrade, there are no parking spaces available in this community. I had no choice but to park here. I received a call to move my car and rushed to do so, only to find it in this state upon arrival. As soon as these words left her lips, the elderly gentleman could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, What do you mean by moving? Your car does not even have a contact number. So many people attempted to reach you, but could not. What? I said I would come to move my car. Could you not wait a moment? Must you damage my vehicle in the process? Comrade, surely we must apply some reasoning here. This is a new car, and someone must take responsibility. Officer Li waved his hand. I have noted your concerns. Zhou Yi. Please share your account. Zhou Yi began. The fire truck needed access, yet their vehicles were obstructing the entry. The owners were momentarily unavailable to move their cars, and we were unaware if anyone was home. But time was of the essence. Consequently, we had no choice but to lift her vehicle to allow the fire truck passage, which barely made it through. Just look at the damage to the fire truck's paint. Officer Zhou observed Xia Shuqin before stating, "Let us proceed to the property management to review the surveillance footage." Chapter 91. What constitutes emergency evasion? As the fire had been largely contained, Officer Zhou collaborated with the firefighters to investigate the fire's origins, while Officer Li escorted Zhou Yi and Xia Shuqin to the property management office. You wish to review the footage. The surveillance room is over there. An employee from the property management guided them to the surveillance room. With Officer Li present, the personnel did not hesitate to assist and began operating the equipment without requiring permission from their superiors. However, the staff appeared somewhat uncertain regarding the specific footage needed. Thus, Zhou Yi quickly interjected, "Hello, we need footage from the fire lane between Building 4 and Building 5, with a precise location provided." The staff commenced their operation. Xia Shuqin had already taken out her phone and said, "As long as there are surveillance cameras, that's fine, that I was worried they might be broken, that if you don't compensate me. Just wait for me to sue you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback, then a strange expression crossed his face. "You intend to sue me?" Xia Shuqin was stunned. His reaction seemed somewhat off. Just then, perhaps having received a message, Manager Su, who had previously met Zhou Yi and was responsible for property security, walked in, exclaiming warmly, "Old Leo, it's been a long time. Today has been quite overwhelming." After a brief pause, he instructed, "Officer Li, speed up the surveillance footage adjustments. You need to be quick about it." The other party was exceedingly enthusiastic, yet Old Li's grim expression remained unchanged as he remarked, Manager Su, your property security actually blocked the fire truck this time." Hearing this, Manager Su hurriedly responded, "Old Li, I truly don't know how that happened. I just heard that our security wouldn't let the fire truck in. You know me, Old Li, I would never prevent a fire truck from entering. That was entirely the decision of that security guard." Old Li waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's a bit early to discuss this now. We should wait until the investigation is complete. However, objectively speaking, your property did indeed block the fire truck outside for at least 4 minutes. Our Jingzhou City Fire Department advocates for a 5-minute rescue response. And yet the fire truck was delayed outside your community for 4 minutes." Manager Su hurriedly interjected, "Old Li, Officer Li, it shouldn't have been 4 minutes. When I asked them, they claimed it was at most 1 minute. Moreover, I genuinely don't know what happened. That security guard who blocked the fire truck is merely a temporary worker who just started not long ago. Sigh. The work in our property management is quite challenging." For some reason, upon hearing the term temporary worker, Zhou Yi couldn't help but chuckle. He truly was trying to laugh, but he simply couldn't hold it in. Manager Su glanced back and, seeing Zhou Yi, said nothing. "Comrades in uniform, Manager Su, here is the surveillance footage from 20 minutes ago. I've sped it up." The surveillance cameras were quite effective, clearly showing that before the fire truck arrived, the fire lane, which could accommodate 2 vehicles side by side, had been reduced to a single lane. In fact, in some places, it was blocked to the point where even a single lane was difficult to navigate. ISNT had often said that in some communities, driving feels like taking a driving test every day. It's tough to get in and even tougher to get out. All the cars were jammed together, and to emerge from this mess required exceptional skill. Under such circumstances, the fire truck with its large frame simply could not pass. Soon, Zhou Yi could be seen entering the scene, leading a few individuals to begin moving vehicles. In a bid to save time, they inevitably had to lift 3 cars, one of which belonged to Xia Shuqin. Yet despite their efforts, there was still insufficient space, and seeing the urgent fire situation, the fire truck had no choice but to force its way through. The surveillance video documented everything clearly. "Officer, you all saw that, right? Shouldn't he be responsible for repairing my car?" Xia Shuqin quickly placed her phone down and stated. Upon hearing this, Old Li spoke. "No, comrade, you should see that your vehicle obstructed the fire truck. In other words, your car hindered fire rescue efforts, and that is a serious issue. I must reiterate, that is a fire lane, comrade. You were in the wrong for parking there." "But officer, I wasn't the only one parked there." We had no other place to park. Others were occupying 2 spaces in the underground garage without anyone managing it that I had no choice but to park above. Xia Shuqin insisted anxiously. Moreover, even in a fire rescue situation, what he did was also illegal. He isn't part of the fire rescue team. Just then, Zhou Yi suddenly interjected, "Excuse me, I must speak up. My name is Zhou Yi." "What?" Xia Shuqin was taken aback and immediately shouted, "Are you the one who took up 2 parking spaces?" "Yes, that's me, but I purchased both spaces." "Thank you." Xia Shuqin opted not to continue her conversation with Zhou Yi and instead turned to Old Li, saying, "Officer, you saw it too. This person has 2 parking spaces and he parked horizontally. Doesn't that count as occupying public resources? We, who don't have parking spaces, had no choice but to park there. And now we're in this predicament. Are we still in the wrong?" Zhou Yi replied nonchalantly, without a hint of anger. "Miss Xia, luckily Manager Su from Property Management is here. You can ask him why he was allowed to sell me 2 parking spaces, claiming I'm occupying public resources. Those spaces are mine. You're too afraid to confront the property management who sold me those spaces and instead are here causing trouble for me. It's like someone who buys multiple seats on a train complaining that the railway didn't limit the number of seats sold to one person. And instead, they're harassing the individual who bought them. Miss Xia, why not confront the property management?" Old Li waved his hand. "All right, we're discussing the obstruction of fire rescue efforts. Miss Xia, we'll need to ask you to come with us later." "What? You want me to go with you? What did I do wrong?" "There are so many cars parked there." Xia Shuqin was utterly astonished. "And why isn't being taken? Isn't the one who deliberately damaged my car?" Zhou Yi laughed and said, "Miss Xia, it seems you've never heard the term emergency avoidance, have you? Let me put it this way. In an emergency avoidance situation, I could eat a panda every day." Upon hearing this, Old Li, who was currently on the phone with the precinct, shot a glance at Zhou Yi, thinking this guy's reasoning is a bit reckless. Eating a panda every day, I genuinely wonder why he chose such an example. However, it was evident that Xia Shuqin didn't understand what emergency avoidance meant. But she knew that pandas were indeed protected animals, often seen in short videos with titles like "Sitting in Prison for Life." Thus, when she heard such a bold statement as eating a panda every day, she was left speechless. Ahem. Old Li cleared his throat a couple of times. The example might be a bit inappropriate, but the meaning remains the same. Therefore, Miss Xia, the other party's actions indeed fall under emergency avoidance. Moreover, the reason lies in your vehicle being parked illegally, obstructing the fire lane, so the responsibility lies with you. Of course, if you're inclined, I suggest you pursue legal avenues to resolve this matter. Zhou Yi glanced at Old Li, who had articulated that statement with remarkable finesse. Why should it be me who pursues legal action? Aren't you the police? Can't you handle this? Old Li sighed, looking at Zhou. Though this guy seemed a bit dim-witted, he had to admit that he was the most law-abiding person. Suggesting that he pursue legal action, he didn't utter a word of protest and directly filed a lawsuit, and situations like this are what most people experience in life, regardless of the problem. As long as I report it, the police must resolve it. If they can't resolve it, then that's unacceptable. I'll file a complaint or whatever. Zhou Yi glanced at his phone and suddenly looked up, smiling. Miss Xia, to my knowledge, obstructing a fire truck on duty can result in detention for 5 to 10 days, along with a fine of up to 500 yuan. Good luck. Oh, and if the fire brigade approaches you about repairing your car, be sure not to mention how expensive your car is. As far as I know, those fire trucks are indeed quite costly. What? Upon hearing this, Xia Shuqin suddenly froze. She reflected carefully on her previous actions. Perhaps she was a bit. But why would the fire brigade also seek her to repair the car? I didn't intentionally park there. I was rushing to move my car. My car was struck by the fire truck. Why should they ask me to repair it? Unfortunately, Zhou Yi turned away, completely disinterested in her. Moreover, several police officers had arrived in the surveillance room that a female officer stepped forward and promptly took Xia Shuqin away. They were about to leave. Zhou Yi could still hear her questioning the officers about why she had to repair the fire truck. Manager Su, please pull up the surveillance footage from half an hour ago at your entrance. With Xia Shuqin taken away, Old Li let out a sigh of relief and turned to Manager Su. Manager Su hurriedly replied, No, Oldly, the camera at the entrance has been broken since the day before yesterday, and we're currently scheduled for repairs. And that security guard is indeed a temporary worker. Pfft. He couldn't help but chuckle again. Noticing Manager Sue staring at him, he quickly added, "Oh, it's nothing. You all continue that I just thought of something amusing." He indeed thought of something enjoyable. Just moments ago, Xia Shuqin had worried whether the surveillance would be broken, and it turned out to be evidence of her obstructing fire rescue efforts. "Oh, right, officer, I have a video here." Ignoring Manager Sue's somewhat perplexed gaze, Zhou directly handed his phone to Old Li. It was a video previously shared by Song Xiaofei in their group chat. As Song had put it, he had been watching the commotion at the entrance all along, capturing everything comprehensively. Of course, he didn't mention the real reason, ever since the incident involving the parking spaces. He now carried his phone everywhere to record videos. Without these videos as evidence, he felt insecure, fearing that one day he might be framed without even knowing it. Old Li received the phone and began watching. And without a doubt, it was indeed a thorough recording. In the distance, the blaring sirens of a fire truck began to sound, capturing the scene until Zhou stepped forward and directly broke the gate's barrier. The entire video lasts 4 minutes and 10 seconds, with the 10 seconds accounting for the time it took for the fire truck to arrive. The dialogue between the firefighters and the security personnel was recorded with remarkable clarity, only lacking subtitles. Zhou sent the video to himself, and Old Li spoke with grave seriousness, saying, "Manager Sue, the extent of the damages caused by the fire is still unclear, but your security personnel indeed obstructed the fire truck. Therefore, you and that security guard must accompany us back." While one could argue that Xia Shuqin had rushed over upon receiving the news, the property management had no such defense. Their security had undeniably impeded the fire truck for 4 minutes. Manager Sue's complexion turned somewhat pale. This was no longer a mere matter of personal conduct. Security at the entrance represented the property management. After handing over his phone, Zhou remained silent. Yet he sensed that Manager Sue had already formed a negative opinion of him. It seemed he was indeed quite the talent, having lived in this community for only a short while. He had managed to offend both Manager Shui and Manager Sue of the property management, and it was a direct offense at that. Grandma Lu commented that Manager Shui was petty, but she was yet unaware of his intended course of action. However, Zhou proved one thing. He did not detect any malicious expression on Manager Sue's face. The man merely glanced at him without uttering a word. As for the broken barrier, it was no longer a topic of discussion. It was broken. And that was that. Who could blame him for being in the wrong place at the wrong time? This sudden fire was merely a minor episode in Zhou Yi's life. Observing that Xia Shuqin and Manager Sue from the property management were being taken away, he decided to check on the fire's status. Just as he stepped out of the property management office, Miss Xiao Su called out, "Hey, Brother Zhou, over here." "Wow, Brother Zhou, you were incredibly impressive just now. So many people filmed short videos and posted them online. And the comments are all praising you. By the way, aren't you afraid they'll cause you trouble?" Miss Xiao Su chattered away beside him, and Zhou casually responded while heading to the side. Already aware that the cause of the fire had been clarified, the family had charged their electric bike upstairs while no one was home, resulting in the battery suddenly catching fire. The living room and bedroom were left in utter disarray. But fortunately, no one was injured. Perhaps he had done a good deed after all. Feeling quite pleased at that moment, his phone rang. "Stay put. I need to take a call." Watching Zhou leave in a grand manner, Miss Xiao Su stared blankly, pondering what he meant. Did he think she was uneducated, who didn't recognize a silhouette? It was unusual for Fang Dezhuang to call him, as he usually sought him out. Upon answering, it turned out Fang Dezhuang wanted to discuss the countersuit from his former company, that he needed to go. After all, he had already transferred money to Fang Dezhuang last time, and that wasn't from the system, but directly from his own account. As he drove out of the underground parking lot, he seemed to have forgotten something. No matter, it probably wasn't important. Half an hour later, after fiddling with her phone for quite some time, Miss Xiao Su became puzzled. What kind of call would take half an hour? In the CAF, Zhou regarded the two individuals before him with a strange expression. "Lawyer Zhou, if I recall correctly, didn't you just lose to Fang Dezhuang? What's going on now?" Fang Dezhuang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't jump to conclusions. She is now my assistant. She lacks practical experience and needs to hone her skills on small cases alongside you. Experience, after all, comes naturally with handling numerous cases, with Fong Dazhuang's statement. Zhou felt it inappropriate to comment further. However, before Fong Dazhuang could begin his discourse, Zhou suddenly inquired, "By the way, Fong Dazhuang, what do you think is the legal and reasonable way to create trouble for the property management?" Ah! Mid-sip of her coffee, Zhou Xinran froze, taken aback. Was this the usual content of their conversations? Chapter 92, Translation of What Constitutes Legality. Zhou Xinran gazed at the two individuals, momentarily forgetting to drink her coffee. Previously, she had been a novice lawyer, diligently pursuing her studies in university, passing the bar exam in her final year, then continuing to graduate school, and eventually entering a law firm upon graduation, at the outset. She had fantasized about confidently commanding the courtroom. Don't laugh. Who hasn't indulged in such dreams when starting in the legal field? She had envisioned elite lawyers on television, impeccably dressed, never appearing fatigued, always exuding vitality, as if possessing an innate knowledge of everything without the need for research. Even those elite lawyers abroad, possessing the extraordinary ability to resurrect the deceased. However, reality delivered a harsh slap upon graduation. Not to mention spending most of her time assisting senior lawyers. When she finally secured her first case, the client was as such, and the opposing counsel was this individual. After that court session, young lawyer Zhou nearly abandoned her legal aspirations. Mustering the courage to return to battle, she persevered for some time, only to encounter him again with her second case. Thus, Zhou Xinran came to realize that this person seemed to be specifically there to torment her. Given the circumstances, adhering to a pragmatic principle, if one cannot defeat them, one must join them. That way, no one could claim she was incapable. Now that she was his assistant, could he continue to torment her? Yet, upon hearing the manner of conversation between the two, Zhou Xinran suddenly felt uncertain about her decision to join them. Why did it seem that their discussion revolved around perilous matters? However, upon further contemplation, legality, right? Everything must be established within a legal framework. So, what constitutes legality? Anything that does not violate the law is deemed legal. Thus, there should be no issues regardless of the approach taken. Is this truly the correct way for today's top-tier professionals in the legal field? With this realization, Zhou Xinran felt as if she grasped something profound. Consequently, she finished her coffee in one gulp and began to attentively listen to their conversation. Creating trouble for the property management? Didn't they compensate you initially? You mentioned they were quite courteous. Why the sudden change of heart? Fong Dazhuang questioned curiously. Zhou shook his head. The property management was courteous at that time. But that may not be the case going forward. Furthermore, I now have a notion. If within my capacity, I would prefer to assist others. Recently, the property management has begun charging for elevator cards, which I find quite objectionable. It wasn't about the notion that greater power brings greater responsibility, nor was it a matter of being a bleeding heart. Having the system at his disposal meant that, at the very least, he could manage those vexing matters around him. Doubt if he was being meticulous about his own experiences, he would also be meticulous about matters he found unsatisfactory. Of course, for now, he was merely contemplating. Without the system, he was just an ordinary person. Nevertheless, Zhou sensed a hint of intrigue in this matter. Without mentioning anything else, Manager Su seemed to possess certain ulterior motives. Fong Dazhuang. Something did occur today. Zhou then recounted the incident with the fire, concluding with the question, what do you think the property management's response will be? Such behavior seems rather severe. Does it not? However, upon finishing his statement, he noticed Fong Dazhuang leisurely sipping his coffee, not uttering a single word. Fong Dazhuang? I'm asking you, forget it. I'll pay a consulting fee. All right, Zhou. Regarding this matter, the property management will likely face substantial penalties. Fong Dazhuang promptly set down his coffee and began elaborating. Zhou Xinran was once again left dumbfounded. Was this truly Fong Dazhuang's genuine persona? Fong Deng detailed the situation thoroughly, confirming Zhou Yi's suspicions. The security had indeed blocked the fire truck outside, and the property management would ultimately face penalties. According to Fong Dazhuang's predictions, since there were no fatalities and the issue wasn't particularly grave, they would still be fined at the maximum rate, likely amounting to 100,000 yuan. Detention was unlikely, for the reason was simple. No serious consequences had arisen. However, as you suggest, that manager sue from the property management may indeed seek retribution against you in the future. Hence, there are numerous legal methods, short-term, mid-term, long-term. It merely depends on your strategy. Numerous legal methods. Zhou Yi regarded Fang Dizhuang with a knowing gaze. He certainly had researched quite a bit. Please share the short-term strategies that would be particularly satisfying for them. Fang Dizhuang took a sip of his enhanced coffee. Looking nonchalant. In the short term, it's quite simple. Report the property management to the fire department for noncompliance, such as vehicles occupying fire lanes, electric bikes being charged upstairs, and so on. The property management doesn't have any particularly effective solutions for these issues. Yet they pose safety hazards. Additionally, there's that rooftop access door on your building. It's a crucial fire exit that if it's closed, you can report it for violating fire safety regulations. If it's open, even easier. You can claim that the door being ajar poses a risk of children going up to play, which creates a safety hazard. Zhou Yi had already begun recording with his pen. Indeed. These were all legal methods. Yes, everything was legally sound, yet lacked reasonableness. In fact, given the occurrence of this incident, even if you choose not to report it, the property management will be under significant pressure to rectify the situation, which will take considerable time, in the short term. Just remember one thing. Regardless of which property management authority you deal with, the fire department is the ultimate authority over the property management. That makes sense. What else is there? That is indeed the middle strategy. And it is worth mentioning that your property management does not impose arbitrary charges. You may file a complaint with the Price Bureau regarding their fees, or approach the relevant property management authorities to voice your grievances. However, these methods tend to yield slow results. In fact, the most effective recourse in the interim is to initiate legal action. Legal action. On what grounds? What if the property charges are lawful? Upon uttering these words, Zhou Yi sensed that Fang, the legal advisor across from him, was regarding him with an expression akin to that of someone observing a spectacle. You intend to sue them merely for overcharging. Let us be clear. Homeowners possess the right to be informed. Do you grasp the concept of the right to know? This means that for any charge imposed by your property management within your community, as well as any other pertinent information, you are entitled to be informed. Do you understand? If you truly wish to ascertain this, then the architectural plans from when your community was inspected must also be made available to you. Not to mention the details of where the fees are allocated and the tax payment status. In short, you can demand the disclosure of anything you can conceive, or even things you cannot. Plans? Whether or not the property management even possesses them is questionable. It is uncertain if the Design Institute can retrieve them at this point. Furthermore, consider the landscaping contracts, the agreements with the electricity and water companies regarding fees, the salary expenditures of property staff, and so forth. Thus, engage in litigation gradually and fight your case slowly. Even if they fabricate their responses, it would take them at least a year to concoct something. Everyone is aware of the ineptitude of your property management. Hasn't it become evident that they have never disclosed such information to you? Zhou Yi suddenly realized, in essence, homeowners are not as powerless as they might seem. Nevertheless, truly witnessing the efficacy of certain rights can be quite challenging. For instance, regarding the right to know, as introduced by Fang, indeed, according to legal provisions, homeowners are entitled to this right. Theoretically, they possess the authority to demand information. However, if you were to inquire with the property management, would they comply? The answer is quite apparent. They would not. Who do you think you are to request such information? It is all confidential. And they will not disclose it. However, litigation is a different matter. Once a court ruling is rendered, they must comply, regardless of their reluctance. This approach can certainly lead to your property management being thoroughly exasperated, provided you can withstand their various threats. This method is indeed effective and suits Zhou Yi well. Curiously, he inquired, what then is the superior strategy? You are aware that the superior strategy involves organizing a homeowners' assembly to establish a homeowners' committee, thereby directly ousting the current property management and replacing them with another one. It is straightforward, direct, and yields rapid results, but it is fundamentally improbable. Though referred to as a superior strategy, it is essentially a last resort. The property management has numerous means to thwart the establishment of a homeowners committee, not to mention the challenge of ensuring that a multitude of residents will heed your call. Indeed, you understand why our nation's property management systems encounter such issues. It is primarily due to their relative youth. The system is not inherently designed to serve homeowners, but rather stems from the fact that many developers, in their quest for sustainable profits, establish property management themselves rather than engaging specialized property service companies. Reflect on this. Fong spoke extensively in one breath, taking a sip of coffee to moisten his throat. Zhou Yi, however, began to contemplate. All three methods were viable. The first could be set aside for the time being, as the property management would undoubtedly be undertaking fire safety rectifications soon as for the homeowners' assembly. There was no point in considering it. Without systemic assistance, it was utterly unattainable. Zhou Yi was no currency note. He could not compel universal affection. Thus, only litigation remained. Wait a moment. Why did it feel as though Fong was intentionally nudging him toward litigation? Could it be merely his imagination? Zhou Xinran, meanwhile, was utterly enthralled, belonging to the category of individuals who excel in legal theory but falter in practical application. This predicament was not solely a matter of experience. Just moments ago, Zhou Xinran felt that the legal advisor before her had thoroughly internalized the rights of homeowners. The seemingly inconspicuous right to know, a right found in numerous legal frameworks, indeed grants homeowners the right to information, theoretically. They should be informed of anything they wish to know. However, in reality, how many property management entities would actually disclose such information? So, what recourse is left? Litigation, of course. Everyone would tell you that modern legal principles advocate for resolving issues through legal avenues. Indeed, so the legal path must be pursued. Yet, Zhou Xinran continually sensed something amiss, a discrepancy between her academic learning and the practical legalities being discussed. Well, we have discussed quite a bit today. If I continue sipping coffee, I will surely have trouble sleeping tonight. Let us head back. Fong Dezhuang picked up his vinegar gourd, preparing to leave, and Zhou Yi naturally followed suit, instinctively settling the bill. By the way, Zhou Yi, if you formulate any ideas later, feel free to commission me to file a lawsuit. This was stated with an apparent nonchalance as Fong Dezhuang pushed the door open and exited with Zhou Xinran. Zhou Yi shook his head and promptly left the CAF, ready to drive home. Their discussion had indeed lasted quite a while, and the outside world had already darkened. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something, though he couldn't quite recall what it was. Upon driving back to the entrance of his community, he noticed that the automated gate, which should have risen automatically, was now manned by a security guard. That seemed to be his doing. Shortly thereafter, a guard approached. Zhou Yi rolled down his car window. Hello, the gate arm of this community is malfunctioning, and I need to register. Which building are you the owner of? I reside in Building 2. Unit 1, Room 1602, Zhou Yi. The guard paused momentarily upon hearing Zhou Yi's name, then replied, I haven't encountered that name before. Please hold on while I verify. With that, the guard proceeded to check, causing the vehicles behind to begin honking impatiently. A honk or two might be tolerable, but the persistent honking from one particular driver was unbearable. Zhou Yi felt compelled to step out and explain, but to his surprise, a security guard interrupted, exclaiming, What are you doing? You're blocking the entrance to the community. Please move aside and let others through. Zhou Yi felt his patience wearing thin, but complied and moved his car away from the entrance. Parking in a nearby empty space that he then witnessed the vehicle behind him speed past, merely exchanging a few words with the guard before being allowed entry. Goodness, if he hadn't already mentally prepared himself. Zhou Yi would have exploded. Was this already a personal vendetta against him? After waiting for a considerable time without any progress, and seeing several cars pass through the gate behind him, Zhou Yi could no longer contain himself and exited his vehicle. Gentlemen, what is the situation? Hasn't the verification been completed yet? How come they get to go through so quickly? The guard, noticing his agitation, promptly replied, Mr. Zhou, the verification is complete. You may enter now. Zhou Yi glanced at the guard without uttering a word and drove into the community parking garage. However, upon arriving home, he discovered that there was no electricity, that a quick phone call to the property management yielded a swift response. They informed him that Building 6 was undergoing line repairs and that power should be restored shortly. He found this rather absurd. Even if Manager Sue were indeed playing tricks, there seemed to be no need for such measures at a power outage. He checked the water supply. Thankfully, there was still water. Yet, in this day and age, being without electricity made it nearly impossible to remain at home. Nonetheless, it was already night, so he decided to get some rest and address the matter later. The night passed without incident, and upon waking the next morning, he found the electricity restored, feeling as though last night had merely involved routine line maintenance. However, when he opened his computer to check the comments from his audience, he discovered that there was no internet connection. Chapter 93. Surely, they cannot be that foolish. Another power outage. He was at a loss for words. He could not comprehend the property management's thought process. In this day and age, how could they still resort to power outages as a means of coercing homeowners? More importantly, considering they were aware of his identity, how could they dare to employ such tactics? At that moment, he felt that Manager Sue's intellect must have been severely compromised, or perhaps he assumed that he wouldn't dare to contact the power company. He contemplated calling to report the incident, but decided instead to head downstairs to inquire about the situation with the property management directly. As usual, he prepared his recording device and camera. The pinhole camera had limited endurance, and he felt no need to conceal his intentions, that he simply wanted to document the reasons behind their audacity. Of course, he was unaware that at that very moment, a certain Miss Sue was lying in bed, glancing at her phone and chuckling, having spent an entire night on the phone. Meanwhile, in the property management office, Ma Lily was engaged in a conversation with a friend regarding yesterday's fire incident, particularly focusing on the security guard's obstruction of the fire truck. Even among property staff, they found the guard's actions to be quite baffling. What do you suppose he was thinking? Even if he had allowed the fire truck entry, what difference would it make with so many witnesses? Now he has lost his job and faces a fine. Ma Lily shook her head in response. You're being too naive. Your time in this property management has been too brief. Sometimes, the absurdity here is beyond comprehension. Thus, if you wish to remain here for the long haul, you must employ some cleverness. Just as she was speaking, she noticed entering the office and quickly greeted him with a smile. Mr. has arrived. That I asked, there's something you need? Oh, it's nothing major. Last night, my home experienced a power outage that I called to report it, and I was informed it was due to equipment maintenance. However, this morning, the power is out again. I came to inquire about the exact reason. Has the equipment already been repaired only to require further maintenance? A power outage? Ma Lily perused the visitor log and confirmed. Indeed, there is such a matter. Mr. Please hold on a moment while I make a call. It is likely that last night's repairs are still ongoing. Unfinished line repairs, is it? All right then, I shall make a call to clarify. He promptly dialed Grandma Lou's number and activated the speakerphone. Hey, Xiao. Oh, is it at my home? My home has always had electricity. What is the matter? Is there a power outage at your place? There was a blackout last night, and this morning it's nothing. You go on with your business. After hanging up, glanced at Ma Lily and inquired. So why is it that only my house experienced a power outage during the line maintenance? Ma Lily hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and finally managed to say, perhaps there is a problem with the distribution box at your home? Should I inquire about it? He shook his head, saying, forget it. You probably wouldn't know. I'll just contact the power company. With that, he began dialing the number starting with 9 on the back of the electricity card in front of her. The UFO community still operated in the old-fashioned way, with utilities such as electricity, water, and gas being billed through the property management, meaning payments had to be made there rather than online. The call connected swiftly. Yes, this is UFO community. The property management said their equipment maintenance. And there have been 2 power outages since yesterday. Yes, only my house lost power. My neighbors are unaffected. After relaying the situation to the customer service representative, they promptly assured him that someone would investigate and inform him of the outcome later. After hanging up, looked at the somewhat bewildered Ma Lily and asked, is Manager Xue around? Manager Xue. It seems he is in a meeting at the moment. Seeing Zhou's skeptical expression, Ma Lily hurriedly clarified. You can check the manager's office. Manager Xue is indeed not here today. Oh, Then it's fine, no need to worry. You all can continue with your work. With that, he turned to leave, not wanting to put the staff in a difficult position, prioritizing the main issue instead. Of course, Joey was unaware that Manager Shui was still at the property management office. Just not in his office. Old Sue, I must ask you what you're thinking. Adding his car to the blacklist, cutting off his power, and reducing the water pressure, anyone can see you're targeting him. He is not delinquent on his property fees, so why go through all this? Manager Shui remarked. Joey had not been mistaken. Individuals like Manager Shui were not inherently bad, but rather the type who believed that as long as you paid your dues, property management fees, elevator card fees, and so forth, everything else was inconsequential. Furthermore, they could easily delegate responsibility to staff, only stepping in themselves when absolutely necessary, always ready with a smile and a bow, merely biding their time until the disgruntled homeowner's grievances faded away. Direct confrontation was not Manager Shui's style. He considered such tactics beneath him and utterly unnecessary. In a classic sentiment, Manager Shui believed that the issue of whether fees were paid constituted the primary conflict, while all else was secondary and hardly worth mentioning. Besides, didn't I tell you last time that he has money but lacks common sense? If you provoke him, he is the type who will stand his ground to the end. What is the point? Sue Manager hesitated before continuing. It's just that I can't stand his demeanor. And old Shui, don't worry about it. This INT like last time. What can he do now? Report us? We are already facing maximum fines and are in the midst of rectification. What could he possibly report? Lawsuits are out of the question. What grounds would he have? If it's about sanitation or service issues, you've seen that ruling from a few days ago. These matters are all superficial. Even if he were to sue, it wouldn't be easy to handle. Hearing this, Manager Shui sighed, understanding what his colleague meant. Not long ago, in another neighborhood of Jingzhou City, the property management services were so poor that numerous homeowners experienced thefts, with the security system seemingly non-existent and public facilities poorly maintained, with signage falling apart. The cleaning staff were woefully inadequate, among various other issues. Homeowners even hired third-party property service evaluation firms, which found 5 out of 10 service items to be subpar, while many were unaware of the lawsuit. Its impact on their property management company was significant. The ruling revealed that the homeowners' requests, such as demanding improved service quality and holding the property management accountable for previous breaches of contract due to substandard service, were all dismissed. The rationale was simple. There is no definitive standard for what constitutes acceptable service quality. The property service contract wouldn't specify what level of service was required. Thus, an expected loss resulted. Consequently, Sue Manager felt no concern whatsoever. Yet he added, just give it a few days. Let him understand that living in the community means not constantly clashing with the property management, that we've even generously provided him with a complimentary elevator card. What more could he want? Manager Shui felt helpless. If this individual weren't sent from the headquarters, he would have lashed out long ago. With nothing better to do, this meddler was bound to bring trouble upon himself. The phone rang, and after a few exchanges, Manager Shui remarked, don't cut off the power. The electricity company is already on their way to investigate. What era are we living in to still be cutting off power? Knock, knock, knock. Oh, Xiaozhou, what brings you here? Didn't you say there was a power outage at home? Grandmother Lu opened the door and smiled at Zhou Yi. Did you bring something again? You spend money so recklessly, young man. Zhou Yi placed the items he was carrying down and replied with a smile. After calling the power company, the electricity came back on. No worries. By the way. Grandmother Lu, may I ask you a question? When did you all usually pay the property management fees? Property management fees? Grandmother Lu pondered for a moment before saying, the community charges annually, typically around the same time when it's almost due. Has the property management company ever issued invoices to you over the years? This was a method Zhou Yi had learned from Feng Dezhuang shortly after returning home. According to Feng Dezhuang, he hadn't previously considered this, as any legitimate company would recognize the importance of issuing invoices. After all, they were not like those small restaurants on the street that pay fixed taxes. They would still provide some invoices. But sometimes they might claim that the invoices for that month were unavailable, which could indeed happen. However, property management was different in a community like UFU. Fees were calculated based on area, with each household paying around 1,008 to 2,000 annually. plus parking management fees for those with vehicles that so. The annual fees were quite substantial, and issuing invoices was imperative. Therefore, Fong Dazhuang suggested Zhou Yi ask if they had issued invoices, as it could lead to something interesting. Invoices, Grandmother Lu thought for a moment and said, Xiao Zhou, wait a moment, did I remember I kept that little slip of paper the property management gave me every year? Let me find it for you. This was a common habit among many elderly people. Even those who couldn't read. They didn't know what was useful and what wasn't, so they collected all these slips of paper meticulously. Grandmother Lu was one such individual. She retrieved an old iron box, opened it, and inside was a stack of slips, carefully held together with a clip, perfectly orderly. Xiao Zhou, take a look. These are all from the property management. Zhou took a look and found 6 slips. But they were all receipts, not invoices. Grandmother Lu, do you recall if anyone in our community had a dispute with the property management over invoices? Zhou inquired again, after a long moment of thought. Grandmother Lu finally recalled, I remember now, about 3 years ago, a neighbor mentioned in the group chat that the property management had never issued invoices. They discussed it a bit, but I lost track after that. Check the group. Their names should have building numbers in front of them. It should be Grandpa Chi from Building 8. After clarifying the situation with Grandmother Lu, Zhou directly went to Building 8 and soon found Grandpa Chi's home. Then he knocked on the door. Inside, Grandpa Chi was intently listening to an opera, his only passion. Upon hearing the knock, he got up to open the door and was instantly delighted to see Zhou. Oh, young man, how did you find my house? Zhou was also somewhat surprised. This was the same Grandpa Chi who had stood up to criticize Xia Shuqin the day before. It's you. What a coincidence, Grandpa Chi. I need to ask you something. What is the matter? Come in and have a seat. I'll go wash some fruit for you. The elderly were often this warm and sometimes so enthusiastic it was overwhelming. Zhou quickly said, No need to fuss, Grandpa Chi. I just have a question. Zhou then asked about the property management's failure to issue invoices. Grandpa Chi chuckled. Oh, that matter. I did mention it before. Before my retirement. I was quite meticulous. When I paid the property management fees, it was an old habit of mine to casually request an invoice, but they told me I would have to wait a few days for it. That seemed normal, so I went home. Once I retired, I had a bit of free time, so after a couple of days, I went back to ask, and they said it still wasn't ready and that I needed to wait a few more days. I am a bit stubborn, so I thought I'd see whether they would actually provide it. In the end, guess how long it took? A full 3 months? I must have caused them quite a hassle. But they finally issued me the invoice that I just mentioned it in the group chat, but I doubt many would go to such lengths as I did. Zhou nodded, a smile creeping onto his face. It seemed the property management was indeed evading taxes. It wouldn't be accurate to say they never issued invoices, but when faced with someone persistent like Grandpa Chi, a former accountant, they undoubtedly would comply. However, it is indeed quite challenging for the average person to repeatedly urge the other party to issue an invoice. After chatting with Mr. Chi for a few moments, Zhou took his leave and promptly dialed Fong Dazhuang's number. What? You say the property management in your neighborhood has rarely issued invoices in recent years. What were they thinking? Hey Fong Dazhuang, it's been several years now. Why hasn't the tax authority conducted an inspection? Little Zhou, honestly, you should read more. Our tax system relies on voluntary declarations, and we bear the responsibility ourselves. With so many companies, the tax department cannot possibly inspect each one individually. They primarily conduct random checks. Enough talk, just report them directly. But you'd better pay this year's property fee as well. Since they are already accustomed to not providing invoices, they surely want to issue one for you now. Then go ahead and file your report. Oh, by the way, little Zhou, while you're reporting, have you considered our lawsuit? Zhou. So, is it true that Fong Dazhuang, known for his carefree spirit, has a penchant for litigation? Reporting and litigating can coexist without conflict. Having made up his mind, he decided to pay the property fee directly. After all, the time for payment was approaching. Once he had settled the fee, indeed, the staff inside only provided him with a receipt, but no invoice. Zhou did not inquire. There was no need to ask. Issuing an invoice is something they should do proactively. Why should he have to ask? Without further ado, he left the property management and headed straight for the tax bureau in Guangming District. Although the system was unresponsive, it mattered little. By now, Zhou Yi's mindset had already transformed. While the system rewards one for completing tasks, if it does not assign any, one must still maintain their own diligence. His current determination was not for the sake of the system, but rather to uphold his own principles. Chapter 94. Yesterday, he was merely quibbling at the reporting center of the Guangming District Tax Bureau. Clerk Xiao Chun was busy reviewing the information regarding reports with his colleagues that in fact, in today's era, thanks to the internet's advancement, there are numerous avenues for reporting tax violations. Point 1 can report directly at the center. Make a phone call, write a letter, or report online, and there are both real name and anonymous reporting options. The state naturally encourages real name reports, yet many individuals prefer to remain anonymous at that moment. Xiao Chun heard some commotion and looked up to see a young man entering. "Hello. How may I assist you?" The young man who entered was none other than Zhou Yi. He did not come to report directly, but rather to provide additional information, as suggested by Fong Dazhuang. This included the name and address of the property management company in their neighborhood, as well as the crucial evidence of the illegal activities. The evidence Zhou Yi possessed consisted of 6 receipts from Grandma Lu and 3 receipts, along with 1 invoice from Mr. Qi.it. Seems that these elderly individuals had a habit of keeping their documents organized. Mr. Qi, too, had preserved these small pieces of paper meticulously over the years. "Hello, I would like to inquire about the procedure for reporting a company for tax evasion," Zhou Yi asked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun immediately smiled and replied, "To report a company for tax evasion, please have a seat and fill out this form." Nowadays, most individuals prefer online reporting, so very few come to report in person. After all, compared to making the trip here, it seems much simpler to write something online from the comfort of home. Zhou Yi took the form and glanced at it, which contained information about the person being reported. "By the way, how do you plan to report it? Will it be a real name or anonymous report?" Xiao Chun asked again. Zhou Yi, while filling out the form, responded, "Is there a difference?" "There is certainly a difference. A real name report carries more weight," Xiao Chun explained. "Moreover, for those who report in their real names, if the tax department verifies that the reported party indeed evaded taxes, the whistleblower may receive a reward based on the amount of taxes recovered." Ah! Zhou Yi's face suddenly brightened at this information, that he had come with a firm resolve, especially since there was no task from the system. It was all on him. But to think there would be a reward. What a pleasant surprise. He quickly took out his ID card. "Comrade, I am making a real name report. The property management company for the UFU community should be Jingzhou Hengqian Real Estate Company, Limited UFU branch. Traditionally, this developer in Jingzhou City manages several neighborhoods through its own property management company." Xiao Chun began to carefully review the evidence Zhou Yi had brought, asking questions as he examined it. "So, you discovered that after paying the property fee, they failed to provide an invoice, and upon inquiring with the long-time residents, you found that the property management had consistently withheld invoices?" "Yes, comrade, I paid my property fee. And they never mentioned anything about invoices. That I also spoke with 2 of my neighbors, who were longtime residents of the community. One of them moved in right after the neighborhood was established. Those 6 receipts belonged to her. And for 6 years, the property management has never issued her an invoice. The other resident requested an invoice 3 years ago, but the property management delayed endlessly, and after more than 3 months of persistence, they finally provided it. Thus, I believe there is something amiss here." Xiao Chun did not make any judgments, but stated, "I have reviewed your evidence and generally understand the situation, but we will need to conduct an investigation, as there remains a possibility. That is, your neighborhood's property management might not have issued invoices but has declared the full amount, so you will need to wait for further news." "That is no problem, comrade. I actually have plenty of time. I am available to assist with any investigations." The reporting process did not take much time. But this is the reality of the situation. IT is uncertain how long the tax department will take to investigate. However, under normal circumstances, this process is not likely to be swift, which is reasonable. The next step is to have Fong Dazhuang initiate the lawsuit. That in fact, the tax department must sift through the materials submitted for reporting. It is impossible for them to accept any random submission and open a case. Everyone knows that is unfeasible. Ultimately, for a report to reach its conclusion, it must navigate through numerous complex procedures. Therefore, after Zhou Yi completed the report and received a receipt, he chose not to dwell on it and headed straight back to the neighborhood. Unsurprisingly, he was once again stopped at the neighborhood entrance. However, This time it was not the security guard but the entrance barrier. This device can be replaced swiftly. In the past, when he drove into the neighborhood, the system recognized his vehicle as a permanent one, but today it indicated a temporary vehicle. Clearly, the property management had removed his vehicle from the system, leading to the failure of automatic recognition. After honking a few times, the security guard finally emerged from the booth. Unauthorized vehicles are prohibited from entering the neighborhood, the guard shouted at Joey. Upon hearing this, Joey took out his action camera, turned it on, and smiled as he said, I reside in this neighborhood. I have a parking space here. I was able to enter yesterday. I'm not sure what the issue is today. The guard shook his head, saying, You have a parking space in the neighborhood, but your license plate number is not in the system. You might want to check with the property management, but for now, you cannot enter. By the way, please step aside a bit. You're blocking the cars behind. Indeed, vehicles began honking from behind. As this neighborhood has 4 entrances, yet most residents typically use the east gate due to its proximity to a major street in Guangming District, making travel convenient. Take a look at this. Here is the contract for the purchase of my 2 parking spaces. Although I am uncertain why I am being denied entry now, you should recognize this contract. Right? As he spoke, Joey retrieved the parking space sale contract from the front passenger seat. The guard was taken aback. This individual brought a contract in the car. Yet he still replied, This does not prove anything. Our system does not have your license plate number. Before he could finish, Joey abruptly interrupted, What do you mean by that? Does the parking space contract not prove I have a space? Fine, you can block the entrance then. With that, Joey got out of the car and stood beside it, indifferent to the growing line of vehicles behind him or the cacophony of honking horns. The guard, feeling increasingly anxious, exclaimed, What are you doing? Didn't you hear me tell you to move your car? I said to go check with the property management that you're dressed nicely. Why act so uncivilized? Joey continued to hold the contract, stating, I spent real money to purchase this parking space. It was fine when I left, and now I cannot return. You say this and that, and then expect me to check myself. No, I just want to ask, on what basis? Due to the blockage at the neighborhood entrance and the argument with the guard, many residents entering and exiting paused to observe, some even pointing and whispering. The guard was momentarily speechless, and at that moment, an impatient driver from behind exited their vehicle and rushed over, cursing, Who the hell are you blocking the entrance? Are you out of your mind? Hurry up, I have things to do, and you owe Mr. Zhou. What a coincidence. Joey turned upon hearing his name and recognized the tattooed man, Song Xiaofei, that he had unexpectedly defended Zhou Yi during a previous group chat confrontation with Xia Shuqin. Expressing sentiments Zhou Yi had wanted to voice himself, which had left him puzzled at the time. Now, it was even more perplexing. Was this fellow being so courteous? Song Xiaofei, however, paid no heed to these matters. In his eyes, Zhou Yi was the very embodiment of a devil among devils. It can be said that only those who have truly experienced it can fathom the torment of being troubled by a wealthy and idle individual, especially when every action of the latter is entirely legal. The sensation of being ensnared that day was something Song Xiaofei never wished to endure again in his lifetime. Coincidentally, that day in the group chat, he immediately recognized a photo of Zhou Yi's parking space, as it was the only one in the entire community surrounded by parking bollards. Thus, he unleashed a tirade, and it must be stated that this was not due to Zhou Yi's previous actions, but purely a strong aversion to that woman. Today, unexpectedly encountering Zhou Yi again, Song Xiaofei felt a sense of relief, having almost lost his temper moments before. Oh, it's you. Yes, Mr. Zhou. What seems to be the problem? Why can't you get in? Song Xiaofei quickly smiled. Joey pointed to the security guard ahead and said, They informed me that my license plate number is currently not in the system, so it cannot be recognized automatically, and I cannot enter. What do you mean Mr. Zhou's car can't get in? He has 2 parking spaces in this community. How can he not get in? Hurry and open the gate. Even if he has to go to the property management, he should be allowed to enter. The surrounding residents, who had been whispering and pointing, fell silent, as it indeed seemed to be a matter for the property management to resolve. After all, he should have a parking space. Faced with Song Xiaofei's barrage, the security guard felt somewhat intimidated but still retorted, How can you be so sure he has 2 parking spaces? Can you prove it? Song Xiaofei shouted, Can I prove it? My car has been parked in Mr. Zhou's space for over a year. How do you expect me to prove that? The security guard was momentarily taken aback, as the implication of his words was quite substantial. As more and more people gathered, many residents, having gotten to know Zhou due to the recent fire incident, began to speak up for him. Just let him in. There was a fire inside yesterday, and it was that young man who broke the pole. Exactly, if you don't let him in, be careful he doesn't break the pole again. Listening to the comments of the onlookers, Zhou couldn't help but look skyward, realizing that those who knew were speaking up for him, while those who didn't might think they were being sarcastic. At that moment, a young woman stepped out of a car and approached, saying, "I can also attest. I've parked in another space for over a year." Seeing this, Zhou thought, well, here comes Xiao Su. The security guard began to panic, as he was uncertain about the situation. A tattooed man was shouting about parking in someone else's space. And now another woman was claiming the same. Was this truly a valid way to prove someone had a parking space? To be honest, it was the first time the security guard had encountered such a situation. He hastily said, "I'll call my supervisor and check." After making a phone call and inquiring for a while, he finally returned, stating that the staff had mistakenly deleted the license plate number and sincerely apologized. Such a blunder seemed absurd, akin to a temporary worker making a mistake or a malfunctioning camera. Zhou drove his car into the underground parking lot, and just as he parked, he noticed a small Mercedes-Benz had appeared in front of him. As the door opened, the youthful and vibrant Xiao Su got out, glanced at Zhou, and with a beaming smile, said, "Brother, may I ask you a question? I hope it's not inappropriate." Zhou, slightly puzzled, also exited his car and replied, "What question do you have? Feel free to ask." Xiao Su giggled, "Brother, I just want to know, how long can you talk on the phone at once? How long can I talk on the phone at once? Why are you asking this? Wait. Oh, I just recalled the matter I forgot about yesterday." Zhou suddenly realized. Xiao Su's expression turned even more bewildered. He had stood her up for an entire day, and now he seemed to have a sudden epiphany. "Brother, don't you think your behavior is a bit excessive?" Zhou pondered for a moment and nodded. "Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit excessive. However, it's fine. I want to apologize or anything. Don't you worry." "Ah, you want to apologize? If apologies were effective, why would we need gifts? Isn't that what you said?" Xiao Su was left speechless. "I'll take my leave now, thank you." This girl is a bit peculiar. Upon returning home, Zhou began to work on a video. This was his plan, having transitioned from capturing Ling Jie to now. The audience had been steadily growing, and the requests for updates were increasing. Yuan Jie even called occasionally to ask if he still wished to buy a house or marry, as if those things didn't cost money. With such a lack of updates, how could he earn money? Nonetheless, his previous videos, boosted by Ling Jie's recent popularity, had provided him with a decent income. Coincidentally, he now had suitable material and planned to turn it into a series. The title would be My Experiences with Property Management. He sifted through various materials on his computer and decided to begin with that elevator card. Hello, esteemed viewers. This time, I intend to create a series of videos about my interactions with property management. After experiencing disturbances from neighbors and issues with parking, it has become evident that the community's property management has indeed displayed a degree of negligence. While inadequate service quality is one matter, I never expected that the property management issues extend beyond mere service quality. Just yesterday, a fire broke out in the community, but what was truly shocking was that the fire truck was blocked at the entrance by the security guards. Next, we will once again invite Lawyer Fong to discuss how we can legally protect our rights. Remember, everything is predicated on legality. Chapter 95. It seems there's a novice lawyer in that video. As the saying goes, the moon sets, and the crows cry against the frosty sky. The river's edge is lit by fishing lights, lulling the troubled sleeper. Outside Suzhou, at Hanzhong Temple, one must pay to enter. Look, I clearly have a parking space in the community. Yet because of that video, I have been stopped twice from entering since yesterday. I believe that many property management companies today, yes, I am referring to the companies, not the individuals working at the grassroots level, seem to forget that they are here to serve the homeowners. Zhou felt this was a crucial point. Property management should serve the homeowners, and the two should not be in opposition. Unfortunately, the homeowners committee, which should represent the voice of the homeowners, does not exist. allowing property management to disregard the homeowner's concerns. After roughly editing the video, he was only left waiting for the lawsuit documents, which required Fong de Zhuang's efforts. It was evident that Fong de Zhuang's speed in filing lawsuits was consistently swift. Returning to the familiar filing hall of the Guangming District Court, several familiar staff members couldn't help but raise their eyebrows upon seeing him. Has Teacher Fong been here several times recently? Not sure. Maybe 5 or 6 times. I've seen him quite a bit. I heard Judge Lee mention yesterday that Teacher Fong is now going to handle our civil second court. Teacher Fong. What case is it this time? Fong de Zhuang sat down with Zhou Xiner and began to pull out materials. This time, the demands are a bit special. The staff member who had previously reviewed the disturbance case chuckled inwardly, as Teacher Fong's cases had become increasingly peculiar. Aside from the criminal private prosecution case, the rest were indeed quite rare. It felt as if Teacher Fong was particularly focused on these obscure and minor cases, which yielded little to no profit. The simplest disturbance case, if one, would only yield 1,000 yuan. How much would a lawyer of his caliber earn per court appearance? Thus, the reviewing staff had grown accustomed to it, wondering if anything could be more special than that disturbance case. However, upon reviewing the materials and lawsuit documents, a few words escaped their lips. Let the property management publicly disclose these to the plaintiff. Is this the material? Upon closer inspection, even the most seasoned reviewing staff were momentarily dazzled. The document was densely packed with everything from the overall layout of the community's architectural area to the credentials of management personnel. Detailed charges, revenue records from public areas, maintenance logs for public facilities. It was even absurd enough to include completion drawings for underground pipeline infrastructure. In short, everything imaginable and unimaginable was documented. The reviewing staff could swear this was the most extraordinary lawsuit they had ever encountered in their career. Teacher Fong, this will require a detailed review on our part. I cannot guarantee how long it will take to notify you. No worries, take your time. I'll wait right here. The current filing process is subject to a registration system, and Fong de Zhuang has always been quite confident. This lawsuit, which utilizes the right to information, had long been a dream of his. Unfortunately, many people do not perceive it as a right. Some even believe that these matters are of no concern to them. Thus, Fong de Zhuang is currently quite exhilarated, as the requests for documentation from the property management are exceedingly numerous, to the extent that even the reviewers themselves are somewhat uncertain about what falls under the purview of the owner's right to information. After all, there are indeed few specialists who focus on this particular domain. After a lengthy review process, the reviewers finally informed Fong de Zhuang. All right, Teacher Fong, the case has been officially filed. This case is indeed very typical, and if possible, we would like to consider it a classic example. The relationship between many property management companies and homeowners often resembles a muddled account, and this lawsuit is undeniably a classic. The case has been filed, and Fong de Zhuang promptly forwarded the filing receipt and the complaint to Zhou. He was aware that he had been recording videos, as he had even received payment for it, although he had never actually watched Zhou Yi's videos. Thus, when Zhou Yi mentioned once more that he intended to incorporate Fong de Zhuang's 3 strategies into a video, Fong de Zhuang felt a slight interest. Perhaps he should take a look at his videos. He had heard that Zhou Yi's videos had gained considerable popularity recently. However, being well-versed in law, Fong de Zhuang was not particularly familiar with online videos, so after some contemplation, he inquired, "Xinran, are you aware of a website called P-Station?" "Ah, P-Station." Zhou Xinran, who was accompanying Fong de Zhuang out of the courthouse, was momentarily taken aback. Her first reaction was somewhat unfavorable, but upon reflecting on Teacher Fong's age and the fact that she had never heard of him being married. Nevertheless, had their relationship reached a point where such matters could be discussed so directly? Or perhaps Teacher Fong had misheard? "Teacher Fong, you must mean B-Station, right?" "Oh yes, B-Station, I must have gotten it wrong. By the way, is there even a P-Station?" No, Teacher Fong, that website doesn't exist. By the way, what do you plan to do on B-Station?" Fong de Zhuang stroked his chin and replied, "Didn't Zhou Yi say he was recording videos online? He even invited me to help educate the public, that I merely wish to check out what his videos are like. I heard that his videos take a serious look at certain issues in life, primarily discussing how to safeguard one's rights through legal means. Are you aware of this?" I wasn't aware of that, Teacher Fong, that I've been rather busy lately and hardly had time to watch videos. This was the truth. Lawyers tend to be exceptionally busy in the beginning, often working late into the night, and the financial rewards are meager. However, Joey surprisingly turned out to be a content creator, and no wonder he had a camera strapped to his chest the last time I saw him. Oh no! Zhou Xinran suddenly slapped her forehead, startling Fong Dezhuang, who was preparing to drive. What's wrong with you? If you have something on your mind, just share it to lighten my mood. After accompanying Fong Dezhuang for a few days, Zhou Xinran had begun to develop immunity to his dry humor. Teacher Fong, please don't jest. Zhou, you must have uploaded the previous case details online, right? Zhou Xinran quickly inquired. Fong Dezhuang nodded. That should be the case. Pausing for a moment, he seemed to recall something, and a smile appeared on his face. By the way, he mentioned that when the video about that internet celebrity's lawsuit was uploaded, everyone was laughing, saying that the rookie lawyer in it was truly unfortunate. To have such a novice client the first time, and then to encounter this type of client again, and most importantly, to have met me, haha. Under Zhou Xinran's gaze, Fong Dezhuang's laughter gradually subsided. All right, that rookie lawyer is you. I almost forgot. Let us go eat first. Today we're having Li Zhuang white meat. People should not. At the very least, they ought not to. Unfortunately, Zhou Xinran felt as though she had to bow her head while under the same roof. If one day the wind rises, soaring up to 90,000 miles. In the UFU residential area, Zhou Yi was once again aimlessly wandering around the community when he received a photo from Fong Dezhuang, shortly followed by a request for him to send over some video links. What was going on? Hadn't Fong Dezhuang previously been disinterested in watching videos? He even demanded payment for filming his own videos. Nevertheless, Zhou Yi promptly sent several video links that he then went upstairs to begin editing the video. Incorporating the complaint and the filing receipt, of course, matters regarding tax evasion would not be included in the initial video. This was a ticking time bomb. If it were revealed prematurely, it might trigger a butterfly effect. So he planned to wait until the incident unfolded before releasing that video. Perfect, all done. He clicked to upload the video. The waiting period for review was tedious, since the summary video had been released. There were now very few people criticizing him. In fact, this incident had slightly clarified the atmosphere among certain online streamers. Previously, it felt as though anything could be said online, and for the sake of traffic. Any narrative could be spun without care. However, now, before leading a narrative, one had to consider the consequences of their actions. If the opposing party were a novice, they might also resort to filing a criminal complaint, which would create complications, especially since Zhou Yi's video detailed how to collect and secure evidence, and how to form an evidentiary chain. Such information is invaluable. The law is clear. One can ascertain what constitutes a crime and what does not, simply by researching. However, how does one prove that an act is criminal? What evidence is required to demonstrate that something is unlawful? Many people remain unaware of these details, the elements of a crime. The unification of subjective and objective aspects and other specialized terminology often make ordinary individuals feel overwhelmed. Zhou Yi's videos, however, effectively conveyed that, at least concerning the criminal complaint of defamation, one could simply follow the outline provided. All one needed was to meet a certain standard, and then gather the required evidence to file a lawsuit. Consequently, Zhou Yi's fanbase began to grow, attracting a plethora of dedicated viewers. These highly knowledgeable viewers shared their insights in the video's comment section, transforming it into a legal education forum of sorts. Amidst this atmosphere, a seasoned keyboard warrior, known as Bodhisattva Brother, stumbled upon Zhou Yi's new video, titled My Encounters with Property Management Part 1. Upon seeing this video, Bodhisattva Brother did not hesitate to post in the comments, "Spread the word, the district tyrant is finally taking action against the property management." Many viewers, having followed the conflict between the content creator and the property management, were well aware of the ongoing disputes. After all, in addition to noise complaints and parking issues, Zhou Yi frequently criticized the property management for not properly cleaning up the trash or for having rusty railings, among other grievances. Thus, many had jokingly commented in the past that the district tyrant would eventually take action against the property management, achieving a unification of the entire community, becoming the true district tyrant. However, no one expected that the action would actually be taken. Meanwhile, as Bodhisattva Brother began watching the video, Sister Yuan had already started her own viewing. It's actually about property management, It seems he hasn't directly confronted them before. Oh, what does he plan to do? File a lawsuit? Wait, the right to information. Goodness. This was the initial reaction of many upon seeing Zhou Yi's intention to sue. This concept could also be used for litigation. The right to information seems quite straightforward. I have the right to know these things. But while legitimate property management companies will make disclosures, what about others? If the opposing party fails to disclose, what can one do? Storm in and grab the manager by the neck? That would be impossible. So the only recourse is to sue. With so many projects, do we homeowners really have the right to know? Someone couldn't help but ask in the comment section. Soon, a knowledgeable viewer responded, homeowners indeed have a substantial right to information, at least concerning matters within the community, including those seemingly outrageous inspection blueprints, etc. After a pause, the viewer replied, impressive. To initiate such a lawsuit is truly remarkable. This does not imply that everyone had failed to consider it. Many minor legal disputes in life are not overlooked by seasoned lawyers who have dedicated decades to their practice. Rather, it is that these small cases often go unchallenged. The outcome is secondary. The very act of engaging in a lawsuit is cumbersome. And even if one wins, they often do not recover their costs. And when no one takes action, even if it is conceivable, what difference does it make? Thus, after meeting Zhou Yi for the first time, Fang Dezhuang had already resolved that Zhou Yi was his kindred spirit, akin to a brother born of different mothers. While watching the comment section, Zhou Yi naturally noticed a viewer named High-Speed Typing Keyboard Warrior, who appeared to be a peer of Fang Dezhuang. This individual was currently typing comments at an astonishing speed, befitting his name. Another commenter was lamenting, "Isnt, this is sort of tragedy, clearly a right stipulated by law, yet to realize it, one must still resort to litigation." Sigh. Watching the content creator handle things so decisively makes me truly envious. Is it truly enjoyable? It certainly seems so, at least to see those who previously flaunted their invincibility, claiming they could be sued without fear, now desperately seeking mediation, is indeed a satisfying sight. Yet, before Zhou Yi could revel in his triumph for long, a familiar figure appeared in the comment section. Worldly hardships, is that all? You're trying to challenge the property management? Let me tell you, being deprived of water and electricity is mere child's play. Once you start clashing with the property management, just wait and see. Do you think they're security guards or pushovers? Today's youth truly know nothing. When you find yourself on the receiving end of a security guard's wrath, you will understand. You think you can resolve issues through legal means? Dream on. Once you file your lawsuit, they will continue to charge you as usual. Zhou Yi found himself momentarily dazed, pondering whether this fellow was intentionally speaking in such a manner. Was it a case of the legendary role reversal, or had he truly become ensnared in his own world, unable to extricate himself? Of course, Zhou Yi was unaware that, at that very moment, Fang Dezhuang, indulging in white meat at Li Zhuang's restaurant, had finally accessed his account via a link, recharging $1 million in the blink of an eye. This video is quite intriguing. Isn't this related to that public disturbance? In this one, newly uploaded. Let's take a look at the latest. Chapter 96, The System's Grand Gesture. Hey Shinran, why are these viewers referring to me as the outlaw Zhang-san? Fang Dezhuang inquired while watching the video. He was currently viewing the latest update from Zhou Yi. Although much of the professional content within was contributed by him, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment upon viewing it as a finished video. Particularly with the barrage of comments constantly exclaiming, "Wow, Fang Dezhuang is on screen again. And is this the realm of the strong?" Naturally, the most frequent remark was, "No wonder he's the outlaw Zhang-san." Zhou Shinran, watching the video, appeared somewhat bewildered, murmuring, "I've only just started working. Why do I feel so out of touch with the times?" Much like many of the post-90s and even post-95s who in their youth may have embraced non-mainstream styles and cryptic language that the 80s generation found incomprehensible. However, now, when witnessing the post-00s conversing, they might ponder, are these children speaking in a foreign tongue? Why do I understand nothing? Indeed, do not doubt it. When you find yourself unable to comprehend the language of the youth, you have already aged. No need to thank me. Glancing at the comments section, Fang Dezhuang couldn't contain himself any longer. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, Fong Dazhuang hitting the streets, a play on words. Feel free to interpret. This phrase, while seemingly innocuous, was followed by a cascade of responses, such as chaos ensued and no refuge for the pigs and dogs, which left Fong Dazhuang questioning his very existence, that he couldn't fathom why his mere outing would result in such chaos. No, he must inquire with Zhou Yi. Surely he would understand the meaning behind the video he filmed. The video seemed relatively normal, but as he revisited earlier clips, the situation began to feel askew. Haha, look at this rookie. Oh well, not too bad, just a newcomer. And this, how does it seem so coincidental? Finally, after Fong Dazhuang had chuckled several times, Zhou Xinran could no longer hold back. Teacher Fong, you've been laughing at me. I've endured this for quite some time. Meanwhile, in the comments, Brother Bodhisattva's second hot comment had drawn attention, indicating that the district bully was finally taking action against the property management, seeking to unify the community. Naturally, the audience's gossip had escalated absurdly. And Zhou Yi, watching the barrage of comments from home, contemplated whether he should delete the content. What surprised him even more was that many viewers still remembered Song Xiaofei, especially during a conversation with the security guard. Someone had directly commented, "Mr. Zhou, there were too many people outside earlier. I apologize for the ruckus." Indeed, the joy of the audience was abundant, from the initiation of a lawsuit to the court proceedings. The waiting period always felt interminably long. Yet, for some reason, Zhou Yi received a phone call from his former colleagues inviting him to dinner that evening. Perhaps it was a return gesture after he had treated them last time. Zhou Yi readily accepted. Arriving punctually at the designated location, he engaged in pleasantries with a few colleagues that, in accordance with the customary dining etiquette in our country, one cannot discuss business immediately upon sitting down. One must engage in small talk and formalities first. As the saying goes, after 3 rounds of drinks and 5 dishes, only then may one broach the subject at hand. Xiao Zhou, after returning last time, I followed your advice and resumed normal work. But recently, HR called me in for a discussion. Look, they even presented me with a resignation agreement to sign. Because of your previous remarks, I'm hesitant to sign it. I believe some clauses are not quite right. In front of Zhou Yi sat a colleague from the company, a few years his senior, named Ma Yao, who had actually been somewhat of a mentor to him during his early days. Last time, Zhou Yi had shared some insights he learned from Fong Dazhuang, and he hadn't anticipated the rapidity of these developments. Ma Yao handed Zhou Yi the resignation agreement for his perusal. Having prepared himself for labor arbitration and litigation, Zhou Yi, despite being a novice, found the contents of the agreement rather absurd. The entire document indicated one thing. It was the employee who was resigning, not the company terminating their employment. I haven't signed this agreement. I just mentioned that if they wish to dismiss me, they need to provide compensation, considering I've been with the company for several years. The moment HR heard my words, their expression changed. They started threatening me with all sorts of things that, I'm planning to sue. They're just like they were with you last time. Go ahead and sue if you wish. Ma Yao said with a frown. The other colleagues nodded in agreement. After our last conversation, everyone has begun to argue back against Wang Bopi. He's already told quite a few people not to come to work these past few days. I'm curious, if everyone collectively stops showing up, how will he manage? Look at Brother Han and Brother Wang. Han has been pushed into an administrative position, and his salary has been slashed by more than half. I heard that such demotions are illegal, but I don't know what to do. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but chuckle. You all seem intent on staging a strike. Such actions would undoubtedly make that Wang fellow's life difficult. But how will you calculate the compensation? Everyone knows that the power of unity is immense, yet each individual is different. How can one bring everyone together? Many books have discussed this, and the answer lies in shared interests. No need for anything else. In Zhou Yi's former department, even with a dozen colleagues, it wouldn't suffice to simply resign together if one had only worked for a year. That would be acceptable. But if someone had been there for 4 to 5 years, their compensation would be substantial. Why should they be grouped together? Moreover, there are numerous strategies for dealing with such collectives. The classic tactic is to divide and conquer. By enticing certain individuals with improved benefits to stay, it is certain that some will be swayed. Although they all understand that remaining amidst such turmoil will yield no favorable outcomes in the future, they will nonetheless choose to stay. Human nature is indeed complex. Compensation. The colleagues began to lower their heads and drink in silence, only to raise them again after a while. Honestly, if I could secure a good next job, I would leave immediately. I have no desire to endure Wang Bopi's nonsense. Indeed, but finding work in Jingzhou is challenging right now. While first-tier cities might offer numerous opportunities, their age makes it difficult for them to leave Jingzhou easily. Many have family and children in the city, making it a matter of not just leaving on a whim. Moreover, Xiao Zhou, during today's meeting, Director Wang mentioned you that he criticized young people like you who choose to lie flat, claiming you owe society for its cultivation. Indeed, he argued that you display no loyalty to the company, thus leaving no recourse regarding the significant losses incurred by your lawsuit. The company doesn't wish this to happen, but who can blame you for refusing mediation? Zhou, he was taken aback. He had been away from the company for so long, yet they still brought up his situation. Moreover, in a meeting, wasn't that simply a show of power? The key point was that his choice to lie flat was of no concern to them. What did it mean to be cultivated by society? Brother Han, what does that Wang fellow intend to do? You all know how he treated me back then. Now that I'm no longer with the company, he dares to bring this up as a means to harm me. Brother Han let out a bitter laugh. But we have no choice. However, just as Zhou he was about to unleash a barrage of criticism, he saw the long-lost system interface reappear with 3 lines of text. Option 1. Continue to slowly pursue the labor lawsuit, which would have minimal impact on the company. Option 2. Storm into the company and give Director Wang a good beating. Option 3. Assist colleagues in finding new positions and facilitate a collective resignation to educate the company. He had originally thought that after sending Ling Jia away, the system had ceased to function. Yet, unexpectedly, it had been brewing something significant for so long. No, this seemed to align perfectly with his conjectures about the system. Having left the company, whether through labor arbitration or court proceedings, it was evident from their dialogue that his actions merely caused a bit of inconvenience. They sought mediation, but since he persisted in refusing, they intended to pursue litigation as a warning to other employees. Yet the third option. Zhou felt uneasy and excused himself to the restroom, promptly emerging to dial Feng Dazhuang's number. Hello, Zhou. I was just about to call you. What does that outlaw Zhang San mean, and why does my outing lead to chaos? Zhou felt a cold sweat break out and hurriedly replied, Feng Dazhuang, I'll explain everything to you later. I have a matter to discuss. Is it legal if I? Zhou then relayed the third option presented by the system to Feng Dazhuang. Legal? Zhou, why do you think this is illegal? It's merely facilitating employees to collectively change jobs. What's the big deal? When those recruitment agencies hire people, they lay out all sorts of conditions. In any case, you're a freelancer now and don't intend to seek employment again. They have no leverage over you. Option 3. Since it wasn't illegal, let's proceed without hesitation. The Tenda company has been established. Note, the companies provided by the system are not for sale, and all rewards are to be reinvested into the company. Zhou was momentarily taken aback. This time the system offered no monetary compensation, but instead provided him with a company. However, this company appeared to be nothing more than a mere ornament, affixed to Zhou without the possibility of sale, leaving him with not a single penny. What was the difference from President Pei? The promotion event has commenced. Event title: Company Dismissal Without Compensation. Establishing a company to poach employees. Event requirements: those maliciously dismissed by the company without compensation, who are further treated as examples of misconduct, must collectively resign to teach the company a lesson. Current event progress: 0 upon returning from the call and observing the forlorn expressions of his colleagues. Zhou pondered for a moment before stating, Everyone, if I manage to find you a new job, would you be willing to resign? By the way, that company will be mine. What? Everyone turned to look at Zhou in unison. After a moment, Brother Han directly said, No problem. Zhou, as long as you secure us a suitable position, our department will collectively jump ship, though I wonder if your new company will need this many. Zhou chuckled in response. That company has only recently been established. As long as you all come, there will be no issues, and Brother Han, given your long tenure here, you can certainly inquire among others in different departments. As long as they come, the company will gladly accept them. This, Brother Han was somewhat taken aback. A freshly established company that would accept anyone from this company seemed a bit absurd. Suddenly, Brother Han looked at Zhou Yi and recalled the previous gossip about this colleague being quite wealthy. Could this company possibly be? No way. The emergence of this so-called promotion event delighted Zhou Yi. Indeed, with one more event, he would achieve completion, yet he never anticipated it would be this matter. Ever since he recharged 1 million, he had been entangled with the company, even with the system. He had struggled to find a solution for such a long time. Moreover, during the property incident, when the system did not appear, he thought that Rascal had perished, but now it seemed this system's grand scheme was rather amusing. Once everything was settled, Zhou Yi reached out to the HR manager of Tenda Company and sent invitations to his former colleagues who intended to resign that he also enlisted his mentor, Sister Ma Yao, to accompany him with a recording pen and camera. Such a splendid opportunity deserved to be documented in a couple of videos. Otherwise, would Zhou Yi even qualify as an author? In the morning at Zhou Yi's previous company, at 8:30, Director Wang was already waiting by the clock-in machine. The company had recently hired several young individuals, fresh graduates just like Zhou Yi had once been, still within their probation period. The veteran employees knew that while the official rule stated a 9 o'clock clock-in time, in reality, clocking in at 8:30 had become an unspoken norm. Just like the 6 o'clock end of the workday, one could test the waters by attempting to leave at 6. This period was critical for the company as it sought to phase out older employees in favor of newcomers. So upon learning that these young individuals were not adhering to the clock-in schedule, Director Wang decided to personally intervene and attempt to refine their rough edges. Indeed, many leaders in today's society share this mindset. Young people must be tempered before they can smoothly integrate into the workforce. Ma Yao also arrived early today. Feeling a bit nervous about her first undercover operation, she reassured herself that the other party would likely remain oblivious that by 8:50, the office area was nearly filled with veteran employees. Yet not a single newcomer had arrived. Director Wang glanced at his watch, his displeasure increasingly evident on his face. Finally, a young man strolled in, yawning, his hair slightly disheveled, munching on a handheld pancake. Upon noticing Director Wang, he greeted casually, "Hey, Brother Wang, good morning. You're here so early." Director Wang was taken aback. Did this fellow lack awareness? He seemed utterly oblivious to Wang's growing irritation, prompting him to clear his throat and say, "Xiao Sun, right? It shouldn't be too early now. Do you not think you're a bit late? And by the way, is Brother Wang the proper way to address me?" "Late?" Xiao Sun replied quizzically. "Hey, Brother Wang, what's wrong with calling you that? Isn't that what names are for? Should I call you Director Wang instead? Moreover, what time is it now? Look, there's still 10 minutes until 9. What's the hurry? As long as I clock in before 9, what's the issue?" Director Wang had little prior interaction with the company's newcomers, and he was flabbergasted by this initial exchange. This newcomer was like a powder keg, ready to explode. "Xiao Sun, how do you speak? Look around you. Everyone else has arrived early. Do you think you are in the right? Young people should focus on honing their skills. You can't just think about clocking in at the exact time. If you continue like this, you won't learn anything. To establish yourself in society, you must work hard. Once you've mastered your skills, everything will fall into place. Being young means you should strive harder, not just lay back." As he concluded, Director Wang even added a playful remark, referencing the laying flat culture he had seen in a short video by an expert. The expert's insights resonated with him, stating that young people should contribute to society that has nurtured them, and to lie flat was a sin. Wang felt his sentiments were validated by the expert's words, prompting him to share this wisdom today in an attempt to demonstrate his alignment with the younger generation. However, Director Wang's usual motivational rhetoric fell flat this time. Xiao Sun exploded. "What do you mean by how I speak? Is calling you Brother Wang wrong? What time others come to the office is none of my business. I'm here to earn money. What? Do you expect me to sacrifice my life for this company over a mere probationary salary? I'm not laying flat. I'm simply doing what I ought to do, earning what I deserve. Look, Xiao Sun, I'm speaking to you. Why are you getting worked up? My point is, you are still young. Stop fixating on money. Young people need to strive harder, not always think about resting. Always thinking about resting. Why even come to work, right?" In the office area, the veteran employees were stifling laughter. This exchange mirrored the earlier days of Zhou Yi, only this Xiao Sun was even more volatile. Perhaps Director Wang still believed every young person was like Zhou Yi, who at least toiled diligently for a year. Have you finished speaking? What exactly do you want? What's wrong with clocking in on time? Just then, two more young individuals arrived, perfectly punctuating their entrance at 8:59. One of them boasted, "Right on time. Please refer to me as the master of time management." As they approached, they overheard the heated argument and promptly joined in. "You set the 9 o'clock clock in time. What's wrong with us clocking in at 9? You spoil them, damn. I quit. What is this nonsense?" The newly arrived master of time management was even more irate. "What?" Director Wang was dumbfounded. They were quitting just like that. Noticing Wang's bewilderment, Ma Yao approached with a smile, saying, "Xiao Zheng, don't be so hasty. Director Wang is actually looking out for you. Besides, if you resign so impulsively, you won't receive your wages." This statement only further enraged Xiao Zheng. "If they don't pay, so be it. Who cares about their measly salary? It's not even enough for my gas." "Exactly, it's just a pittance. I quit, damn it. This is so annoying," the young man shouted defiantly, and Xiao Zheng even began gathering his belongings. This made Director Wang quite anxious. Though the company had not yet officially dismissed any veteran employees, they had been subtly preparing them for departure through reassignment and discussions. They were merely waiting for the newcomers to be integrated before letting the older staff go. Yet here they were, with the newcomers already eager to resign, and without any compensation, they were hastily packing their things. Director Wang had never encountered such employees. This was outright malicious resignation. Meanwhile, Ma Yao continued to fan the flames. "Xiao Zheng, you must notify the company in advance if you intend to resign. You can't just leave on a whim. That won't bode well for your future job search." Xiao Zheng had already packed his belongings and retorted, "If it won't be beneficial, so what? I don't care. I just can't stand that one guy and I'm out." He paused before addressing his colleagues. "Brothers, I'm leaving. I wish this wretched company a swift demise, and may the boss choke on his own pie. I'm off to cycle the Qinghai Tibet route to clear my head." Truly, he departed without a trace behind him. Director Wang was astonished. Were the young people of today truly this bold? Xiao Sun was also packing up, while others hesitated. Director Wang hurriedly interjected, "No, don't rush. The reason your earnings are low is due to the probation period. Once you're confirmed, your salary will increase. Look at all the veteran employees in our company. If they can manage it, why can't you?" However, before Director Wang could finish, the phone rang upon hearing a few remarks. Director Wang's expression abruptly shifted as he gazed at the seasoned employees within the office area, exclaiming, "What are you all doing? Is this a premeditated decision? A collective resignation?" At that moment, Xiao Sun beside him could no longer suppress a laugh. "Did you not just say how responsible and numerous your company's veteran employees are? Why then, are they resigning? This company ought to shut down sooner rather than later." Director Wang pointed at him, yet words failed to escape his lips. Without pausing to contemplate the newcomer circumstances, he hastened to find his brother-in-law. This situation was far too severe, especially since Manager Wu from Human Resources had just called, reporting that it seemed the employees had conspired to submit their resignation letters en masse, denying his many years in HR. Manager Wu had never witnessed such a simultaneous wave of resignations. Most alarmingly, nearly all members of the design department had tendered their resignations, leaving not a single one behind. This scenario underscored a grave issue. It indicated that the leadership had utterly failed to manage their team effectively. In the chairman's office, Zhao Yud paced back and forth anxiously. Soon, a knock echoed on the door, and Director Wang entered. "Brother-in-law, I'm also investigating this matter. However, it remains unclear who instigated it." "Did I not tell you previously? In the company, call me chairman," Zhao Yud retorted. After a brief pause, he continued, "At this point, you still know nothing? Never mind. I will speak with everyone that it's astounding that your entire department is planning to resign." With that, Zhao Yud hurried out, genuinely pressed for time that he arrived at the HR department, where a considerable number of employees had gathered. Manager Wu was perspiring profusely, tirelessly persuading them to return home and cool off. "Listen to me. It is truly unwise to resign hastily. Are you unaware of the current state of the industry? Finding another job is not as easy as you may think." Ma Yao stepped forward, asserting, "Whether finding a job is easy or not is our concern. After laboriously working overtime, we do not wish to find ourselves in such a predicament due to inexplicable job reassignments. Indeed, Old Han and the others have been here for so long, TOB reassigned without notice, and suddenly placed in administrative roles. Such absurdity makes us fear we might face the same fate in the future. Manager Wu implored, "Everyone, please, let us all take a moment to calm down. Old Han's situation was unique. And besides, what about me? Is my situation not unique? Just yesterday you suggested I resign on my own." Ma Yao retorted incredulously. "I merely stated that I would not resign without compensation, and your expression changed in an instant, as if you were about to scold me. After thinking it over, I submitted my resignation today, and now you tell me to calm down. It seems no matter what, we are at fault, whether we resign or not. It appears you are always justified." Manager Wu felt a headache coming on. After so many years in HR, he could tell that the company's recent actions had been rather intense. Employees are human beings, not mere cogs in a machine, and they possess their own opinions. The veteran employees were being reassigned and summoned for discussions, and despite the insistence on confidentiality, no one was blind to the reality. Yet, as merely an HR representative, he had no sway over the decisions made by the higher-ups. In truth, much of HR's role often involves protecting the interests of the upper management. They would never directly inform you that you were being let go. Such news would come through HR. Then, when it came to discussing compensation, did HR have the authority to decide on that? The answer was a resounding no, leading to a situation where employees found themselves at odds with one another. The distinction lay in the fact that some HR representatives, over time, might unconsciously elevate their own status, believing themselves to be in charge of others. Thus, Manager Wu could only continue to urge everyone to remain composed. "All right, everyone disperse, go back to work. You have been informed in advance, and when the time comes, just ensure your salaries are settled." Many companies impose seemingly arbitrary rules, such as requiring employee resignations to be approved by the company, which is merely a bluff. Employees are entitled to resign with a written notice 30 days in advance. Take note, it must be written. No approval is needed. Once the time has come, one may leave, and the company is obligated to settle the salary for that month. Should they refuse, simply gather evidence for arbitration. Zhao Yud surveyed the situation and turned to inquire, "Who in your department is more amenable to discussion?" Director Wang pondered for a moment before replying, "That would be Old Han. He is particularly easy to talk to." When reassigned, he protested a bit, but did not press the issue further. "Very well, let us summon him for a discussion, and then gather about 5 or 6 others." Before long, Old Han received notice that the chairman wished to speak with him. Upon reaching the chairman's office, Zhao Yud was already seated on a small sofa, awaiting his arrival, a deliberate choice for proximity. Director Wang sat nearby, immediately greeting Old Han with a smile. "Old Han, please, take a seat and have some tea. Do not misunderstand, since everyone intends to resign. The chairman decided to speak with each of you individually to hear your concerns and issues. If there are matters to resolve, we need not resign, correct?" Observing Director Wang's overly cordial demeanor, Old Han quickly responded, "Director Wang, please allow me to pour my own tea." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Yud interjected, "Old Han, you have been with our company for quite some time, and I have always been aware of your contributions. Over the years, you have dedicated considerable effort to our company, and I acknowledge that your salary has increased at a sluggish pace, which indeed reflects poorly on the company. Regarding your reassignment, I sincerely hope you do not take it to heart. The company is currently facing difficulties, and we must strive for mutual understanding. Next month, you will return to the design department, and I will arrange for a salary increase. I remember those who have contributed to the company." Old Han maintained a polite smile. Had he not witnessed the company's recent dubious maneuvers, he might have believed his words. Setting aside other matters, the chairman claims to remember me. When I was reassigned, no one mentioned it. Now, suddenly, I am told not to take it personally. It is worth noting that many upper management members are indeed quite courteous to the employees below them. This is easily understandable, as upper management only needs to manage their immediate subordinates, while employees directly face their supervisors that if their supervisor is reprimanded, they will inevitably seek retribution on you, leading many grassroots employees to perceive that the company's senior leaders are exceptionally courteous. Even when issues arise, they refrain from reprimanding, Such grace is commendable. In contrast, my group leader often berates me, illustrating that those in higher positions are more cultured, while individuals like me are unfit for leadership. And yet Director Wang, who previously quarreled with me, now exhibits such courtesy. Old Han was baffled. Otherwise, he would have surely contemplated this thought. After our departure, they will establish schools and hospitals for you, enhance your salaries, not out of newfound conscience or a transformation into benevolent beings, but because of our presence. Hence, Old Han simply smiled and said, "Well, Chairman Zhao, I truly have family matters that compel me to resign, so I hope you understand. Family matters, but what those matters entail, I certainly cannot disclose." Zhao Yud remained silent, while Director Wang interjected, "Old Han, you're being somewhat unreasonable. The chairman has promised you a raise, so why not share your insights? How could everyone, seemingly without reason, choose to resign?" Director Wang, I genuinely do not know. I am really facing family issues, and it is merely a coincidence. After several rounds of this conversation yielded no results, Zhao Yud took a sip of tea. Thus, Old Han took his leave. However, while Old Han was indeed a congenial person, he was also astute. After a few more discussions, Zhao Yud grasped the situation. "Are you saying that these individuals have secured alternative employment? So, another company is poaching our staff?" Ting Company. Director Wang immediately began investigating. Registered companies are easily searchable, and soon he found this Ting Company. Registration date? Oh, it has existed for some time. Legal representative? Zhou Yi. Setting aside all else. This name was extraordinarily sensitive. "What did you say? Who owns that company?" Zhou Yi. Is that the same Zhou Yi who previously established a company? Zhao Yud, overhearing, appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Director Wang felt a cold sweat forming on his forehead. That cannot be, right? I merely intended for him to mediate. It cannot be that he specifically established a company for this purpose. Although he found it utterly implausible, could the mere act of terminating an employee, coupled with the refusal of double salary and compensation, and then suing for damages, provoke someone to establish a company solely to poach staff? It seemed unreasonable. Chapter 98. All for the sake of revenge. It felt entirely unjustifiable. Both Director Wang and Zhao Yud believed such an occurrence to be improbable. Establishing a company involves numerous complexities. It is not simply a matter of having funds and assuming one will profit. Have we not seen the offspring of affluent families who, upon starting businesses, end up bankrupting their families? Many have witnessed the debauchery of those wealthy heirs, indulging in lavish feasts and surrounded by beautiful companions. Yet even with all their excess, they still fail to spend wisely for the enchanting beauties. One cannot help but mention that someone once calculated that, under certain criteria, even those affluent offspring could never exhaust their wealth, even if they faced renal failure. This is because, as time progresses, their fortunes continue to swell. To borrow the words of a certain illustrious tycoon from West Rainbow City, "The more I spend, the more it grows." And it keeps growing. Yet, entrepreneurship is akin to a bottomless pit, where vast sums are poured in, often yielding naught but silence. And then there's Zhou Yi, who merely drives an Audi. How much could he possibly have to lure employees away from their original company? It truly defies reason. Nevertheless, regardless of the absurdity of the situation, it has come to this point, and we must first address the issue at hand. Zhao Yud picked up his phone to make a call. Given his status, uncovering the identity of the new company as president was hardly a challenge. And soon enough, Zhao Yud was apprised of the situation. "Are you saying that the chairman of Ting Company is indeed the one with whom we are currently embroiled in litigation?" "I see. Very well, I understand." As he hung up, Zhao Yud let out a sigh. "I've confirmed it. It is indeed Zhou Yi." Director Wang stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. After pacing a few steps, Zhao Yud suddenly exclaimed, "Is this person lacking in common sense? There have been former employees who left under less than favorable circumstances, yet why does it seem that with him, it's arbitration and lawsuits? He was advised to seek mediation, yet he remains obstinate. Now, he has even started his own company and is poaching from the previous one." After a brief pause, Zhao Yud pointed at Director Wang and commanded, "You, go. I don't care how you do it. Just mediate for me." Also, inquire what exactly he intends to achieve. But brother-in-law, Zhou, he holds a grudge against me. Oh, I will contact him right away. Enough said. Had he known the situation would unfold this way, Director Wang would never have allowed Zhou Yi to draft that proposal during off hours. Alas, the word regret is inherently tied to remorse that in this world. There are no what-ifs. A mistake is a mistake, and one can only choose to rectify it rather than start anew. After collectively submitting their resignation letters, the remaining employees still had work to fulfill. Although they were notified a month in advance, they could not leave during that month. We live in a society governed by law, and all must adhere to regulations. However, beneath the calm surface, turbulent undercurrents brew as individuals like Old Han have quietly begun reaching out to clients. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi has arrived at his own Tingdot company. Located on Xinka Road in the Guangming district, it is roughly a 20-minute drive from his residence in the UFU community, but he still remembers that during his final year before graduation, he was particularly fond of a novel in which the protagonist's company was also named Tingda. Who would have thought that he would find himself at the helm of a company with the same name? Yet, although President Pei often faces betrayal, at least he manages to make some profit. While Zhou Yi's company yields no earnings for him to claim, serving merely as a FAAD, at least for the time being. Were it not for the system's vast capabilities, he might suspect that the company was merely a front for money laundering. General Manager Quan Longtian had already noted the new boss's demeanor more than once. It seemed he was merely strolling about, observing the company's operations, yet it was evident that he was lost in thought. President Zhou, have you finished reviewing? Do you have any suggestions? Quan Longtian inquired cautiously. The company was on the brink of collapse, and after a recent acquisition, they had one task, to rename it Tengda. Since then, there had been no further developments. Although funding was not an issue, Quan Longtian worried about losing his job. This was his first encounter with President Zhou, who seemed preoccupied with taking photographs and spoke very little. Zhou, he snapped back to reality. I don't really have any suggestions. The company doesn't have many employees left anyway. Once the batch of people I asked you to recruit arrives next month, we should be able to get back on track. Alright, if we need more personnel after they join, feel free to hire some. The company's operations were similar to those of the previous one, so the former colleagues would adapt quickly. The task now was to cultivate new clients. For now, they would proceed with the work. He merely intended to teach the leaders of the former company a lesson. Quan Longtian nodded in agreement, having never encountered such a delegated boss before. By the way, President Zhou, do you need me to hire a secretary for you? A secretary. Zhou instinctively thought of some nonsensical notions. But given his penchant for staying home, he felt he had no real need for one. Not for now. We can discuss that later. General Manager Quan nodded, indicating his understanding that Zhou Yi exited the company. He mused about the rather pleasant atmosphere of the executive office upstairs. The location of the company was excellent, with large floor-to-ceiling windows and a sofa that could practically serve as a bed. Was it ostentatious? Certainly, but did he like it? Indeed. He had often heard married individuals express a desire for a place to escape to. Initially, he had worried that as a freelancer, he would be confined to his home post-marriage, with nowhere to go. Now, however, if there was nowhere else to retreat, he could simply come to the office. What? He didn't even have a girlfriend yet. That was inconsequential. Driving back to the community, he was fortunate this time to encounter no obstructions. Just as he arrived home and prepared to sift through the videos he had recorded for the labor arbitration, his phone rang. Hello, Lawyer Fong. Don't ask me about the so-called outlaw Zhang San. I have no idea. On the other end, Lawyer Fong replied with exasperation. That is not what I wanted to discuss. I meant to say that the legal department from your company just called me. They indicated that the company wishes to engage in mediation and would like to discuss things with you. What do you think? This time seems different. They said they are fully accepting your terms, including compensation. Do you agree? I find it somewhat peculiar. Just a few days ago, they were completely unwilling. Accepting my conditions? Then let us agree to mediation. After all, we initiated the lawsuit for this very reason. Zhou Yi replied. As for the rationale, well, you already know. I know. Where would I know from? Lawyer Fong began to ponder carefully. His memory was sharp. And being a lawyer, his deductive skills were top-notch. Joey had asked him twice how to legally educate the former company, with the second inquiry coming just yesterday, and now. Wait a moment, Joey. Have you truly managed to secure jobs for all those employees from your previous company? That's impossible. How could so many find new positions so quickly? Joey smiled slightly. It's nothing much. I just happened to purchase a company. And since the operations are similar, I simply brought them all on board. Lawyer Fong. Even someone of his caliber felt a surge of frustration upon hearing this. Just listen to that. It's nothing much. I just happened to buy a company. Is acquiring a company something one can simply downplay? All right, while I might be tempted to strike you, I must admit your approach is quite satisfying. There was a time when I fantasized about such a scenario myself. Lawyer Fong remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Initially, who among them lacked a sense of justice? Yet, as life unfolded, one's hair gradually thinned. Yet, Lawyer Fong realized that ever since he met Joey and began assisting him with these lawsuits, he oddly felt rejuvenated. Is it true that men remain youthful at heart until the end? No, it should be called the power of solidarity. Hanging up the phone, Lawyer Fong approached the office window. Gazing out at the concrete jungle, a smile spreading across his face. Behind him, Zhou Xinran looked bewildered. Weren't they discussing a case? Why was there suddenly a shift in conversation? Or perhaps, Lawyer Fong's actions held some profound significance. However, as Zhou Xinran racked her brain for an explanation, she saw Lawyer Fong turn around, a broad smile on his face, exclaiming, Xinran, I've just realized the meaning behind the outlaw Zhang San. What, so? You've been pondering this at the window all this time? Yet, upon seeing Lawyer Fong's smile, Zhou Xinran suddenly felt that perhaps she had been too tense lately. There was no rush regarding the mediation. It was likely that Director Wang was the one feeling the pressure. Joey believed that the audience was of greater importance than in the past. His videos were always divided into parts, but now he was preparing to create a series for the property management. Upon reflection, it seemed he had never truly entertained his audience. So, why not let the matter concerning the company provide them with a satisfying experience? Video title: Laid off without severance, starting a company to poach employees. Thankfully, since becoming a content creator, he had developed the habit of archiving material, categorizing all the footage he had previously recorded at the company, which meant he only needed to extract and edit it now. Greetings to all our esteemed viewers. I am your old friend, E. Given the frequent comments about my content lacking depth, today I will present a comprehensive video. The story unfolds as follows. I previously held a job, but due to issues surrounding overtime, I was dismissed, and they told me not to return. Naturally, I couldn't accept that I promptly sought legal counsel. And yes, it was indeed Lawyer Fong. Regrettably, I didn't record that session, but Fong's first sip of coffee mixed with vinegar could be considered the starting point of my journey. Then came Director Wang's brainwashing rhetoric, insisting that young people should endure more hardships and similar sentiments. Frankly, even though I am now aware that Director Wang intends to apologize, reading such statements still incites anger. Young people must endure more hardships, work longer hours, strive harder, and hasten to marry and have children. Yes, the last remark was made by his mother, who called yesterday to inquire whether he had no intention of marrying, suggesting he might want to remain single. Joey pondered at that moment. How old am I? Just 24 or 25? Is this the time to be single? What should those who are 27 or 28 and still unmarried think? Unfortunately, even if he had a lucky charm, he was at a loss against his mother's words, having to continuously acquiesce that Joe's mother insisted that by the end of the year, he must bring home a girl, or else he would be sent on blind dates. Thus, Joey's thoughts echoed those of many young people. A delay of a year is merely a year. Next came Joey's rebuttal, which was delivered with remarkable fervor. While editing videos, he narrated explanations about labor arbitration and the subsequent lawsuits, all the way to the second trial that had yet to be heard, that he also mentioned the lawsuit initiated by the company for compensation of losses. The protracted litigation underscored the complexity of the matter. Joey then shifted his tone, declaring, therefore, to educate the leaders of the company, I purchased a company and encouraged my colleagues to resign en masse. Sister Ma Yao had already sent the video, and the initial footage was of commendable quality. That Zhou he nearly laughed himself silly upon witnessing Director Wang being confronted by those young individuals. Zhou he had been a docile child back then, obediently following whatever Director Wang said. However, these young people were different. If they found Director Wang displeasing, they would resign. Adding to this was the introduction of his burgeoning company, which, albeit tinged with a hint of bragging, seemed consistent with his typical video style. For instance, he casually mentioned recharging 1 million. Everything was in place, save for the mediation video scheduled for tomorrow. Yet, Joey soon realized that the water pressure at home seemed to have suddenly dwindled. After calling the property management, he learned that the entire building was experiencing the same issue, but it was expected to be resolved by tomorrow. Ignoring this, he decided to move directly into the office, which had its own bedroom, allowing him to edit videos there with his laptop. Calculating the time, the court should have delivered the copies of the complaint and summons to the property management by now. The following morning, Joey departed the company for a CAF. Perhaps it was fate, but this CF, aptly named Old Place, had become the meeting spot for Joey and Lawyer Fong. However, now there was an additional presence. Zhou Xinran. Zhou Xinran looked at Joey with an oddly peculiar gaze. Despite knowing about Su Yufeng and Sister Ling's situation, she understood that this man was somewhat unique. Yet she had not anticipated it to be like this. "Hey, Mr. Zhou, greetings. I was caught in traffic and arrived late." Director Wang called out from a distance, extending his hand, and in the past, he would address Zhou as Little Zhou, urging young people to strive harder, but now it was Mr. Zhou. "Director Wang, since we are here to mediate, let us get straight to the point. Are you prepared to accept my terms for compensation, including double wages and a withdrawal of the lawsuit?" Director Wang nodded earnestly, saying, "Of course, Mr. Zhou. We are here to discuss matters regarding your company. What terms would you require for mediation?" "What terms?" Zhou replied, puzzled. "After such extensive litigation, are you not aware of my demands? Compensation and double wages, along with the withdrawal of the lawsuit. Why are you still asking me?" Director Wang was momentarily taken aback. Did he create such a commotion merely to have them concede to his demands? Chapter 99. Manager Su. "What shall we do?" Director Wang scrutinized Joey, contemplating how to respond. Before coming, he had speculated countless times about the motives behind Joey's retaliation against the company. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not fathom that it was simply for these demands. After a brief hesitation, Director Wang finally spoke. "Mr. Zhou, in truth, we harbor no deep-seated animosity towards one another, so you need not resort to such measures." Director Wang, "There truly is no profound enmity between us. Hence I ask, are we negotiating or not? This is the agreement. If you find no issues, we shall sign. Upon signing, you will withdraw the lawsuit and provide the compensation." The mediation agreement had naturally been drafted by Lawyer Fong. With the agreement prepared, Director Wang could only numbly accept it, allowing the legal assistant beside him to review it for any discrepancies. The assistant began examining it meticulously, while Director Wang pondered further discussions. "Mr. Zhou, as you run a company, we will soon be colleagues. It is essential for us to share resources, and there is truly no need for such hostility." "Who is your colleague, Director Wang?" "Running a company is merely my side venture." "Thank you. My primary focus is on creating videos. Do you understand?" Joey directly interjected. "So, Director Wang, what is it that you wish to convey, and who is truly responsible for this hostility?" "It was you who insisted I work overtime without compensation. You who abruptly told me not to come to work the next day. You who said I could pursue arbitration at my leisure. And you who threatened to litigate if I did not agree to mediation. How is it that I suddenly appear to be the villain in this situation?" Director Wang was momentarily speechless. Yet he managed to assert, "Mr. Zhou, it is not as you think. I merely intended to say, your company should refrain from poaching our employees. After all, we are all in the same circle." "So that was your intention all along." Zhou, he turned to Lawyer Fong. "Is there any relation between my company's recruitment of employees and today's mediation?" Lawyer Fong, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Legally speaking, your company's recruitment of employees has no bearing on your mediation with them. See, Director Wang. This is a professional lawyer, certified in all, and he confirms there is no relation." "Certified in all?" Lawyer Fong smiled, while the rookie beside him was also certified. Perhaps he should inquire whether she would dare to engage in a duel of men with him. Zhou Xinran felt inclined to cover her face. She suddenly realized she seemed somewhat extraneous in the presence of these two. They truly were a perfect match. "Mr. Zhou, Let us refrain from discussing these futile matters. Please tell me what it would take to cease your poaching of our employees. Director Wong, ignoring everything else, focused solely on Zhou Yi. Poaching, Director Wong, tread carefully lest I accuse you of defamation. Our company is merely conducting regular recruitment that if your employees believe our benefits are superior. Is that a problem? Oh, and I nearly forgot to mention a few days ago, an influencer defamed me. I just submitted her case. As he spoke, Zhou Yi casually pulled out a criminal complaint judgment from his bag. Goodness, not only Director Wong, but even Zhou Xinran was left dumbfounded. Was this something you carry with you? What on earth do you have in that bag? As for Director Wong, he felt a wave of shock wash over him. He had heard little about the events from a few days ago, only having seen a short video where an influencer was sued for defamation and sentenced to 8 months, at the time. He had laughed and remarked how ignorant influencers were of the law. Now, that judgment was right in front of him, and it was indeed Zhou Yi who had initiated it. Let it not be said that I am bullying you. This lawsuit was filed by my companion, Lawyer Fong. Zhou Yi was still courteous, having thought better of mentioning. This lawyer is the one representing the defendant. Director, the agreement poses no issues. The legal assistant interjected, rescuing Director Wong. Director Wong took the agreement in hand. Mr. Zhou, I sincerely hope you reconsider. The company is currently facing significant challenges. Mr. Zhou, please don't rush. Yet, as he spoke, he noticed Zhou Yi rising to leave. I will sign, Mr. Zhou. I will sign first, and then we can have a proper discussion. He hurriedly signed the mediation agreement. However, Zhou Yi had no intention of continuing the conversation. Director Wong, I believe we are simply not on the same wavelength, and there is no need for further discussion. Rather than devising strategies to counter employees, you might consider enhancing their benefits. Even a production team understands that when their donkey is laboring, it requires extra hay. What about you? Overtime pay is never given, yet you continue to paint grand promises. You previously told me that young people should not always focus on making money. I would like to convey a similar sentiment to you. Director Wong, let us not limit our discussion to youth. Workers should not always be fixated on financial gain. Is it not acceptable to work diligently? Why is it that, although not yet exhausted, one is always yearning for rest? Very well, I shall leave it at that I am taking my leave now. Zhou Yi stood with the mediation agreement in hand, nodded to them, and turned to exit the CAF. Director Wong panicked and called out, Mr. Zhou Yi, please don't leave. I have agreed to the mediation. Zhou Yi, one must act with integrity. However, Zhou Yi had already stepped outside the CAF. Was their company truly performing poorly? It is truly perplexing. So many individuals are diligently striving to expand the business, toiling tirelessly, yet the boss's luxury cars and villas continue to undergo incessant upgrades that, of course, it is during such moments that one often hears the refrain, if you believe the boss is making a profit, why not become a boss yourself? Yet, the boss bears the risks. When the company faces insolvency, one seldom witnesses any repercussions for the employees. Indeed, this statement holds merit, and there is no need to delve into discussions regarding surplus value in society. However, when the boss indulges in lavish feasts, at the very least, one would expect to be afforded the crumbs of the feast. It is rather disheartening to see someone who has amassed great wealth, becoming a mentor to countless young minds, proclaiming in a public forum that they harbor no interest in money, reminiscing about the days when they felt most content earning a mere $50 a month as a teacher. In the CAF, the legal intern dared not utter a word, while Director Wong's expression darkened ominously. Does he regret it? Certainly he does. Why did they insist on having him draft that plan? Yet, what perplexes Director Wong is the current generation's attitude. Why can't they endure hardships as they did in their time? Alas, it seems they are indeed a lost generation, but how to explain this upon returning? Perhaps it would be wise to first contact my sister and have her discuss the matter with her husband. Just as he stood to leave, a nearby waiter approached with a smile, saying, Sir, may I request that you settle the bill? Why should I be responsible for their drinks when I haven't consumed anything myself? Zhou Yi, I never anticipated that you would now be more earnest than I, yet I must say, it pales in comparison to my youthful days. Very well, I estimate that within the next couple of days, the summons and related documents will be delivered to your property management. We will coordinate the specific timing via telephone. By the way, how about we enjoy a hot pot this weekend? It was astonishing that Fong, the lawyer, had extended an invitation to dine together. Thus, it was imperative to accept. Afterward, Zhou drove straight back to the office, having no intention of returning home until the property management issues were resolved. Moreover, the footage captured that day was more than sufficient to complete the corporate video. The former leadership of the company had reached out to mediate, yet Zhou pondered, does the collective resignation of their employees truly have any significant bearing on me? I neither offered salaries above the industry norm nor promised superior benefits. I merely suggested finding them a new employer. And suddenly, they no longer wished to remain with the original company. If a mere word from me can wield such influence, then either I have lost my mind or the world has gone mad. This encapsulates Zhou Yi's thoughts, akin to the study of history, where one must discern both the fundamental and immediate causes, the spark that ignites the fire. The root cause is the poor treatment of employees by the company, prompting their desire to leave. There are numerous flaws within this reasoning, yet it matters little. Zhou Yi is merely a videographer, content to speak his mind. He uploaded the video and felt a sense of relief. The waiting period for approval remained tedious, and with nothing else to occupy his time, he wandered about the office, much to the quiet satisfaction of the general manager. Those wretched capitalists, all professing indifference, do they truly not care? Thankfully, our dedication remains unwavering. However, that matter must be expedited. The boss had already hinted at it. The review process was efficient, and after Zhou, he had meandered through the office and engaged in conversation with several staff members. He discovered that the review had been approved. Moreover, those affluent viewers on Bilibili had already begun to voice their opinions. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva : outrageous. Is this truly the catastrophe triggered by a mere plan? Feng Qingwei : goodness. Upon seeing the title, I thought it was sensationalist, but considering the uploader's style, is he serious? Transformed into stars to illuminate you : this is indeed a bit absurd. Yet why does the leader's reaction bring me such joy? Absurd! Some even felt a sense of mania, but upon witnessing the subsequent mediation, it resonated perfectly. They incessantly paint dreams for the youth, discouraging thoughts of hardship or profit, only to panic when faced with their own dilemmas. Similarly, a few viewers identifying as business owners chimed in the comment section. Purple star shining moon : to be frank, recruiting is not as simple as it seems, especially with so many individuals. It merely indicates that they no longer wish to work there. The management of that company is truly outrageous. There are plenty of firms that refuse to pay for overtime, and even more that boast of a wolf culture, yet many have forgotten that to follow the wolf, one must be rewarded with meat. A wolf traveling 1,000 miles requires sustenance. Numerous companies dismiss employees at 35 or even 30, yet at least they receive generous salaries prior to that age. It feels as though the uploader's actions are excessively audacious. While Zhou immersed himself in the comments, Manager Shui sat perplexed before a pile of lawsuit documents and court summons, grappling with the situation. As the legal representative of the company, Manager Shui would be the one to receive such documents upon being sued. Yet, as he gazed upon the multitude of items requiring public disclosure, a sharp pain shot through his gums. Shortly thereafter, Manager Su entered the office, casually asking, "Shui, what can I do for you?" Manager Shui pushed the stack of papers forward, his expression devoid of emotion, only his lips twitching as he muttered, "Take a look for yourself. Zhou, he has sued the property management. Zut? On what grounds does he claim against us?" Manager Su was intrigued but took the documents to examine. Previously, he had assumed Zhou would report them to the fire department, while they were currently undergoing rectification. Such a report could lead to significant complications. Little did he expect that the other party would opt for the route of litigation. Upon reviewing the copy of the lawsuit, Manager Su was equally bewildered. Right to know? Is that even a valid basis for a lawsuit? Manager Su struggled to comprehend, and of course, given his knowledge, he could not fully grasp it, much like many individuals in life who remain unaware of the broad scope of the right to know. Moreover, regardless of the context, except where the law explicitly prohibits confidentiality, one is entitled to such information. However, few people would take the initiative to scrutinize these matters. They would typically only glance at expenditures. Thus, when Manager Sue encountered various blueprints, maintenance records for community greenery, and waterproofing records for building exteriors, he was at a loss for words. Shwe, this must be a mistake. When did we ever need to disclose such information to the residents? Some of these documents he was familiar with, while others were beyond his understanding. For example, the revenue from common areas. Many people often see advertisements in the elevator or communal areas. That revenue belongs to the public space. Additionally, the specific requests outlined varied, such as details regarding property staff, contact information, complaint procedures, fee breakdowns, and expenditure details, all of which must be disclosed. As one would observe, reputable property management companies prominently display such information, clearly indicating how much they charge and how much they spend. Manager Shwe closed his eyes and said, "I've already notified our legal counsel. He will be here shortly to assist us." Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The company's legal advisor entered, and Manager Shwe began. "There are the documents. Please review them. The critical issue is whether they truly possess such a right to know." The legal advisor took the materials and began perusing them. Although trained in law, the legal realm is an immensely vast and intricate system, a fact only understood by those who have taken the judicial examination. Thus, specializations arise, such as civil law or criminal law. This legal intern had a knack for contract law. Hence, upon encountering the pile of documents, he too appeared baffled. Nevertheless, being a professional, he began to research while occasionally making calls for clarification. Finally, just as Manager Sue was growing impatient, the legal advisor spoke up. "Manager Shwe, for the time being, it seems the other party may indeed have a valid claim for us to publicly disclose this information. Although there are certain details I have yet to clarify, that seems to be the gist of it. If you could grant me additional time, I should be able to ascertain everything." Manager Shwe nodded, his expression darkening further. "Manager Sue, the plaintiff is Zhou Yi. You need to tell me how we shall resolve this." Manager Shwe felt a twitching sensation in his eyelids, sensing impending misfortune, and thus wished to expedite the matter. Chapter 100. Why was there never a need for disclosure before? Manager Sue furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. After much contemplation, he finally asked, "Are you certain we must show him? We have never disclosed such information to the residents before, and it has always been fine." This encapsulated Manager Sue's perspective. Having been transferred from the headquarters, he had previously worked at other branches and considered himself quite experienced in property management. Thus, he found it curious how this situation seemed so amiss. The properties under this developer's management were all overseen by their own property management team, and the oldest community had been established for nearly a decade. Throughout this lengthy period, there had never been any requirement for disclosure. Moreover, it appeared that residents had never brought forth legal action regarding this issue. Instead, there had been instances of collective disputes with property management, even leading to conflicts. Initially, Manager Sue believed that the residents' protests were bothersome enough. Now, he realized that such lawsuits posed an even greater headache. Upon hearing the words of the legal officer, Zhong, he felt a slight rise in his blood pressure. After forcing himself to calm down, he replied, "Manager Sue, one cannot perceive this matter in such a manner. It is erroneous to claim that the absence of something in the past equates to correctness." He continued, "Now that we have reached the court, we must adhere to the law, correct? We must abide by the legal stipulations. Otherwise, it simply will not do." Zhong, a quintessential product of a small-town education, was once a distinguished student at Handong University of Political Science and Law. However, after graduation, he opted not to pursue opportunities in the bustling metropolises of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen, choosing instead to remain in Jingzhou City. After experiencing various ups and downs, he was now functioning as the legal counsel for a property management company. Notably, his legal expertise was not solely dedicated to the management of the UFU community, but was contracted with the parent company, providing legal support to its subsidiaries when needed. Having never interacted with the individuals at UFU before, this first encounter felt somewhat off. Manager Sue, responsible for property security, appeared to possess a limited understanding of the LAWIN truth. Apart from those well-versed in legal matters, few can genuinely evaluate another's legal comprehension. Most individuals acquire their legal knowledge through the internet, videos, and succinct explanations, rather than poring over dense legal tomes. Consequently, Many possess only a superficial grasp of legal principles. However, being legally ignorant is preferable to those who harbor a cursory understanding, as the latter often pose absurd questions when consulting lawyers, akin to making medical inquiries based on a search engine. Irritated, Manager Sue retorted, "But the law must be reasonable, right? With so many requirements, expecting someone to produce them all is simply unreasonable. It feels like blatant retaliation." "Manager Sue, your assertion," lamented Zhong, who was still attempting to counter the argument when Manager Shui interjected. "Let us not dwell on these unproductive discussions. The IT is absolutely impossible to produce all these documents. We should focus on how to mediate instead." "Old Sue, I will call Zhou Yi and invite him out for a meal, that we can discuss everything openly. There is no need for this to escalate." This was Manager Shui's perspective. When it came to litigation, even if they were to produce half of the documents, the property management would be incapacitated. Why? Because the staff was limited, and they had never navigated such matters before. The frequent issues faced by formal property management companies stem from adherence to standards, which necessitate a minimum number of employees and adequate funding for various services. Yet the developer's own management was originally established to generate profit. To achieve profitability, there are two key aspects: increasing revenue and reducing expenses. Increasing revenue entails collecting more fees, while reducing expenses involves minimizing services and hiring fewer staff, which naturally leads to cost savings. Most critically, much of the revenue collected cannot be publicly disclosed. For instance, consider the elevator access cards. If they were to disclose the entire cost of the elevator card system and the expense of each individual card, it would be ludicrous. Those familiar with the industry understand the costs involved. Therefore, it would be prudent to contemplate the best approach for mediation. Manager Shui believed that his relationship with Zhou Yi was still intact, albeit slightly awkward due to the matter involving Su Yufeng and the parking issue caused by Song Xiaofei. However, after providing the elevator access card, everything seemed to have resolved. Zhou Yi even came by to pay the property fees for Manager Shui. Any owner who paid promptly without unnecessary questions was the epitome of a conscientious proprietor. It was often the case that people requested invoices, yet Zhou Yi dutifully paid without any fuss. Alas, Manager Su's actions had thrown everything into disarray. With a scowl, Manager Su begrudgingly nodded, muttering, "With so many owners in the community, is he the only one?" Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window of the chairman's office, gazing out at the concrete jungle below, Zhou Yi spoke into the phone. "You want to treat me to a meal?" "Manager Shui, I believe our relationship has not yet reached that level that, if memory serves, just a couple of days ago, your team barred me from entering the community. First, you reduced my water pressure, then you cut off my electricity, and now you call to invite me to dinner?" Upon hearing this, Manager Shui chuckled. "Mr. Zhou, I believe there has been some misunderstanding. How about you come over, and we can discuss it in detail? It's not suitable to converse over the phone." "Forget it, Manager Shui. I will not be joining you for dinner. It ends here." Listening to the dead air on the line, Manager Shui felt utterly helpless that on one hand, he considered Manager Su to be a liability. On the other, he felt Zhou Yi was being ungrateful. Previously, he had been courteous, agreeing to compensation and even gifting the elevator card. Yet now Zhou Yi refused to comply over such a trivial matter. "Lawyer Zhong, there should be a pre-trial mediation. Please consider how we might avoid producing these documents, that I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, that we shall communicate via phone." As Manager Shui departed after leaving his parting words, Zhong was momentarily taken aback by the pile of documents before him. Did I mishear Manager Shui's instructions? Did he suggest I find a way to avoid disclosure? What does he think this is? A game? Even if we were to seek justification for non-disclosure, the property manager should collaborate with me on this matter. Now he expects me to simply figure this out. At that moment, Lawyer Zhong felt a sudden urge to flee. It seemed both managers at the property company were rather ill-equipped in legal knowledge. Upon exiting the property office, Manager Su felt a wave of discomfort. With so many owners in the community, why was he singled out? The decision to pursue legal action was clearly intended as a personal affront. If that was the case, so be it. Contemplating this, he dialed a number to notify someone. Yes, the black Audi, that license plate. If you see it, just make sure they wait outside and do not allow entry. Always have them wait 20 to 30 minutes. Do not concern yourself with what they may or may not have. The system does not recognize their license plate number, so let them be. If necessary, call the police and see if they will intervene. All right, send old Liang that he knows nothing, and at his age, if that kid provokes him, we might have a real issue. Old Liang had only recently been hired as a security guard. He was already in his 60s. Hard of hearing and not in great health, that if the old man were to collapse in a fit of anger, it would be quite the predicament. Manager Su believed that the property management was the authority within the community, and owners were meant to be managed. Those like Zhou Yi, who resisted governance, were merely troublemakers in need of correction. It was just that currently, things had changed that in the past. Owners dared to defy the management. But what was the point of having security if they were genuinely responsible for protecting the owners? However, that evening, Manager Su received a phone call. What? You say Zhou Yi has not returned? He hasn't returned. Where could he possibly go? The voice on the other end replied, Manager Su, I heard that owner is quite wealthy. He likely has other properties in Jingzhou. Even if he lacks a residence, staying at a budget hotel is hardly a concern. Look at our situation. Upon hearing this, Manager Su suddenly realized and became quite agitated, stating, Fine, let us leave it as it is for now, that we will address it when he returns. The management could only cause inconvenience within the community, once outside its confines. They had little recourse. Should an owner choose to truly vacate the premises and create trouble, the property management would indeed find themselves in a bind. After hanging up, Manager Su felt the urge to smash his phone, but reconsidered. Knowing he would have to purchase a new one that in the past, he had easily manipulated the owners. Facing someone he could not manage was a novel experience for Manager Su, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Regardless of Manager Su's acceptance, time marched on. The following morning, at 8:30, outside the Guangming District Court, Zhou Yi glanced at Fang Dezhuang and inquired, Hey, where is that rookie? Why isn't she with you? Fang Dezhuang casually replied, She is at the office. Today she is handling some consultations on her own. Pausing, he seemed to ponder, Moreover, I sense she is somewhat reluctant to accompany me. Not entirely unwilling, but she always appears uncomfortable when we are in the SIF. Is that so? Zhou Yi jested. With a distinguished lawyer like you, she should consider herself fortunate to accompany you, that if she finds the CAF unsuitable, we can always change venues. True enough, Fang Dezhuang nodded. Just then, a voice chimed from nearby. Hey, young man, it's you again. Zhou Yi turned to see a somewhat familiar older woman. Do we know each other? The woman chuckled. Of course we do. Young man, I remember that day you were thoroughly berated by that woman right at the court entrance. After you left, I even exchanged a few words. Oh, Zhou Yi realized that this was the onlooker from that day. Not that I'm saying anything, young man, but I often come here to listen and simply because I live nearby and find myself with little to do each day, that it seems to me that your visits to the court are nearly as frequent as mine. I've seen you here numerous times. In response, Zhou Yi could only smile and say, What can I do, ma'am? When it's time to file a lawsuit, one must do so. To his surprise, the elderly lady nodded in agreement and remarked, Indeed, there are many instances in this world where we cannot convey reason to one another, necessitating the intervention of the police or even the court to elucidate matters. Thus, there is truly no alternative. HM. Zhou Yi and the curious lawyer Fang Dezhuang were momentarily taken aback. This sensation was akin to a villager being interviewed, only for a seasoned farmer to exclaim, Capital enters this world, dripping with blood and filth from head to toe. The old lady is quite perceptive. Consequently, Zhou Yi and his companion quickly engaged in lively conversation with her. During their exchange, they learned that the lady's surname was Su. She was nearing 60, and having retired with nothing to occupy her time, she inadvertently developed a fondness for the LAWASA result. She spent her days attending court sessions, relishing the atmosphere during verdicts. Furthermore, it was revealed that she had also been a teacher prior to her retirement. After recounting the events that transpired, Mrs. Su chuckled ruefully, admitting that she had not realized that woman was a teacher. In today's society, one must refrain from viewing individuals through the lens of their profession. While one can assess a collective, it is unjust to assume that each individual within that group is virtuous. Mrs. Su's words held significant weight, prompting Zhou Yi to nod in agreement. The Wadaica Vocational and Technical College and the Wujiacheng Secretarial Vocational and Technical College are among the finest institutions in the country. And logically, one would expect their students to possess exemplary qualities. However, shocking incidents are not entirely avoidable. Each situation warrants specific analysis, focusing on the individual or the matter at hand, rather than succumbing to regional or collective biases. People are not simply black or white. A binary mindset is never beneficial. After enjoying a delightful conversation with Mrs. Su, the court doors opened, and bidding her farewell, Zhou Yi and Fang de Zhuang proceeded into the court. The mediation room was still familiar, and before long, Manager Shui and Manager Su had entered. That, of course, there was also Zhong Chu, who appeared with dark circles under his eyes. Yet, no one noticed that upon seeing Fang de Zhuang. Zhong Chu's pupils dilated in alarm, reminiscent of an animal encountering its predator. Now that everyone is here, shall we commence? Mr. Zhou, could you please share your situation? The mediator, also the presiding judge, inquired. Zhou, he was now quite composed. Good day. Our situation is rather straightforward, that as you can see, many items require public disclosure. However, I found no information published at the Property Management Office, leaving me no choice but to pursue legal action to compel the management to disclose this information. Moreover, I believe that other homeowners in the community are also eager to know this information. At the very least, as homeowners, we deserve to be informed about how the community's funds are collected and spent. The mediator, who was also the presiding judge, nodded and glanced at the side, saying, Manager Shui, I've reviewed the requests. What do you have to say? Just as Manager Shui was about to respond, Manager Su unexpectedly interjected. You must provide what is requested, which law stipulates that we are obliged to disclose anything. Why was it perfectly acceptable before? And now it must be disclosed. Not only Zhou Yi and Fang de Zhuang, but also Manager Shui and Zhong Chu turned to stare in astonishment. Do you even comprehend what you are saying?